Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Turning back to Maayang, he shouted to them, get ready, we're going to open the channel in a moment. Already ready. Maayang nodded in response while using his energy to protect the girls. In fact, Melissa and April could have stayed in the acceleration world, waiting for Maayang alone to leave the space-time singularity, then release them. However, Melissa was excited to see the situation outside, plus Pitta said there was no danger, so Maayang agreed to take them out together. Seeing Pitta and Noether about to open the space-time singularity, the girls opened their eyes wide with a look of expectation to watch. At this time, Pitta and Noether's young bodies suddenly burned with golden flames. The color of the hair also became golden, while the surface of the body crackled with silver-white lightning. Super Saiyan 2. It's Super Saiyan transformation. Melissa blinked and shouted after seeing the state of Pitta and Noether. Exactly, it's Super Saiyan 2. Maayang seriously gazed at the two children in front of him. He could be sure that this was not their full power. As expected, the next second, the ki on Pitta and Noether continued to get stronger. The golden glow turned into a brilliant red, and the aura on their bodies disappeared. Could it be the Super Saiyan God? Maayang watched with amazement, but Pitta changed to this stage and then did not continue to transform, so Maiyang could not judge their state. Get ready, it's about to start. Pitou and no other stared into the void and joined forces to release energy towards the grey void. The bright red energy stirred up, and then the whole space tumbled violently, as if it was a broken mirror, cracking a sinuous crack. It is now, hurry up and get out, this channel will soon disappear. Pitou maintained the opening of the passage and shouted. Thanks. Maiyang thanked Pitou and no other, then together with Melissa and April, they flew quickly in the direction of the passage. As if an arrow shot through the void, a white light flashed, and the figures of Maiyang and the others disappeared in the illusory space that was like a dream. After Maiyang and the others left, the void refilled with chaotic air currents. Pitou lifted his current state and said to the side of no other, let's continue to search for the whereabouts of Android 21, and finish Lord Kaoruno's mission early, so we can also go home early. Well, if we go late, many more people will be devoured by her. No other responded with a sweet smile. Don't look at the two, look very young. In fact, they had become time patrol for so many years. The two looked at each other, then at the same time burst out even more terrifying power. The whole strange point suddenly rolled up raging waves, clattering. Sea of energy up and down as if the powerful gods above the sky fell into the mortal dust. The space had distorted away, then a ray of lightning flashed a few times. The two also left the current space. The chaotic energy took a long time to stumble before it gradually calmed down. If Maiyang were here, he would have been surprised, so this was the real power of Pitou and no other. The power shown before was simply not to hurt Maiyang and the others. In another time and space, an ellipsoidal-shaped spaceship sailed in the vastness of space and time. The spaceship was about 50 meters long, and its entire body was made of special materials. Inside the ship, a beautiful woman wearing a white research coat sat warily in the cockpit, one hand resting lightly against her forehead as if she was worried about something. This woman had a stunning face that did not look like a mortal, and her fair skin was somewhat pale, seemingly lacking blood due to exertion. The brown hair was sticking upwards and tangled messily. Click, the electronic gate opened, and a stout man came in from outside the cab. Seeing the woman in the seat, the man handed over a cup of coffee. Android 21, don't be annoyed, we'll find her soon. The man who spoke was called Android 16, an android that Android 21 brought out of a small space-time. In fact, Android 16 was a cyborg created by Dr. Gero using his son as a prototype. No hurry. Android 21 took a gentle sip of coffee. The other evil me took away most of my power, and now must she be traveling through time and space to devour the power of the strong. I fear that if it continues, there will be no one who can stop her. Android 21 was originally developed by Dr. Gero based on his wife's cells. Later, the computer added the division of Majin Buu into it, making Android 21 have the same ability as Majin Buu. With the passage of time, the power of Majin Buu gradually created an evil personality in the body of Android 21. This evil personality grew up and began to struggle for control of the body of Android 21. Just like the original Majin Buu, Android 21 also split into two individuals, good and evil. The evil Android 21 was far more powerful than the original Android 21. At that moment, the space-time detector in the spaceship beeped. The spaceship's channel also flashed with red warning lights. Not good, the time patrol found us, we must hurry to leave. Android 21 hurriedly put down her coffee and prepared to turn on the ship's time jump function. Android 16 also immediately manipulated the ship and injected enough energy into the time engine. There is a large cosmic space in front of us, it should be the legendary whole universe. Let's hurry in and hide. 3 huge and incomparable bubble spaces appeared in the ship's scouter, and Android 21 immediately chose one of them and then pressed the time jump button. The time and space where Maiyang was, Earth. The early morning light shone out through the coastline, and the sky was reflected by the morning sun in yellow, as beautiful as a dream. Little Lazuli and Lapis siblings were dressed under the care of their mother, Cypriel. After a brief wash, the 2 siblings sat obediently at the dining table to enjoy their breakfast. Next to them, Cypriel smilingly watching them, Nick was leisurely reading the newspaper. Today was a day of rest, and the family could happily go out together. Suddenly, the wind whistled, the window kept shaking. With a swish, 2 young figures flew in from the window. Lazuli, Lapis, let's go out and play. The 2 children just flew in and jumped and ran to Lazuli's siblings. These 2 children were none other than Maiyang and Melissa's children, Mukiu and Amelia. In this year, the 2 children were only a few months younger than Lazuli and Lapis, which already more than 4 years old. Lapis shrank his hand, you go, I do not play with the girls. Mukiu was not happy, I'm not a girl. Lapis barred his mouth, you and Amelia have a beautiful face, you go ask people outside, they all say you are a girl. Anyway, I do not want to go. Forget it if you don't go. Mukyu grunted angrily. Lazuli, you come with us. Sister Canalita said the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to start. It must be very interesting there. Let's go there together and see. The martial arts tournament, yes. Lazuli fluttered her pretty eyes and said in a milky voice. She did not know what the world first martial arts tournament was, but children like lively places, and as soon as they heard there was something fun to do, they quickly agreed. The young Lazuli had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as her mother, Cypriel, and her little face was white. She was sure to be a great beauty when she grew up. After all, she was the future android 18. It must be said that the genes of April's family were too good, and together with their somewhat blood-related Thai, Bulma and their mother, Cypriel was specialized in producing beautiful women. Lapis, talk peacefully with your younger siblings. Cypriel huffed. It was best for the children to have a few people their own age. Mukyu and Amelia flew over from the Great Azure Mountain so far, and this little son of theirs was fooling around again. She then looked at Mukyu. This child was indeed a little more beautiful. If he changed into female clothes, he would be exactly the same as Amelia. It should be fun to have such a cute son. Well. Sorry. Lapis opened his mouth and apologized to Mukyu. It's okay. Mukyu shook his head. Cypriel laughed. That's right. By the way, about the world first martial arts tournament, you guys said before is held in a nearby city. We can go watch it together. Auntie also want to go? Amelia asked with a crooked head. Cypriel picked up Amelia. Yes, the world first martial arts tournament is so lively. Auntie also want to go to see. Then let's go together. Amelia nodded happily. Chapter 416 Earth's Martial Artists Earth, came house. The blue sea and blue sky, the clear sky was spotless, as clean as a mirror. Beneath the sky was a huge ocean, and the breeze blew on the surface of the sea, rolling up one fine wave after another. On the island where Master Roshi lived, a slender figure stood by the shore, facing the sea breeze, with his hands in the action of releasing a key wave. Kamehameha. Suddenly, the ghostly blue key wave rushed straight ahead, like a cannonball speeding across the sea. Suddenly, the sea was split in half, and it was not until long after the key wave cut through that the water waves on both sides clattered and flooded over. Well, Gaku's key wave is getting more and more powerful. Master Roshi was leaning on his cane, one hand shading the sun, looking into the distance. Senior brother can definitely win the championship if he participates in the martial arts tournament. Kai wore a light green cheongsam, her black hair hanging down naturally, and a decent outfit to add to her temperament. That day after the journey with Bulma in search of the Dragon Balls ended, Son Goku returned to the island where Master Roshi lived with Kai. The two continued to practice under the guidance of Master Roshi. Because the foundation of the childhood to play was particularly firm, complemented by Master Roshi's in-depth martial arts baptism, the two were growing unknowingly. Now Son Goku's strength had reached 300 power level, equivalent to when he participated in the 23rd martial arts tournament. Kai was a little worse but also reached 180 power level. Master Roshi cheerfully stroked his beard and laughed, to say that the champion, Gaku's strength is still a little short. Master Roshi, you are joking, with Gaku's strength, can he win the championship? A bald man wearing the same martial arts uniform as Son Goku looked at Master Roshi in disbelief. This bald man's name was Krillin. The original Krillin was originally an ordinary disciple of the outer door of the Orin Temple, and there was nobody bullying him this time, but because the Orin Temple was flourishing nowadays, and there were many dull people around, he felt that there was no way to get ahead in the Orin Temple, so he left Orin Temple in more than half a year ago to join Master Roshi's small number of people. Although Master Roshi wasn't as famous as today's Tian Shinhan, he was at least a former god of martial arts. If he could join him, he would have direct contact with the great martial artist and receive guidance from him. In contrast, Krillin was firm in his choice. Master Roshi's intention was not to accept disciples, so it was difficult at the beginning, but finally, after Son Goku's plea, he was accepted as a somehow careful disciple. Compared to several other disciples, although Krillin practice was usually quite hard, the mind was not particularly stable. Krillin, do not underestimate the world, there are many people who's stronger. Master Roshi looked at Krillin and said with a deep gaze, if it was a few decades ago, it would have been easy to get a championship with Gaku's strength, but now the times are different. There are many capable people in this era, and it is not easy to enter the top 8 in the world first martial arts tournament where masters from all over the world gather. Take the Kami school, if they send out the best disciples of the younger generation, the whole world is not enough for them to fight. I don't ask much of you, it's enough to be able to reach the top 8. Master Roshi stretched out 2 fingers and made a gesture of 8. After being told that by Master Roshi, my heart started to panic. Maybe I won't even make it to the top 8. Krillin gulped, looking like he had no confidence in himself. Gosh, even Son Goku, who was such a powerful expert. Master Roshi demanded only the top 8, so you could imagine how many masters there were in this world. Snap. Master Roshi knocked Krillin's head with his cane. Look at you, you're down in the dumps before the game. Don't worry, your strength is already very good. Really? Krillin asked suspiciously. Of course. Master Roshi showed a face of confidence. He was a former god of martial arts, so the level of teaching people martial arts was still very high. His disciples were, of course, were not bad. Although the earth entered the era of martial arts, and the level of strength did follow a lot, some persevering martial artists had long since run to challenge Calamity and the Lookout. Thus selected by Calamity were sent to the outer planets to try out. Those who remained on Earth, in addition to some hermits who didn't come out, the warriors who guarded the Earth, were not particularly powerful. With the older generation of martial artists living in seclusion, if he still could not achieve a ranking in the martial arts tournament, he, Master Roshi, would not know where to put his face. Master Roshi's answer gave Krillin a little bit of confidence back, and his face became a little bit better. Next, before participating in the world first martial arts tournament, Master Roshi tested Son Goku, Kai and Krillin, asking them to release their best martial arts. Son Goku had just released Kamehameha, so only his speed and strength were tested. Kai and Krillin were on the full range of a little, and Master Roshi arranged to test their hands and agility. Kai easily passed the test, and Krillin was a little reluctant but finally passed. Then Master Roshi, very fashionable, took out a human body index tester to test them and measured Son Goku's power level that reached 300 points. Kai and Krillin were 180 and 110 values. Compared to the same period in the original, they had a substantial increase. Near the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament held, Son Goku, Kai and Krillin put on the turtle school uniform from nowhere. Then under the leadership of Master Roshi, they boarded a plane and rushed towards the place where the martial arts tournament was held. On the other hand, in the desert Gobi, Yamcha, under the discipline of his teacher first, was sweating like rain to carry out the harsh training. Every time he remembered the humiliation of being defeated by Son Goku, Yamcha felt a pang of resentment and became even more strict with himself. First stood next to Yamcha, watching his serious training, could not help but nod. First was the same martial artist who lost to Mixia, at the 12th martial arts tournament and was also a master who made it to the top 16 at that time. He was already gray-haired now after decades. Of course, in addition to Yamcha, the young disciples of Tikami School, as well as Yajirobe adopted by Miang's good friend Gillo, and King Cheppa, who has achieved good results in previous martial arts tournament, were also sharpening their swords and heading towards the 21st World First Martial Arts Tournament. On Karn Tower, Karn stood next to the water tank and focused his eyes on the young martial artists from all over the world. Looking at them one by one with high spirits, Karn licked its palm and said to the few martial artists behind it, Tian Shinhan, Gyatso, the day of the martial arts tournament is approaching. Are you interested in going to the World First Martial Arts Tournament? Karn, we have already received your instruction. Is it necessary to participate in a competition like that? A man with 3 eyes respectfully said to Karn. If Miang were here, he would have found that this 3-eyed man was the original Tian Shinhan, who had joined the Crane School. Standing behind Tian Shinhan was Gyatso, who had not joined the Crane School but had appeared on the Karn Tower. The martial artists who were able to ascend the Karn Tower were already quite impressive. They practiced under the guidance of Karn, and their only pursuit was to continue to get stronger and reach the qualification of logging into the legendary lookout. They did not attach any special importance to external honors. Karn narrowed his eyes. Hey, this time the martial arts tournament is more interesting. There will be several amazing martial artists. You can go over there to exchange ideas and improve your knowledge. In that case, let's go over and have a look. Tian Shinhan and Gyatso said in unison. Well, when you return from the martial arts tournament, you can go directly to the lookout, where you will get a more comprehensive training. Thank you, Karn, for your care. Tian Shinhan said politely. Chapter 417 This is the Forest of Terror. Just when the martial artists all over the world were taking action for the World Martial Arts Tournament, in Forest of Tend from the Mount 5 element of the land of Extreme West was about 3,000 kilometers away. The sky was cold, the grass was withered, and the fog made the vision blurred. The Forest of Tend was in a very cold environment, usually with little sunlight, so this cold and miserable place looks creepy. There were many branches and shrubs around, but not many leaves, croaking. Crows stood on top of the treetops cawing, then puffed and flew away towards the deep. The environment around the Forest of Tend was the same as the environment around the 5 Mounties semicolonimate, and there was a lot of miasma around Forest of Tend. There were demons and ghosts everywhere. Because of the special magnetic field, the average person could easily lose himself after entering, and the Forest of Tend was even more terrifying because it was able to unearth the illusion of inner fear, and most people would be scared to death because of fear. At this moment, deep in an open area of the forest, space suddenly underwent a bizarre distortion, followed by a black hole in the channel appeared abruptly. With a crash, a cluster of black shadows darted out of the passage, and Maang appeared in the clearing with Melissa and April in his arms. Frowning at the surroundings, the magnetic field that can disturb the mind made Maang and others feel uncomfortable. However, they were strong martial artists, this little discomfort would not be difficult for them. Melissa waved her hand, and a shining crystal light shield surrounded their bodies. Senior brother, we are out of the space-time singularity? April's small hand tugged at Maang. Looking at this surroundings, they must have come out. Melissa frowned for a moment, but what exactly is this place? They fell into the space-time rift on the side of planet Sala. Even if they came out, they should be around that star field of planet Sala, only now it seemed like it was not. Let me take a look. Maang took a look at the surroundings, his spiritual power was released, a smile gradually crept onto his face. When he opened his eyes, he already knew where he was. I know where we are. Where? Melissa and April asked in unison. A smile appeared on Maang's handsome face, and just as he was about to answer, a cloud of mist suddenly arose around him, followed by a cold wind, and several figures appeared around Maang and them. These people emitted an evil aura, and their appearance gradually became clear. It was actually Frieza, Cooler, Bojack, Felix, and a decades-old Garlic. Melissa looked at these people in surprise and shouted, how can these people be here? Is this the other world? The surroundings were eerie and really looked like hell. Hell? April shivered and leaned even closer to Maang. Maang wrapped his arm around April's waist and laughed, how can this be hell? This place I came here once with Mixia back in the day. Have I ever been here? Melissa squinted her turquoise eyes and racked her brain to recall. To give you a hint, back then, in order to make Elixir of Immortality, we made a special trip here to pick Paradise Herb. Maang said with a smile. You mean this is the Forest of Terror and we're back on Earth? Melissa's eyes opened wide. Maang pointed to the illusionary enemies around him. Look at those people, all of them are illusionary from the miasma of the Forest of Terror. The real Frieza and Cooler, perhaps we're listening to a wonderful and beautiful ditty in hell. So that's how it is. How they are here, how dare they come out to scare me, all of them disappear for me. Melissa's eyes burst out a bright green light, at once an invisible wall of air crushed over. When Melissa was still weak, she was able to rely on her superpowers to run over the ghosts in the undead forest, and now it was naturally not difficult for her to do so. The miasma in the Forest of Terror was destroyed with a single blow. This was when Melissa noticed the dark grasses growing on the ground half a foot high. These were all Paradise Herb, one of the raw materials for making Elixir of Immortality. However, but only Paradise Herb could not refine Elixir of Immortality. Other herbs that were missing were at least several hundred years. Then again, Elixir of Immortality was something for people with dimension, and can only be eaten once. Karin also did not dare to rectify the common sense. Brother, we were still over on planet Sala before, how come we are back on top of Earth all of a sudden? April raised a question. Planet Sala and Earth belong to two different galaxies, the distance between them was more than hundreds of thousands of light years, even with a spaceship it would take years to sail. Could it be that the space-time singularity was like a wormhole in a science fiction novel, bridging two distant spaces? Just how in the world could there be such a coincidence that the other side of planet Sala happened to be Earth? Maang didn't know how to answer April's question. Because there were indeed too many questions here. That was to say, the planet Sala and the Earth did have too many similarities, almost the same martial arts philosophy, the same understanding of ki, and the existence of the ancient buildings on planet Sala, Karin Tower and the lookout on Earth. Even the scions of planet Sala and the people of Earth looked exactly the same. Now there was an additional channel that directly communicates between planet Sala and Earth. If there was no connection between the two, then how to explain so many coincidences? April, let's forget about that for now, let's quickly contact my brother's side, planet Sala is all destroyed, I don't know how they are doing now. Melissa interrupted April's words. April smiled, nodded her head and hurriedly let Maang take out the ship contactor from the acceleration world, and after a series of complicated debugging, finally made contact with Vine's side. Hey, big brother, it's Melissa. Melissa, you are still alive. We've been searching for you in the nearby stars for the past few months, but we couldn't find any. Wayne's voice rang out on the other side of the communicator, looking excited. We're fine, we're back on Earth now, how's it going on your end? Wayne said, everything is fine, except that there are many clan members sacrificed. Planet Sarlice also gone. Melissa said, it's okay, everything can be recovered. At this time, Yang said to Wayne, "Wayne, you guys immediately evacuate the original orbit of planet Saga now, and I will find a way to restore your home planet from my side." "Planet Saga can still be restored?" "It can." Yang said affirmatively, "Just use the Dragon Ball to make a wish. I'll trouble you with everything." Wayne did not know how Yang intended to restore planet Saga, but since the other party dared to say so, he also reported a certain amount of hope. After all, in his understanding, Yang was not a joking person. After finishing his sentence, Yang hung up the contact with Wayne's side. After giving an affirmative answer, Yang began to indeed the point in time of the Earth. According to what Wayne's side said, it was now about a few months past the destruction of planet Saga, which meant that it was now the day of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. His spiritual power spread out. Indeed, there was a large number of gathered ki somewhere in the southern hemisphere. This meant that the Dragon Ball on Earth was still in the adjustment stage, and there was still some time before it recovered. After thinking about it, Yang still intended to borrow the Dragon Ball of Planet Namek, but Planet Namek could only resurrect one person with one wish, and this alone was not enough. It needed to be combined with the Dragon Ball of Earth. So next Yang went to Planet Namek, and let Melissa and April stay on the Earth. He made 3 wishes with Planet Namek Dragon Ball. The first was to restore planet Saga, the second was to restore the flesh of those dead planet Saga Saiyans, while the third wish was to wish for the Earth's Dragon Balls to survive the adjustment period. After the Earth's Dragon Balls were restored ahead of schedule, Melissa used the Earth's Dragon Balls to resurrect the dead again. Chapter 418 The Witty Oolong has long seen through the truth the World Martial Arts Tournament's venue. Under the leadership of Master Roshi, Son Goku and Kai arrived at registration place after a long half-day voyage. When they saw Bulma, who had been separated for a long time, Bulma's dress was more fashionable, and the whole person looked quite mature. "Goku, Kai you guys are finally here." Bulma and Oolong stood at the registration place, making a strong wave towards Son Goku and others. "Ah, Bulma, you're here so early." When Son Goku saw Bulma, he ran over happily. Bulma hugged Son Goku in his arms and said with a big grin, "I have been waiting for you for a long time. I thought you had forgotten the original agreement." He, the plane flight is a little slow, but Grandpa Roshi won't let us take flying Nimbus." Son Goku made an explanation for his tardiness and frowned. "Bulma, your breasts are too soft, have they gotten bigger again?" Bulma shouted down, rolled her eyes and looked at the Son Goku. "Sister Bulma, sister, this cannot be blamed on brother Goku." Kai also walked to Bulma's side and pulled Son Goku over. "Well, I'm not blaming him." Bulma nodded and looked Kai up and down. "Kai-chi, you seem to have become a lot prettier recently. Did you use any cosmetics?" "Really? But I don't use makeup," Kai said shyly. "That means you've become more mature." Bulma and Kai standing next to Son Goku, intimately talking. On the side of Master Roshi was Bulma, youthful and beautiful, eyes straightened, excited. "Goku, who this beautiful little girl?" "Her name is Bulma, is my best friend since childhood." "This is not my childhood, sweethearts." "How does Goku have such a woman?" Kai and this girl named Bulma are greatly seen by Raleigh, and they are all around him. Krillin said enviously. Master Roshi nodded in deep thought. He didn't expect Son Goku to know such a beautiful friend besides Kai. He just never brought them to Kame House. "This beautiful lady, I am Goku's martial arts teacher, you can call me Master Roshi. I live in Kame House, welcome to play at our place when you have time." Master Roshi tiptoed over to Bulma's side and one hand trembling towards Bulma's body. Bulma's face was full of smiles, the next second it was full of killing intent. Towards Master Roshi yelled, "What are you doing, old man?" Snap, Bulma slapped flung over. Master Roshi hurriedly dodged, back a few steps. "The young people nowadays, do not move to hit people." Master Roshi ducked to the side chanting said. At this time, Kai discontent to look at Master Roshi. "Master Roshi, you are not qualified to say such things. Bulma, she is my good friend, you do not always move your hands. Traditional craft cannot be lost." Master Roshi was righteous. Seeing Kai oblique glare, he hurriedly shut his mouth. Fine, don't be common sense with you tasteless kids." Master Roshi waved his hand. Now, even the female disciple Kai against him, not knowing the loneliness of the lonely old man. Thanks to him, there was also a cultural heritage related to human inheritance. He was reminded of the handsome boy, now the god of martial arts, who had been his friend for a long time. A big man who, like him, really understands the importance of culture and had cultural confidence and cultural identity. Unlike these little kids in front of him. Do not know the treasures of human spiritual civilization, but still cast a disdainful gaze on themselves, the adherents of traditional crafts. It was really cold, the hearts of people were not ancient. In life, it was hard to find a confidant. Master Roshi thought that only the inverse figure like god of martial arts could really feel his feelings. On the other hand, Bulma did not now know the inner drama of Master Roshi. She sternly warned Son Goku, "Goku, do not learn from this guy in the future. Don't to move hands on girls, or I will ignore you." Son Goku nodded seriously. "Got it, my mom and dad have taught me." Bulma nodded. She trusted Uncle Bardock and Auntie Jine's education. She then dragged Son Goku and Kai Kai together to the registration office. Because of the increasing number of people registering for the martial arts tournament, as in previous years, the registration would be based on the standards of the Human Body Index tester, and some abusive people would be filtered out at the registration stage. Naturally, Son Goku, Krillin and Kai Ch completed their registration very smoothly, and then had to wait for the start of the preliminaries. "Humphrey, you all seem to have forgotten about me." Oolong was in a sweatshirt and had his hands in his pockets. "What's your name?" "Oolong." "You're a pig, and I just had red meat for breakfast today." Krillin looked closely at Oolong, judging its species. "I'm not a pig. Have you ever seen a pig as handsome as me?" Oolong shouted in exasperation. Krillin shook his head. There were too many messy races on Earth. The king of Central City was a blue cat, and there was nothing more to talk to. Of course, Krillin still didn't know that Immortal Karn on Karn Tower was a white fat cat. At this time Master Roshi was still trying to take advantage of Bulma. As a result, Son Goku was impolitely stuck in front of Bulma, so he coughed. Cough, everyone went to lunch first, and finished eating martial arts tournament. Because nowadays there were enough masters to sharpen Son Goku at the martial arts tournament, so Master Roshi did not intend to pretend to be a participant in the competition as in the original. If he went up and was eliminated in the qualifying round, it would be embarrassing. After a gourmet lunch, Master Roshi was picking his wallet to check out. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Just a moment ago was a bright sky, in the blink of an eye became dark clouds. The darkness of the night sky, even the shadow of a star is not seen. On the other side of the planet, Melissa and April, after receiving the signal from Maayang on planet Namek, spent only a few minutes to collect all the Dragon Balls on the planet and then use them to make a wish to revive all the slain rational Saiyans on planet Sala. The dark night sky came and went quickly, and 3 minutes later, the sun shone down again. "Goku, what do you think happened just now? The sky went black all of a sudden." Bulma pressed Son Goku's shoulders, her body crouched behind Son Goku. The perfume emanating from the young girl made Son Goku wrinkle his nose. "It's the same as when we summoned the Dragon Balls last time," Son Goku replied. Kai Kai looked at Son Goku and Bulma in confusion. "Did someone collect the Dragon Balls again? I thought it said that after the Dragon Balls have been used the next time only after a year. It is not yet a year since the last time. The Dragon Ball thing is all a lie. The last wish didn't work at all." Bulma shook her head repeatedly. Thanks to the story she used to believe Aunt April told her, she never thought it was simply a lie, so that the dragon sent her future boyfriend to her, and the result did not even come true. That's the problem with your wish. Oolong eyes rolled down and looked at Son Goku beside Bulma. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "What do you mean?" Bulma was stunned for a moment and asked. Hey, do not tell me." Oolong closed his mouth when Bulma asked, and he refused to say the reason. "Wait, did you guys just talk about the Dragon Ball? That legend is actually true." Master Roshi's deep gaze gazed at the sky. "The sight I just saw several times in recent decades. It looked like someone did summon a divine dragon." It was then that Krillin understood what they were talking about, and it turned out to be the legend about the Dragon Balls. He said, "I've also heard of it. Legend has it that decades ago, there was a huge disaster on top of the earth, when many people died, and it was the god of martial arts who used the power of the Dragon Balls to save everyone on earth. About that disaster, also left behind precious video data, I have seen. In that case, I have also watched it, but last time Shinron did not grant my wish." Bulma furrowed her eyebrows. "I told you it was your way of making a wish that was wrong. As for the reason, to think for yourself." Oolong's head has always been witty, long before everyone to see through the truth. Chapter 419 Martial Arts Tournament. Oolong's vowed appearance made Bulma had to think more. Was it really the posture that he opened? Carefully recall the scene at the time. Thinking about it, Bulma's expression suddenly stunned, back to look at the next Son Goku in surprise. What did she wish for at that time? She wanted Shinron to bring her future boyfriend to her. The result of nothing happened. At that time Son Goku seems to be present, and was the only boy at that time in addition to Oolong. "Bulma, what happened to your face? Why are you looking at me like this?" Son Goku curiously touched Bulma's forehead. "There was no fever, how could be so red?" Apostrophe, comma no. "Nothing." Bulma's cheeks was hot, she looked very dazed. How she did not think before. Gaku, this kid looked small. In fact, the age was only 1 year younger than her. Ahem, brother Gaku, you guys forget about the Dragon Balls for now. Let's go find a hotel first. We have to compete later. Kai stood next to a dry cough, eyes drifting on Son Goku and Bulma. She shouldn't let them talk about this topic anymore. Yes, first find a hotel. Master Roshi held down the black hat on his head. The suit invited Bulma to rest together in the hotel, so the group all nodded approvingly and headed toward a nearby hotel. Krillin followed behind, looking at Son Goku, who was surrounded by Kai and Bulma. He suddenly felt that the girl named Bulma was more enthusiastic about Goku. What do you think is going on with them? Krillin whispered and asked Oolong. Don't you get it? Oolong snorted, TSK, that boy Son Goku, he's not too lustful. Krillin was stunned for a moment, then followed closely. After arrange the accommodation in the hotel, Master Roshi then takes Son Goku and they go to dojo to participate in the first stage selection. The World Martial Arts Tournament was also a test site for martial artists, so there were already big approved martial artists waiting here. Wow, there are so many masters here. Son Goku looked excitedly at the black mass of people around him and couldn't help but itch his hands. Goku, these people are all here for the tournament. Krillin, who was originally an ordinary disciple of the outer gate of the Orin Temple, had never seen such a grand scene and stuttered a little in his speech. Senior brother Goku, look over there, it seems to be the disciples of the Kami school. Kai pointed to a direction where several participants dressed in white martial arts uniforms were gathered. Really? I know a few of them, they're very powerful. Son Goku's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to fight them. Goku, Kaichi, and Krillin, you three should give your best, especially Krillin, you should believe in yourself and not be scared by your previous experiences. Master Roshi finally admonished. Yes. Son Goku, Kaichi, and Krillin replied in unison. Master Roshi nodded at them, then watched them walk towards the competition martial arts hall. Each of these participants who passed the initial registration screening has a certain strength, not those who were indiscriminate. In fact, Son Goku could finally get what he could achieve. After all, in martial arts competition, the composition of luck also accounts for a large proportion. Goku, I'm cheering for you. Bulma shouted towards Son Goku with extra enthusiasm. Bulma, you seems to be particularly enthusiastic about Son Goku now. Oolong tilted his head and looked at Bulma. Bulma rightfully said I am concerned about him. Oolong grunted twice with a look of disbelief. Hey, look at that man, it seems to be the troublemaker we met when we were looking for the Dragon Balls. Oolong's eyes turned away and was suddenly drawn to a figure wearing a dark green undershirt and a red bandana wrapped around his head. The figure was none other than Yamcha, and although his hair was cut short, Oolong recognized him at once when he saw Puar beside him. It's really him, he actually came to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament too. Bulma looked in surprise at Yamcha, who had changed his appearance drastically not far away. That person is Yamcha. Oolong whispered. No worries, he's Goku's defeated opponent, it's no big deal. Bulma bit his thumb and his calf kept shaking. Oolong thought about it and thought so. Almost a year ago Son Goku could defeat Yamcha, there was no reason this time he would not be able to defeat. On the other hand, Yamcha tied the red turban, and was instructing Puar to look after himself, and then full of confidence went into the competition martial arts hall. In fact, he had already seen Son Goku and the others, the reason why he did not make a sound was that he planned to surprise them in the next match. This time he would definitely defeat Son Goku. This year's martial arts tournament gathered a lot of experts. Master Roshi carefully looked around after the disciples entered the dojo, and actually let him see the silhouette of King Cheppa. This person was the powerhouse of the previous martial arts tournament. His strength could not be underestimated. There were also many other elite disciples of other school, both of which were expert. Seeing such a scene, Master Roshi could not help but feel that his time had really passed. Unknowingly, there were already many experts who had surpassed him and embarked on the path of a stronger martial path. Huh? Master Roshi gave a startled eek and focused his gaze on two people, one tall and one short. One of those two was tall and had 3 eyes, while the other was like a child, but floating in the air. In just a moment of eye contact, sweat dripped from Master Roshi's forehead. These two were definitely experts. That guy Goku, now he's met his match, whose disciple is it that possesses such cultivation at such a young age? Master Roshi's deep gaze wandered over those two and took a deep breath. Lusty old man, what are you looking at? Bulma asked. Master Roshi snapped back, don't call me a lusty old man, what a lack of manners, but I'll forgive you if you'll let me touch your breasts, or hug me like Goku. Get the hell away from me. You old man, stay away from me. Bulma yelled at Master Roshi. Shit. Master Roshi bristled at himself. Just then, a whirlwind blew, blowing up the dust on the ground. Bulma and Master Roshi did not know what happened, and Bulma had a softer thing in her arms. Sister Bulma, it's really you, I miss you so much. A 4 or 5-year-old little guy jumped into Bulma's arms, little head against her chest. Bulma reacted and picked up the child in her arms. Are you Mukyu? Or Amelia? The appearance of Mukyu and Amelia was exactly the same, she as a sister could not recognized. I'm Amelia. Amelia's pink little face looked at Bulma, her eyes blinking. Bulma was immediately captured by her adorable appearance. Since Bulma's Aunt April was Mayang's wife, so Amelia and Bulma were of the same generation. Little Amelia, why are you the only one here? No, I came with my sister and brother. Amelia said in a soft voice. Her pink little finger pointing to a direction in the crowd, and indeed looking along there, Bulma saw the Cypriel couple and their children. Mukyu, Lazuli, and Lapis came under the leadership of Cypriel. Chapter 420. Where did those Saiyans go? The meeting of relatives and friends, of course, was a very happy thing. Bulma and others gathered together and began to warm greetings. When Bulma was young, she didn't know she had a sibling, and it was only 5 years ago that she met Cypriel. Bulma, you ran away alone again, did you tell your family this time? Cypriel had a gentle smile on her face. Bulma and Thai had the same wild nature. Without saying a word, they liked to run around outside. Last summer vacation, they said they were going out to play, but they ended up sneaking off to look for the Dragon Balls. If it wasn't for Son Goku and Tai Kai being around to protect them, who knew what would happen? Bulma spit out her tongue. Of course, they have always said that they are not worried about my safety. Your family is not a restful one. Cypriel rolled her eyes and felt speechless at Bulma's odd parents. The daughter was running around alone, but they didn't worry at all. Even the eldest niece Thai seemed to be wandering in the universe now, so it should be said that they were too big-hearted or too out of the box. There was a feeling of not eating the fires of the world. After taking a look at Master Roshi and Oolong standing next to Bulma, Cypriel asked, are these two friends of Bulma? Ah, yes, this old man is called Master Roshi, and the pig head next to him is called Oolong. Bulma pointed to them and introduced them, and then introduced Master Roshi and them to Cypriel. So it's Master Roshi. Cypriel also studied the information of the martial arts world. After listening to Bulma's introduction, she immediately recognized Master Roshi with a polite face. Speaking of which, this was also her brother-in-law's good friend and Son Gohan's master. Even for the sake of Son Gohan, Cypriel treated Master Roshi with respect, not to mention that Master Roshi was also a representative of the era, the famous Master Roshi. You are welcome. Master Roshi was also modestly greeted Cypriel and the others. Nowadays, there weren't many people who could know his name as the god of martial arts, except for those who knew what they were doing, otherwise his name would not be good. After some introductions, Master Roshi also counted the identity of these people in front of him. The original little girl who first flew over was actually the daughter of Mayang. He and Mayang were old acquaintances, but he never thought that after so many years, his daughter was only this old. That was a like-minded old friend of his. Master Roshi's gaze fell on Amelia and Mukyu's body, and suddenly a terrifying aura came towards him. His body couldn't help but stiffen for a moment, but in the next second this terrifying energy disappeared without a trace, as if it hadn't appeared at all. What a terrifying little kid, these two little guys have a powerful key inside them. Master Roshi's face flashed a burst of horror, his eyes showed some disbelief. Two little children of more than 4 years old, actually let him have a kind of year when facing the great demon King Piccolo. His body couldn't move the same feeling. In the heart of Master Roshi, the horror of the great demon King Piccolo was the most profound. Lazuli, there seems to be good food over there, let's go over together. Amelia didn't know that her unintentional emitted breath scared Master Roshi. When she saw the food stall in the distance, she naughtily took Lazuli's hand and wanted to go over. Cypriel, of course, wouldn't let the two little kids run around, so she said goodbye to Bulma and the others and led them toward the food stand. Hey, Master Roshi, what's wrong with you? Seeing Master Roshi froze there, Oolong asked. Nothing. Nothing, this pair of Mayang's children are just too powerful. Master Roshi wiped the sweat on his forehead. You guy wouldn't be hitting on my aunt, I'm warning you, my aunt has a sister, she's very powerful, you be careful of getting beaten up. Bulma warned. April's strength could be called absolutely invincible among Earthlings. If she knew that someone dared to take advantage of her sister, with Master Roshi's body and bones, it would definitely not be enough to take a beating. How can you say that? Do you see me like that kind of person? Master Roshi blew his beard and glared, and knocked down his wooden staff angrily. Don't you? Bulma looked at Master Roshi with contempt. Humphrey, you guys don't understand even if you say so. Master Roshi shook his head, and when he looked at Amelia and the others again, His expression had returned to calm, but the waves that had been set off in his heart could not be calmed down immediately. At the time when the World Martial Arts Tournament was going on in an orderly manner. On the other hand, Maang had already fulfilled his wish to teleport back to Earth from planet Namek, and brought Melissa and April to planet Sala, which had recovered again. A few hours ago, Wayne's ship had already followed Maang's previous statement and moved away from the original orbit of planet Sala, and when they had just flown a few 100,000 kilometers away to make a stop, suddenly, a large blue planet entered the radar detection range. It was none other than the recovered planet Sala. Oh my god, that planet is planet Sala. Planet Sala has actually recovered. With disbelief, he looked at the scene in front of him and hurriedly reported the information to the radar observer. At the same time, the people inside the ship saw the reappearance of planet Sala from space through the portholes. What the hell is going on here? Unbelievable, we can't be dreaming. The horrible battle a few months ago was still fresh in their minds. They watched their home planet explode into pieces during the battle, but now the familiar home planet was right in front of their eyes, and everything seemed like it had never happened. There is actually such a miracle in the world. Maang and Melissa didn't lie to me, they can even restore the planet. Wayne got the news and hurriedly came to the lookout to make an observation. When he saw the really familiar planet in the planetary orbit, he was so excited that he didn't know what to say for a moment. Quickly, land the ship. As ordered. After receiving the command, the pilot of the ship hurriedly maneuvered the ship close to planet Sala, and with the sound of whirring airflow, a black-pressed ship passed through the atmosphere and landed down. At this time, those Saiyans who had died in battle on planet Sala had also been revived, and when they saw Vine's airship approaching, they all flew up in a tentative manner. King, aren't we already dead? Damn, those enemies are still on top of planet Sala. The Saiyans who had just been revived had not yet understood the situation and had a wary look on their faces. Wayne laughed loudly. Don't worry, the disaster has passed, no one will threaten you again. The enemy has been wiped out? Yes, wiped out. Looking at the planet and the resurrected Saiyans on top of the planet, which was no different from before the Great War, Wayne excitedly announced loudly. Just then, Maang, Melissa and the girls appeared beside Wayne. Wayne thanked Maang and them gratefully. Maang waved his hand and lifted him up, after several people came to the palace. Maang told Wayne the news he got from Milith. In the garden of the palace, several people were sitting around. According to what you said, Maang, the ancestors of our planet Sala should have come from somewhere else. But if they were reinforcements invited by the rational Saiyans on planet Sala, could it be that there are other Saiyan planets in this universe? For the first time, Wayne felt doubtful about the origin of the Saiyans. Maang shook his head. I'm afraid there is no need to go deeper into this issue, and the origin of the Saiyans is not necessarily in this universe. Now, I am more concerned about where the evolved Saiyans on planet Sala have gone. Behind planet Sala is connected to the Earth. You guys say it could be related to the Earth. Could it be that those Saiyans have become Earthlings? Melissa speculated. Is that possible? Wayne felt doubtful. According to his understanding, the Earthlings were very weak and could not be compared with the Saiyans. Well, after seeing Maang as a counterexample, he was a little shaken. It's not impossible. April shook her head and looked at Melissa and said, from the combination of you and your brother, there is no reproductive isolation between Saiyans and Earthlings, which means that biologically the two are quite close to each other. And both the Earthlings and the Saiyans of planet Sala call the cultivated energy key, and according to Milith, the evolved Saiyans of planet Sala were born a long time ago by a man called Dilipmon destroyed the core power, indicating that those Saiyans have long lost their power. This point is consistent with the Earthlings. Melissa nodded. Could it be that the Saiyans have really become Earthlings? Maang nodded and said, these are just guesses. The Earthside has gone through several civilization changes. I'm afraid not much information has survived. The oldest Earth martial artist in the other world, Psychos, entered the heaven only 4,000 years ago, and he could not know what happened before those long years. Wayne said, the same applies to planet Sala, where ancient texts had been destroyed or lost, such as the Super Saiyans you mentioned earlier, which we have never heard of. Speaking of which, isn't Milith still in our possession? I'll let her tell us the trick to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Melissa narrowed her eyes. She was originally a trans Super Saiyan, not the same in nature as a normal Super Saiyan. That's a good idea, it's worth trying. Ma agreed. Although he could roughly say the Super Saiyan, after all, he was not a Saiyan, and the fog was ultimately separated by a layer, the know-how of which perhaps only Saiyans could comprehend. If some of the Saiyans on planet Sala could become Super Saiyans, then with a large base, the strength would definitely skyrocket to a very impressive degree. It should be noted that the basic combat power of the Saiyans of planet Sala was quite good. Chapter 421 Bardock's Opportunity. Super Saiyan transformation was a very brutal way to improve power. The universe had the ability to transform many races, but the difference between the power before and after the transformation were not more than double. For example, Frieza's Menzarban, after the transformation, the power increased only 20 only. While in the universe, there was almost no such thing as a Super Saiyan with a 50-fold increase in power. After seeing the transformation ability of Felix and others, Wayne was also very eager for the transformation ability of the Super Saiyan. So when Melissa proposed to let Milif give out the transformation method of the Saiyan, his face showed a very expectant expression. Miang took in the expressions of all the people present, smiled slightly, waved his hand to open the channel of the acceleration world, and in the next second, the pretty figure of Milif appeared in front of all of them. Lord Miang, Ms. Melissa. Milif bowed respectfully towards the two. Despite having great power, facing Miang and the others, Milif was filled with fear, especially when she saw April. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. April's oversized syringe gave her a shadow. Milif. Miang nodded and said, now you become a Super Saiyan to see. Yes. Milif didn't know what Miang was planning to do, but she did as she was told. With a boom, a powerful whirlwind suddenly swept up, and Milif's body burned with golden flames in the wind, and her hair turned into a Super Saiyan state and rose upwards. Super Saiyan. This is the first stage of Super Saiyan, the power increase of about 50 times. Miang introduced to the crowd. Awesome, it was just a ki that was not comparable to mine, but it surpassed me by that much after transformation. Wayne struggled to resist the oppressive aura from Milif, and his pitch-black eyes shone with excitement. This is not even the strongest form of Super Saiyan. Miang gestured down towards Milif, change into your most powerful state. Yes. Milif honestly did as she was told, her body's aura boiled up even more, as the silver-white electric aura shone brightly. Milif's hair stood up even more, and her aura broke through the clouds, directly to the Super Saiyan 2 stage. This is the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 that Milif can accomplish, especially Super Saiyan 2, in terms of power increase, they can reach 100 times of the normal state. Miang continued, next you go to study, Milif, tell us what you know about the transformation method, you can let April work with you to study. Super Saiyan's transformation method? Milif faintly stared. Super Saiyan transformation needs to stimulate the S cells in the body. These Saiyans of planet Sala should have enough S cells in their bodies, all that is missing is the method of stimulation. Continue. Want to stimulate the S cells, the first thing is to have a strong enough energy, that is, the basic combat power. Milif's little life are clutched by Miang, how could she dare to have anything to hide, so gibberish will tell all the secrets. Super Saiyan transformation in the end, what was the principle, Miang did not know before. From the original Son Goku in planet Namek, the extreme emotion of anger might be the catalyst for transforming into a Super Saiyan. In the original, Son Goku reached a certain limit in power level because of the death of Krillin, and under the extreme anger, he broke the layer of obstruction. Vegeta made a breakthrough because of strong pride, unwilling to submit to Son Goku. They were using strong emotions to break the boundaries of the Super Saiyan. But in such a transformation conditions, whether it could be replicated, Miang was not clear, so it would have to be a professional to come. After a series of narrative by Milif, Miang knew that the Super Saiyan transformation was the process of stimulating the body's S cells. S cells are sufficient. For the Saiyan, transformation was a breeze. S cells were directly related to the level of transformation and transformation quality of the Super Saiyan. Only like Son Goku and Vegeta like the body lack of S cell Saiyan, and it was so hard to transform. From the side, as long as the Saiyan was inhibited S cells, then the Saiyan was not a Saiyan. So this is the case. The reason why the Saiyans of planet Sala are powerful is perhaps because of the sufficient S cells in their bodies. Wayne, April and others listened carefully. This transformation theory of Milif opened a door for them. After a brief exchange and thinking, Wayne already started to try to transform into a Super Saiyan, while April was also excited and ready to further study the Saiyan's S cells. In addition, based on previous suspicions, April also intends to study the genetic map between evolved Saiyans and Earthlings, looking for the similarities and differences. Anyway, she was busy next. At this time, Miang had nothing to do. He strolled alone in the garden of the palace, and after chatting with some of Wayne's children for a while, he teleported alone to God Mu Force's planet. This time he went to find Bardock. 13 years had passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta, and Bardock's power level had increased from the original 1 million to 5 million. Now Bardock was already the top general of the entire God Mu Forces, together with Sun Gohan, playing the role of the Needle of the Sea. Miang didn't know whether the transformation skills taught by Milif had a boosting effect on the evolved Saiyans. After all, the two Saiyans actually had a small difference in race, but for Bardock, who also had a tail, It was certainly useful. The impact of adding a Super Saiyan under his command could be huge. When Ma Yang found Bardock, he was leading a large army to suppress the hostile army, and when he saw Ma Yang appear, Bardock immediately stood up from his seat. "Teacher Mew, why are you here alone?" Usually, Ma Yang was always inseparable from the girls, and always took them with him when he went out. He laughed and said, "The girls are on planet Sala. I came to see you about the Super Saiyan. Maybe the day of your breakthrough is coming." Bardock smiled and became excited. "Mr. Ma Yang has the method of Super Saiyan transformation?" "The method is indeed available, but whether it can become, it also depends on your own ability. However, I can assure you that there is a lot of hope this time. With Bardock's current base combat power, it was not difficult to transform into a Super Saiyan. You now turn in this side of things, and go with me to planet Sara. I have nothing to hand over on my side, my deputy can take care of it." The opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan was right in front of him, where Bardock could sit still. He immediately couldn't wait to go to planet Sala. "Good then, let's go now." Ma Yang waved his arm and took Bardock to planet Sala in an instant. In the following days, Bardock stayed on planet Sala, following Milif to learn the Super Saiyan transformation method. The method described by Milif was obviously more suitable for Bardock than Wayne and other Saiyans on planet Sala. Although it didn't turn Bardock into a Super Saiyan yet, according to April's test, the S cells in Bardock's body were increasing and were close to reaching the 0 point of transformation, and the next step was to further activate the S cells. In this side of planet Sara, Ma Yang stayed for several days, and then returned to Earth alone. Chapter 422 launches here. World Martial Arts Tournament. A huge crowd of spectators gathered in the large venue and surrounded the entire competition venue. These spectators came from all over the world. From martial arts enthusiasts who came here specially, to disciples of the school who came in pairs, to tourists who wanted to see the spectacle. Under the operation of the United Government for many years, martial artists already had the same high social status as scientists on Earth. Each martial artist was able to receive a substantial monthly stipend, so it could be said that as long as they passed the test to become officially registered martial artists, they had quite an iron rice bowl and did not have to run for their lives. The only thing they had to do was to continue to improve their strength and guard the safety of the Earth in the future. Even if they did not have the ability to become official martial artists, to become a martial artist, in terms of employment would be more competitive. They couldn't just be a patrolman or special police. Compared with the original martial artist's obscure scenario, the current era was simply a martial artist's paradise. Thinking about the original, even such supermasters like Son Goku had to be busy for life. Krillin actually had to go to work as a police officer to support the family, receiving a meager salary. Compared with their merits, it was particularly worth for them. Of course, Krillin went out to make money might also be related to his wife 18. After all, this woman especially loves money. The open-air martial arts arena. The competition went on feverishly, and as the tournament continued, both the participants and the spectators on the scene showed more enthusiasm than they could have imagined. A few days down the line, the martial arts tournament had concluded the preliminaries and a few matches in the early stages. The top 32 contestants had emerged. Fortunately Son Goku, Kaichi, Krillin and others all squeezed into the top 32 because they did not meet in the preliminaries. Disciples from ancient schools such as Kami School, Orin Temple, and Maple Leaf School occupied most of the top 32 seats. That being said, the level of participants in this year's martial arts tournament was quite high, and every single one of them who made it to the top 32 would have had the potential to win the championship if they were placed in the original. After stumbling and winning a few matches, Turtle School's Krillin finally met a three-eyed named Tian Shinhan in the top 16 match and lost to the top 8. Son Goku and Kai beat the disciples of Kami School all the way to the top 8, and also entered the top 8 with Anka, King Cheppa, Ye Jirobe and others. After a brief break, the final 8 began with the following match order: first stage, Yamcha vs Gyatso; second stage, Son Goku vs King Cheppo; third stage, Kai vs Ye Jirobe; fourth stage, Jen Shinhan vs Launch. Yes, the guy who didn't know what happened was also on the martial arts tournament and directly won the quota of top 8. These contestants, Yamcha was super expert versus disciple, Son Goku, Kai were Master Roshi's disciple, Jen Shinhan and Gyatso had received years of instruction from Karin in the Karin Tower, Ye Jirobe was Gillo adopted child. Needless to say, Launch was grown by Kanalita. Any one of them was a master with great skills. It could be imagined that with these people participating, and what kind of sparks would be erased. But there was no doubt that the audience could certainly enjoy a wonderful visual feast. Well, after the conference DVD sales could also be guaranteed, many businesses could earn a lot of money. Without further ado, the first game Yamcha defeated Gyatso. After all, Yamcha's teacher first was also on the lookout, enough to compete with Wu-Ting, Gillo and others. Son Goku defeated King Cheppa. King Cheppa got Naiyang's guidance before 30 years and challenged Karin Tower's expert. Just facing Son Goku, who was growth ahead of time, King Cheppa was defeated by one move. The third game, Kaikai's opponent was Yajirobe. This extremely talented little fatty, under the training of Gillo, completely played out the talent of genius. Kaikai was not his opponent. The fourth match, Genshinhan Battle Launch, the result was obvious, Launch won. After the defeat, Genshinhan was very dreaded at launch, remembering what Karin had said to him before. There was a very powerful opponent in the lower realm. This failure made Genshinhan take pride and start to face up to all. Opponent, this golden blonde-hair beauty named Launch also entered his sight. That pretty young lady is so powerful. In the rest area, Krillin was stunned to see the power that Launch displayed. He, of course Launch is powerful. Son Goku watched from afar, not the least bit surprised. Goku, you don't even know this young lady, do you? Krillin's jaw dropped a little, hearing Son Goku's words. He also seemed to know the blonde above the ring. Well, Launch is the big sister. Broly and I were hanging out with her when we were kids. Son Goku explained. You are so good with women. With a red face, Krillin could not help but wonder how Son Goku knew so many beautiful women. Ha ha ha, little Goku, you are the worst mixed inside a few of us. An arrogant to the extreme female voice came. Launch appeared with subtle and dashing heroic posture in front of the Son Goku and others. Youthful, beautiful, wild, this was the first impression Launch gave. Her curly blonde hair tied a simple red ribbon, tied in a knot at the side ear. Her upper body was only wearing wrapped around the chest of a short green halter top, the lower body was only a cool to the extreme beige hot pants. At the age of 19, Launch's dress fully shows the charm of women. This was the first time they had ever seen a woman in the world. In the face of Launch's cheese almost contemptuous words, Son Goku smiled slightly. Launch, I will surpass you later. Cut the crap, you've been saying this for almost 10 years, and I don't see you achieving it. The blonde Launch laughed disdainfully and wrapped one hand around Son Goku's neck, smashing his head rudely as if bullying his own brother. One day it will come true. Son Goku said stubbornly. Humphrey. Launch's cold gaze swept over Kling's body. With her here, the championship was hers. Little Baldy, you're blocking my view, get out of the way. Krillin was reprimanded by Launch and baffled, then a powerful aura came, suddenly made him had a kind of creepy feeling. His body could not help but move away a few steps. At this time, Launch's eyes swept to the body of Kai-Chi, her lips curled down and walked towards her, the only female she knew in this was Kai-Kai. Goku, this big sister of yours is scary. Krillin's throat was a little dry. He thought it was a beautiful moon season, but he did not expect it to be a thorny rose. Son Goku nodded. Launch is so rude, but she is also sometimes very quiet. The corners of Krillin's mouth twitched a few times, looking at Launch hooked up to Kai-Kai on the side. It was impossible to imagine the look of the woman. Chapter 423 Son Goku's tournament. The time passed little by little, the martial arts tournament continued. After the top 4 contestants were decided, the next one was the semi-finals. The contestants on the stage were Yamcha and Son Goku. With a long leap, Yamcha climbed into the ring of the martial arts tournament. His light and easy movements immediately drew applause from the audience. With a smile on his face, Yamcha said confidently, Son Goku, I will definitely defeat you this time. You know that kid on the stage? Launch squinted, leaning against the wall with her arms wrapped around her. Well, I met him last time when I was looking for the Dragon Balls with Bulma. He's a very powerful master. Son Goku moved his arms and legs, also ready to walk up to the martial arts stage. Launch barred her mouth. His strength is sloppy, but looks very arrogant. Wait a while, I'll teach him a good lesson. Yamcha is strong, but I will win. Smiling confidently, Son Goku flashed and appeared in the ring. At that moment, the host of the martial arts tournament came up with a microphone and gave a brief introduction to both players. After the host finished pronouncing the opening speech, the tournament officially began. Suddenly, the whole venue was quiet. All the audience watched intently, the ring around the preparation of high-definition display. Some of the audience to understand the previous competition, directly on the big screen above the picture. Of course, the masters like Master Roshi, prefer to see the live view, rather than the camera capture. Son Goku, I have not dared to slacken for a moment this year, in order to defeat you here in a dignified manner. The corners of Yamcha's mouth were tinged with a smile, as if paving the way for the upcoming victory. Whether you can defeat me or not, you will only know after the match. Son Goku said confidently. Humphrey. Yamcha snorted coldly, his whole body's attention focused on Son Goku. In the martial arts ring, both Son Goku and Yamcha held their ki. Son Goku's feet straddled back and forth, his body floating slightly downward in an attacking motion, while Yamcha brought out his full strength at the beginning when facing Son Goku. Take it. Yamcha took the lead in attacking, his entire body leaning forward. His fingers hooked up and placed in front of his chest, like a wild wolf in the desert, fiercely impacted over. In a flash, the shadow flashed and appeared in front of Son Goku as fast as the wind. His both hands raised, swiftly smashed down towards Son Goku. Wolf Fang pitching fist ball. Numerous fist shadows flash up, harsh fist wind like a knife blade cut through the air, sounding a whirring vibration. Faced with Yamcha's brazen attack, Son Goku's eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant light, secretly recited a residual shadow fist, and his body continued to shake. The residual fist shadow constantly appear. Yamcha did not expect Son Goku's speed was actually so fast. The previous attack had lost its original ferocity. A smile hooked up the corners of the mouth, and Yamcha also noticed this. His one foot stomped on the ground, gently pointing, the body slid backwards a few dozen meters, and then immediately changed his attack. Ki Blash. A dark red ball of energy appeared in his hand, then with his finger manipulation, constantly attacked towards the Monkey King. Hey! Son Goku grinned, suddenly jumped, the body appeared in the air 7 or 8 meters high. At this time, the manipulation of the Ki bomb also appeared 90-degree turn impact over, Son Goku shouted, and the blue wave of Ki back to the past. Boom! The two Ki waves collided in midair and immediately radiated brilliant light and rampant energy. Huh, that guy named Yamcha is really powerful, my eyes are getting blurry. Krillin's strength was far behind Son Goku and Yamcha, his eyesight gradually couldn't keep up with the battle above the ring. Kai-Chi, what's their situation now? Kai-Kai's pair of white moon-like eyes stared at the match, constantly turning with the silhouettes of the two sides of the battle. Senior brother Goku has the upper hand, a big advantage. Kai-Kai is right. That man named Yamcha is not too bad, I guess, but his ki is already starting to get a little messy. Compared to that, Goku is playing quite normally. Smugly revealing a small smile, Launch laughed out loud, as my little brother, it's not easy to win a match? They're that far apart? Krillin rubbed his eyes and looked carefully, because the power level was only 110, his naked eyes could not see the difference between the two sides. Of course, Goku's ki is so much stronger than his opponent's, how can he not win this kind of match? Launch narrowed her eyes and said with an affirmative face. Of course, Son Goku's strength was already very strong among the Earthlings. 300 power level was stronger than even the old Kami of the Lookout, but in her eyes, it was still not enough to see. Krillin smiled and just rolled his eyes speechlessly. This woman called Launch, although her martial seemed to be very high, looked like a crazy woman. He still preferred to trust Kai-Kai. The match continued, and after about 15 minutes, Yamcha's face began to turn white and his breathing became rapid. Although it was difficult to determine the winner of a martial arts tournament, in the current situation, there was no longer any doubt that Son Goku would win. The next attack, Yamcha was full of strength. It was the most powerful moves, but Son Goku had long been prepared. His body suddenly dived forward, after receiving the opponent's attack, suddenly his 5 fingers squeeze fist, and a fist blast out. The violent power came out from the tip of the fist and landed hard on Yamcha's body. Boom! Yamcha's face showed a horrified look, and his body involuntarily flew backwards out. Yamcha, you have lost. Son Goku's figure appeared out of thin air in front of Yamcha's body, flying close to him at the same speed, then flipped over and kicked down with a flying kick. Yamcha's body instantly smashed diagonally to the outside of the field. Son Goku wins. I actually lost again. Yamcha fell into a dirt pit, looking somewhat incredulous. After a moment of silence, Yamcha stood up without saying a word. Young Master Yamcha. Puar flew over from outside the field. Don't worry, I'm not in trouble. Yamcha took a deep breath and said to Son Goku, it seems my training is still not enough. Son Goku, you are an opponent worth chasing, one day I will defeat you myself. I'll be waiting for you. Son Goku nodded seriously. At that moment, the blonde host in a black suit ran over with a microphone and loudly announced to the audience the results of the match. First match of the semi-finals, congratulations to Son Goku for his victory and advancement to the final. With the host's announcement, a lively cheer erupted from the venue, which was not only for Son Goku, but also for Yamcha. The audience's eyesight was not able to keep up with the battle above the ring. For them, Son Goku and Yamcha were rare experts. Goku win. Bulma jumped up with a bounce and cheered happily. Hey, don't look whose disciple it is, this kid Goku, he's doing really well. In the audience, Master Roshi wore sunglasses, his face was full of smugness. Although he had few disciples in Turtle School, at least 2 disciples won the ranking, and 1 disciple broke into the final. Bulma said, Goku has always been very powerful, okay, And you have nothing to do with it. How can there be no relationship? That is what I taught. Master Roshi looked at Bulma angrily. In fact, for Son Goku, Master Roshi knew that he had nothing to instruct him, but his disciple was able to learn from the blue, for him is the greatest comfort. Chapter 424 I've been around since the beginning. Stop arguing, look. The next person to come up to the ring to fight is a fat guy named Yajirobe, he and that blonde-haired woman. Oolong cleared his throat and pointed to the two people above the ring. Oolong's words made Master Roshi's attention turn to the top of the ring, and when he looked at Yajirobe and Launch above the ring, Master Roshi's expression became serious. Huh, that kid named Yajirobe now shows a surprisingly not at all lower than Goku's ki. Although that blonde beauty is also very powerful, look, whether it can win is difficult to say. Haha, dirty old man, now you're wrong, Launch definitely will not lose to that fatty. Bulma knew Launch since she was a child and could say she knew her details well. She was the disciple of the Kami Kanalita. Even if Bulma didn't know much about the martial arts world anymore, she knew how powerful Kami was. Kami's disciple, how could lose to a fat man? In her mind, Son Goku was already very powerful, but he was no match for Launch. Bulma, you know that blonde beauty, whose disciple is she? Master Roshi asked in surprise. At this moment, he was not trying to know any beautiful woman. Once the Master Roshi got serious, the picture would change. Launch is a disciple of the Kami school, her teacher is that one. Bulma pointed to the sky with her finger, and Master Roshi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This hint could not be more obvious, residing in the sky, in addition to Karin, it was only Kami. Who Bulma said was obviously that female Kami. So she's her disciple. Master Roshi thoughtfully breathed a sigh of relief. This session of the martial arts tournament was really a gathering of dragons, each player was not to be underestimated. The next match was simple, the battle between Yajirobe and Launch was a battle of great strength deviation. Yajirobe was a rare genius on Earth, his strength was no worse than Son Goku, but his opponent was too strong. Launch's age was only 4 or 5 years older than Yajirobe, but she had been trained by Kanalita since childhood. She came and went from the lookout as it was her home, not to mention she went on a training trip with Broly to the outer planets. Such experience was enough to raise her strength to an extremely high level. So the result of the match was that Launch won. After about 10 minutes of rest, the finals of the martial arts tournament under the sky began in the attention of the crowd. Son Goku appeared in the ring with a stomp, and the sound of cheering from Kaichu, Krillin and others rang out behind him. In the audience, Bulma also loudly cheered for Son Goku. At this time, the blonde Launch's body lightly floating up, landing on the venue very pulling, little Goku, this time over I also received instructions from Angine, she asked me to take good care of you But I'm not very good at taking care of people, I thought about it, I think I should get you a meal. The shy look of the Saiyan's ability to resist blows was great. After each blow, the physical quality would improve, and Launch knew that she could not take care of her brother, so she beat him up to improve his strength. Stopped? Was there such a care? Krillin rolled his eyes, his breath almost did not come up. Although he didn't know which Angine was, he supposed it should be Goku's elders. They asked her to take care of Goku? How did it become a beating here? Sure enough, this woman was too unreasonable, they were still far away from her. Which one is the Angine she is talking about? Krillin asked in a small voice. Kai replied, that's Brother Goku's mother. Krillin. The match soon began. Because as a child often taught by Launch, Son Goku knew the power of Launch extremely well, and his face became extra serious. Launch, I'll let you see the results of my practice. Launch waved her hand, do not show off. With your current power level, I just let you have one hand, you cannot beat me. I also have some understanding of the Saiyans, I know that you are particularly able to take a beating. Maybe if you let me play a few more times, the power level will brush up. Son Goku's thinking was a little unable to keep up with Launch's ideas, looking at Launch's clean face with a cold smile, his heart could not help but shiver. Bang, with a gong sound, Son Goku and Launch stationed on the two sides of the martial arts stage. After a few moments of staring, Son Goku and Launch broke out in a fierce exchange of blows. The first to attack was the Son Goku, his body leaned forward, countless residual shadows in a series, and then rushed Launch. The two sides attacked each other continuously, and in a few moments, the ring was filled with residual shadows and fist shadows. The sound of ping-pong echoes in the ears, because the move of both sides was too fast, even professional martial artists were rarely able to keep up with their speed. Thus, many movements had exceeded the limits of the ordinary human eye to capture, and could only rely on high-tech equipment to slow down, to be able to see on the display screen. Good. So fast. Oolong looked dazzled. Goku, this kid, actually can each other to fight to this extent. Master Roshi said gruffly. Gaku, go. Beat launch. Bulma shouted with a fist swing. A punch, a kick. Rumble. Ki wave rushed out of brilliant light, airwaves like a storm swept in all directions, the actual fight, bringing the audience a kind of hearty feeling. Oh. Son Goku and launched a confrontation. The slabs under their feet broke down suddenly. The powerful strength went deep into the ground, causing the broken stone to splash out. A whirlwind erupted from the place where they hit each other, blowing up a gust of wind. So powerful, so this is the real power of Goku. Krillin looked on with excitement on his face. Kai stared, having lost track of their movements. I rarely see sister launch strike, I did not expect her to be so powerful. Kai lamented. Yan Shinhan, who was standing next to him, became dignified, and Kyatsu snorted. Yan Shinhan said, the woman has never shown real strength before. If the previous competition directly uses full strength, I am afraid that even the move will be connected. Not coming down. Yajirobe held his stomach and said, I heard grandfather talk about her. That woman is the disciple of Kami. Gillo had practiced in the lookout for a long time, to say the least. He was a generation higher than Kanalita, and it was from Gillo that Yajirobe had heard about launch. Surprisingly, she is the disciple of the Kami, then it is no wonder that it has such strength. Yan Shinhan dawned on him, the purpose of his training in Karin Tower was to ascend to the lookout. Since the woman in front of him was the disciple of the Kami, then she must have received more advanced training, and it was reasonable to say that her strength was stronger than his. I wonder how long Brother Gaku will be able to hold on, Kai murmured softly. Son Goku's power level is only more than 300 points, while Launch's power level is several times that of his, so from the beginning she did not take the competition seriously. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in several people's ears. Kai turned her head at the sound, and saw a handsome-looking youth standing beside her at some point. This youth completely blended with the surrounding aura, and if it wasn't for the other party's voice, they wouldn't have felt it at all. Uncle Maiyang, when did you come? Kai called out in surprise. Maiyang was Son Goku's best friend, and Kai had often seen Maiyang when she was at the Mount Peizo. Kai was also surprised that Maiyang would actually appear at the scene of the martial arts tournament, because a figure like him, who was so divinely invisible, was usually rarely on Earth. I was there at the very beginning of the competition. Maiyang calmly watched the match. Launch is too strong than Son Goku, but it was an exercise for Son Goku. Who was this person? Krillin saw that Kai was familiar with the other party and couldn't help but guess his identity. Wait a minute. At this time, Yajirobe rubbed his eyes and looked at Maiyang incredulously. Could you be Mr. Maiyang? I am. Maiyang smiled lightly and looked at the little fatty in front of him. You are Yajirobe, Gillo's adopted son, right? I have heard about it from others. After this martial arts tournament is over, you can go to the lookout to train for a while. Ah, it's my honor. Yajirobe spoke with a trembling voice, with a flattered look. Maiyang? I think I've heard that name somewhere. Krillin puzzled. Kai glared at him. Idiot, Uncle Maiyang is the god of martial arts, you don't even know this. The god of martial arts? Krillin's head was down for a while, and then he looked at Maiyang's breezy look and was completely stunned. The god of martial arts actually appeared in front of him. This was the most legendary figure on Earth. Chapter 425 Finals. Lord Maiyang, you. Hello. Krillin stuttered and excited, and he never thought that he could see the legendary god of martial arts one day. Well, watch the game carefully. You can't try to learn the sensation of the breath. This is the practice of the Pantheon. A pair of bright star-like eyes swept Krillin and the others. Maiyang smiled faintly and his eyes once again turned to the ring's competition. Krillin and the others were considered fledglings nowadays, but they were far from the point where he would pay attention to them. Yes. Krillin immediately straightened up and excitedly responded. The god of martial arts was going to instruct them. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Krillin widened his eyes, watching Son Goku and Launch's movements with extra seriousness. Even if his eyesight could not keep up, he also aimed dead on top of the ring and sensed in accordance with the key. However, Krillin's strength was really poor. In addition to a few blurred images, he simply could not see Son Goku and Launch's movements. Compared to the difficulties of Krillin, Gen Shinhan, Yajirobe, Yamcha and others to respond much easier, vaguely they had been able to sense the Son Goku and Launch's movements, which opened a new door for their martial arts practice. As Maiyang said, the sense of the key could only be learned in the lookout. Daddy. A soft body directly pounced towards Maiyang. Maiyang smoothly picked her up and hugged her in his arms. Amelia raised her head, fluttering a pair of bright crystal eyes. Daddy, how come you're the only one? Where's Mommy? Maiyang smiled, picked up Amelia, and said, your mother and the girls are at Uncle's place. It's been a long time. Amelia has grown taller. Who did you come with this time? He, brother, Lazuli, Lapis, Ant. Many people. Amelia counted her fingers one by one, and Maayang listened with a smile. In fact, he knew Cypriel and Nick were in the audience. Holding Amelia towards the audience, Maayang saw Cypriel and Nick in the crowd, and a few people standing not far from them were Master Roshi, Bulma and Dulong. In the sky, there were a few figures floating high above, Mukita holding Lazuli, and a teenager next to him carrying Lapis. That teenager was not tall, but the body was robust. It was Brawly. As even Launch has come to the martial arts tournament, as Launch's follower, how could Brawly not come? Maayang nodded slightly towards Brawly. A stream of light flashed in Brawly's eyes, his body moved, a shadow flickered and appeared in front of Maayang's heels. The whole process was silent, the audience and staff at the scene did not notice. Father. Brawly addressed politely. Maayang looked Brawly up and down, and hit a fist on his chest. A trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Brawly, you've done well out there all these years, your power level has reached 120,000. In the future, you should participate in more battles of the God Mu forces, and follow Launch outside less often to fool around. Brawly showed an innocent smile. Actually, Launch is more playful, I think these days are fun. Whatever you want, remember not to leave martial arts behind. In addition to not transforming, Brawly's strength was now considered second to none in the universe. As long as he didn't neglect to exercise like the original Son Gohan, wasting his great qualifications, Maayang would not interfere in his daily life. Lord Maayang, which is this little brother? Tian Shinhan and Yojiro didn't know when Brawly appeared. Their eyes looked toward Brawly and immediately felt a powerful pressure sweeping toward them, such as 1,000 pounds pressed body, even if far away from a distance, forehead still emerged crystal sweat silk. This was a master they cooled, and Tian Shinhan and others' pupils tightened, revealing an incredulous look. Although Brawly did not deliberately reveal the energy in his body, the invisible emanation of a violent aura like a deep sea with hidden waves, it was too much for them to bear. He is my adopted son Brawly, you do not need to care about him. So it is the adopted son of the Lord. He is really too strong. Tian Shinhan's face turned white, intimidated by Brawly's power. This teenager looked a few years younger than himself, but his strength was frighteningly strong. Even the two people competing in the ring at this time, perhaps not as strong as him. For some reason, Tian Shinhan suddenly compared Son Goku, Launch and Brawly, and his heart could not help but feel a sense of frustration. It turned out that he was not the best of the young people, there were many people stronger than him, but soon Tian Shinhan's face became resolute, and regained confidence. On one side, Yamcha looked somewhat lost in thought, his feet trembling. Already oppressed by the powerful aura emanating from Brawly, compared with them, he was really far from them. This adopted son of Lord Maayang is about the same age as Son Goku, but the power is far greater than those of us. This is the result of the guidance of a high person. Yamcha stared at his eyebrows. Teacher First once said that the god of martial arts was the best martial artist on earth, if you can get his guidance. Then shook his head down and dispelled this impractical idea. The god of martial arts, Maayang, rarely accepts disciples, and the only one on record was a female disciple, and that female disciple was now a kami of earth. I don't ask to be able to become a disciple of Lord Maayang. As long as I can get the personal guidance of the kami, I might be able to surpass them. A strong desire suddenly arose in Yamcha's heart. His next step was to climb the divine hall and get the guidance of the kami so that he could have the possibility to go further. Maayang looked at the change of several people's faces in his eyes and nodded lightly. Oh, the competition up there is about to end. The line of sight turned to the match, and Maayang hooked the corners of his mouth to reveal a smile. Yejiro, Jen Shinhan, and others have come back from their own thoughts. In the ring, the battle between Son Goku and Launch had reached the end. In fact, Son Goku's current power was not a match for Launch at all. Perhaps it was really by Jin's instructions. Launch's strength was very proportional, both to give Son Goku a certain grind, but not really hurt him. Launch, just use my last move as the decisive blow. Son Goku stood on the pockmarked martial arts ring, a large field with hardly any intact stone slabs, covered with winding cracks everywhere. Launch's face was full of cold smile. She lifted the golden hair, a pair of turquoise eyes shining up beautiful luster. I stand still for you to fight, can hurt me a hair to count you win. Don't look down on me. Son Goku stubbornly roared, suddenly the soles of the feet lightly. His body quickly leapt to tens of meters high in the air, steep, an extremely strong pressure from Son Goku's body emerged. Both hands raised high, and then closed together, ready to release the most powerful move. In the audience, Master Roshi held down his sunglasses to watch Son Goku's movements, thinking, is Goku going to release Kamehameha? But with the nature of the energy of the Kamehameha, I'm afraid it can't hurt the other side. The next second, Master Roshi saw Son Goku very solemnly inhaled a breath, hands gathered, The fingers of both hands together into a triangle, the violent energy was compressed between the tiny palms. No, this is not Kamehameha. Looking carefully at Son Goku's movements, Master Roshi's face showed disbelief. That move. Could it be that Gohan imparted to him? Chapter 426. After the tournament below, Launch cocked her head to look at the sky. A blinding light gathered between Son Goku's palms, so that she could not open her eyes a little. As more and more energy gathered in Son Goku's body, that energy was getting stronger and stronger, gradually producing a breathless sense of ki. Launch barred her mouth. Her heart suddenly had a trace of unease at this time. In the rest area, Ma-Yang gently nodded, said to Broly, "Launch, that girl is powerful. You see Son Goku's move. This move is called Spirit Bomb, belongs to the accumulation type of moves. When he will accumulate energy to the limit, the power will be several times of their own combat power. But there are disadvantages. This kind of high-intensity moves is not the usual burden on the body. Dragon Ball warriors developed a lot of moves, such as the late development of Son Goku's Kamehameha, Tien Shinhan's Ki Blast, Kun's Ki Blast, Piccolo's Explosive Demon Wave, were able to play out the body's power level several times the power of the terrible moves. However, these moves had a drawback, which was that the pre-brewing time was relatively long. Launch was in the state of blonde hair, her character and Saiyan were very similar, lawless and extremely conceited. Since she gave Son Goku enough time to brew, then the next he would have to suffer her to eat. "Launch, my moves are ready, then see." Son Goku grinned as his body took on a huge burden. Ki Blast, the equivalent of a weakened version of Kaioken and Heavenly God Fist. "Humphrey, kid, how can I be afraid of you?" Launch was not timid at all, holding his head high and proudly yelling. In an instant, a furious whirlwind was blowing around the two of them, and a powerful storm swept across the field, bringing up a mess of sand and dust that made people caress their hands to protect their eyes and press their hats on their heads. Ki Blast. Son Goku shouted and pushed the powerful attack in his hand forward, and the white Ki-Gong cannon blasted downward with force. "Block it for me." Launch held up her hands and formed a light blue protective net above her head. Rumble. The sky shook and the earth moved, sand and rocks flew away, the gloriously shining Ki wave instantly illuminated the whole venue, a huge mushroom cloud rose, the blinding light made people have to close their eyes. A roar pierced the eardrums and nearly made people deaf. What a horrible move. Tien Shinhan raised his arm to block the wild storm, shocked expression emerged on his face. Son Goku's strength is surprisingly so strong. If I want to surpass him, I must pay more hard work. Yamaha clenched his fist hard. Krillin gulped, he was too shocked to speak. As for the other slightly weaker martial artists who were even more unbearable, they had long been blown to pieces by the fierce wind and prostrated on the ground in a state of distress. Kai, on the other hand, because of her proximity to Ma-Yang, all the whirlwinds that blew over were blocked by a wall of air just a few meters away from her. Gradually, the smoke dissipated. Son Goku panting floating in midair, the body has been overwhelmed. Below, Launch was also a mess. Her golden hair was very messy, her face was also a face of dirt, the cool dress code was covered with dust. She was looking up at Son Goku and gnashing her teeth. In her surroundings, nearly 100 meters long and wide martial arts ring had all disappeared, showing a four-sided deep pit of unknown depth. Only the feet under which Launch stood, there is still a stone pillar like a stalagmite that may collapse at any time. "It's me who lost." Son Goku fluttered and fell from the sky, speaking in a very weak voice. "You brat, I almost fell into your path." Launch's face was a little ugly, obviously several times stronger than the other party. Just now she actually almost lost. She should have known that she should not have given him such a long preparation time. He. Son Goku laughed, landed in the rest area, and then directly collapsed on the ground. "Senior brother." Kai went straight up and helped him up. "Goku." Bulma called out worriedly. "Don't worry, he just used up all his strength, he will be fine after resting for a while." Master Roshi knew well the characteristics of the Ki Blast move and reassured Bulma. "That's good." Bulma then quieted down, only her face was still full of concern. At this time, the host carefully walked to the edge of the ring, poked his head out to look at the martial arts ring a few meters deep, his voice trembled and said, "Here I announce the results of the 21 martial arts tournament. Congratulations to player Launch, she won the champion of this year's competition. Contestant Son Goku won the runner-up of the competition. Let's give our applause to all the contestants." As the results of the competition were announced, the whole room roared, and everyone cheered enthusiastically. Crackling applause and cheers kept rising and falling. They were able to enjoy such a wonderful competition, they were considered to have made the trip. After a pause, when the applause subsided a little, the blonde host continued, "In addition, next I have an announcement to make. The number of participants in previous martial arts tournaments is calculated by the organizers of the tournament, as well as coinciding with the opening of the martial arts era of 40 years. Starting from the current tournament, the martial arts tournament will be changed to once every 3 years. The venue for the next tournament has been decided to be set at Papaya Island, so please don't miss out on the participants as well as the audience at that time. In addition, the DVD video material of this year's competition will be released at a later date, so please look forward to it. The blonde host grandly announced the future plans for the martial arts tournament and the location of the next one, taking the opportunity to advertise the DVD release as well. In fact, in order to encourage the cause of martial arts on Earth, all the players who entered the top 32 of the tournament were able to receive a substantial amount of prize money, but compared to the championship, these prizes were much smaller. In an open-air restaurant during the post-great tournament gathering. Ha 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 ha, look, it turns out that besides robbing, I can also make money. To show those people who talk about me all day long. Although this money was as much as a penny compared to what she usually gets from robbery, it was a reward that she has gained in earnest. In fact, with Launch's family, her life should have been very prosperous. Her mother, Landy, ran a chain restaurant in Azure Mountain City, and was also the rich among the rich. But she just liked the excitement and thrill of the robbery. Launch's character hasn't changed at all. With the two little ones, Mukyu and Amelia, hanging on his body, Ma-Yang said to Brawly with a light smile. Brawly plainly smiled. Launch is such a character that cannot change. The blonde Launch was rough, wild, greedy for money, while blue-haired Lancy was gentle, innocent, hardworking, like her very different character. In the Dragon Ball world, she was also considered a strange woman. To Launch and Brawly were feeling very good. Chapter 427 Launch's two states crackling, the sound of bowls and plates colliding. Son Goku took a dinner plate and poured it into his mouth. Sister Launch, you have earned so much money. Treat me for dinner. Do you think my money is a big wind blowing? This is the proceeds of my labor. If I buy you dinner, I spend all this money is not enough. Looking at Kai and Bulma sitting to the left and right of Son Goku, Launch said, the two little girls next to you are richer than me, you can ask them for it. Then it's better to forget it. Son Goku took a big bite, grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, then his face turned red and he choked on a bite. Bulma hurriedly picked up a glass of water and handed it over. Eat slowly. First drink some water. Son Goku gurgled after drinking water. Ah, much more comfortable. Kai picked up the delicious food to send over. Brother, this roast oven pig is very good. Oolong sat far away, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I told you not to order pork. After drinking and eating, Son Goku went back to rest under the care of Kai and Bulma, and the other people at the table, Krillin, Tian Shinhan, Gyatso, Ye Jirobe, Yamcha and others picked up the drinks and walked to Ma-Yang's side. Lord Ma-Yang, can you give us some pointers on our next practice? Tian Shinhan said expectantly. Krillin, Yamaha and the others also looked over expectantly. Ma-Yang took a small drink and said, I can't talk about guidance, but I can give you some advice. After thinking a little, he said, among you, Tian Shinhan, Gyatso, Yajirobe, Yamcha, your strength is already considered outstanding among the young generation of martial artists on Earth, especially Tian Shinhan and Gyatso, you have been trained by Mortal Karin. Yamcha and Yajirobe are not bad, your teachers are my acquaintances and strong, so I suggest that you take the next step directly to the lookout for training. After completing the lookout training, someone will naturally arrange the next step for you. As for Krillin, your strength is a little bit worse. When the time comes, you can go with Kai to challenge Karin Tower. Ma-Yang gave a few pointers to several people's future cultivation. Tian Shinhan and others nodded with a grateful face, also think this is the best plan. Thank you, Mr. Ma-Yang. Tian Shinhan, Yamaha and others said in unison. Ma-Yang waved his hand. For these Dragon Ball warriors in the original story, he gave high expectations. Compared with the original environment, now the Earth's martial arts atmosphere was more intense, and there was more room for training. After training in Karin Tower, they could go to the lookout. After the lookout training, they could also go to the outer planets for training, so it could be said that the training environment was much better than the original. Ma-Yang was looking forward on which step Tian Shinhan and other people in such an environment could eventually grow. Thinking here, Ma-Yang looked at the blonde Launch. At this time she held her table of bonuses, living like a miser, didn't know how many times she counted the bill. Launch, I have one thing to ask you. Ma-Yang said coldly. What is it? I need to draw a tube of your blood for April to study. Draw my blood for what? Launch froze. To determine something. Ma-Yang's gaze became far-reaching. He needed to determine whether the Earthlings had any relationship with the planet Solaceans, and among them, Launch was a key figure. Launch's physical characteristics were magical. With just a sneeze, she was able to change her hair color, pupil color, and personality, and it just so happened that the blonde launch's personality resembled that of a Super Saiyan, and even the form of power enhancement was also very similar. In the original, the blue-haired Lancey could be said to be the power of the hand. Once turned into a blonde launch, even Krillin and Master Roshi had to fear her. Although the reason was with the help of guns, it could be seen that the blonde launch was more than a little stronger than the blue-haired Lancey. If the Earthlings were really related to the Saiyans, and for some reason suppressed the S cells, then Launch was a natural Super Saiyan. The genes were dominant. "Oh, not a big deal. If you want blood, just take it," Launch said with a big grin. "The amount of blood I want is a bit much." "How much?" Launch frowned a little, feeling that something is not right. Maayang shook his head. "There's no rush. You should eat something first, eat more." Turning his head to look at Cypriel, she was also engaged in research like April, and was able to cope with the blood draw. Cypriel, later help draw some blood for Launch. "Leave it to me, brother-in-law." Cypriel agreed with a smile. After the dinner, Tianqian and others returned to their rooms. Starting tomorrow they would set out on a brand new path of training. While Krillin said goodbye to Maayang, he also returned to the room with Master Roshi. At this time, Maayang took Launch to Cypriel's room and took out a very exaggerated-looking syringe. It wasn't as big as the one April took out to smoke Milif, it wasn't much smaller. Launch looked at the tube of scary syringe, shivered and shivered. "Uncle, you're not going to use that thing to draw my blood." Launch's cheeks immediately lost their color and shook her head. "No, I'll die if you draw that much blood." "Don't worry, I have Senzubans here, hold one in your mouth." Launch turquoise eyes bubbling fog, looking pitifully at Brawly. Only Brawly could not help at this point. "Or, you'd better knock me out, I get sick with needles." "Up to you." With a snap, Maayang ghostly appeared behind Launch, a hand knife landed on her neck, and Launch's body went limp and she directly fainted on the ground. Maayang said to Brawly, "Still not take care of your young lady, help her to the bed." "Oh." Brawly responded and picked up Launch from the floor and put her on the bed. "Brother-in-law, you're being too cruel." Cypriel watched dumbfounded, even she was shocked by that syringe. Maayang said righteously, "This is for the future of the Earth. If it is determined, maybe the Earthlings can soar to the sky." He then took out a set of cryogenic preservation device invented by April, put it into this device for preservation after drawing blood later. Cypriel nodded. In the end, she was also a researcher. Cypriel's literacy was also extremely good, quickly finished drawing blood for Launch, and then cleaned her skin. Next, Launch Golden's beautiful hair shook a few times beside her nostrils, and slammed. The blonde Launch sneezed, and the hair color and the pupil color turned dark. Cypriel, in this state, get a tube of blood from Launch. To determine if Launch was a mutation, or an Earthling who had broken some sort of limit, they needed to study the blood in both states. Chapter 428 Their Own Way. What's happening to me? The dark blue-haired Lancey opened her eyes in confusion and found herself sitting on the bed, while next to her stood Brawly, and Cypriel. Maayang said, "Lancey, we are going to collect the blood from your body now, cooperate." "Oh." Blue-haired Lancey had not yet figured out what was going on, but with her gentle personality she was very cooperative with others' actions, and since it was Maayang's request, she did as she was told. Only when she saw the syringe in Cypriel's hand, a few hints of fear showed on her face without realizing it. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine soon." The attitude of treating people varies from person to person. For the blue-haired Lancey Maayang's attitude was not as tough as when facing the blonde Launch before. "Then let's begin." The blue-haired Lancey closed her eyes, and one small hand clenched her fist and trembled uncontrollably. Cypriel grabbed Lancey's hand, found a more obvious vein, inserted the syringe into it, and when the blood had been drawn, Maayang once again took out a sensepin for Lancey to take. "Brother-in-law, these tubes of blood have been prepared." Cypriel closed the cryopreservation device with the blood, and Maayang nodded. He waved his arm and put the whole cryopreservation device into the acceleration world. The blood was probably enough for April to study the genetic components in it. Turning his head to think of something, Maayang said to Brawly, "By the way, you have not returned to Earth for a long time, later take Lancey out for a walk, and just buy back when you see something fun and delicious." Lancey was considered to have contributed to April's research, so he let Brawly take her out to have a good time. "Okay." Brawly nodded, then took Lancey directly towards the night market. Daddy, I'm going to." Mukyu and Emilian hung on Maayang's lap and pouted. Muyang stroked their heads and smiled, "Okay, I'll take you guys out to have a good time." "Wow, great." When they got the news that they could go out to play, the two children immediately cheered happily. Maayang told them to wait for a while he teleported to Planet Solid to give the sample with Lancey's blood to April. When he came back, he found that Mukyu and Amelia were cheerfully chatting with Lazuli and her siblings. Next, Maayang took the 4 children on a tour of the place where the martial arts meeting was held. The night scene here was very beautiful, with colorful neon colors hanging all over the branches of the trees, and the tall buildings also showed a glorious golden scene. Because the world's first martial arts meeting was held, the whole street was crowded with people, and the whole city was bustling with activity. Lazuli, this marshmallow is for you. Mukyu flew over from afar with cotton candy in both hands. Hee, thank you sister. Mukyu's small face was bitter. Don't call me sister, you can call me brother. Lazuli cocked her head. Why can't I call my sister, you obviously so beautiful. More than 5 years old, she probably didn't know the difference between boys and girls. Mukyu looked like Amelia in general, he was very cute and adorable. I am a boy, if you call me wrong, I won't play with you in the future. No, then I'll call you brother. Lazuli shook her hand anxiously. Brother, what are you talking to sister Lazuli, is there something delicious? Oh, you won't even give me the cotton candy. Seeing the cotton candy in Lazuli's hand, Amelia immediately puffed up her mouth unhappily and clamored to eat it too. Ha ha, these kids seem to get along well. Maayang walked behind and said to Cypriel with a smile. Probably because of the same age. Cypriel and Nick laughed. Although the population on the island where the couple lived was large, there were not many children of the same age as Lazuli, and children need playmates of the same age. When they looked at Mukyu and Amelia, they could not help but think whether they should send Lazuli to the Great Azure Mountain for further education, which would strengthen the physical fitness of the 2 children and also allow them to be with Mukyu and the others. Once such an idea was told to Maayang, he naturally agreed. It should be known that Lazuli and Lapis in the original was the android 18 and 17. Although the opportunity to become android was not known in this life, their basic qualities must be excellent. With martial arts training, they could start faster than ordinary disciples. A few adults discussed the matter and settled it. After waiting for a few days, Cypriel would send the 2 children to the Great Azure Mountain. The next day, the visitors of the martial arts tournament under the sky began to gradually disperse. Tian Shinhan, Yojiro, and others had also found their next stage goal. After saying goodbye to Son Goku, a few of them began to leave. Son Goku, 3 years later I will definitely beat you. Yamaha said seriously, clenching his fist. Son Goku said, I'll wait for you, but you have to work hard, and I'll work out seriously for the next 3 years. We'll see. Leaving such a fierce words, the corner of Yamka's mouth hooked up a smile. He then waved towards the servant Puar, then directly into a stream of light towards the sky. 3 years later, see you again. That teenager is also a good seedling to practice in Turtle School, it's a pity that I don't have anything to teach him. Master Roshi had a face of regret. If he met Yamka a few years earlier, he might have been happy to take the other party as a disciple, but now with his strength, there was nothing left to teach. When he saw Son Gohan next time, he would have a good talk with him to see if he could get Yamka income to Turtle School. Next, Master Roshi's several disciples would also have to go out independently to practice. Kai and Krillin would not be able to challenge Karin Tower because of their strength, and Son Goku would go there alone because of the strength. Master Roshi, we also have to go. Son Goku said goodbye to the Master Roshi. Master Roshi nodded. Son Goku, Kaichi, the next path is up to you to walk on your own. There is still a long road ahead, don't slack off in any way. I know. Son Goku nodded his head forcefully. Senior brother, where do you plan to go? Kai's pair of beautiful star-like eyes gazed at Son Goku, with reluctance revealed in her eyes. Son Goku rubbed his head with a smile and said seriously, I'm going to the 5 Mount Elements, where is the territory of Antianan. Teacher Gohan said that I should go there to cultivate when I have enough strength. Then you take care of yourself, senior brother. Kai reluctantly said goodbye to Son Goku. Compared to the shyness of Kaichi, Bulma was much more generous. She directly went forward and hugged Son Goku into her arms, perhaps because she had figured out something after being reminded by Oolong earlier. She had other thoughts about Son Goku. Goku, in the future, come often to the West City to play with me. She kissed Son Goku's forehead, and then shook her hand and retreated to the side. Bulma's bold appearance was also scared everyone. Oolong and Master Roshi looked envious. A few people said goodbye, each towards a different direction. Kai and Krillin would go to Karin Tower. Because it was Bulma's end of the holiday, she also needed to return to the West City for school. Everyone, see you in 3 years. Son Goku invoked Flying Nimbus, shouted, swooshed towards the west, leaving a faint golden light shadow in the sky. Maayang quietly watched everyone leave, and finally when only a few people left, her waved his hand towards Cypriel, we also have to go. then used instant transmission to take everyone to the Great Azure Mountain. Chapter 429 Great Demon King Piccolo Time rushes, the years were like a shuttle. After the end of the martial arts tournament, Son Goku and others have embarked on their own training path, and 3 years had passed in a flash. These 3 years, the Earth could be said to be calm, but after martial arts tournament ended more than a month later, the 21 martial arts tournament DVD released. There was a martial arts frenzy around the world. The millionaire generation was added to the training army after watching the DVD. The martial arts tournament was like a stimulant, giving a timely injection of vitality to the martial arts community on Earth every time the martial arts fever was about to subside, keeping the enthusiasm for martial arts alive. In addition to those martial artists on Earth, the original Dragon Ball warriors were also getting stronger. Krillin and Kai spent more than a year to complete the training of Karin on Karin Tower, and then arrived at the lookout with Karin's bell and passed Mr. Popo's test. Next, together with Tian Shinhan and Yojiro, train under the development of Mr. Popo. The training at the lookout was much tougher than in the lower realm, and almost every day was exhausting, but the rewards were equally great. The martial arts above the lookout were so profound that these martial artists, who were determined to climb to greater heights, were filled with a sea of knowledge every day and enjoy themselves. Speaking of which, the martial artists on the lookout were only qualified to receive instruction from Canalita after passing Mr. Popo's training, so it could be seen how much of a bargain launch was taking. Kami-Ken was the first move that Canalita taught to Tian Shinhan and others. This move evolved from the Keiō-Ken. Although the power after performing it was not as dominant as Keiō-Ken, it was precisely the most suitable for the Earth's physique. Properly executed, it could be executed with more effective power than Keiō-Ken. The benefit from the Kami-Ken, in addition to the Tian Shinhan and Yamka's power level that constantly improving, the physique was also constantly strengthening. If other factors wasn't considered, these people had been stronger than Son Goku 3 years ago when they fully exerted their power level. Each of them had more than 300 power level. Together with the Kami-Ken, roughly 700 power level could be played. Of course, in term of become stronger in addition to Tian Shinhan and others, Son Goku was also becoming stronger. In 5 Mount Elements, Anning's doppelganger sitting next to the smoking hot furnace of 8 divisions. In the cloudy wall of air, a teenager sitting with his eyes closed like an old monk in meditation, his clothes were soaked with water vapor, sweat dripping from the tips of his hair. Compared with 3 years ago, Son Goku's height had only grown a little bit, obviously almost 18 years old, but he was still looked like a kid. However, according to Saiyan's growth stage, Son Goku will soon enter the youth period. And when will Goku be able to end his training? A pretty girl with lavender hair dragged her chin to sit on a small bench, looking idly at the smoky front. It should be soon. Anan released a key wave under the furnace of 8 divisions, and the furnace water temperature. Bulma, shouldn't you be going to school now? Why are you still here? What school? Those things taught in school I learned a long time ago. Instead of wasting time, it is better to accompany Goku. Bulma nuzzled her lips, a look of righteousness. TCH, girl, you have bad intentions. Goku is still so young, you are eyeing him. Are you afraid that someone will steal him? Her disciple was very popular, and Anan's face was full of joy. She couldn't help but joke to Bulma. Anan's words made Bulma bursted with embarrassment, and her face rose flying haze. Goku is only a year younger than me, he is not young. Besides, if I do not step up, what happen in case someone really snatched him away? TSK, you're talking about Kai? That's her. Bulma blinked her eyes. Her best sister, Kai-Chi, was Goku's junior sister. The two had grown up together as children, and she was doing this to be the first to take the initiative. She was such a straightforward person. Since she understands her heart, then of course she had to take the initiative. If it were not for the fact that Son Goku was still particularly small, Bulma might even be able to do the reverse push thing. TSK, Goku will have trouble in the future. Anan gloated. One was a childhood friend's sister, one was a young lady who grew up together. It would be a trouble to choose one. Son Goku practice was completed. Sovereign in water vapor, he appeared in front of Bulma and Anan. He then pushed the energy in the body, and the clothing in his body scattered into cloth. This was when Bulma hurriedly took out a towel and a new martial arts uniform to him and handed it over, as if a little wife that wiped his water stains. He, second lady of the Capsule Corporation, gave service to people. Not many people in this world could afford to enjoy it. Bulma, is Papaya Island far from here? Son Goku asked. It's quite far, the plane takes more than a day to fly. Bulma squatted down to take a towel and carefully wipe the Son Goku's hair. At this time, Son Goku was still far from Bulma's height, so he looked like a child. In a few days is the martial arts tournament. Let's go over together, everyone must have been looking forward to it for a long time. Sure. Bulma responded with a smile, and then took out a large push of prepared food from the universal glue bag. The 22 martial arts tournament needed no elaboration. Naturally it was another dragon fight, because there were Son Goku, Gen Shinhan, Yajirobe, and Yanka, the previous competition's strongest participant. The competition from the beginning made people very much look forward to. The organizers of the conference were working hard to promote it. Because this time Launch did not participate in the competition, so the champion was basically in these people produced. On the other side, in a dense primeval forest, a vast sea of trees was neatly arranged as if it had been arranged. Above the sea of trees, a large semi-open flying machine floated a few hundred meters above. The huge airship blocked the sunlight, and a shadow was projected on top of the forest. In the airship, a white as if on a seat made of bone. Great Demon King Piccolo's pale body leaning on the seat, due to very old. Great Demon King Piccolo's face was full of wrinkles. His voice was very weak, and the muscles of his body were not as strong as when he was young. Emperor Pilaf, you are saying that as long as you collect all 7 scattered Dragon Balls, you can summon Shenron and fulfill any of the king's wishes? Great Demon King Piccolo picked up a Dragon Ball and surveyed it, his eyes full of doubt. Emperor Pilaf and his 2 subordinates, Shu and Mai, were kneeling on the ground respectfully at this time. Emperor Pilaf touched his palm, looking like a cunning businessman. It is indeed true, the rumor of the Dragon Balls has long been spread above the earth, absolutely true. Speaking of this, Emperor Pilaf said hateful, a few years ago, my 2 subordinates and I almost collected all 7 Dragon Balls, but a few despicable martial artists stole the opportunity. Martial artists? Great Demon King Piccolo snorted in disdain. What great martial artists are there in this day and age? They're just some people who deceive the world and steal its name. When this king ruled the world more than 300 years ago, those martial artists were just fish in the king's hands. As soon as the king regained his youth, he would be able to crush them with one hand. Emperor Pilaf smiled with great joy and fell on the ground with all 5 bodies. Please Great Demon King Piccolo, do it for us. The one who snatched the Dragon Balls back then is called Son Goku, a very bad martial artist. Every time Son Goku was mentioned, Emperor Pilaf gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Son Goku, Pilaf would have collected all the Dragon Balls and ruled the world. Why would he need the power of Great Demon King Piccolo? To be honest, under Great Demon King Piccolo, he was in fear to work, and this was not a good feeling. Maybe releasing Great Demon King Piccolo was not the right choice. As long as you honestly collect the Dragon Balls for the king will not be missing out on your benefits. Great Demon King Piccolo said with a calm face, as if killing a martial artist was as easy as crushing an ant. Thank you, Lord Great Demon King Piccolo. Great Demon King Piccolo nodded his head and said to his subordinate next to him, Tambourine, go kill all the martial artists in this world, pay attention to the one named Son Goku, and collect the Dragon Balls back if you see them. Please don't worry Great Demon King Piccolo. He winged green-skinned demon Tambourine nodded with a cold smile. He spread his wings and flew out of the open airship, aiming at none other than Papaya Island, the venue of the 22 martial arts tournament. Chapter 430 Son Goku, I finally found you. Swoosh. A blistering wind sliced through the sky, rolling up a long tail stream behind it. Tambourine sprinted all the way, flapping his wings, towards Papaya Island, the place where the martial arts tournament was held. Hey, according to those weak people around the Great Demon King Piccolo, that kid named Son Goku will definitely go to the so-called martial arts tournament, and when I kill him, I can eradicate those martial artists for the Great Demon King Piccolo in the process, and the whole world will enter the rule of the Great Demon King Piccolo. Tambourine held in his hand the paper with the word devil printed on it, estimating how to spill the fear of the Great Demon King Piccolo to the human world better. Hey, there are actually martial arts schools in the city below. It seems that this era attaches great importance to the martial arts. There is no hurry, wait to kill Son Goku to get the list of participants in the martial arts meeting. I will kill them one by one. With a plan in mind, Tambourine flapped his wings and headed towards Papaya Island at a faster speed. Along the way over the mountains and canyons, he also passed a lot of reclusive martial artists' residents, and gradually appeared in the distance sea level. Tambourine's strength only reached 180 power level, about the original Tian Shinhan when he just debuted, so he naturally was not angry when he could not find martial artist in the city and the edge of the village. However, instead of Tambourine spot them, those martial artists spotted him. Master, who's that winged guy with an evil aura emanating from his body? It looks like someone from the beast group, but the key is not like that. It could be a dinosaur type of being. Several disciples stood in front of a white-haired old man in a martial arts uniform. All of them found Tambourine, but they just thought of him as a special creature in the beast group and didn't think in the direction of a demon race. After all, such a weak demon race had no face to appear on the earth. The elderly martial artist looked at Tamburine's distant back, his gaze deep. Don't bother with him. Look at his direction, seems to be going to Papaya Island, perhaps to participate in the martial arts tournament. Then he must have to wait for another 3 years. The registration has long closed by now. Exactly. Several disciples laughed and joked, and the aged martial artist scolded them a few times, then ordered them to cultivate seriously. In recent times, the number of martial practitioners heading to Papaya Island could be countless. Even if Tambourine wanted to participate, it was normal. Only if he went now, perhaps it was too late for him. Papaya Island, the venue of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. After 3 consecutive days of competition, this session of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament finally came to an end. Son Goku defeated Genshinhan, Yajirobe and others and finally won the champion of this tournament. People, of course, gathered to celebrate. Brother, where are you going to practice next? After 3 years away, Kai especially misses Son Goku. She was eating close to him, which made Bulma's heart constantly alert. Son Goku said, next? I plan to go to the lookout to practice for a while, and then go to another planet to practice. My mom and dad are waiting for me outside. Senior brother, I want to go with you. Kai's gelatinous face spread a smile. I want to go too. Bulma said at once. Son Goku was surprised. Bulma also want to go to the lookout, but I heard that you cannot go up to the lookout without relying on your own skills. If you can take me up. I do not need you to carry me, I have my own way. Bulma bragging and raising her left hand, revealing a watch. Look at this watch, it is a shrinking device I invented. I can change the size of the body at will, I can make myself smaller, and then follow you. With that, Bulma pressed the watch on the Inen, and then as if by magic, Bulma's body shrunk to only a dozen centimeters, just like a plastic hand-me-down. Wow, it really became smaller. Son Goku exclaimed in surprise. The others people at the table were also shocked at Bulma's whimsy and hands-on ability. Bulma climbed on the table, picking from Son Goku's clothes on the collar, only revealed her head. Goku, you see, you can take me to the lookout. I can. We can go together, you and Kai can make me good food. Son Goku was very happy. Because they often lived together, if he did not have Bulma, he would not get used to it. He, you just know how to eat. Bulma spat with joy and looked at Kai. Goku, you just knows how to eat, there will be a lot of work in the future. Kai wanted to say something but stopped. She beeped her lips, and said, senior brother is such a person. At the table, Master Roshi was enviously looked at Son Goku, Bulma, and Kai talking and laughing, lamenting his not-so-good luck. He suddenly felt that he had lived for more than 300 years all in vain. By the way, I have not left the earth. I heard from those seniors in the lookout that there are all kinds of strong people in the universe, each of whom can defeat us very easily. That's the strong of heaven. Genshinhan, Yajirobe and others emotionally said. Many of the martial artists practicing in the lookout would be guided to the outer planets to continue their training, or even participate in specific adventures. For them, who had been practicing in the lookout for a long time, the outer planets were a paradise for the strong, a sure path for them to chase further. It seems that to go further, we all have to get out of the planet, otherwise we can't even surpass Goku. It's just that we don't know what's going on outside. Yamaha had the intention to go out to experience, just the universe was so big, without someone to lead, perhaps he could not even find the way back. Bulma smiled and said, my sister Tights is out there traveling, and also wrote a lot of biographies about the various strongest people in the universe. If you guys don't understand, I can find some information for you when I have time, to ensure that it's all the most authentic. Tights, is that the famous novelist? It turns out she is Bulma's sister, so what she wrote inside is true. Of course, sister's novel is also a bestseller outside. Thinking of her nonsensical sister, Bulma was a little bitter. That woman had left the earth for several years, usually in addition to sending out videos, she was not even home. If it wasn't for the manuscripts that she would often send out for publication, Bulma would have forgotten about her sister. This time, since Yamcha mentioned that he wanted to go to the outer planets for training, why not let her send some guides over? Speaking of which, the few star fields beyond the Earth described in her sister's book were the territories of God Mu forces, and God Mu referred to Uncle Myang. Bulma drilled in the neckline of Son Goku. Just then, there was a loud bang, the door of the restaurant was smashed open with force, broken glass scattered all over the place. A dark green creature with wings strutted in. Tambourine looked at the photo in his hand, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it hard on the side floor. Son Goku, I finally found you. Chapter 431 Where is Great Demon King Piccolo's key? Who are you? Son Goku grabbed a pork bone in his hand and ate with his mouth full of oil. Tambourine swept a glance with his dark, deep scorpion eyes. This guy was so weak, Did he want to challenge himself? What does this guy want? Yan Xinhan exchanged glances with Yamka and the others, then sat there without moving. Because just a light glance, they had seen through Tamburine's strength. 180 power level, any one of them could crush him with one hand. Such a guy wanted to find trouble with Son Goku. It was like not looking for death. However, before the matter was clarified, none of them made any rash moves, and continued to drink their own tea. Hey, do you want to challenge Goku? You have missed, or come back in 3 years. Bulma pulled herself out of Son Goku's arms, and back to normal human size. She stopped in front of Son Goku, with a mistress posture. Challenge? Tambourine eyebrows moved, disdainful sneer. Destruct human actually dare to challenge this big master. You simply do not know life and death. It seems that after so many years I did not appear, humans have become more and more arrogant. At these words, both Genshin and Yajirobe all sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy, so confidently strong. A mere 180 power level, where did he get that much confidence? Krillin sat on the chair and muttered, holding the cup of tea. Hands are frozen in the air. Not to mention the powerhouse on this table like Yan Xinhan, the most incompetent one of them, he was also went through the lookout training, and had 260 power level. Counting Kami Ken's amplification, it wasn't possible to reach 500 power level. He really couldn't see what Tambourine can rely on. Who the hell are you and what do you want with Goku? Kai stepped forward and pulled Bulma to a safe place. Tambourine couldn't sense this table, and he proudly took out a piece of paper with the word demon. I am on the orders of the great demon King Piccolo to take away the life of Son Goku. Of course. You martial artists are also within the scope of my kill. Great demon King Piccolo will soon rule this world again. You feel the fear before you die. None of the people present, except for Master Roshi, knew about great demon King Piccolo, so they did not feel intimidated by Tambourine's threat. Except for Master Roshi, whose face turned white when he heard the name of great demon King Piccolo, no one else changed. Great demon King Piccolo. Who is that person? The name sounds like the demon race. Could it be that the demon race has made a comeback? If it is, then we need to inform the Kami as soon as possible. Yamka, Yajirobe and others were talking about it, but they didn't fear the demon race. After all, the current Earth was not the Earth of more than 40 years ago, not to mention those powerful martial artists hidden around the world and the martial artists in the lookout. Kami Narita alone had hundreds of thousands of power level, and was enough to instantly destroy all the demon race that threatens the Earth. She has better innate talent than Yan Xinhan, and she fulfilled her duties as Kami, while she was focused on closed-door training. Her today's strength could be said to be second only to Son Gohan's Earthling. It is you who wants to kill me? Son Goku finished eating the bones, wiped down his greasy mouth, his body suddenly appeared in a flash beside Tambourine. Kid, look carefully, this is the instruction of the great demon King Piccolo, obediently suffer death. Tambourine had a cold smile on his face and threw the paper with the word demon over. The martial artists nowadays were really ignorant, they didn't even know about the great demon King Piccolo, but soon. The majesty of the great demon King Piccolo would come back, and the whole world would be shrouded in the fear of the demon king. Master Roshi walked up and picked up the paper with the word demon, and his face turned white. It's really great demon King Piccolo. Old man, who is great demon King Piccolo? On the other hand, Bulma's tone was not good. If someone wanted to take the life of Son Goku, she was happy to fight. Master Roshi's throat was dry as he said, great demon King Piccolo. He was King Piccolo who almost wiped out the world 300 years ago. Yan Xinhan squatted. In that case, I think I heard Mr. Popo talk about it. Yamka nodded. There is indeed such a person. Tambourine let out a loud laugh. It seems that you finally know the horror of the great demon King Piccolo. This whole world is the great demon King Piccolo. Tambourine's words had not finished. Son Goku swiftly flickered, and a fist smashed hard on his stomach. Bang! Tambourine's two eyes bulging, covered with blue. His body bowed up, spitting out a puddle of bitter water in his mouth. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. How could this happen? Kid, your power actually. Then his both eyes went black, and his consciousness had fallen into complete darkness. Is he dead? Not at all beaten. Son Goku swung a punch after standing strangely to the side. Although Son Goku had been very plain and simple, for the enemy that threatens them, he didn't have a bit of mercy. This was the same on the original Son Goku or the current Son Goku. When Son Goku smashed the Red Ribbon Army in the original story, not too many people died in his hands. Goku, this guy died? Bulma's small hands grasping Son Goku, her voice a little shaky hiding behind him. Yes, dead. This guy is too unbeatable. With his point of strength, he dared to came out arrogant. He deserved it. Krillin walked up and kicked Tambourine. Should we go and clean up that guy called Great Demon King Piccolo too? Krillin, don't go. Master Roshi's stern voice came over. Krillin looked back at Master Roshi. Master Roshi, why can't we go? If the great demon King Piccolo is a demon, shouldn't we destroy him as soon as possible? Taking a deep breath, Master Roshi holding the demon mark paper, because you do not know the horror of great demon King Piccolo. That is great demon King Piccolo. He almost destroyed the whole world. This time you guys do not go, I'll go alone. Even if I'm old, I want to reseal him. In the heart of Master Roshi, there was nothing more terrifying than great demon King Piccolo. Perhaps the disaster in his youth was too deep. Great demon King Piccolo's terrifying image was like a nightmare deeply engraved in the heart of Master Roshi. Master Roshi, sealing is a cure for the symptoms. If it is the demon, it's the best choice to hang him as soon as possible. Yan Shinhan frowned. This. Master Roshi hesitated. I can see that great demon King Piccolo was no big deal. The guy sent to kill Goku is simply a minion, such a demon king we have to be afraid of. Yamaha shook his head, advocating to go directly to kill great demon King Piccolo. Honestly, is that great demon King Piccolo really that powerful? Master Roshi listened and then talked about 300 years ago. The last time great demon King Piccolo appeared in the world was more than 300 years ago, when the martial arts on Earth was not as developed as it is now. He was certainly much more powerful than before the era of martial arts. No one knows how great demon King Piccolo appeared. As soon as he arrived, he led his demon minions to burn and destroy city after city. At that time, the world's martial artists united, but they are not great demon King Piccolo's opponent. Master Roshi's voice was low, as if caught up in memories of days gone by. With the continuous death of martial artists, the earth fell into a state of despair. Countless schools of martial arts completely extinct. At that time my teacher Master Mute Ido stood out, but still not an opponent. After Master Mute Ido climbed Karn Tower, after painstaking research to develop a magic seal wave, the evil containment wave was developed by Master Mute Ido, who sealed great demon King Piccolo in a container. But because of the implementation of the evil containment wave exhausted Master Mute Ido, he died, and later that container was thrown into the deep sea by me and Shen. We originally thought that evil containment wave will not reappear in the world. That. Master Roshi. Kai raised her hand. I have a question. Since that evil containment wave is so powerful, how does it compare with those demons more than 40 years ago? What do you mean? Master Roshi frowned. The disaster back then was something that even the kami couldn't do anything about, so maybe Master Roshi thought of great demon King Piccolo too much. Kai said weakly. Master Roshi widened his eyes all of a sudden. Yeah, that was the problem. The old kami hadn't even stepped in when great demon King Piccolo was around. Master Mute Ido was just practicing on top of Karn Tower, and 40 years ago, even the kami was at their wits' end, and it was the god of martial arts, Ma Yang, and his wife who stepped in to save the world. In other words, the demon crisis more than 40 years ago was even more terrifying than at the time of the great demon King Piccolo. Could that really be the case? Master Roshi got a little confused, and the beard at the corner of his mouth waved, showing how unsettled he was at the moment. Yes, it must be so. Goku, you come to feel the key of great demon King Piccolo, we go together to kill him. Krillin fist pumping in excitement. He had never seen the demon. Okay. Son Goku nodded vigorously and closed his eyes to find great demon King Piccolo's key. After a long time later, Son Goku opened his eyes. Sorry, I did not sense the great demon King Piccolo's key. How can it be? The demon's breath is very evil, you should be able to sense. Yan Shinhan also immediately closed his eyes to sense, but indeed there was no great demon King Piccolo's key. There were a lot of exuberant burning energy key on the earth, these were reclusive martial artists. The power level ranging from several hundred to several thousand, but there was just no demon key. Strange, there really isn't. There were two kinds of situations like this, one was that the other party had converged the evil's key on his body, and the other was that the key of the great demon King Piccolo was so weak that Son Goku and the others cannot sense it. Since great demon King Piccolo wanted to rule the world with great fanfare, there was no reason to converge the body's key like he should not want everyone to know him. So the first possibility could be directly ruled out. Then it was the second, great demon King Piccolo was really weak. He was so weak that in a place as big as Earth, no one could sense his key. But, was this possible? Yan Shinhan and others looked at each other in dismay. In fact, great demon King Piccolo was still very strong. The great demon King Piccolo power level at the young peak period was 260, which was enough for many people to sense, but in the case of aging, the power of great demon King Piccolo was only 220. The key was too weak. Chapter 432 Drum was also dead. What should we do now? If we can't sense great demon King Piccolo's key, we won't be able to find him. Krillin tried to find great demon King Piccolo's key, But the result was still no luck. Although in his heart, he had already downgraded the danger of Great Demon King Piccolo by several notches, the demon race was in the end a demon. As Master Roshi said, since the other party was able to cause so much harm more than 300 years ago, then ordinary martial artists were really no match for him. At this point Kai laughed. We go to the lookout to find Sister Canalita. She can certainly find Great Demon King Piccolo. Yanshinhan agreed. Yes, Kami can find each other's traces. The lookout of the heavenly realm was located above the Earth space, both to play a pivotal role in maintaining the balance of the Earth, and also to detect all information on the Earth. Anything that happens on the Earth could not escape the eyes of Kami. Then we will go to the lookout and look for Kami. After they made a decision, Son Goku was also very excited. He was curious about the lookout. Among them only Yanshinhan and Yajirobe had been to the lookout, not even Son Goku and Bulma. The rest of the people had been in the lookout training and are familiar with the environment there. Goku, Krillin, and Yanshinhan, everything is handed over to you. Do everything is careful. Master Roshi long-windedly admonished. In his opinion, regardless of whether Son Goku was an opponent of Great Demon King Piccolo, bringing the message to Kami was definitely the right choice. Don't worry Grandpa Roshi, I won't let the bad guys stay on Earth. Master Roshi, you can rest assured that Great Demon King Piccolo cannot be arrogant. Goku, I also want to go along. At this time, Bulma waved her arm some excitement. This time, Son Goku went to the lookout, and Bulma's soul of exploration burning, she also want to grow a little knowledge. Okay. Son Goku did not think much. He directly and readily agreed to go. In his thought, the lookout should be remarkable. Then he grabbed up the shrunken Bulma and put into the collar. With Yanshinhan and others look at each other, they flew up. Facing the clear soft wind, Bulma excitedly squealed. She never knew that flying in the flesh could be much more exciting than taking a plane. Son Goku and the others flew extremely fast, a few flashes of light swooshed across the sky, and disappeared in the direction of the lookout. Looking at the backs of several people, only a few people left in place, such as Oolong and Puar. Well, let's deal with the situation here. Master Roshi looked at the corpse of Son Goku was lying on the ground with a complicated expression, picked up the paper with the mark of the word demon and crumpled it into a paper ball. Maybe Goku and the others are right, this era is far stronger than the time of Master Mutaido, the old era of the demons have been eliminated. In fact, Great Demon King Piccolo's power was just a nightmare in the mind of Master Roshi. When the nightmare disappears, you would recognize it, and Great Demon King Piccolo was nothing to fear. On the other side, soaring over the forest in the airship. Because of the Dragon Ball radar provided by Emperor Pilaf, Great Demon King Piccolo's collection of Dragon Balls was going very well. When Tambourine left almost a day, Great Demon King Piccolo already had 5 Dragon Balls in his hands. Looking at the glass ball with an orange-red luster, a smile appeared on Piccolo's wrinkled face, and he asked, Pilaf, where are the last 2 Dragon Balls? Pilaf knelt on the ground and pressed the Dragon Ball radar. Soon, 7 dots of light appeared on the radar display, with 5 bright spots clustered together in the center, and 2 more bright spots on the left and above respectively. Pilaf respectfully said, Lord Great Demon King Piccolo, one of the Dragon Balls is 300 kilometers west of us, the other one is near the North Pole, and now the ship is heading towards the nearest one. Very well, if the Dragon Balls can really fulfill my wish, the king will reward you heavily. Great Demon King Piccolo had his eyes closed and spoke very tiredly. Thank you, Lord Great Demon King Piccolo. Pilaf raised his head excitedly. Suddenly, Great Demon King Piccolo's body shook and his spirit shriveled as he held the seat and gasped, Damn, my child Tambourine was killed. What? The demon beside Great Demon King Piccolo said in surprise, Tambourine is an elite demon carefully created by the Great Demon King Piccolo, and his strength is extremely strong among the demons. How could he be killed by someone? Does it mean that there are still such outstanding martial artists in this era? Tambourine's power level was 180. It was the entry into Earth Demon Realm, which was also among the expert, and should not be killed as easily. Tambourine is looking for Son Goku, it must be Son Goku that kill him. Pilaf jumped up and said. Shut up. Great Demon King Piccolo scolded with a black face and a harsh tone. With the mood suddenly turned bad, a coldness swept out, and the temperature of the whole airship dropped by more than 10 degrees. Pilaf, Mai, and others were immediately silenced, carefully prostrated on the ground, not daring to make any movements. After a long time, Great Demon King Piccolo waved his hand, whether it is that kid named Son Goku or not, there are actually experts on Earth who can kill Tambourine. It seems that I underestimated the martial artists of this era. Drum. Yes, Great Demon King Piccolo. A particularly fat-looking demon stood out, looking very much like Tambourine. He was the second demon created by Great Demon King Piccolo after Tambourine, and was even more powerful than Tambourine. In the original, if not for the timely arrival of Son Goku, he almost killed Jen Shinhan. You go to investigate the cause of Tambourine's death, no matter who you encounter on the way, as long as the martial artist directly kill, the king wants you to bring the fear of a demon race to Earth. As ordered. Drum smiled grimly and respectfully jumped down from the open airship. After Drum left, Great Demon King Piccolo leaned back in his seat wearily and said in a cold voice, "Accelerate the progress of collecting the Dragon Balls immediately. This king wants to see the 7 Dragon Balls by this time tomorrow, or you few will wait to die." As order. Great Demon King Piccolo, rest assured that we will definitely find the Dragon Balls. Pilaf dripping with sweat. His heart was already extremely regretful to release Great Demon King Piccolo from the seal. He was looking for a reminder. Humphrey. Great Demon King Piccolo coldly snorted. Tambourine's death made him alert. He needed to rejuvenate as soon as possible and raise his strength to the peak before he could. However, Great Demon King Piccolo would not have thought that even at his peak, his 260 power level could only be considered more than adequate on Earth today. About 3 hours later, Great Demon King Piccolo felt that his spiritual connection with Drum was also broken. Impossible, Drum's strength is a few points stronger than even Tambourine. Compared to the current me, it is just a little bit weaker. It is surprising that it was killed so quickly. His face filled with disbelief. Great Demon King Piccolo's face was gloomy. Does it mean that there are still strong people in this era that are unknown to me? Great Demon King Piccolo's face was gloomy. No, I need to regain my youth as soon as possible, and in addition to that, make an insurance. It seemed he had to split his offspring in advance. Although this would greatly depreciate his lifespan and power, it was the only way to continue to maintain his will to pass on the terror of Great Demon King Piccolo. The sky was dark, the moon was sparse, and a hazy fog enveloped the sky. Son Goku, Jen Shinhan and his party flew all the way from Papaya Island. A few hours later, they came to the big forest where the sacred land of Karin was located, and Karin Tower was already close with a swoosh. When the light was approaching Karin Tower, the strait bended upwards and penetrated the clouds over the forest. The empty starry sky appeared in front of the air. The air in the sky was very thin, but the field of vision was also wide, and the sky was full. As long as one flew through the Karin Tower, then continued to penetrate the lightning space, one would be able to reach the space where the lookout was located. Chapter 433. You guys, who are you? Goku, slow down, it's cold in here. Bulma shrinks in Son Goku's collar, shivering. Son Goku covered Bulma with his hand to block the strong wind. How about this, better? Bulma pressed against Son Goku's palm. Well, much better. Kai glanced at Son Goku, and said, we fly up to the lightning space, where it's covered with lightning. Through there is the lookout, brother, you have to guard Bulma a little. Ah, is there going to be thunder and lightning? Bulma said in horror. Kai comforted, do not worry, that lightning voltage is very high, but the current is very small, electricity cannot kill people. After listening to this, Bulma let go of her heart. She knew that the real harm to people was the current, the voltage was not important. As long as the current was small, even hundreds of millions of volts would be no danger. To know the static electricity generated when taking off the woolen clothes alone, the voltage was up to hundreds of thousands of volts. Continued to fly for a while, Bulma had a frighteningly safe passage through the lightning space. In the high-rise dimension, half-spherical building with a quirky pattern engraved in a red color appeared in front of the eyes. Bulma grinned. Look, is that red-colored building the lookout? Yes, we have arrived. They swooshed through the void and landed on the stone slab of the lookout. The vast space and the glorious palace appeared before their eyes. Son Goku and Bulma had never been to the lookout before, and for a while everything they looked at felt new and strange. Hello, Kami are already waiting for you. Mr. Popo, dressed in Arabian costume, came to the crowd silently. Please, Mr. Bobo to lead the way. Yanshinhan and Krillin said respectfully. Please follow me. Mr. Popo turned around with his hands on his back and led Son Goku and others toward the lookout. Son Goku looked left and right, followed. By this time Bulma had returned to normal size. She curled up her arms, frozen and shivering. Goku, this place is really cold. Well, probably because of being high in the sky. Those few people practicing in the square, are they all martial artists from down there? I guess so. Son Goku surveyed those martial artists and exclaimed, their martial arts is so powerful. If they go to the martial arts tournament, they can definitely get good results. They won't go. The purpose of these people staying in the lookout is to train and to eventually get out of the earth. The martial arts tournament down there means nothing to them. Krillin slowed down to get alongside Son Goku. Perhaps the pursuit is not the same. They chatted with each other and soon came to the depths of the lookout. Mr. Popo led them into a luxuriously decorated palace. Please wait a moment, Kami will come out soon. As soon as Mr. Papo's words fell, a young girl with a delicate figure and charming appearance came out from behind the curtain of the door. Wearing a white female Kami costume, she was none other than Kanalita, the female Kami of the lookout. Gaku, Bulma, long time no see. Hello Sister Kanalita. Bulma and Son Goku both saw Kanalita for the first time wearing Kami costume and felt a surge of amazement at that time. Kanalita showed a charming smile. I already know the purpose of your visit this time. I will give you the location of Great Demon King Piccolo. In addition, the Great Demon King Piccolo has been sealed for more than 300 years. His body has long been aging. Any one of you can defeat him. If so many people go together, I feel a little bully to him because he is elderly. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, said, then I go alone, leave the matter of defeating Great Demon King Piccolo to me. Krillin said, Goku, this is unkind, I also want to fight him. Yanshinhan said, Great Demon King Piccolo is so famous, he's not to be missed. Yamaha said, I also have itchy hands. Yajirobe simply drew his cold bright big knife. I do not know how many times he can withstand my knife, I hope not to let me down. Kanalita gently shook her head, smiling as she watched several people bickering. Her slender fingers snapped in the void, and with a snap, several bolts of electricity shot into Son Goku's and others' bodies, and Great Demon King Piccolo's location appeared in their minds at times through the lookout's monitoring system. Well, the location of Great Demon King Piccolo has been given to you, the rest is left to you. Oh yes, Great Demon King Piccolo is collecting the Dragon Balls, and it will be collected soon. Ah, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up! Yamcha shouted. He was the first to run out of the lookout. Bulma, you just stay on the lookout. After that Son Goku and others also reacted. In addition to Bulma was Kanalita to stay on the lookout. One by one, they all ran towards the location where the Great Demon King Piccolo was. They were afraid if they went late, Great Demon King Piccolo be killed by others. Bulma looked at the guys flying down with a speechless face, not knowing what to say for a while, and couldn't help but mourn for the Great Demon King called Piccolo. Bulma, you have not been to the lookout, I'll show you around. Okay, Sister Kanalita. In the lower realm, in a huge island in the North Pole region, surrounded by mountains and rivers covered with ice, the temperature here was extremely low, and all life seemed to go into hibernation here. A wide glacial canyon separated the entire ice field. Click, 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 click. Pilaf and others carrying ice picks and ice claws climbed up from the deep ice field cracks, panting heavily while handing an orange-red Dragon Ball to the hands of the Great Demon King Piccolo. Great Demon King Piccolo, this is the last Dragon Ball. Pilaf ground his hands. Great Demon King Piccolo put the 7 Dragon Balls together and asked with an excited face, what do we do next to summon Shenron? Pilaf said, just call out to the Dragon Balls, come out Shenron, grant my wish, almost like this and you can summon Shenron. Well, you guys did a good job. Great Demon King Piccolo looked at Pilaf 3 with appreciation. After he looked towards Pilaf, he made a wink, the 3 understood, and immediately far away. Great Demon King Piccolo definitely did not want someone to stay next to him when he summoned the Shenron. A few hundred meters away, Pilaf and others hiding behind a piece of white and blue ice rock. Dog-type Earthling Shu said, Emperor Pilaf, how do you reward us when Great Demon King Piccolo realizes wish? Pilaf shrunk in body, no matter what, anyway, our benefits are indispensable. Mai said, in fact, these Dragon Balls are all collected by us, why did we release the Great Demon King Piccolo use it, otherwise now it would be us making a wish. Pilaf looked dumbfounded for a moment, don't talk nonsense, watch quietly. At this side, Great Demon King Piccolo untied his red turban, his aging body facing the Dragon Balls. He looked excitedly opened his arms, ha 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 ha, Dragon Balls, I will soon be able to restore young. Come out Shenron. Before Great Demon King Piccolo's words finished, swoosh swoosh a series of energy rays will fall from the sky. This all happened too sudden, and Great Demon King Piccolo was caught off guard. Nearly hit by the energy rays, the body hurriedly dodged towards the side. Bastard, who the hell is attacking this Demon King? Great Demon King Piccolo shouted in anger. At that moment, several black dots came flying from afar, and only when they got closer did he realize that they were 7 figures. These 7 figures quickly landed around Great Demon King Piccolo and surrounded him firmly. Oops, almost let him summon Shenron out. A frivolous voice rang out. Son Goku, Taichi, Krillin, Genshinhan, Gyatso, Yamcha, Yajirobe looked towards Great Demon King Piccolo, each with a powerful ki. Great Demon King Piccolo's breath tightened violently, a mouthful of old blood almost spurted out. He frowned and said, you guys, who are you? Chapter 434 Great Demon King Piccolo's death. For some reason, in the face of these people who surrounded him, Great Demon King Piccolo had an ominous premonition in his heart, as if a huge crisis in front of their own. But then the great demon King Piccolo felt a burst of ridiculous. Did these few humans in front of him could still hurt him? Great demon King Piccolo chilled his face and frowned. Who are you? Are you Great Demon King Piccolo? I can't believe you look just like the old Kusumi of the Lookout, and doesn't look strong. Yan Shinhan seriously stared at Great Demon King Piccolo, and found that the evil and corrupt aura Great Demon King Piccolo emitted was not very strong, but it was disgusting. How many lives would it take to kill to form such a great evil? Kami? Great Demon King Piccolo's low voice became hoarse. So that's how it is, you guys were sent by that old guy. Since you're all here, this king will not let you go back. Despite doubts about the strength of these people in front of him, he still did not believe that there were still people on Earth who would be his opponents. As long as he paid careful attention to the move that sealed him, he would not fall into the path of the last time. Of course, the people sent over by that old man, Kami, might not be as powerful as those martial artists back then. TSK, how could some 20 years young people could be strong? Last time at least, a few middle-aged martial artists came out to support the scene. Gaku, Great Demon King Piccolo's ki is not strong. At this side, Krillin stared at Great Demon King Piccolo carefully, but in addition to feeling the decaying aura, he did not feel a particularly strong power. Could it be that the strength was hidden? Although Kami Canalita said that any of them could deal with Great Demon King Piccolo, this did not exclude the possibility that Great Demon King Piccolo hid his strength. Hiss, drawing a breath of cold air. After hiding the strength, one could still reveal more than 200 power level. He was afraid that Great Demon King Piccolo turned out to be very powerful, so Krillin suddenly got serious. Everyone be careful, this Great Demon King Piccolo emboldened, maybe there is some trick. Got it. Humphrey. Even a mere earthling wants to stop this king, it's too late to start realizing how powerful this king is. The pale face of Great Demon King Piccolo ticked down with a fierce face. Yan Shinhan, Yojiro and other people's faces were astonished, and they subconsciously raised their power to the extreme, which stunned Great Demon King Piccolo. Boom. 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 With the 7 straight ki as if a column of energy rose to the sky, the cold ice field immediately rolled up a gale. That frozen ice for an unknown number of years began to tremble for a while after a while. PFFT. PFFT. The ki runs through the world, 7 of them. Underneath the feet, countless winding ice crevices arose and spread around. Impossible. How can the ki on these few earthlings be so strong? They are stronger than when I was at my peak. Although the aging made Great Demon King Piccolo's energy substantial decline, the eyesight was still there. When Son Goku and his group released energy, Great Demon King Piccolo's eyes were about to stare out. He said in disbelief. His pupils suddenly shrunk into a small point, the body took a step backward. The line of sight swept one by one from Son Goku and others' bodies. Each of them emitting an invisible ki, the weakest of them had no weaker than his peak. Great Demon King Piccolo did not know that this was still their state when they did not use the Kami-ken. Once used, it would be easy to boost their power level by several times. I've only been sealed for how many years, when did the Earthlings become so powerful? Great Demon King Piccolo's voice was trembling and his face became dark and dull. Huh? Son Goku, Yamcha, and Krillin noticed this at the same time. Strange, this Great Demon King Piccolo seems to be in fear. Yan Shinhan slightly frowned, surprise, could it be that this guy is not a master at all? With such a judgment in mind, Yan Shinhan couldn't help but once again remember what Canalita said at the lookout. At that time Canalita said that each of their strength had been above Great Demon King Piccolo, before thinking that perhaps there was some misunderstanding. Now it seemed that this was actually true. The titular Great Demon King Piccolo, the Great Demon King Piccolo who broke the seal and wanted to bring fear to the earth again, turned out to be a weak chicken. They looked at each other, thanks to the fact that they were so solemn before, they actually really think complicated. Brother, who will kill him? Kai looked at Son Goku, and her pleasant voice rang out. Let me go. Yojiro picked up the machete and volunteered to go up. You humans, how dare you look down on this Demon King? Great Demon King Piccolo's face dark, Son Goku and other people's suspicious gaze made him particularly difficult. He actually ignored the aging body to take the lead in the attack. Swish, in the face of a surprise attack on Great Demon King Piccolo, Yojiro laughed. He stepped forward, his figure fleetingly, the big knife in the hand picks up from the bottom up. Cold dawning flashed, and blood splashes, as if blooming petals floating around. Just a moment, Yojiro forced the Great Demon King Piccolo back. Touching the chest that was cut with deep cracks, and blood flow, Great Demon King Piccolo looked pale and did not believe in howling. At this point his wrinkled face was completely distorted. How could this happen? How could your power be so powerful? Back then, it was just as well that Mute Ido had used the evil containment wave to seal him. After all, that was a skill of trickery, but what was wrong with this young man with the sword in front of him? He had actually defeated him in one move. This 300 years of waiting, just waiting for a large number of powerful opponents? By the way, there was still the Dragon Balls. As long as Shinron was summoned, he could return to his peak state, then whether it was the kami or these humans in front of him, they were not his opponents. Great Demon King Piccolo was in a frenzy. He seemed to have lost the most basic thinking ability. At this time, he only wanted to use the Dragon Ball power to restore power, but did not think that even at his peak, he was not at all around these people's opponent. Looking at Great Demon King Piccolo madly lunged in the direction of the Dragon Ball, Son Goku immediately knew his intention. How could he let him make a wish? Son Goku sneered, his body moved quickly, actually came to Great Demon King Piccolo's heel, and punched Great Demon King Piccolo. Bang! Great Demon King Piccolo's body trembled, a sharp pain from the abdomen. Looking down, Great Demon King Piccolo could not believe to see. His chest actually broke open a large hole, just now Son Goku's fist, directly through his chest. Damn brats, my goal has not yet been achieved, I have not yet ruled the world. Great Demon King Piccolo laughed miserably, but his consciousness gradually became hazy, he knew his life was passing away. Damn it, you damn humans wait, the grand goal I have not achieved, someone will achieve it for me. After that, along with a deafening loud sound, Great Demon King Piccolo turned into a ball of fire in place and rapidly expanded. Everyone be careful. Son Goku, Kaichi, Genshin and others called out, and hurriedly used ki to shield themselves, thus were not injured by Great Demon King Piccolo's dying explosion. However, Pilaf and others who were a few hundred meters away were not so lucky, and their eyes were dull, unable to believe that Great Demon King Piccolo, who brought them immense fear, would actually be easily killed. Great Demon King Piccolo is actually dead. That's Son Goku, he's actually so powerful. Emperor Pilaf, what should we do now? Don't make any noise, let me think about it, it's not good, get out of here, the storm of explosion is coming. In just over a second, the exploding storm crushed like a wall of air. Pilaf and the others were buried by the shattered ice and heavy snow in a shout of surprise. A few minutes later, everything returned to calm. The thick polar ice field out of thin air appeared a huge crater of 50 meters in diameter, winding around the spread outward hundreds of meters of broken area. A few dozen meters in the air. Son Goku and others floating silently on top of the ice field, looking down at the surface of the ground, a long time speechless. Hey, Goku, this Great Demon King Piccolo is not too useless, right? Just how can this guy, back then actually almost destroyed the world? Krillin had some disbelief. Great Demon King Piccolo's power, at best, in the earth was a par with a middle to upper level. In this strength, he thought it was true when he heard the story about the disaster 300 years ago. Words cannot always be true. Yanshinhan shook his head and said, Great Demon King Piccolo's glory is after all more than 300 years ago, at that time the earth is not so powerful now. They landed to the surface, and Kai said, it is all because of Mr. Ma Yang, if he did not lead the earth into the era of martial arts, perhaps this time the appearance of Great Demon King Piccolo will be a huge crisis of the earth. The others smiled, in addition to Son Goku, they did not have the heart to think about this hypothesis of denying history, the rest of the people were silent. In fact, in the original was like this. If it were not for Son Goku to take the ultra-divine water to force the development of potential, Great Demon King Piccolo might really destroy the world. Chapter 435 Son Oh, so now what, we go back to the lookout now. Krillin spread his palms. It seemed that he came from the lookout completely for nothing more than a trip to the sauce, not even a chance to fight. With Yajirobe's knife, Son Goku punched the smashed Great Demon King Piccolo. Kai ruffled her black and slender hair, and said, things are taken care of, it is natural to go back. This icy environment, I do not want to stay. The temperature of the polar region was very low. If not a faint layer of ki enveloped in the body, with the thin clothing on Kai and others, they must be freezing out. Of course, the process of resisting the cold was actually a kind of practice, which deepened the efficiency of the operation of ki at all times, but for Son Goku now, such practice was already optional. Krillin laughed, rubbed his chin, you see, the 7 Dragon Balls are already here, let me summon Shinron and make a wish? Yanshinhan frowned, the Dragon Balls have long been in the explosion just now, who knows where they flew. You may need to spend a little work to find all. He looked around the environment. The ice and snow had long changed the landscape, and the 7 Dragon Balls had been buried in the ice debris. This does not take a little time on it. Bulma has a Dragon Ball radar. Goku, can you go to help me borrow? Yeah, but Krillin, what do you want to wish with the Dragon Balls? Son Goku was very quick to agree. For the Dragon Ball, in fact, Son Goku did not expect anything, since Krillin insisted, then let him be. Krillin's cheeks reddened slightly. I just want to know who my future wife is? Son Goku suddenly realized, isn't that similar to the wish Bulma made last time? This kind of wish is very meaningless, might as well ask Shinron some equipment for practice. Humphrey, who said there is no meaning? Krillin said with a red face, I'm not like you, Goku, you have a woman's touch, this is a matter of my life. Son Goku didn't know that he was in a blessed state. How he could appreciate the loneliness of such a pure-hearted young man. Shinron should be able to tell him the identity of his future wife. As long as he could have a wife in the future. I do not understand what you are talking about, Kaichi, let's go back. Son Goku skimmed his mouth, then summoned the flying nimbus. He jumped up together with Kai. Among the present, only Son Goku and Kai still ride on the flying nimbus. Yan Shinhan and other people at this time, of course, would not fight with Krillin over Dragon Ball Wish. They laughed and prepared to return to the lookout. They flew up in the air and turned into a few flashes of light and flew toward the lookout. A few hours later, a line of people returned to the lookout. Next, Son Goku and others would be in the lookout under the arrangement of Calamity to practice. The lookout had a variety of practice rooms, and the practice was also varied, which made Son Goku, who had never been to the lookout, was sincerely excited, and soon put into practice. Bulma also simply stayed in the lookout. She began to study the lookout, which was strange and bizarre things. On the other side. Puff, puff, puff. The cold wind blew, and the sky was cold. There was a bright moon hanging in the sky, just like a huge mirror, reflecting the light of the sun side. After getting the Dragon Ball radar, Krillin was guided by the Dragon Ball radar, constantly breaking open holes in the ice, collecting the 7 Dragon Balls one by one. Soon, 7 orange-red beads were placed in front of Kling. Buzzing, the 7 Dragon Balls lined up together, and at once they flickered and shone with a golden glow. Hey, soon I will be able to know the identity of my future wife. Krillin's face showed an expectant smile, and then with a deep breath, he recited the summoning incantation toward the Dragon Balls. All of a sudden, the golden light shone, as if the sky and earth were communicated together by an electric light. In the surrounding environment of a white snow, these bright lights were particularly obvious, and soon, the majestic Shinron appeared in the black dark clouds with its winding body, and a large dragon's head descended. So Shinron actually looks like this. Krillin looked expectantly, and when seeing Shinron, he could not help but be shocked by the aura of the divine dragon. In fact, before summoning the dragon, Krillin's heart was still very apprehensive. He was really afraid that he would play a bachelor for the rest of his life, but fortunately, the dragon informed him of the news to put his mind at ease. Your future wife is in the area of the far north, should not be far from here. Now, she is not too old, do you want to go over and see? Well, let's just have a look and mix it up. The idea of having a look at his future wife was born in his heart, and Krillin's heart inexplicably felt a pang of impatience. In the end, his curiosity overwhelmed his reason, and he flew into the air and then headed for his destination. According to the location suggested by Shinron, the target location should be near the North Pole Circle, where there was a place called Muscle Tower. The northern wind was cold and the sky was snowy. The cold Holly Mountain range winding and rolling, endless white-capped snow covering the mountain range, covered in silver as white as a blanket. When the snow stopped, the roads had been buried in snow, the treetops hung a string of iced skates. In a small village in the north, located near Muscle Tower, had been in a bad situation for several years. With a small force called the Red Ribbon Army harassing the surrounding villages. It's probably around here. Krillin landed on a hillock, and looking far away, he could see several small mountain villages with smoke. It's a good place. The village was a great place to visit, and the smoke rose from the chimneys, and his heart felt like it was in nature. Oh, it's so cold. Don't you feel cold? A clear, childish voice came from behind. A little girl who looked 12 or 13 years old holding firewood came from the entrance of the village. The girl was not very tall, wearing a blue plush jacket, a tall blue hat on top of her head. Her hair was red-colored, and her 2 dark eyes were particularly energetic, looking curiously at Krillin. This senior brother was so strange, dressing less on a snowy day. When Krillin saw the little girl in front of him, his eyes snapped open. Ha ha ha, I am a martial artist, so it is not cold at all. The girl tilted her head in confusion. Is that so? Of course. Oh, my name is Suno. What is your name, senior brother? The red-haired girl named Suno introduced herself. Krillin, my name is Krillin, a disciple of Turtle School. Krillin introduced himself in a serious manner. If Mayang here, he would know that the little girl named Suno was none other than the girl who saved Son Goku in the Red Ribbon Army story Muscle Tower in the ice and snow. Later, she also appeared in the battle between Son Goku and Great Demon King Piccolo and Son Goku against the Majin Buu. She was one of the few people who firmly believe that Son Goku saved the Earth. Sun'o was thoughtful, kind, pure, beautiful. Many people think Sun'o was most suitable to be Gaku's wife, although only a few images in the main story, she was quite popular. Chapter 436 cells in the Earthling's body. The only thing that Krillin didn't expect was for Sun'o to be so hospitable. After learning that Krillin was a martial artist practicing outside, she warmly invited him to her home as a guest. "Brother Krillin, in front of you is my home, go over and sit down." Pointing to a house in front, Sun'o enthusiastically said. Krillin smiled and nodded his head. Sun'o's home was not far from the entrance of the village. It was a very common hemispherical building. The roof and sides were covered with thick snow. In the Dragon Ball world, such hemispherical buildings were the most common. Knocking on the door, Krillin met Sun'o's parents, at which point Krillin suddenly acted somewhat formal. Sun'o's father was a famous local hunter, while his mother was a warm housewife, and they were warmly entertained when they saw that Sun'o had brought back a friend. Later in the conversation, Krillin learned that several nearby villages had been harassed by a small force called the Red Ribbon Army. The tiger in the mountain, even the cats and dogs can take over the mountain as king. Uncle, aunt and Sun'o, don't worry, I'll take care of this Red Ribbon Army. Whether it was to thank the other party for their hospitality or their responsibility as a martial artist, Krillin knew very well what he should do. "Mr. Krillin, you should not joke, the Red Ribbon Army is a relatively large armed force in the vicinity. Not only are they numerous, their weapons are also the most advanced. You alone are no match for them," Sun'o's father said with a sigh. "It doesn't matter, I'm a certified martial artist, I'm not afraid of them," Krillin patted his chest and assured, and to enhance his convincing power, he even pulled out his credentials. "So tell me where they are, I'll go and eradicate them." Sun'o's father hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Krillin looked like he had a good idea, he said, "The Red Ribbon Army's people are usually stationed at the Muscle Tower, which is a tall tower with a red body. Is that the only tower nearby? Let's do it this way, I'll destroy it on the way out when I leave," Krillin said confidently. "Thank you, Brother Krillin." Sun'o innocently looked at Krillin with a relaxed smile on her pretty face. No need to thank. Nowadays, martial arts were prevalent above the earth. Like the Red Ribbon Army, which had little strength, could only attract some small forces of down-and-out martial artists. It could only exist in remote places, and the fate of the Red Ribbon Army was already sealed when Krillin decided to take action. This was also considered to leave a good impression on Sun'o. Putting aside the matter of Krillin eradicating the Red Ribbon Army for the sake of his own mind, there was a green primitive planet in a starry sky not far from planet Sala. At this time, a cold storm was born near the equator of the planet. Accompanied by a strong earthquake, a bright white ball of light rose from the surface of the planet. The ball of light was so big and bright that it was like hundreds of nuclear bombs bursting at the same time, and the violent storm swept the surrounding area of more than 10 kilometers in a moment. The fierce shock wave spread out, the first to bear the brunt of those rising from the ground-raised hills. The blazing energy, the hard earth and stone as if tofu, directly cut off the upper part of the shock wave, leaving only a low base. Countless debris instantly crushed into pieces. In the wind, two young figures blurred visible. When the storm subsided, it was found to be two small children of 7 or 8 years old. These two children were carved in powder and jade, beautiful and unusual. When they grow up, they would definitely be two big beauties. "Sister, Mother said that if I don't defeat you today, I will be punished at night. For the sake of your dear brother, you'd better admit defeat." A few helplessness in the clear cold voice, Miyuki-U's pair of soulful eyes stared at the little girl not far away. Amelia was wearing a red-colored martial arts uniform, her slender ponytail fluttering in the wind. "My dear brother, I think it's better for you to concede defeat. Call me senior brother," Miyuki-U shouted in exasperation. "Huh?" Amelia pulled up the corners of her mouth and laughed lightly twice, giving a finger towards Miyuki-U. The two were twin siblings, and their looks were identical. Miyuki-U was a boy, but had an incomparably delicate face, and would certainly be able to charm people in the future. The black lines appear on the forehead of Miyuki-U, the fine hair on his head constantly fluttering. He did not like it when people said he looked like a girl. The two heaven-destroying ki suddenly erupted from the bodies of the two, rolling waves of ki rose to the sky, and the planet beneath their feet trembled violently. To know that when Miyuki-U and Amelia were first born, they had a power level close to 1000. The qualifications were so good that even Ma Yang was surprised, and now 8 years have passed, the two little ones were close to 10,000. Although it could not be compared with the original Son Gohan who reached the Super Saiyan 2 at the age of 9, the high talent had really been astonishing. All of a sudden, the world became blurred again, two blurred figures flying at speed. Suddenly, disappeared and suddenly appeared, fighting from the sky to the ground, and from the ground back to the sky. Each time they exchanged blows, they would always set off heaven-destroying waves of ki. After a few more minutes, Both of their foreheads were covered with crystal sweat, but neither of them gave in to defeat, stubbornly persevering. Tens of thousands of meters high in the air, Melia, Maliz and April looked down on the battle below with a calm face. Although it was still a little bit worse than when the girls when they were small, Mukyu and Amelia could reach today's power at the age of 8, had made them more satisfied. Very good, except for the experience that is still a little lacking. Other aspects have been compared to the strongest in the God Mu force. Mali's beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, a joyful smile on the corner of her mouth. In a few more years, let Mukyu and Amelia can carry out their missions alone. Melia smiled. Their children were born in a good environment, starting higher than others from an early age, and the training they received later in life was also crucial in order to develop into strong people. At this time, April swept another place, where Brawley was training Launch, but in comparison, the movement was much quieter than Mukyu's side. For Launch and Brawley, it was relatively gentle. Sister Melia, I have tested Launch's body, and the same as cells were detected in her body, and it is no better than the scions of planet Sala. What's more, in terms of strength, the cells in the blonde state of Launch's body have more advantages. It's just that this power is suppressed by some mysterious force and has lost its activity. April studied the difference between planet Sala scions and planet Vegeta scions these years, and also analyzed the 2 tubes of blood from Launch's body. The conclusion reached was that the same as cells existed in Launch, which verified the point that the Earthlings were indeed somehow connected to the scions. Of course, when April expanded the scope of the experiment, it was found that not all Earthlings have S cells in their bodies. The Earthlings with S cells in their bodies exist in a very small range. In other words, there was only one group of Earthlings that had a connection with the scions. These Earthlings had universal physical characteristics. Hair color was mostly black or blonde, either red hair, blue hair, and S cells in the body was extremely trace. Such as Launch, she could show the transformation state, was already a miracle. If it was said that Melissa and Brawley were the scions in the transmission of the Super Saiyan, then Launch was the Earth's transmission of the Super Saiyan. Chapter 437 The Realm of Nothing. The Earth people had a great deal of origin. At least one of the people of Earth had a very mysterious origin, which April had confirmed through the genes. According to the enrichment of S cells, perhaps in some ancient era countless years ago, when the Earth people were just born, there was a powerful race visited the Earth. Then in the long evolutionary process for some reason, this group gradually degraded its powerful power and formed the present-day Earthlings, which explains why there were so many different forms of intelligent life on Earth, and all called Earthlings at the same time. April tried to guess that perhaps the earliest group of Earthlings were the rational scions who had lost their core power on planet Sala, and the blonde Launch was one of the few geniuses who had awakened some of their power. Of course, this speculation whether right or wrong April was not quite clear. After listening to April's speculation, Melia's starry eyes showed a divine light, so it seems that the Earth's heritage is also very simple. Although it looks very weak, if you can break through the layer of restrictions, you can become as strong as the scions. April shook her head and laughed. It's not that easy. I don't know how much training you have to go through to break through the bloodline restrictions. Melia said, that's right, but from what Canalida said, she has a few young people with very good potential there right now that might be able to support the growth of the Earthlings. April smiled and shook her head. Such a base is too small to support a race. That's right, even if they keep on having babies, they won't reach too many. By the way, senior sister Mixia, your brother has become a Super Saiyan now, right? You asked him to contribute a little blood. Together with Bardock, I want to study the characteristics of Super Saiyan carefully. April suddenly said. Since 3 years ago, after getting the Super Saiyan transformation method from Milith, the Scions of planet Sala began the Super Saiyan transformation attempts. However, this transformation method was after all developed by the modern Scions. If the evolved Scions wanted to use it, they needed to make modifications on this basis in order to do so. Therefore, it took several years to practice it. This was more than 2 years later than Bardock. It should be noted that after getting the transformation method, Bardock managed to turn into a Super Saiyan after only a few months, which was quite fast. What, ready to open a new subject again? Melia floated to April's side and gave her a moving smile. I see that your real purpose in studying Super Saiyan is to add special genes to your next android transformation, right? April smiled slightly, but did not deny. Who told you to become so strong? Since the Saiyan genes are so good, of course I want to have a little. Melia laughed. Alright, I'll talk to Wayne about it. Wayne's base form power level was almost 50 million, and after turning into a Super Saiyan, it increased by 50 times, and now there were few powerful Saiyans on planet Sala. Just as Melia and April were chatting, the battle between Mukyu and Amelia was nearing the end. Meliz used an instant transmission, and appeared between Mukyu and Amelia, giving them 2 senzu beans. Here, eat the senzu beans. Okay. Mukyu ate the senzubans and his spirit immediately returned to its peak state. Alongside, Amelia snatched and yelled, "Mom, I won this time, I don't need to be punished." Mukyu said angrily, "Nonsense, it's obvious that I won." Meliz smiled, "Let's consider it a tie this time, you don't have to fight. Mommy will take you to Planet Sala for a big meal." Amelia was Meliz's biological daughter, but Mukyu was also her child to some extent. She and Melia were not separated from each other. Good. Hearing that they would not be punished and that they would have a big meal, Mukyu and Amelia were immediately excited. Meliz showed an elegant and doting smile, reached out and led them to Planet Sala in an instant. These 3 years, the girls had not been idle. They constantly improved their power level at the same time. They also went to Planet Yardra to learn instant transmission, and if they wanted to travel, they didn't need to be personally led by Miang. On the other side, when Melia and April saw that Meliz took the lead to take Mukyu and the others away, they also teleported to Brawley and Launch's side. Melia took Brawley and the others away, while April went to Miang. On the other side of the planet, Miang was quietly floating above a lake. The blue and pure surface of the lake reflected Miang's figure, and as Miang closed his eyes and practiced, a mysterious and natural divine rhythm was constantly emitted with him as the center. Silvery white light all around his body, emotionless, like an old monk into the meditation, these years Miang had spent here. Puff. Puff. Miang closed his eyes and meditated, not caring about the vast energy that permeated his body, but completely quieting his heart, pondering every experience since his training, and every battle. He then pulling out the threads and stripping the cocoons to summarize the subtleties. In the slow sorting out, Miang saw through many of his previous mistakes. In the past, he had always pursued the strength of the realm, considering it as the basis of combat, especially after comprehending the unfettered instinct, and even more so after studying the realm state. However, now, when he was gradually introduced to the extreme instinct, he found that this idea was biased. The extreme instinct, which meant to make the best of one's mind, to be at will, to do whatever one wanted, was an extremely high level of spiritual realm, and complemented the unfettered instinct. The elevation of the state of mind allowed Miang to change his perspective on issues. In other words, the level was raised and his mentality was changed. Why did you have to separate the base form and realm states? If there was a difference between the states, wouldn't it be similar to the Saiyan's base form and Super Saiyan form? It was true that the state of the realm was different from the Super Saiyan state as a power enrichment, it was a more profound martial arts application. It was not too much to say that it was a technique. The actual fact was that after entering the realm state, Miang's normal power level could be brought into play several times more effective attacks. Analogous to the original Sun Gohan, whose potential was developed by the old K, he had a base form and a potential unleashed. However, all this was not real enough. Realm and non-realm, why not merge them into one? The true realm should be no state. A realm close to nothing, where the mind was empty, unrestrained, and not bound by the body and mind. The distinction between states was not needed. The normal power level of Miang now was about 8 billion. The realm state movement was more subtle and could bring out close to 20 billion energy. However, if he could perfectly combine the unfettered instinct with a small number of extreme instinct to reach a state close to the god of destruction, Beerus, or even a realm like this, that was the real sublimation. At that time, there was no base form or realm, the lifting of hands and feet could bring out the maximum power, and only then was the training accomplished. With such an idea, Miang's training had a direction. As the realm continued to improve, the corners of Miang's mouth gradually rose. When the training became less boring, it was as if he had tasted a fine wine that he had treasured for many years, and a feeling of satisfaction emerged in his heart. The intoxicating feeling taught Miang not to wake up from his cultivation. Suddenly, a thread of crystal sweat appeared on Miang's forehead, and a mysterious feeling arose in his heart, as the unfettered instinct and a small part of unfettered instinct began to combine, and the power of the realm gradually transformed into the physical body. Miang's power level began to steadily increase. When part of the power of the realm state was transferred to the physical body, Miang's surface power level had already reached 12 billion, and when he really completed this step, the 200 power level of the realm state would completely become Miang's physical power, which was the real sublimation. At that time, there was no difference between the base form and the realm, more real than the ultimate Gohan in the original story, closer to the state of nothing. In fact, Miang did not know that the complete unfettered instinct and the complete unfettered instinctal when thoroughly combined, that was the ultra instinct, which only the angel-level experts could comprehend. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, did not enter this state perfectly. Chapter 438 Newborn Pickle of Freedom. Empathic. Unrestrained. All kinds of indescribable mysterious feeling rushed to his heart. Miang continued to indulge in the realm of ascension. At this moment, He felt his mind was emptying, every cell was fully replenished, from inside to outside, he was breaking away from the level of a mortal. Opening his eyes, a radiant divine light burst out from his pitch-black eyes, as if piercing through the void. It feels completely different from before, every cell is full of vitality. With some joy in his voice, Maiyang squeezed his fist and instantly had the feeling of squeezing the universe in the palm of his hand. He had a feeling that when he integrated all the power of the realm state into his base form, he would have an earth-shattering metamorphosis, and that was when he would break the sixth limit. Before the sixth limit, Maiyang's dimensional level reached up to the sixth dimensional level, which was the level of Grand Kai. After the sixth limit, the dimensional level would rise to the seventh level, which was the level of a Supreme Kai apprentice or God of Destruction, which was a huge leap from the galactic level to a higher and more macroscopic universe level. After the realm was transformed into physical strength, the body strength also went up. I wonder how the destructive power is? After a moment of contemplation, Maiyang suddenly clenched his fist and threw a punch towards the void. Ha! Boom boom boom. The atmosphere boiled, the void exploded, and a tragic storm like the opening of the sky split the void and pierced the atmosphere running towards the universe. Layers of power kept stacking up, and all of a sudden, the cosmic stars beyond the planet were also affected. The satellites and asteroids running far away were disturbed by this and shifted their trajectories. This feeling is much stronger than before. A simple punch has stirred up the planetary system. With his eyes looking into the void, Maiyang grinned, and then landed the power of the acceleration world, pushing those satellites and asteroids that were out of orbit back into their original orbits. After Maiyang's power rose, the power inside the acceleration world was also rising and could now project its power into the seventh universe to a greater extent. After completing all this, Maiyang clapped his hands and smiled in a soothing mood, with a feeling that the size of the universe was at his disposal. Just at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside Maiyang. Senior brother, the commotion you made just now was not small, the celestial system was disturbed. Maiyang laughed, I was just testing the power, I didn't expect it to be quite powerful. By the way, did Mukyu and Amelia finish their training? April held a smile, Sister Melia has taken them back to planet Slura, I came here especially to find you to go back together. Next, April informed Maiyang of her research results and her new research ideas. After listening, Maiyang nodded his head in a slightly thoughtful manner. In fact, after breaking through the limit many times, he had already meditatively felt the connection between the Earthlings and the Saiyans, and April's research had just verified this point. About the S-cell research, April, you still have to catch up, maybe there will be unexpected results. Maiyang reminded emphatically. April nodded, I will catch up. Right, we've been out for a long time, it's not always a matter without a powerful expert suppressing the God Mu Force side. Wait a minute after we go back, you go and get Bardock, let him return to the God Mu Force first. Well, I will send him back. The strength of Bardock had increased amazingly after turning into a Super Saiyan. With his power alone, it was enough to suppress the North area and make the God Mu Force a big power. If not for the fact that the experts under the hands of Maiyang was really not enough to bring the entire North area into its management, otherwise there would be no room for the existence of King Cold's forces. The two of them were not really interested in forming a force, but since Maiyang had instructed her to do so, she followed suit. Then the two stayed in a high altitude, looked around the earth and lakes destroyed by the air waves, the two turned around, directly transient to planet Sala. On planet Sala, Wayne warmly entertained Maiyang and the others in the palace. After a sumptuous feast, April teleported away first with Bardock. Wayne and the other Super Saiyans of planet Sala gathered around Melia and Melis and asked them for advice on Super Saiyan transformation techniques. So far, the few Super Saiyans above planet Sala were only the most basic first stage, not reaching the level of Super Saiyan 2. Next to her, Milif carefully waited beside Melia as if she were a maid. Since she was captured by Melissa, she also knew that she could not escape at all and simply resigned herself to her fate. Maiyang sat beside him sipping wine, occasionally dipping his chopsticks into a few drops of wine and feeding them to Mukyu and Amelia, looking at the two children with red faces, smiling comfortably. Wasn't that what life needs? Unlike Maiyang's dashing and comfortable life, at this time on Earth in a certain primitive forest, a reminder of a fat dinosaur-like demon race spread its wings and carefully guarded next to a giant white egg. The name of this dinosaur demon was called Symbol. It was created by Great Demon King Piccolo before he found the Dragon Balls. He was responsible for protecting the descendants of Great Demon King Piccolo will. Click, 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 click. The large white egg shakes up, the surface of a few cracks, a few pieces of eggshell gradually peeled off. This giant egg would not give birth to life until Great Demon King Piccolo died. Ah, the Lord Demon King is about to be born. Symbol's two huge dragon eyes stared at the white giant egg, and the wings on his back kept flickering. Newborn Piccolo peeled off the eggshell and crawled out, and after seeing Symbol, a cold light flashed in both eyes. Symbol was shocked by Newborn Piccolo's appalling gaze, and his body prostrated on the ground. Great Demon King Piccolo, I, Symbol, have been waiting here for a long time. Tell me what you know, and those who killed my father, tell me everything. The newborn Piccolo was small, but the pressure from his body made Symbol unable to raise his head. Yes. Symbol responded respectfully, and then told the newborn Piccolo what he had learned during this time. So that's how it is. It seems that the Earth now is different from the ancient times. There are too many experts stationed in the city. Father was killed by those humans because he didn't learn the detailed information. Newborn Piccolo's face was full of chill. Son Goku, this man is the one who killed father. Great Demon King Piccolo, what are you going to do now? Newborn Piccolo glanced at Symbol. I'm going to improve my power. Only with great power, this Demon King can rule the world. As for you, Symbol, your goal is too obvious. Find a place to hide yourself. I'll obey the order. Symbol obeyed the orders of the newborn Piccolo. Piccolo nodded and viciously crushed the stone under his feet. Father's failure is because the power is too weak. I cannot repeat the same mistake. One day I will be strong enough to rule the entire world. The martial arts tournament is interesting, Son Goku. I will completely defeat you. Chapter 439 The Pink Figure in the Void. After sending Symbol away, Piccolo pondered the situation he would face. At a time when the whole earth was full of powerful people, Piccolo's was faced with a purgatory-like difficulty. Because he was a demon, the slightest mistake would be detected by human martial artists, so he could not go near human cities. Piccolo went all the way to the southwest of the uninhabited area, until he arrived at a place called Yunzabit Heights. This place was cold and windy, desolate, with only a few water and few people. It was the most severe natural conditions. In the towering wilderness, only thousands of kilometers of the Grand Canyon lying in the middle of the Yunzabit Heights, the whistling cold wind from the canyon, blowing on the face, like a knife cut. Newborn Piccolo wrapped in dark purple clothes, sitting on a rock shelf raised by the canyon, allowing the knife-like strong wind to hit his body. At first, my father was not strong enough. If I want to achieve their ambitions, I must become more powerful than anyone. With this strong and determined will, Piccolo endured the physical destruction and continued to sharpen the power of his body. Gradually, Piccolo entered into the forgetfulness of training, and his power was also strengthening. Perhaps because the original Great Demon King Piccolo brewed enough time in the creation of the newborn Piccolo, he was not as hasty as in the original. The newborn Piccolo's depth was very deep. Unknowingly, his power had begun to surpass the original Great Demon King Piccolo. But this was not enough. Piccolo knew his own power was not strong enough. He needed more powerful power to trample everyone underfoot. Just when Piccolo was grinding inhumanly for his ambition, Krillin, Son Goku, Bulma, Taichi, Krillin, Genshinhan, Gyatso, Yamcha, Yajirobe, total of 8 people, with the permission of Canalita, finally left the Earth. This was the first time they left the Earth. In the God Mu Force Central Star, Son Goku, Bulma, and others, entered the Grand View Gardens and traveled up the Central Star. Central Star was the hub of the God Mu Force. The strong people here were naturally extremely strong. Most of the strong people who came from Earth were staying here to train. This is like entering a heaven for newcomers. Son Goku, Genshinhan and others. Goku, the people here are so powerful. Krillin looked appalled, his face a little white to perceive the energy above the Central Star. Because only few people in the universe knew how to use ki, so in Krillin's perception, the Central Star was full of powerful energy sources. Of course, this is the Central Star. The more high achievers, the more suitable for training. I can't wait to fight with the experts here. Son Goku's eyes kept rolling and the corners of his mouth curled up with joy. On Earth, they were considered rare experts. However, in the Central Star, with a casual glance, they would be able to see the strength of the experts above themselves. Goku, Krillin, here farewell, I want to go with Gyatso to see other places. Genshinhan said with an excited face. Yes, I'm also going to practice. The next time we meet, then who is the fastest to improve? Yamaha said with a steely gaze. These years Yamaha had been chasing Son Goku's footsteps. As he grew, he vaguely also liked the feeling of constantly cultivating and getting stronger, no longer obsessed with who exceeded who. Martial artists' competition should be the past. Master Roshi said reading 10,000 books is better than walking 10,000 miles, I will not lose to you guys. Krillin's strength was considered the weakest among the other, but he had good martial arts education, so he had a courageous and straightforward fighting spirit. Keep down. His future would certainly have a great success. Then we'll separate to train. They conferred and soon split into several waves of people. Genshinhan and Gyatso moved towards the east side, Krillin and Yamcha moved towards the north side, Yajirobe alone with a big knife facing south, he as a swordsman, had always been as solitary. After the crowd left, Bulma took Son Goku's hand and said enthusiastically, "Goku, where do we go next?" Son Goku laughed, "To find my mother, she can surely arrange us." "Bulma, don't you want to study the technology of the cosmonauts? You can study it well then." Bulma's eyes lit up, "Yeah, I haven't seen Auntie Jine for a long time. Kai-Chi, when the time comes, you will train with me." Son Goku looked at Kai again. "Well, it's just like when we were kids." Kai nodded her head happily and smiled like a peach blossom. Kai and Son Goku was also considered a childhood friend. With Son Goku's side she was more able to feel peace of mind. This time she looked at Bulma. That straightforward and open look made heart vaguely had some anxious. "Pickerette, Bulma, Kai-Chi, you are finally here." Seeing her son whom she had not seen for a long time, and the two girls beside her son, Jine's clean face showed a bright smile. Saiyans generally had a long adolescence, and with Jine's current age, it looked as if she was in his 20s. "Mom. Auntie Jine." Bulma and Kai greeted nicely, and they behaved especially well in front of Jine. "You all stay in Central Star for these few years, I will take good care of you." Jine nodded happily. In Jine's heart she also liked Son Goku a little more, because Son Goku's character was more like her, humble and obedient, kind-hearted. As for Raditz, she hadn't seen him for years since Mayang sent him off to be the bodyguard last time. "Mom, are you able to find more experts? I want to train." Son Goku couldn't get a word out of training, and thought about training after a brief catch-up. "Okay." Jine naturally satisfied Son Goku's request, and contacted the experts above the Central Star through the contact device. For Lord Bardock and Jine's son, Central Star, no matter how, they would not be slack. Soon several experts came to Son Goku. After Son Goku ran to practice with Joy, Jine led Bulma and Kai to another site. She arranged for Bulma a large research room, and for Kai was also a not bad training field. Looking at the two girls' faces flushed with excitement, Jine nodded slightly. "Bulma and Kai, these two girls are good candidates to be daughter-in-law. Kakarot will have a headache in the future." Jine shook his head. Saiyans were actually not very constrained to feelings. If she is allowed to choose for Son Goku, she suggested that both were not spared. Meanwhile, in the vast and boundless universe, the void suddenly distorted, then like glass shattered, fine crystal fragments fall down, but these fragments just slipped, disappeared in the void, then a burst of fine spatial ripples, spread out. In the void distortion, a pink figure from the space across, a pair of blood-red eyes scornfully sweeping the four directions. "Well, after escaping for so long, which time and space is this?" The pink silhouette had slightly curly pink and white hair, with pointed ears like the ears of an elf, hidden by the pink and white hair. The whole skin was white and red, the clothes on the body in addition to the black wrapped chest and black wrist guards with only a white pants, and a beautiful face demonic abnormal, full of seduction. A pink tail constantly swaying, with a look at it, one knew it was not human. "Yeah, this is actually a whole universe. I actually came to this kind of place. It seems to be careful, must not attract the attention of others." The pink person stretched out a finger and sucked on the side of his mouth, smiled demonically, and two pointed tiger teeth shone with a creepy cold light. Chapter 440 Android 21 The vast universe was silent, only the distant hazy starfire in the dark night sky flickered. The sudden appearance of this figure was not accompanied by any spaceship. It was so solitary. Her pink and white hair was trailed to her waist, and it was extraordinarily seductive. If it were not for the blood-colored pupils that burst out from time to time with bursts of evil intent, no one else would have thought of the danger of the woman in front of them. The pink-skinned woman was Android 21, to be exact, the evil part that split out of the body of Android 21 from another time and space. In another time and space, Android 21 was transformed with the cells of Majinbuu, so in addition to the human form, there was a demon form. But due to the influence of the evil mind in the cells of Majinbuu, Android 21 was born. The pink-haired Android 21 that appeared in this whole universe of Mayang was full of evil thoughts. In fact, it was the Android 21 that the Time Patrol's Pitu and no other were hunting for. With a small hand to his mouth and a hatchet, Android 21 boldly explored the current situation of this universe. Android 21 came from another time and space, but even that time and space did not belong to the scope of the whole universe. In the world where Android 21 was born, Universe 7 was not called Universe 7. The scope was not as big as this current universe, where God of Destruction, Angel Zeno, and etc., did not exist. Already traveled through several time and space, Android 21 had heard the legends of the whole universe and understood that there were many. There were numerous masters here, and her power could not gain an advantage here on her own, so that she would act with a little restraint. Grrrr. Her stomach let out a cry. Hey, I'm hungry. I've consumed too much energy traveling through time and space. It's time to go hunt some experts. Android 21's expression became demonic. The signal called appetite was making her stupidly excited. This seems to be the north area. There should be a lot of masters. Well, let's determine the age first. If I can encounter Son Goku and the others, I can have a beautiful full meal. Android 21 let out a giggle as he rubbed his cheek. Speaking of which, Android 21 was more powerful than Majin Buu. With the skill of hunting, and like Majin Buu, she could turn enemies into desserts and eat them, transforming them into her own energy. In other time and space, where Android 21 crosses, all the strongest people are preyed upon by her. At this time she came to Universe 7, she would certainly set off a disaster. At this moment, at the God of Destruction planet, he usually had nothing to do except to monitor the operation of Universe 7, and what interested him most in his free time was to taste the delicious food. Placing the divine staff next to a tree stump, Wes took out a series of cooking equipment and prepared to exercise his cooking skills. Suddenly, the black crystal ball on top of the staff flickered and shone with crystal light, and Wes gently glanced at it. He picked up the staff and placed it in front of his eyes, squinting one eye at the situation displayed on the crystal ball. The crystal ball at the top showed a picture of what was happening in the lower universe. Huh? Wes gave a soft cry. At this moment, he saw a pink figure speeding rapidly through the cosmic starry sky and throwing out a large cloud of bizarre energy at every planet it reached. In the picture, Android 21 had a charming smile. A mass of energy rays shining with glorious light spread into the planet. The strong people above the planet turned into cakes. Other desserts gathered into her hands, and she ate them with a big mouthful, followed by a few flashes of pink and white luster. The figure disappeared from the starry sky. This person does not seem to be a life of Universe 7. A flash of surprise flashed from the bright eyes. Wes' face that had been unperturbed for millions of years showed a trace of doubt, but it was only a little doubt, a little interesting. This person looks as if he is a demon. For millions of years, everything in Universe 7 was under the control of Wes. There was nothing other than food that could interest Wes. Sloppy strength, probably a little more powerful than the Majin Buu back then. No one in the lower realm is indeed her opponent, but the means of hunting others, indeed a little cruel. Wes lightly chanted, the expression on his face remained unchanged. If it was a crisis within Universe 7, that even if the universe erupted into a major crisis, Wes was not willing to care. Because this was the internal mechanism of the universe, it could be considered a test of the universe's internal life and gods. Even if something went wrong, there were gods of destruction and Kai to make up for it. It was not a big problem. As for the disaster caused by factors outside Universe 7, it was a different story. The angel's duty was not only to supervise the god of destruction but also to prevent the threat of foreign universes. He picked up his staff and tapped it on the ground a few times, and then a glorious and colorful light shone up. The multicolored starlight was like a firework blooming, wrapped up Wes, then became a stream of light piercing through the void and running towards the lower world. At the time when Wes rushed toward the lower realm, North Kai was lying in a hammock, sleeping and squinting his eyes comfortably. Since the development of God Mu Force, his life as Kai had become more and more comfortable. He could not wait for God Mu Force to integrate the entire North area as soon as possible. Suddenly, a bone-chilling chill came to his heart, and the North Kai shivered and woke up from his sleep. Oops, it's cold. The weather has turned cold recently. Suddenly, North Kai opened his eyes in bewilderment. No, I am here in North Kai's planet. There are no seasons at all. North Kai's brain suddenly woke up after the initial confusion, and a few hints of bad luck somehow grew in his heart. Staggering down from the hammock, just when he was about to detect what had happened, an evil and cold aura had come to his face. The aura was so strong that it was unheard of. North Kai's face turned pale, and he let out a miserable wail. Now it went without saying that he knew what had happened. The territory under his own jurisdiction was in trouble again and again. What a terrifying key, even Maiyang isn't that strong. Stammering out a few words, North Kai felt the sky spinning and a feeling of suffocation. The two tentacles on the top of his head scanned the territory under his jurisdiction. He abruptly saw a pink figure that flew through the universe, and everywhere it passed, all-powerful beings then disappeared. Ah, that woman. She has eaten all the powerful beings? North Kai was so frightened that he sat on his butt. He had been a Kai for so many years but had never encountered such a bizarre thing. The woman who appeared in his jurisdictional territory seemed to be able to devour other beings. That woman is too dangerous. The first thing that came to North Kai's mind was to inform Maiyang. Nowadays, the only one he could rely on was him. However, after searching several times and not finding Maiyang's figure, North Kai was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. It's finished. Maiyang and the others are not in the north area. Right, this matter must be reported to Grand Kai only. Hey, Lord Grand Kai, this is North Kai. There is an urgent matter here that needs to be reported. North Kai sent a call request to the Grand Kai in the higher dimension with his eyes closed. North Kai, what is the matter? After a while, the voice of Grand Kai rang in his ears. Lord Grand Kai, you must save the north area this time. North Kai opened his mouth and started crying. Although he didn't know if Grand Kai could help him solve this time's trouble, without being able to contact Maiyang, he could only turn to Grand Kai. Chapter 441 The Demon and April. What's wrong this time? The thing is like this. North Kai hurriedly reported what he had found to Grand Kai. After receiving North Kai's request for help, Grand Kai's divine thoughts immediately swept to the star field under the jurisdiction of the north area. After finding the figure of Android 21, Grand Kai's face instantly turned serious. However, just like the North Kai, Grand Kai had never seen such a powerful existence and could not decide for a moment. This matter is difficult. At this time, it would be good if the legendary Supreme Kai could show up, but since losing contact millions of years ago, Supreme Kai had not shown up for a long time, and even Grand Kai did not know how to contact. Grand Kai had no way to deal with this enemy that appeared right now. North Kai immediately knew that even Grand Kai had encountered difficulties, and a trembling heart kept sinking. The line of sight once again focused on Android 21, and he found that the demon was constantly jumping space position, constantly heading towards the direction of the Earth. As the advancing trajectory of Android 21 scanned, when it was near the central star of God Mu Force, North Kai found April, who had returned from a distant galaxy with Bardock. North Kai was overjoyed and immediately sent out a call for help as if he had found a lifeline. April, help, only you can save the north area now. April was startled by North Kai's sudden wail. She, who had just arrived from planet Sala, was completely unaware that another disaster had occurred in the north area. North Kai, what has happened to you there again? North Kai's tongue was wagging. Not here, it's the north area. An extremely dangerous fellow is causing trouble in the north area, and now she's approaching towards the central star where you are. Hey, tell me clearly what's going on? April frowned. Every time this North Kai approached her, nothing good came out of it, so what did her headless words mean now? April was about to ask North Kai in detail, but at that moment, an evil aura suddenly appeared in April's perception. The aura was strong, but for some reason, April felt a sense of familiarity from it. Miss April, you feel it, right? Bardock, who had returned to the central star with April, looked serious. Well, an enemy is approaching. April nodded her head gently. Bardock said, the other party's energy is extremely high. If we let her land on the planet head-on, I'm afraid it will have very serious consequences. Thinking about the current situation, April said to Bardock, you stay behind to protect the central star, and I'll try to see if I can keep the other side out of the planetary system. It's better for me to go. April was Mr. Maiyang's wife, so how could Bardock let her go to risk? April shook her head. Although you are able to turn into a Super Saiyan, this time the enemy is beyond your imperial range. I estimate that the opponent's power level will not be less than 4 billion, so it is better for me to go. Bardock was silent. He knew his power very well, that billions of strength of the enemy, indeed was not he could deal with. I will guard the central star, and please be careful in all things. Bardock sighed. April's calm face suddenly blossomed into a smile, and her azure eyes were streaming with light. Then she took a step forward and disappeared in front of Bardock without a sound. When the strength reaches the level of 1,000,000 or more, any planet is fragile to them. For the strongest people in the universe, 10,000 power level was a watershed. 10,000 power level below the battle, at most, was to destroy the structure of the continent, causing genocide, while 10,000 power level above, at every turn is to destroy the sky and earth, breaking the stars. For the strongest, the most ideal battlefield, in fact, was the universe and the stars. The planet was just a stepping stone. Looking at the disappearance of April, Bardock frowned. April had gone to block the strong enemy, then he could not be idle. With a little thought, Bardock urgently contacts the chief of the central star above, letting it be ready to deal with the situation. In the vast cosmic starry sky, Android 21 was happily holding a delicious dessert and tasting it while flying fast. The other planets in the north area generally did not have many strong people, and Android 21 had killed several planets before hunting down a few strong people with a power level of over 100,000. And none of the million-level experts were encountered. It should be known that the stronger the opponent's power, the more delicious the taste after turning into a dessert. Those whom Android 21 had tasted before, could only give her a toothache, and could not fill her stomach at all. Suddenly, a human figure blocked in front of Android 21, who was spoiled by the uninvited spoiler, and both eyes exposed a ferocious light. Huh. Android 21 looked at April in front of her in surprise. Wahahaha, Madden Android 21, so you're here. Figured it out and ready to transform into the power inside me. Madden Android 21 looked at April excitedly, and suddenly froze. Huh? Strange. Android 21, when did your power become so weak? Such a fusion cannot improve the power of A. Madden Android 21? April murmured the name softly. As early as a few years ago, April had heard of this name from Pitu and no other. It seemed to be the other parallel time and space themselves. Could it be that? April carefully surveyed the pink woman in front of her. A face of pink and white hair, pink in red skin, relatively slender body, from inside to outside to give her a touch of familiarity. The face profile and their own have a few similarities. April blurted out, "You are Madden Android 21. Madden Android 21 floated charmingly to April's heel, like onion-like slender fingers picking April's chin, charmingly said, "Ha ha, only a few years and you cannot even recognize yourself. Be a good girl and melt into one with me." As soon as she finished, Madden Android 21's lips directly on April's mouth. April's pupils suddenly tightened. She did not expect Madden Android 21 would came to such a play. Hastily pushing Madden Android 21 away, April wiped her lips hard. In the past, she was often taken advantage of by Melissa, but now she was actually taken advantage of by a demon. When she thought of this, April's face was red for a while and white for a while, and her expression was cloudy. Madden Android 21 stopped in the void with an evil smile, her tongue licking the saliva on her lips, fusing the genes inside, her eyebrows constantly changing, and said in a cold voice, "No, you're not Android 21. You don't have the same genes as her." Looking at the gloomy face of April, Madden Android 21 said, "You are the Android 21 of this time and space, but your body does not have the cells of Majin Buu. It is the original Earthling vegetative body, but that Earthling should not have such a strong power too." Android 21 was cloned by Dr. Jero after his wife's death by collecting her cells. Because of the slow manufacturing, it was not completed even at the time of Dr. Jero's death, after which the computer continued manufacturing and added the cells of the Majin Buu. In fact, in a sense, April and Android 21 were completely different. "My name is April, and I am an Earthling," April emphasized. "That's really true, so it's a pity that even if I fuse you, I can't improve my power. Hey, how about turning you into a delicious dessert for me to taste? It must be very delicious." Madden Android 21 first shook her head regretfully, but once she thought of the great power she possessed within the other party, a few moments of anticipation passed over her face. "Do you want to eat me?" April's brown eyebrows twitched, and there was no reason for a bad chill. The demon in front of her liked desserts as much as she did, but turning people into desserts for hunting was too heavy-handed. Chapter 442 The Strange Demon Isn't His Normal? You have to eat when you are hungry. Of course, I have to hunt when I'm hungry. Seeing April's fuss, Madden Android 21 let out a giggle as if it was a natural thing to do. April's nerves tensed up, the blue-colored eyes stared at Madden Android 21. This woman who looked a bit like her was simply a demon. Someone so dangerous, she can't be allowed near the central star. Her two eyes became sharp, and April immediately detached from Madden Android 21 some distance away. The energy in her body began to roll, and the white trench coat could not stop fluttering. The delicate skin surface was like a glaze, attached to a layer of crystal light. It seems that you are not willing to obediently become my food, but no matter what. Any resistance is useless. I always know, under the sky, there is no reason to reap what you sow." Madden Android 21's face showed an evil smile, the eyelids moved, and suddenly burning blood-red light. Just then, there was a loud boom. The red energy wrapped around Madden Android 21's body suddenly swept away like a gale of fury, and the vast void became unstable all of a sudden. The body was like a flat boat in the sea rising and falling. Feeling the wild and evil aura emanating from Madden Android 21, April's face sank. Her face showed anxiety, and she secretly said, "Madden Android 21's power is actually so strong, maybe only brother and Melissa together can deal with it." April's heart was filled with a chill, and her expression changed dramatically. "Hey, turn into a dessert." Madden Android 21 clasped her hands to her chest, her slender fingers pointed towards the front, and her fingertips instantly shone with a point of light that came towards April like an electric light. The warning of danger suddenly sounded, and April had no time to think. Her body involuntarily dodged, and at this moment, the eternal energy source was turned on to the limit. With a swish, a burning heat was felt at her cheek, and the magic lightning of Madden Android 21 brushed past April's cheek and fell straight to a small astral body in the distance. At once, a magical scene happened. The small astral body that had been running peacefully actually miraculously changed its shape and finally turned into a palm-sized cake. April's bright eyes opened wide, the pupils inside shrank to pinhole-sized dots, and her scalp felt a sudden numbness. What kind of special ability is this? It is actually able to turn the astral body into a cake. The weirdness of Majin Android 21 made April feel palpitations. Majin Android 21 was an Android 21 that had fused with Majin Buu cells. The answer to the question of what Majin Buu was, April didn't know, but the ability that Majin Android 21 had just shown had surprised her to the extreme. There were actually such bizarre guys in the world. The lightning was called Transfiguration Beam. The effect was the same as the tentacles on top of Majin Buu's head. Anyone who was hit by the lightning would be turned into dessert. Shit, I can't believe you dodged it. Majin Android 21 spat her mouth, and the corners of her mouth hooked up with an evil smile. I was just going to make a joke with you, but you're not as weak as I thought you were up there. You should be able to make up for a lot of my energy loss, an unexpected pleasure. Between the words, Majin Android 21's cold eyes flashed a scarlet electric aura, followed by rough and tyrannical energy to Majin Android 21 as the center of the sweep up. The body bent down, and Majin Android 21's figure suddenly disappeared from April's eyes. When it reappeared, it had come to April's heel. The tip of his nose was almost about to stick to April's cheek, and Majin Android 21 smiled demonically. I wonder if you can withstand one of my attacks. Not good. Wow, with a fist launched forward, the hard fist struck April's body. April's face was bitter, and her body had shot out like a cannonball. Hey, this time, let's see how you can dodge. You'll turn into a dessert. Pray. The curved lightning flashed again. The lightning cut through the void and looked like it was about to hit the speeding April. Facing the attack of Majin Android 21, April opened her eyes but could not make a dodging move. Am I about to be devoured by Majin Android 21? The figure of Ma Yang flashed in her thoughts, and April's heart was filled with longing. At that moment, a cyan figure blocked in front of April, and a sudden distortion occurred in the void. A well-sized channel appeared suddenly. As soon as that channel appeared, it absorbed the electric light released by Majin Android 21 cleanly in a big gulp. At the same time, April's body was held in place. April, if we are one step late, you will have to report to the other world. A clear and pleasant voice sounded in April's mind. April broke free from the other party's arms. Sister Melissa, what brings you here? Melissa hooked up her fingers and knocked the back of her fingers on April's head. You didn't inform us beforehand when such a big thing happened. If it wasn't for Bardock, who was still reliable, you would have been dead. As Melissa said, if Bardock had not been thoughtful enough to use the Central Star's contact device to contact Ma Yang and Melissa on the planet Sala, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I didn't expect to meet this guy, April said glutinously with an aggrieved face. Pay attention next time. Ma Yang did not reprimand April like Melissa. After softly comforting a sentence, he turned around and gazed at Majin Android 21 with both eyes. It was only right that there should not be a Majin Android 21 in this era. Majin Android 21. Ma Yang's cold voice was transmitted over radio waves. Huh? 2 more guys looking for death? You should be the experts of the North area, right? Strange, how come I haven't seen you guys in other time and space? Majin Android 21 sounded relaxed, seemingly not caring about the other side coming with a few more helpers. Anyway, the more they came, the more energy they would send to her. So, the happier she would be. I have not seen you either. You should be the one that the Time Patrol is trying to capture. As a rule, you shouldn't have the ability to travel through time and space. Ma Yang looked relaxed, but in fact, he was always on guard. Ha ha ha, you know quite a lot. Majin Android 21 talked as if he was an old friend. Ma Yang laughed and did not reply, but took out a small golden card from his pocket, then wrenched it into 2 pieces in front of Majin Android 21. This card was given to him by Pitou and no other to contact emergently when they found out about Majin Android 21. Bastard, you actually have the Time Patrol's alarm card. Seeing this, Majin Android 21 was no longer as relaxed as before. Her face was cold, and her eyes were filled with cold light. The Time Patrol group was like a dog's skin. Once they were entangled, they couldn't shake it off. Majin Android 21 threw her arm with force, splitting the energy wind wall in front of her. With a sprint, she flew towards the location where Ma Yang and the others were. Melissa, this guy is not simple. You join forces with me, be careful of the magic lightning she emits. April, you first hide to the side. Ma Yang suddenly shouted. The power of his body swells up at the same time. Okay. Melissa and April nodded in unison. The battle soon began. Ma Yang first tangled with Majin Android 21. As long as he paid attention to the magic electric light on the other side, Maiyang had the certainty to tangle with Majin Android 21. The silhouette suddenly flashed, and Maiyang stopped in front of Majin Android 21. His arms suddenly crackled, and there was a series of movements. This time Melissa also leapt forward. The legendary Super Saiyan power burst out, silver-white electric arcs wrapped around the body, golden hair upward. Melissa's legendary Super Saiyan form was a bit like Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 443 was saved the day. How dare you stop me? Go die. Majin Android 21 let out a beast-like shrill scream, which was transmitted through the electric waves. Even in the vacuum of the universe, it was still so loud. Maiyang was also enraged, and with a wave of his big hand, the energy of the acceleration world suddenly descended. The whole space trembled, and a mysterious power poked out from the void, directly imprisoning Majin Android 21 in the void. At that moment, with a click, a blood-red energy waved out from the hand of Majin Android 21, and affected by this energy, the void steeply showed a crack. Even the power of the accelerated world was affected. The bodies of Maiyang and Melissa swayed in the east and west in the giant wind, like floating weeds. The two looked at each other and with a bang, they disappeared at the same time. The next moment they appeared together again. They worked with each other, fighting with Majin Android 21. If only one person, Maiyang really did not have much certainty to face Majin Android 21. At this time, the full play of Maiyang in the coordination of the free state of unfettered instinct out 20 billion power level. Although Melissa's action was wild and the energy is also close to 20 billion, it was not as fine and efficient as Maiyang. The two joined forces, but barely suppressed Majin Android 21. As long as they hold on until the time patrol arrives, they would be able to retreat with success. But at that moment, Maiyang's body suddenly shook. It turned out that Majin Android 21 also realized that the situation was not as smooth as she thought, so she also launched a vicious attack towards Maiyang. The strength of Majin Android 21's attack was beyond Maiyang's expectation. Even under the attack of two people, she still had the ability to manipulate the rhythm of the battle with her superiority in combat power. She was like a ferocious tank, using her main energy on Maiyang. Half of his body was slightly numb and his movements were slowed down for a while. Maiyang hurriedly withdrew from the distance of tens of thousands of meters as if he had grown wings. Turning to Melissa, he said, "Intensify your attacks, don't expect to defeat her, let's try to stall for time." "Okay." Melissa nodded seriously. The three burning flames were seen swaying a short distance apart, and from time to time, they collided, and with each impact, the entire void trembled. Heavenly God Beam. Sky-splitting Fist. Tornado Storm. Dry Beam. White, golden, green, various colors of light shone up in the starry sky, and although these moves did not exert their full power, they could delay them for a while. Humphrey, when it comes to energy strength, you guys are still far from it. The Majin Android 21 whistled furiously, knowing in his heart that the other party was stalling for time. His expression became more and more indifferent. To be honest, she was humiliated by the fact that she couldn't hold two nobodies. At least she was Majin Android 21, she was also invincible in the universe. Fuck. With a majestic power, Majin Android 21 pounced on her. Maiyang leg force instantly kicked towards the chest of the Majin Android 21, but then saw the Majin Android 21 body swing. The pink tail wrapped around the waist of Maiyang, followed by 2 feet clamped Maiyang, hands open. Ready to cast magic to turn Maiyang into dessert. Humphrey, don't come this way. Maiyang coldly snorted. Speaking of the proficiency of this posture, he and Melissa, April didn't know how many times they had drilled. The power in his body suddenly burst out. He grabbed the head of the Majin Android 21. There was nothing else but a familiar hand. The head of the Majin Android 21 was stretched out like rubber cement, and at that moment, Melissa came forward with an aggressive roar. Her whole being dominated by the will to fight, and the destructive power she exerted was very considerable. However, just at that moment, Majin Android 21 revealed a crazy smile. It was not good. Maiyang's face changed wildly. He saw that Majin Android 21 actually abandoned the two of them and ran towards April in the distance. The speed was so fast that it had already crossed the speed of light. Death God Chain. With an urgent shout, space became sticky. A silver-white chain landed down, trapping Majin Android 21 firmly. Majin Android 21's eyes turned for a moment, and the demonic blood pupils suddenly shone with an eerie light. The silver chain, which was condensed from the power of the accelerated world, actually showed signs of fracture in a moment. Bang! The chain tautly snapped and turned into a little bit of crystalline and gorgeous stardust, disappearing into the universe. Poof! A mouthful of blood snatched out of his mouth, and Maiyang's body shook. The power of the backlash caused his heart to commit an evil. At this time, The Majin Android 21 broke free from the bondage of the divine chain and had appeared beside April's side. Her feet seemed to be wrapped around April's body like an octopus. April's face turned white, helplessly finding herself unable to break free. Android 21, be good and become the food. A cold and evil voice rang out as Majin Android 21 opened its mouth and nibbled on April's delicate cheek. It's over. Ma Yang's eyes were splitting and his expression was in a trance. Melissa wanted to rush over to rescue, but it was already too late, seeing that April was about to be poisoned by Majin Android 21. Well, just at that moment, a colorful and brilliant color shone up in the universe. Ding ding. 2 taps on the void, the entire universe and stars seemed to have fallen into a time standstill. Everything was frozen. Hey, outsider, without my consent, how can you harm the life of my universe? A hazy voice passed through. A cluster of streams of light crossed the void universe. It was only a flash before their eyes, and a red figure appeared in front of Ma Yang and the others. Dressed in a crimson divine robe, with long white curly hair and a large light blue halo around his neck. It was the Angel of Universe 7, Wes. Seeing that in the nick of time, Wes appeared, Ma Yang and Melissa's hearts settled down. Knowing that Wes' strength was ranked first in Universe 7, and was also among the top even in the entire universe. With this kind of trust, Wes gave people the feeling of reliability. With such an expert in place, April's safety was already guaranteed. Wes, April is still in their hands. Ma Yang came to Wes' side. Oh, that pretty little girl is also your wife, TSK, it's really enviable. Wes hid his mouth and joked, don't worry, there is me, nothing will happen. The slightly contemptuous voice made Majin Android 21's face turn gloomy, while not far from her, Wes stood there with the divine staff in his hand, happily. Needless to say, it was Wes who had just stopped Majin Android 21 from hunting April. What are you? Majin Android 21 looked a little nervous. For Wes, Majin Android 21 instinctively felt a bit of fear, as if the other party was able to crush herself with a casual move. Wes blinked. Didn't you learn about the situation here before you came to Universe 7? It seems that the person behind you didn't tell you completely. What are you talking about? Majin Android 21 felt baffled. So you are not sure why you are able to travel through time and space. Your strength is similar to that of the Majin Buu back then, and you don't look bad either. However, it's not possible for such power to travel freely through the universe, especially the whole universe. Wes nodded. Let me introduce myself. I am the Angel of Universe 7, Wes. My duty is to guard the stability of Universe 7. Outsider, your existence has offended the balance of the universe. I have searched the whole universe as well as the fragmented worlds around the whole universe and found no trace of you, so I guess you should come from the world outside the whole universe system. Behind you there must be someone else who sent you here. Let me guess, it's the Demon Supreme Kusagakure, right? Majin Android 21 opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Looks like it's him, he's still beating up the whole universe. Seeing this, Wes already knew that he was right. The Demon Supreme Kusagakure had been spying on the whole universe, and he didn't know what good it would do to him. Chapter 444 Majin Android 21 is scared Demon Supreme Kusagakure. This was an extremely ancient demon and a super terrifying demon god. As the ruler of the Dark Demon realm, the Demon Supreme Kusagakure was outside of the entire universe and formed his own system. His power resonated not with his strength but with his ability to destroy the structure of space-time. His main subordinates included the demon god Demigra, Butine, Gravy, Myra, Toa, and others, each of whom was extremely difficult to deal with. Compared with them, the so-called King of Demon Realm Deborah in the whole universe did not even qualify to lift their shoes. Demon Supreme Kai could send other people to different time periods in the River of Time, thus destabilizing space-time, so they were natural rivals of the Supreme Kai of Time Granoa. Supreme Kai of Time Granoa set up Time Nest and Time Patrol, mostly to deal with him. Windwas pondered the person behind Majin Android 21. The first thing that came to mind was Demon Supreme Kusagakure. Especially now that he saw the silent appearance of Majin Android 21, Wes knew he was probably right. The only one who could send beings from outside the universe to this place was Demon Supreme K, but why did the other party do it? Wes hadn't figured it out yet, but it was probably related to space and time. Fuck off, who do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are? What kind of angel do you want to trap me? Realizing that she was being questioned, the immensely proud Majin Android 21 immediately exploded. Her eyes rolled up, and her tail kept wagging behind her. The so-called newborn calf wasn't afraid of the tiger, and Majin Android 21, who had always dared to dislike the sky and the earth, was unaware of the power of the angel Wes. In a moment, the power of the Majin Android 21 surged even more wildly. The void trembled up as if to break free from the confinement of Wes. Clap! A sound of cloth tearing, The dark cosmic starry sky in front of the raging power cracked a mouth. Smiling coldly, Madden Android 21 grabbed April's neck, and on the other hand struck a wave of ki wave. The ghostly blue energy cut through the void, like a feral beast emitting heaven-destroying power, coming straight toward us. Gee, no one has dared to make a move on me for many years. Your power may be very powerful in this universe, but it is still too far from me. Forget it, let you suffer a little. Faced with this attack, Wes stationed the divine staff and said with narrowed eyes. Act like it. Madden Android 21 smiled grimly and instantly increased the output energy. The pink-white hair fluttering in the starry sky, eyes shining blood. If the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 had seen it, he would have been unable to resist exclaiming that it was another Majin Buu before getting scared out of his wits. Goodness, Madden Android 21's power is actually so strong. A shine flashed in Ma Yang's eyes. Wait a moment while Wiz makes his move, let's go and save April. Good. Melissa nodded her head forcefully and gazed at Madden Android 21 with a serious expression. Boom. The void trembled, Madden Android 21's body swayed, and the energy she had struck earlier seemed to have met a wall of air a few meters away from Wiz. All the energy dissipated into foggy air currents. The divine staff in his hand rotated leisurely a few turns and then pushed forward. Madden Android 21 cried out in pain, her whole body was bounced out in the air, and she flew far away involuntarily. At this time, Wiz's figure flashed, the soft lines appeared in front of the Madden Android 21. The palm of her hand touched Madden Android 21's shoulder, and then gently pressed, swoosh, the internal bones broke, and the body immediately accelerated downward. This force was like playing baseball in the starry sky, crashing through several stars in a row, with some large stars even close to the size of the Earth. The stars shattered and scattered in all directions along a straight belt of air. Stay still. A light voice resounded in the void. Wes stretched out his divine staff, and the black crystal ball was pointed towards Madden Android 21, which was then immediately stilled in the universe. April. Brother. At this time, Ma Yang took the opportunity to carry April over and looked back at the imprisoned Madden Android 21, and could not help but show a trace of horror on his face. Now the Madden Android 21 whole body was unusually wretched. It could even be described as miserable. The pink and white hair was in a mess, the body had been blown up without half, the left half of the body was still intact, but the soft flesh at the edge was writhing like a worm. The only thing that could still look good was the head. Madden Android 21, who was able to tangle with himself and Melissa for so long, could not make a move in front of Wes, and this strength was too strong. All the movements were flowing smoothly, and the face was cloudy and light, just like shooting an ant to death. Well, maybe in Wes' eyes, Madden Android 21 wasn't much stronger than an ant. The strength of the Madden Android 21 was probably comparable to that of the Majin Buu in the Super Saiyan 3 stage of Son Goku. At most, it was able to withstand the attack of the God of Destruction Beerus, and the strength of the Wes was much stronger than the God of Destruction Beerus. How? Now you can tell me what you know. Wes appeared meekly at the side of Madden Android 21. The Angel of Universe .7 is actually so powerful? Madden Android 21 tried to make her voice as calm as possible, but the voice that came out was still trembling. For the situation of Universe 7, Madden Android 21 couldn't say that she didn't have a bit of knowledge, and she had also done her homework when escaping from the Time Patrol. At least she was clear that in this universe, besides the Supreme K, there was also the existence of the God of Destruction and angels, which were said to be deities many times more powerful than the Supreme Kai. Previously, she had always thought that it would not be a big deal even if the angels were powerful. After all, she was not even afraid of Supreme Kai. But looking at the situation now, how could this be simply a little more powerful? The angel's power was too perverse. The Supreme Kai was so useless, the God of Destruction was at the same level as the Supreme Kai and must have been weak. But the angel was half a level higher than the God of Destruction, so how was it so strong? Was the information she got wrong? Madden Android 21 wanted to cry. She should have known not to escape to this time and space. This was like two brothers who originally fought against a tiger, and found that this forest was good, so he came in. But who knew that lions were living inside? Wes smiled and nodded. Tell me the purpose of the person behind your curtain. What he asked you to come over. I usually do not make things difficult for people, so please also be good and obedient. Madden Android 21 whispered, if I say this is just a misunderstanding, do you believe me? You tell me. Wes blinked his eyes. Madden Android 21 cried, I'm telling the truth. I really don't know anything. I just entered the whole universe to avoid the Time Patrol's search. Madden Android 21 swore that if she knew that the gods in the whole universe were that powerful, she would not have come in even if she was beaten to death. Whether you know it or not, with your power, It is impossible to break through the outer limits of the multiverse to get in. Someone behind you must be helping you. Whis raised his eyebrows, thinking that Majin Android 21 might really not know anything. The wrist danced, the divine staff turned half a circle in his hand, and then the black crystal ball was aimed at Majin Android 21. What are you doing? Majin Android 21 exploded like fury, full of fear of Whis' crystal ball, afraid that he would kill her in one go. Shut up. Whis controlled the divine staff seriously. Oh. Majin Android 21 nodded aggressively, not daring to put up any resistance. Whis' crystal ball released a crystal bright light and drilled into Majin Android 21's body. At that moment, something unexpected happened. A miserable scream was emitted inside Majin Android 21, and an illusory human figure was pulled out from Majin Android 21's body hard. It was a guy wearing a head canopy with pointed ears and a blue glow emanating from the skin of his entire body. Chapter 445 One mass of flesh and blood. What? Is that person actually hides inside Majin Android 21? Ma Yang watched in amazement. He was getting more and more confused. It seemed that the information he understood had gradually failed to keep pace. Majin Android 21, on the other hand, opened her eyes wide. This guy, I hunted a long time ago. How is he still alive? Whis gave her a look. Obviously, you've been tricked. You didn't digest him at all. Majin Android 21 felt a pang of weakness, feeling that she fell from her high throne to mortal dust all of a sudden. What was said to be invincible seemed to be child's play, and she didn't even know that she was being used. It seems to be someone from the Dark Daemon realm. Whis narrowed his eyes and increased the power of the divine staff to drag the other party out. The cloaked figure struggled against Whis' power, and his mouth kept screaming, "Don't try to catch me out. You don't want to know anything from me. The great Mechikabura will come to this world sooner or later." With a boom, the cloaked man's body twisted violently, as if a star collapsed. An inward gravitational force suddenly appeared. Majin Android 21 did not have time to resist anything, and the body was pulled into a long strip. The gap in space-time was opened at once. Majin Android 21 screamed miserably and was directly swept in. After Majin Android 21 was swallowed, the gap in space-time further expanded and gradually could already pull the surrounding stars. Whis hurriedly danced his divine staff, and the power of Universe 7 abruptly converged into a ball before this energy was resisted, and only after some time was the long crack in space-time repaired. Gone. Searching the scope of Universe 7 without finding that person's information, was stationed in the void to contemplate. Whis, what exactly was that person just now? Ma Yang and Melissa, and the others flew to his side. The person of the king god of the Daemon realm, Mechikabura, should be from the Dark Daemon realm. Dark Daemon realm? Ma Yang's eyes rolled, remembering what Pitu and no other had mentioned to him about the Dark Daemon realm. Whis said, the Dark Daemon realm is independent of the multiverse system, a world ruled by the king god of the demon realm, Mechikabura, and is said to have a connection with the rumored Universe 0. After saying this, Whis did not say more, seemingly unwilling to mention too much Universe 0. Seeing that Whis didn't say much, Ma Yang was also embarrassed to ask. By the way, is Majin Android 21 already dead? April was more concerned about the situation of Majin Android 21. I don't think so. Just now, that caped man blew her up and opened the space-time channel. Majin Android 21 is very tenacious. Maybe it was dragged into other worlds. Whis said. According to Whis' knowledge of this world, the current world had a total of 3 parallel space-time universes, and there were many small and large fragmented worlds around the universe, all of which belong to the universe system. Now the Majin Android 21 might have descended into one of these worlds. What this angel gentleman said is not wrong. The Majin Android 21 is in the middle of a certain world. As a voice rang out, 2 young figures stepped out of the void. Ma Yang fixed his eyes to see that it was none other than Pitu and no other, whom he had met once. After receiving the signal from Ma Yang, they came non-stop, but they were still a step too late. Mr. Ma Yang, sorry we're late. Pitu and no other nodded apologetically towards the 3 of them, then looked at Whis and said solemnly, we are members of the Time Patrol under the Supreme Kai of Time God, Pitu and no other. Greetings, Mr. Angel. Whis looked at them with a calm face and smiled. So, you are from the Time Patrol, you are really young and talented. Lord Krinoa really had a lot of talents under him. Pitu rubbed the back of his head a little embarrassed. Where, it is you who praised. Whis gave them a deep look. I'm not lying. Your strength is very strong. Even in this universe, except for Lord Beerus, I'm afraid few people are your opponents. Pitu smiled down, and his face said thoughtfully, we already know what happened before. We have not realized that Majin Android 21 appeared in the multiverse. There is actually the Dark Demon realm behind the meddling. I must now make a trip back as soon as possible. Pitu said, Looking at no other beside him, no other, you continue to go after Majin Android 21. I'll go back to the time nest first and report the information to Lord Granoa. Okay. No other nodded his head forcefully. Everyone, I'll go first. Pitta bade farewell to the crowd, and then a seven-colored light flashed in place a few times. Pitta had already rushed towards the time nest where the Supreme Kai of Time, Granoa, was located. After Pitta left, he turned to look at Ma Yang, gave him another contact card, nodded, and went after Majin Android 21. The two came and went quickly, and Ma Yang couldn't help thinking that the people of the Time Patrol were really busy, not to mention that children were out, and they didn't even have time to rest. Phew, things have finally come to an end. There was no accident this time thanks to Whis' hand. Ma Yang thanked Whis gratefully and looked at April. April, you should not act alone in the future. In fact, my strength is still quite good, just a bit of bad luck. April shook her head, a little afraid. Originally, with April's strength, even if she encountered a Super Saiyan 2 level, she could still handle it. However, she did not expect to encounter a Majin Android 21 that exceeded the specifications. Whis smiled and looked at the three, then his palm flipped, a writhing substance appeared in the palm of his hand. By the way, this is what I grabbed from that woman's body when I wounded her just now. Wow, let me see. April stared at the soft flesh in Whis' palm with glowing eyes, and the scientist's desire to know rose up at once. Whis handed over the tissue of Majin Android 21, it looks a bit like flesh and blood of Majin Buu, and it's all still active now. The cells inside this piece of flesh and blood are intact, and I can feel the powerful energy contained inside. April closed her eyes and felt it and put the tissue of Majin Android 21 away properly like a treasure. Seeing this, Melissa frowned and said, April, you're not trying to fuse flesh and blood, are you? It was not the first time that April had transformed her body. Some time ago, she also wanted to transplant the cells of the Super Saiyan into her own body, but in the end, it failed. If not for the timely discovery of Ma Yang, using the power of the acceleration world and Gaia's spring of life to condition her body, hell knew when she could recover. The scientist was so crazy that even she would be afraid. Sister Melissa, you do not need to worry. This time I am sure. Although Majin Android 21 is terrible, it can be considered my clone in another time and space. Mine and her genes are very similar, fusion of her cells should not cause rejection. April revealed a sweet smile. Such a major subject, she really didn't want to give up. In the original plot, the Android 21 was the cells of Dr. Gero's wife, plus the cells of the Majin Buu were cultured together. Because the cloning itself started from the cells, it seemed easier to compare April's direct fusion with the cells of other creatures. April obtained the genes of Majin Android 21, and if she studied it carefully and prepared for everything, it would not necessarily fail. You have to pay attention to the evil thoughts in Majin Android 21 cells, don't have any accidents. Ma Yang did not stop April's research but advised her, again and again, to be careful. But to be honest, in case April succeeded, then she would be a big cow. Chapter 446 The Frightened Kai. The real Android 21, whose strength was no less than that of Majin Buu, was an opportunity for April to soar to the heavens. Ma Yang was looking forward to April's power after fusing the cells of Majin Android 21, so after seriously admonishing her, she did not persuade anything. Fusing a demon cell, that's a novel idea. Whis narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. No matter if it was Majin Android 21 or a Majin Buu, in Whis' eyes they were all ants that could be crushed at will, there was nothing to care about. So even if April becomes the new demon, Whis didn't feel anything. After all, however, several people were acquainted with each other, and Ma Yang was still someone he valued, so Whis made a special reminder to him. The life form of the demon is related to the dark matter of the universe. It can be said that it is formed by the negative energy of the universe, so the demon cannot be completely eliminated. The universe operates according to a specific law. Every once in a while the negative energy of the universe will converge and give birth to the demon, which is also considered a test of life by the heavens. Whis smiled, one hand on the divine staff, one hand on the back, continued, if you confuse the demon cells, maybe you can postpone the next demon to appear, for the whole universe is also a good thing, it is worth trying. Reducing the frequency of the appearance of demons, such a result might be delightful if Supreme Kai knew about it. However, for so many years, Whis was rather disappointed with Supreme Kai of Universe 7, and had never wanted to make contact. When Ma Yang heard this, he didn't know that the existence of demons actually had such a meaning, so he nodded with a soft face. Even you said so, Whis, then it's all the more reason to give it a try. Whis nodded indifferently and said to Ma Yang, your strength is growing quickly, are you interested in being the next god of destruction when Lord Beerus dies? Ma Yang smiled and shook, forget it, Lord Beerus is not dead yet. If he agreed to this, Beerus should be unhappy. That's a pity. Whis lamented, and looked at Melissa and April, winking. What about you? You can sign up with me if you are interested, and I will train you well. Maayang cried and laughed, for the opening of the next god of destruction after Beerus, Whis had been very active. Every time he came across a potential master, he would ask a question. If the god of destruction Beerus knew, he must be furious. Can we also? Are there any special requirements? Melissa's eyes lit up and she was interested in the offer. She had no idea how strong the god of destruction was, but it was certainly many times more powerful than she was. Whis smiled and nodded. There are no special requirements, everything is according to the rules. When you are a little more powerful, you can go to the god of destruction planet to train as a preparatory god of destruction. He then whispered, but you can't tell Lord Beers about this, or he will make a scene again. Melissa rolled her eyes. This was the same as saying nothing. How could the matter of the god of destruction be hidden from Beerus? Melissa shook her head and refused. Forget it, I don't want to be slapped to death by Lord Beerus. Whis said, there is no need to reject in a hurry. When you are strong enough to be qualified to serve as a reserve god of destruction in the future, I think Lord Beerus has no reason to kick you out. Whis' invitation to Maayang heartily accepted, but to be honest, to really be qualified to serve as a reserve god of destruction, the strength must at least reach the level of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue. For the current Melissa or April, there was still a long way to go. We'll talk about things later, this time I really appreciate your assistance. Maayang expressed his gratitude to Whis. Nothing, blocking the invasion of the outer universe is originally my job. Whis said in a cloudy manner. Huh? Whis gave a light eek, seemingly sensing some kind of peep. His sight saw another dimension through the layers of space, and then grunted coldly. In heaven, Grand Kai's body trembled. With a click, the crystal ball in front of him cracked out of its lines, and the image suddenly disappeared. Grand Kai's heart was horrified and cold sweat dripped down. Was it discovered? Who the hell is that mysterious person in red robes? How could he actually release his power into the heavens across so many dimensions? Could he be a more advanced deity? But, shouldn't the highest god in the universe be Supreme Kai? That was what all Kai believed in. But, Supreme Kai was obviously not the one just now. Grand Kai couldn't guess the identity of Whis, but he knew that for such a mysterious expert, he shouldn't peek at it freely. So, Grand Kai arranged his clothes in a regular manner and bowed deeply to the broken crystal ball as a sign of apology. Grand Kai of the galaxy was so bad, and North Kai was even worse, directly pressed to the ground by Whis' god pressure. That's quite sensible. Whis smiled lightly. He was originally a very generous god, not accounting for the rudeness of Grand Kai. Whis, what's going on? Maayang asked. Nothing. It's Grand Kai who manages this star space was observing the situation over here and was taught a lesson by me. Well, that's all for this time. I have to go back first. Whis finished explaining, then picked up the divine staff and clicked the void. At once a 7-colored light shone up. By the way, if you guys change your mind and want to be a reserve god of destruction, you can come find me. Oh. Will do. A smile appeared on Maayang's face. Whis nodded his head. His body did not enter the brilliant and colorful light, and then the bright light shone for a while, as if a flowing water pierced through the void, and suddenly disappeared in front of Maayang and the others. Oops, just forgot to ask Whis, the relationship between Earthlings and Saiyans. After Whis left, Maayang suddenly slapped his head and shook his head. Forget it, let's ask next time. In fact, even if we know the relationship between the Earthlings and the Saiyans, it wouldn't help the Earthlings much, and in Maayang's heart, he actually already has an answer, asking Whis just to get a more accurate result. Maayang, do we go back to the Central Star now, or to Earth? Melissa asked. Maayang pondered for a moment, 2 eyes flashed a luster. First go to Central Star to arrange some affairs, then go back to Earth with April. Before that I have to pick up Mukyu, Amelia, and Brawley from planet Sala. The plan was roughly described, and both Melissa and April nodded, after which Melissa and April returned to the central planet first, and instructed Bardock and the others to remove the guard, while Maayang intended to roll over to planet Sala for a while, to pick up Mukyu, Amelia, and Brawley. Just at this time, the North Kai who had been observing in Kai's planet finally could come out to say a word. Maayang. Maayang, who are those people just now? Why can't I see through any of them? North Kai asked carefully as he squatted on the grass of Kai's planet. He could not see through the strength of the main android 21, merely a little breath leaked already made his planet tremble. It was already too powerful in his eyes, but the few people who appeared behind him were even more unbelievable, especially Whis, who crushed him with a little divine power. North Kai really did not know that there were such powerful people in the world. Windwas and Pitu and no other were there. North Kai did not even dare to make a sound. Also curious about the identity of Whis, there was Heaven's Grand Kai. Chapter 447 Demon King. What about him? He's the Whis I told you about before. Whis? You have mentioned him to me? North Kai chanted this name, somewhat familiar. However, he could not remember when Ma Yang told him about it. Such a powerful character, as long as it was said once, he could not have forgotten it. Ma Yang said, forget what I told you. I have trained in the Destruction God planet. At that time, it was Whis who instructed me to train, and he is also the teacher of the Destruction God Beerus. His strength is even stronger than the Destruction God, and the Destruction God Beerus is all trained by Whis. Hiss. North Kai drew a breath of cold air backwards, his scalp tingled a little. The name God of Destruction Beerus was like a nightmare firmly in the heart of North Kai. Every time he thought of his pocket-sized North Kai's planet, North Kai's heart hurt so much that he could not breathe. And such a terrifying god of destruction was actually trained by that red-robed mysterious person just now. How powerful this should be. So Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, has a teacher. This is unbelievable. It was really like there were people outside of people and heaven outside of heaven. North Kai instantly felt that he had grown in insight and his horizons had become broadened again. Ma Yang, that lord seems to think highly of you. You have to cheer up. North Kai seriously admonished, saying how such an opportunity was so rare, and urging Ma Yang to seize the opportunity. There was a feeling that the Emperor was not anxious and the eunuch was anxious. God Mu Force, Central Star. Bardock, who remained on guard, kept sensing the energy from outside the distant galaxy. Although the energy that could be sensed had decayed to the extreme because of the distance, the power of April and the others was powerful, and could be sensed even at a distance. I wonder if Miss April can repel the enemy. Bardock guarded Jine's side with a gloomy face. On the side, Don Goku and Tai Kai didn't know anything and were still working out in earnest. You have informed Mr. Mu. As long as Mr. Mu arrives, all problems will be solved. Jine held Bardock's hand to comfort. Bardock nodded, for Ma Yang's strength he knew best. Even if he had been able to transform into a Super Saiyan, when facing Ma Yang, he still had a kind of high mountain, completely impervious to the feeling. Swish, the convoy repelled, two beautiful figures from the void crossed out. It was Melissa and April. Seeing the two appear, Bardock's hanging heart finally let down, politely nodding towards the girls. Ms. Melissa, the enemy has been eliminated. How come I don't see Mr. Mu back together? Melissa said. He went back to Planet Sala to pick up the others first. Right, Bardock. Your Super Saiyan form already has several 100 million combat power, so I'll arrange a mission for you next. You take a group of people and unify the north area for me. The north area had been divided for a long time, and there was a lack of a unified order. Now that the pastoral forces had a large number of experts, it was time to integrate the north area with the momentum of swallowing all the miles. The speed of integration didn't need to be too hasty, with the exception of King Cold, and the fragmented forces, which really didn't need to continue to exist. No problem, I'll go and lead the men right now. After receiving the instruction, Bardock immediately became excited. As a member of the warrior race Saiyans, a comfortable life was not what he wanted. Hearing Melissa's command, Bardock had long been itching to immediately engage in painful battles. But there are not many experts in the middle of our forces. I'm afraid the process of conquest will last a long time. Bardock calmed down from the excitement, thought about it and said, time is not urgent, just take your time. Melissa did not care. God Mu forces were good at everything, but the middle-level personnel were not as strong as those old forces with a strong base. After all, God Mu forces didn't accept everyone, and the universe had a certain strength, which was not the head of one of the forces, naturally did not willingly fall over the idea. But Bardock's strength was enough as a senior. Led by him, even if he faced King Cold, he would be able to tangle for a long time. Even if he couldn't beat them, practicing for a few years should be almost enough. Melissa and Ma Yang weren't in a hurry to take this time, so they waited slowly. What they were more concerned about now, on the contrary, was April's next research. When the central star of God Mu Force was winding down and integrating its forces, a place far away in another time and space, beyond the whole universe, was huge and full of purple light. This was the Dark Daemon Realm, a space far from the entire universe. A golden clock stood on a cliff, surrounded by flowing water, green forests and trees. An ancient and pale mood was born. Lord Mechikabura. The sky suddenly cracked open, and among the crimson and winding spatial cracks, a tall woman walked out unhurriedly. This woman had long gray-white hair and blue-green skin, much like an angel. Her pretty face was silky and delicate, her soft white hair hung behind her back, a few side tufts of hair in front of her forehead hung down to her chest. Her whole body was wrapped in a bright red tight-fitting outfit that was extraordinarily attractive, and a skirt that looked like a cloak dangled naturally from her waist. What is it? An old voice rang out, and a figure sitting under an ancient clock opened its eyes. Abia failed, and the demon he sent there was discovered by the angels of the seventh universe before it could make a big impact. The woman dressed in a tight red dress said. This woman's name was Toa, and she was the subordinate of demon Kai Mechikabura, and also the sister of Universe 7 King of Demon Realm Dabura. The old man in front of Toa was the demon Kai Mechikabura, as was said. The only difference was that the ears of Mechikabura and Toa were elven-like pointed ears, which were different from those of the angels. As expected, the defense of the whole universe is not so easy to break through. Trying to copy the parallel space-time of the whole universe to collect energy is a long process, but although the process is long, once it succeeds, the benefit gained is always more than copying those fragmented worlds. Lord Mechikabura, there are not only large worlds like the whole universe in the sea of time and space, why don't we pick other worlds to copy? Toa was pretty but evil-looking. Other large worlds, are you talking about the Dragon God world, Red King world, or Heaven world? They can't all be easy to deal with. Demon Kai Mechikabura laughed. Dragon God world has Zalama, Red King world has Red King, Heavenly Realm has God King. Those worlds do not have parallel time structure. The whole is more compact and not good to deal with. Relatively speaking, the whole universe with multiple parallel times is better to deal with. Multiverses Zeno can't match Dragon God and Red King, God King, and our chances will be even greater. Toa frowned and thought for a moment, nodded and said, this subordinate understands. I will arrange other hands to raid the whole universe as soon as possible. Demon Kai waved his hand. This is not urgent, you first go to think of ways to increase the number of parallel time and space in the whole universe. The more the whole universe, the more chances we will have to strike, and the weaker they are themselves. Yes. Toa responded and was about to retreat when the voice of the demon Kai Mechikabura rang out. By the way, you should pay attention to the situation of the demon god Demigra. Although he was sealed in the space-time rift by the crack of time by Supreme Kai of Time before 75 million ago, I feel that recently for some time the space-time rift has been having anomalies. Maybe Demigra will break free soon. Go and reinforce the seal. Demon Kai Mechikabura said grimly. Demon god Demigra had been the strongest demon master in the heavenly realm in ancient times. He betrayed heavenly realm with 2 other Putines and Gravy, and was given demon god by demon Kai Mechikabura. It became the creation god of dark demon realm, but was a restless fellow. Since Demigra had been sealed by the supreme Kai of time, Mechikabura was not willing to see him break the seal and come out again. As ordered. A cold smile appeared on the female magician Toa's face, and then left the dark demon realm. Chapter 448 King Hilch time was like water, passing quietly, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, God Mu Forces was madly expanding its territory as if it was on drugs. With the help of North Kai hiding behind the scenes, Bardock led the God Mu force to rampage and destroy everything. The southern, central and northern parts of the north area all fell under the rule of the God Mu forces. Seeing the north area step by step into stability, North Kai slept more comfortably. Now he would like to unify the north area sooner, and sweep those evil rulers who hide dirt into the garbage can, so that he had no worries. During the long conquest, Bardock was the first to fight and enjoy himself, charging into every battle and enjoying the long-lost pleasure of fighting, making the conquest incredibly easy. And several other legions, under the leadership of Sun Gohan, Raymer, Calvin and Kami school disciple, also made remarkable achievements. The earth out of the martial artists mixed in, got a long exercise. For these earth out of the martial artists, Sun Gohan had no special targeted preferential treatment. To know that the martial artists out of the earth was a strong-willed generation, they lacked only the stage to show. Sun Gohan would provide them with the stage, treating them equally, according to their strength to send tasks. Needless to say, after connecting with the outer planets, the strength of these earth martial artists drifted upward. Such as Jen Shinhan, Ye Jirobe and others who had been showing their talents. And under the series of impact of God Mu forces, the scattered territories in the western part of the north area were slowly being eaten away. The eastern region, King Cold forces were also having a hard time. The 2 of them were almost defeated, and although the king succeeded in repelling Bardock, he was also seriously injured, and seeing that his family business was shrinking step by step, the king was anxious. Pop. In the deep palace, King Cold walked around the main hall with a gloomy face. The surroundings were silent, and all the cosmopolitans did not dare to make a sound at this moment, so as not to provoke a killing spree. Because they knew that the successive defeats made King Cold's heart full of anger. At this time, King Cold was like an active volcano in motion, which may erupt at any time. God Mu forces. Why would such a power pop up in the universe? King Cold's face was iron blue, and his hands were placed behind his back as he kept walking in the hall. The sound of clattering footsteps resounded in the middle of the great hall, and the guards around held their lances and their throats squirmed and swallowed saliva. No, we can't go on like this. If they continue to grow, the king's territory will be overrun by them. King Cold stopped, his blood-red eyes filled with cold light, and raised his head to look at the golden ceiling, his two sharp horns shining with a crystal light. He had investigated the details of the God Mu forces a long time ago, and had long known that the earliest people of the pastoral forces were formed with the remaining troops of the cooler forces, which did not attract his attention at first. However, the other side so quickly developed and grew, was beyond his expectation. Cooler, you have left me a big problem. That blonde Saiyan, is it the Super Saiyan who killed you? King Cold secretly hates it. Every time he thought of that Saiyan he met on the battlefield, King Cold's heart was vaguely painful. The other party's strength was very strong, it was likely to be the person who killed Cooler and Frieza. King Cold didn't feel sad over Cooler's death, not even a little bit of pain, but King Cold missed Frieza's well-behaved little son. If Frieza was still alive, the two of them teamed up, why worry about that Super Saiyan? But now, his power alone was no longer enough. He needed to get outside help. King Cold's eyes tightened for a moment, and secretly made a certain decision. Frozen Clan's reputation in the galaxy was notorious. Trying to find help in the galaxy is basically impossible, but other places outside the galaxy, King Cold still had certain contacts. King Hilch, I really do not want to find him, but things to this day can only bring him here. King Cold mentioned King Hilch, which was the other clan members of the Frozen Clan, had been developing in other galaxies and did not belong to the same vein as King Cold. Dismissing all the guards in the palace, King Cold stepped into a closed room, and then opened the contact device to get in touch with another galaxy far beyond the galaxy. Thumbs up. After a series of blind sounds and snowflakes, a robust figure appeared on the screen, a figure very similar to King Cold's form, except that his eyes were purple, and the skin on both arms, shoulders and the top of his head, showed an onyx-like bright red. King Cold, it's been a long time, how did you think of contacting me? The figure across the table sat in his seat, sipping his wine very comfortably. King Cold was silent for a moment. King Hilch, I need your help. Hurry up and come to my side. After the matter is completed, I can divide half of the territory to you. King Hilch was stunned for a moment at his words, and laughed out loud. It seems you are in trouble. Tell me, who is the enemy that actually made you put down your usual high pride? King Cold gritted his teeth and said, it's a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? King Hilch's tone was a beat, and after a moment of silence, he said, it's the Super Saiyan that was passed down from his ancestor's mouth? Interesting. The galaxy you're in, there is actually a Super Saiyan. There used to be a Saiyan planet, this Super Saiyan appeared from nowhere. Cooler and Frieza have died in the hands of that Super Saiyan. King Cold's voice was cold, in fact, his heart has been vaguely regretful when not decisively eradicate planet Vegeta. Even Cooler was killed, it seems that Super Saiyan is a bit interesting. King Hilch stroked his chin, his tone suddenly became grim, since you informed me, then I will come over, I am more interested in the Super Saiyan, of course. You can be prepared to divide half of the power. No problem, you just come over. King Cold said, directly cut off the contact with the other party. It should be known that King Cold was wary of his two sons because of the turf issue, and he didn't trust outsiders who didn't belong to one lineage, and if there wasn't no way out King Cold wouldn't have looked for him. Frozen Clan was a race in Universe 7 that developed to the peak. Although because of the sparse population, the number had not been a lot, they existed one or two in each galaxy. With their own strength, it was difficult for them to get together. The most obvious difference between King Cold and King Hilch, who did not belong to the same branch, was the color of pupils and armor. King Cold's lineage, including Cooler and Frieza, their pupil color was blood red, the two shoulders and the top of the head of the leather was purple, while in King Hilch's lineage, the pupil color was purple, the color of the armor leather was bright red. Of course, in addition to this, there were several other veins, and the top of the head leather was gold and dark blue. After obtaining the promise of King Hilch, King Cold then sat in his chair deep in thought. He could divide half of the territory of the north area to King Hilch, but only if the other party could defeat the Super Saiyan. Speaking of the Super Saiyan, King Cold's eyes shone with a bleak cold light. He felt that his hands were under Vegeta, which seemed to have no need to exist. If another Super Saiyan came out, it was not a joke. Although he believed that the weak power of Vegeta, from the Super Saiyan, was still very far away, he should try to avoid any risk. Vegeta, it was better to get rid of. So, King Cold recruited his subordinates, and a secret order was given down. Chapter 449 Daughter-in-Law. A few days later, a planet in the eastern part of the north area. The fierce battle destroyed the planet's plate, rumbling loudly. The beautiful planet suffered a catastrophe, only to see the mountain range shattered, rocks all over the ground. A huge mushroom cloud rose to the sky. Vegeta's face grimly stared at the opponent in front. His mature face flashed a cold smile. King Cold finally wants to make a move on me. If it was not forced by the enemy's pursuit, Vegeta's pride would never have defected to King Cold. However, despite the defection to King Cold, Vegeta still had a defense, so the external performance of the power level was rarely more than 25,000. In fact, the 23-years-old Vegeta's power level had exceeded a staggering 100,000. Compared with the original, it had been several times stronger. Vegeta, your power level was not only 25,000, right? How could you easily kill Pat? His combat power reached 42,000. The leading cosmopolitan covered his wounds, incredulously staring at Vegeta 3, a coldness freezing him cannot help but shiver. He could kill Pat, who had a power level of 42,000. Perhaps he would not be able to escape. Vegeta sneered, Humphrey, this prince's power level is not what you mediocre people can speculate. Since King Cold intends to eliminate me, then I have nothing to hold back. With that, a dark blue key wave coalesced in his hand. In the other party's panicked look, Vegeta brutally struck the key wave. In order to eliminate traces, he even wiped the entire continent together from the planet. Half an hour later, the smoke cleared. No grass for thousands of kilometers around, not even a raised stone. As far as the eye could see, only the flat earth and the hot, scorched earth that kept smoking with molten magma flowing and bubbling. At this time, a delicate and charming figure approached Vegeta naturally. Her voice was clear and crisp. Vegeta, King Cold must have killed us. Fortunately we usually hide our strength, otherwise the results are really unimaginable. Cecily and Vegeta were gifted and intelligent Saiyans. Many years ago they were inspired to figure out the use of ki on their own, and now Cecily and Vegeta's power level exceeded the 100,000 mark. Vegeta reached 120,000 power level, and Cecily a little weaker, with 110,000 power level. Fortunately, they were careful. The external display of power had been limited, usually hidden in the Anna 25000 power level. Otherwise, the cosmopolitan who came to kill them today would not have less than 50,000 power level, but 150,000 power level. As for Nappa, he was a little short of natural talent, but under Vegeta's compulsion, his power level reached 6,000. Well, there was no need to hide. For Cecily's words, Vegeta nodded in agreement. It was very necessary to keep a hand at all times, such as now. These cosmopolitans were only sent to death because of the error in grasping the information. Since King Cold wants to kill us, then it's time for us to leave. With me and you more than 100,000 power level, we should be enough to straddle the north area. I heard that recently King Cold forces have suffered a heavy blow from a force named God Mu. That God Mu force must be extremely strong, so we can't even go to the west side of King Cold forces. We can't go to the west side, so where do we go? Nappa asked curiously. Go to the southeast, it is not occupied yet, we can develop our power there, and of course the matter of King Cold and God Mu force power we should be concerned. It is decided. Cecily, of course, agreed with Vegeta's decision. Nappa, a silly big man, did not have the right to vote, and the matter was settled in this way. Next, Vegeta and the others disposed of the others sent by King Cold to hunt them, packed their equipment and put them away, then piloted the ship towards the southeast of the north area. This would be a long journey, so Vegeta and others logged into the ship and then went into hibernation. Waiting for them to wake up would take about a year or so. Earth. July blew, summer turned to autumn, the weather gradually turned cool. The dense forest began to show the color of red and yellow. When the cool autumn breeze blew, a bright red maple leaf drifted with the wind and fell on the eaves, leaving a palm-sized trace. In the courtyard, the fallen leaves on the ground had accumulated hide, blue-haired Launch diligently sweeping the dead leaves. Smoke curled up from the village below the mountain, and it was already time for the noon meal. Launch swept the ground for a while, leaning on the broom towards the mountain, and then hummed a little song and ran into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Brawly, what are you having for lunch? The blue-haired Launch looked at Brawly with a smile. Brawly, draped in a wet towel, just came out of the exercise room when he heard the voice of Launch. Height, today we eat black bear. Wait a moment, I will go to the forest to hunt one. Then you have to go and come back quickly. Later I will go and call Uncle Naing and Aunt Melissa and the others over, Launch said tenderly. Well, that one is certainly not enough. I have a few more things to do. Brawly said simply, then changed his clothes and went out towards the forest of the primitive mountain range. Standing in the doorway and looking out for a while, Launch turned around and walked happily towards the place where Naing and the others lived. This little girl was particularly gentle when she was in her blue-haired state, and nothing seemed to be able to make her angry. The small building where Launch lived was close to the 3-story house of Naing and the others, meaning that it was right next to each other. It was specially built by Launch's mother, Landy's family, at the foot of the mountain for Launch. At present, only 2 people live, Launch and Brawley. Because of the proximity to the residence of Maayang, and because Launch's cooking skills were always good, Maayang's family often came to Launch's house for dinner. That day when Launch came to the home of Maayang, she found that the usual playful brother and sister, Mukyu and Amelia, were actually not in the room. The room was suddenly much quieter, and when asked, she learned that Mukyu had gone to the southern hemisphere to look for Lazuli to play with them. Launch, how old are you this year? While eating, Maayang asked. 22 years old, why Uncle Maayang? Launch said. You are already old enough. Do you want Uncle to make a match for you? Maayang lightly laughed. Launch's age was 2 years older than Bulma and only 1 year younger than Vegeta. In Dragon Ball, a world where marriage was early, it was actually a leftover girl. Thinking about when big sister Marlene wanted to be a matchmaker for him, this time he returned the favor and gave Launch a match. Ah! Launch exclaimed loudly in embarrassment, and her cheeks turned scarlet all of a sudden. Next Dumelia stared at Launch for a while, and Meliz nodded. It seemed that Launch already knew what it meant and waited for a time to read it at Launch's house. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen Landy for a long time, well. And Marlene and them. Just then, without warning, Launch turned into a blonde state and did not sneeze. Uncle Maayang, what did you just say? Blonde Launch squinted at Brawley, who was eating honestly, and sulked again as she scooped up a spoonful of hot soup and took a sip. Transformed. Maayang, Melia, and others looked at the blonde Launch curiously, completed the transformation without sneezing, and it seems that the potion developed by April has a little effect on Launch. In the year or so since she returned to Earth, April, in addition to researching the cells of the fused Majin 21, also joined forces with Dr. Jero and Dr. Brief to research the S cells in Renki's body and has now produced the first batch of potions. The blonde Launch, as a dominant gene carrier, had already begun to take effect. I think you're old enough to be of age to have children. It just so happens that Brawley is only 2 years younger than you. I see that you are usually quite close, together living can be spent together. The blonde Launch's ears were red and smoldering. He is my little brother. Maayang laughed. What do you mean by little brother? In 2 years, Son Goku will be married, and you will not lag behind him. Blonde Launch's eyes widened curiously. Is that little kid Goku know the meaning of marriage? Who's going to marry him? Melia flicked the blonde Launch's forehead. That's not what you should care about. Think about yourself first. Ooh. Blonde Launch whimpered. Marry Brawley. Blonde Launch peeked at Brawley, right into his pair of sincere and simple eyes, cheeks a burst of hot. This was their own little brother. Ah, blonde Launch simply as a shrinking violet, hair color returned dark blue. Maayang knew she mostly had no opinion. The gentle and hardworking blue-haired Launch was even more needless to say. Perfect, he found a good daughter-in-law for his adopted son, and it was 1 body and 2 souls too. Let them cultivate their feelings again, and then they can hold a wedding. Chapter 450 Burgle's visit. Maayang felt that he was really competent as a foster father, planning the future for Brawley and Launch early. If Brawley hadn't met himself, he would have been banished to planet Vampa, living like a savage. Speaking of which, Maayang remembered Brawley's real father Paragus, that pathetic Saiyan that might be living alone on the planet Vampa now. Forget it. He did not care about him, anyway. Paragus was not a kind person. Letting him stay alone on planet Vampa also counts as a punishment. Decades later, a cosmonaut called Chilai would patronize planet Vampa when he would bring him back. The next time, Maayang and the 2 sisters went down to Lande's house to settle the marriage between Brawley and Launch. Launch family for the marriage proposed by Mak Yang, of course, without saying a word, agreed. As for the marriage, the 2 families feel that they could delay it a little. The 2 children continue to train their feelings, in addition to leaving a period of time, so that Launch's family could prepare her for the wedding clothes in advance. Launch family's customs were oriental in style, marrying a woman naturally to be lively. Although the so-called 10 miles of red makeup, the crown, and cape, the official marriage, could not lose the etiquette. The etiquette should still be in place. Launch marriage was equal to the marriage of 2 daughters. As the famous local family, the ceremony should naturally be held in a lively manner. Launch family's preparations aside, Maayang ordered people to prepare the engagement letter, then put the matter down. The next few days, Maayang quietly improved his power. This time, Maayang on Realms fusion was more and more comprehensive. Currently, about 60% of the fusion progress was completed. According to this speed, a few more years of work, he could complete Realms metamorphosis. When the time came, it was the time to break the limit of the 6th level. In the gravity chamber, by the acceleration of the world's power, He set the gravity of the entire gravity chamber to a very high value, even the air pressure and temperature also adjusted to bear the limit. Due to the harsh environment, the entire gravity area took on a depressing dark red color. In this unusually harsh environment, Ma Yang's upper body, struggling to swing the arm. He threw punches, put aside blocks, hit the key wave by himself, and quickly moved his body to resist, and with the rapid movement of his body, crystal sweat seeped out like fine rain. Phew. Withdrawing the acceleration world's enchantment, the gravity chamber reverted to its usual gravity state, and this little gravity strength could not affect Ma Yang at all. After completely shutting down the engine of the gravity chamber, Ma Yang entered the bathroom and took a cool shower, then walked out with a wet towel. In recent times, the earth has been peaceful. Even a year and a half ago, when Great Demon King Piccolo came out, it did not cause any impact. If not, it was also pitiful, waiting hard for more than 300 years. It was easy to come out from the magic seal wave of the seal but found that the outside world had long undergone a radical change. His strength actually lost the qualification to call the king. According to Canalita, Great Demon King Piccolo left backhand before he died, only to Great Demon King Piccolo II's strength, who wanted to exceed Son Goku and others in 3 years, basically impossible. Ma Yang shook his head, thinking while walking towards the living room. Now only 1.5 years before the 23rd First Martial Arts Conference, Son Goku and others had long exceeded the strength of the original because of the outer planet training. Relatively speaking, Ma Yang alone on Earth training, no matter how he would not be their opponent. In this way, the next session of the martial arts tournament in the exciting duel is afraid that it will not happen. In the living room, Melia and Melissa were gone. Melissa, on the sofa, was holding potato chips watching TV. Since Ma Yang and Amelia went to Lazelie's side, the couple was living a shameless life. Just so long, perhaps because of the power more and more powerful, Melissa and April have not been pregnant. Melissa, where is April? Ma Yang naturally wrapped his arm around Melissa's shoulders. Melissa was eating potato chips. She is doing research in the research room, saying that in a few days she can try to fuse the cells of Fusion Mage in Android 21. Ma Yang laughed. She is quite anxious. Melissa gave him a blank look, then go and persuade her. The importance of the Fusion Mage in 21 cells to April was self-evident, so how could he stop it? Just at this time, a very powerful key suddenly appeared on the earth. Ma Yang was surprised to feel this key because it was very familiar to him. Huh, this key is very familiar. Melissa also reacted. It's Burgle. He actually came to Earth. Ma Yang was a little surprised as he looked towards the direction where the breath landed. Burgle was the most powerful Narmsakn in the 7th universe, which was located in the 4th planet of the 27th main star system of the Vega constellation, considered a relatively remote corner of the northern galaxy, but the star field where Narmsakn was located had entered the control of the Make God's power in recent times. Burgle's visit to Earth was probably just a visit to see an old friend and learn more about the situation of the pastoral forces. As expected, very soon, Burgle's air arrived in the sky above Big Azure Mountain and then landed in front of Ma Yang. Ma Yang, Melissa, long time no see, your strength has become even more unfathomable. Burgle sized up Ma Yang and Melissa. Melissa's normal combat power was extremely high and had exceeded 100 million combat power, which did not surprise Burgle. However, when he saw Ma Yang, a hint of gravity appeared on Burgle's calm face. He could not see through Ma Yang. He was standing there, but all the power on his body was converged, and his energy was as unpredictable as a god. Only a sacred and profound pressure told him that the other party was extraordinary. How do you have time to visit Earth? It's not as if planet Namek has suffered some disaster again. Ma Yang joked. Burgle shook his head, not so much a disaster. Planet Namkian and the surrounding star fields have all been taken over by an organization called God Mu Force. I saw a lot of Earthlings in God Force, so I came to ask if that God Mu Force is perhaps the organization you created. That's right, that's the force I formed. It didn't cause you guys any trouble, right? Ma Yang graciously admitted. Burgle shook his head. You know that our planet Namkian was sparsely populated and had never wished to interfere in the cosmic strife since it was your force. Then I am relieved. The expansion of the God Mu Force has the meaning of kami behind it, and in fact, I am not much interested in forming a force. A little bit of power was enough. It didn't have to be too big. Now the God Mu power was snowballing, the trend of annexing the entire north area. So that's how it was. He was surprised for a moment, not expecting to have the help of the realm planet Namek. Chapter 451 The Terrified Piccolo. After knowing the origin behind God Mu Force, Burgle's heart relaxed. It turned out that everything was his overthinking. The fact that the person behind God Mu Force's forces was Ma Yang meant that it was something to be celebrated for the entire north area. Next, Maiyang invited Burgle to enter the small building for a short rest. Then accompanied by Melissa, he ascended the Great Azure Mountain to the Kami School's martial arts building. The elders of the Kami School, including Isaac, Clarissa, Bros, and others, saw the Namkian for the first time, and their faces could not help but show a hint of curiosity. Speaking of which, Isaac and other elders were already 80-90 years old. The older ones were already close to 100 years old, belonging to the well-deserved elderly. However, because they had taken elixir of immortality, their appearance still looked middle-aged. With the increasing level of martial arts in recent years, as well as the increasing popularity of technology, the average life expectancy of Earthlings was increasing significantly. After Maiyang's introduction, several elders knew the identity of the Namkian in front of them and came forward to offer warm hospitality to the Burgle. Burgle had stayed on Earth for a short time last time because of the affairs of planet Ambra. After that, he went to planet Namek and did not visit Earth properly. So he visited the whole Great Azure Mountain at the invitation of the elders of the Kami School and gave some instructions to the disciples on the Great Azure Mountain. These disciples, either sitting on their knees, closing their eyes and meditating, or practicing in pairs, sweating like rain, or a person diligently studying and honing their basic fighting technique, all of them were very serious and did not slacken a bit. Looking at these martial arts practitioners diligently practicing, Burgle nodded appreciatively. These disciples of the Kami School are good children who are willing to suffer, and the method they practice is very subtle and seems to hide even more esoteric connotations. Burgle saw that there was a deeper connotation hidden in it after just a few glances. Melissa laughed. This is Kami School that Maiyang has improved, and when practiced in conjunction with the Heavenly God Fist, it can greatly stimulate the potential of Earthlings. Burgle nodded and observed carefully, feeling more and more the profoundness of the Kami School martial art. Walking along the way to see over, the degree of hard work of the Earth martial artists exceeded his imagination and moved him very much. In contrast, the Namkian living in the planet Namek was much slacker. Except for a few combat-oriented Namkians, the other Namkians would not take the initiative to practice at all but instead lived a leisurely and relaxed life like a small farmer. Perhaps it was the nature of the Namkian, who preferred to be close to nature and resisted violence from the inside. However, this also predetermined that it was very difficult for a master to appear among the Namkians. As the times continued to change, the strongest people of this era would eventually grow old one day. Burgle was worried about the future development potential of the Namkian. With a sigh in his heart, Burgle felt a lot. Next, after staying in the Great Azure Mountain for a while, Burgle said goodbye to Maiyang and the others and was left alone with a heart full of thoughts. This time, in addition to asking about the background of the God Mu Force's power, Burgle's second purpose was to meet with the Earth's previous Kami. That Namkian who fled from planet Namek to Earth because of the climate catastrophe, the son of the excellent dragon clan Kittas. Shifting in direction, Burgle flew towards the temple like a lightning bolt. With Burgle's power level of tens of millions, the whole process was exceptionally easy. It took only a short time to cross the Karin Tower and the lightning space on it, and he quickly entered the space where the lookout was located. On the lookout, Burgle met the aged-old Kami. Like the Namkian Grand Elder, the old Kami's body also emitted a decaying and weak aura. This senior from planet Namek, I am the previous Kami of Earth. The old Kami's thin figure appeared in front of Burgle, with a very weak aura. I'm confused. Burgle sighed in pain as he felt the weak aura of the old Kami. He had heard about the old Kami from Maiyang before and felt even more deplorable when they met. Obviously, he was an extremely talented dragon. Still, because of a little bit of evil thoughts in his body, he hardened his body into two parts, and after the split, whether the Namkian was still the original Namkian, no one knew. Pure good, pure evil, what was the point of differentiating so far? Even Burgle himself did not dare to say that there was no evil in his body. However, things had came to this point. The situation of the old Kami was irreparable. His body, soul, bloodline, and potential had long been incomplete because of the split, and the potential for development had been limited. Son of Kittas, I feel happy to see the clan outside of planet Namek. Only you and Guru are left among the Namkian from the same era as me, Burgle said in a complicated tone. He was the only one of the three Namkian from the last era who was still in a youthful state, and the old Kami in front of him was as old as the Great Elder. The old Kami's old eyes showed a trace of nostalgia. Is planet Namek my home planet? I don't even know what it's like there. Burgle said, go back and take a look sometime. The old Kami nodded, I will go back. The position of Kami did not bring the old Kami a long life. Like the great elders of planet Namek, the old Kami was nearing the end of his life, and before he disappeared, he wanted to go back to his home planet to have a look. After staying in the lookout for some time, Burgle and the old Kami left with a lamentable farewell. Uzabit's Heights. A deep and narrow canyon-like rift valley lay on top of the plateau, like a giant dragon, cutting the whole vast and boundless plateau into two sides. The slightly flat hills were covered with reddish-brown sand and gravel, and there was no grass around because of the lack of water. Even life was rarely found here. Lighthouse-like stone pillars rose from the ground, the top of the stone pillars. The newborn Piccolo, draped in a white cloak with a cap on his head, sat quietly in the void. The cold, cold wind whistles, hitting the cheeks. It hurts. Perhaps because of the inheritance of the majority of the power of the great demon king Piccolo, the newborn Piccolo was different from the ordinary Namkian at the beginning. A year and a half, Piccolo had grown into an adult state, with a power far exceeded that of the great demon king Piccolo. Piccolo sat motionless in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and vaguely felt a trace of energy that made him cold approaching him. Not bad, although the power is a little weaker, the reaction ability is good, and rare is that you actually do see the combat type Namkian. A cold voice rang out from all directions. Piccolo looked around in all directions but did not find any figure. Who is it? Come out. Piccolo stood up with a grim face and viciously stomped on the stone pillar under his feet. Could it be those martial artists from above the earth? Did they find my traces? Thinking of this, a cold killing intent emerged on Piccolo's face. Alas! After all, it is laced with the aura of the demon race. If this evil thought controls it, you won't be a pure Namkian. Although the newborn Piccolo was coalesced out of the power of great demon king Piccolo, he also inherited the bloodline of demon king Piccolo. It was half of Namkian bloodline and half of the demonic evil thought. If it could dissolve this evil thought, the newborn Piccolo was the real Namkian. What the hell are you? Piccolo's heart was puzzled, and then he saw a person he was very familiar with appearing in front of him. Green skin, pale red muscle lines at the abdomen and arms, and two tentacles at the top of the head. The appearance actually resembled himself. Could it be that the person in front of him was also a demon or related to the kami? Young Namkian, my name is Burgle. As he spoke, Burgle saw the untamed character of Piccolo and smiled lightly on his face. A small amount of breath was released, which was very weak for Burgle, but it was as vast as the sky for Piccolo. Instantly, Piccolo couldn't move. He suddenly felt that the end of the world had come. Chapter 452 Piccolo's Chance. Damn, who the hell is this guy? How can he have such powerful energy? When did the earth have such an expert above? Piccolo mentally roared in anger, and his two sharp demon teeth almost crumbled. If the earth had so many strong people, when would he be able to clear the obstacles and complete his rule over the world? Extreme anger and resentment filled Piccolo's mind. Huh? Burgle looked at Piccolo with interest, seemingly generating a hint of interest by his will. Suddenly, Burgle increased his aura, abruptly like being in the ocean. Piccolo felt his body tumbling, and this power froze his soul. Rumble. The huge momentum crushed down, the stone pillar under the feet soon appeared cracks, and then more and more cracks. Broken stones had fallen, Piccolo and the mountain stone fell together, the ground was soon pressed out of a man-shaped depression. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo tried hard to get up, but his body seemed to be pressed against a huge mountain so that he could not move. After a long time, Burgle looked at the panting Piccolo and quietly withdrew his strength. Not bad, although the strength is weak, the will of the body has a bit of merit. The only thing that caught his eye was Piccolo's strong fighting spirit. Who the hell are you? How come I don't know there is such a strong person like you on Earth? Piccolo struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Burgle with a complicated face. During this period of time, he had learned about the history of the Earth, and except for that god of martial arts, Ma-Yang, who had resisted the invasion of the demons and seemed to be quite powerful, no other person Piccolo had put in his eyes. But the appearance of this person in front of him broke his perception. To put it another way, the other party just casually released a little bit of energy, and he could press him to move. If it was a head-to-head fight, he was afraid that he would not even have a chance to fight back, and he would be completely killed. Burgle laughed. I am not an earthling, but a Namkian like you. Piccolo's pupils shrank. What Namkian? This lord is the king of the demon race. Burgle shook his head, ignorant. With your strength, you can't even be considered a miscellaneous soldier in the demon race, and calling yourself the king of the demon race is really ridiculous. How dare you say that? Piccolo sniffed. He was the king of the demon race, but he was called a miscellaneous soldier by this person in front of him? How could he stand it? However, in the face of Burgle, the words that Piccolo was about to say were stuck in his throat, and he could not say anything at all. After all, the other party had such a strong power, and it seemed that there was no need to deceive himself. Kid, for the sake of also being an Namkian, I'll teach you to change the evil aura in you. The power of the demons, especially the power of the low-level demons, left in your body, will only pull down your potential. Such power, it is better not to. You can make me stronger? Piccolo didn't fully believe Burgle's words, but the desire to become stronger made him unable to resist opening his mouth to ask. It depends on your own will, and no amount of work by others can help you. Did you just say that I am a Namkian? Yes, as you can see, Namkian are all like us. Your father and mother were Namkian who had to leave and escape to Earth because of the climate catastrophe of planet Namek, so essentially you should not become a demon. Of course, the words were full of disdain for the demons, knowing that the Namkians were a nature-loving and peace-loving race, and there were very few evil people. Burgle naturally did not want to see a clan member with a powerful talent continue to fall. In response to Burgle's statement about the identity of the Namkians, Piccolo was silent and did not express it. Next. At this time, Burgle threw a cloth bag towards Piccolo, who reflexively took it. What is this thing? Opening the bag, Piccolo saw that the cloth bag actually contained dozens of green dry and flat beans, wholly stripped of water, and looked particularly ugly. What was this? Piccolo stared at the beans in his hand and suddenly felt a pang of absurdity. This seemingly very powerful Namkian in front of him somehow appeared in front of him, after giving himself a downward spiral, and then sent himself dozens of beans. What exactly did he want? This is called senzu beans, and you will soon know its use. Burgle indifferently said. These senzu beans were the treasure he got from Aizen. If not for the fact that the other party was a rare combat-type Namkian, Burgle would not have taken them out at all. Ha! Piccolo picked up a senzu bean and put it in his mouth and bit into it, and suddenly found amazing energy spreading in his mouth, and all the fatigue and injuries he had before miraculously disappeared. This thing! So amazing! Piccolo's eyes fiercely wide, clenched both fists as if there was inexhaustible energy, and then looked at the remaining dozens of senzu beans in the cloth bag, as if looking at the world's rarer treasure. Great, with this thing, this demon king has nothing to fear. The whole world sooner or later is mine, Piccolo shouted excitedly, his body's demonic aura once again emitted. Don't get carried away. Burgle's face was cold, and his arm fanned out and slapped Piccolo out with a snap. The powerful force made Piccolo rampage all the way and smashed several stone pillars in succession before his body was set on the rocky cliff in a wretched manner. Burgle ripped Piccolo from the rock wall. Kid, I begged for this stuff from others. How can you waste it like that? Piccolo wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Burgle with a gleaming gaze. Master, I already know how powerful you are. Please teach me martial arts. It depends on your enlightenment. A smile appeared at the corner of Burgle's mouth. Several months later. The night was slightly cool, and a white moon was in the sky. The night of the desolate Unserious Heights was still cold and lonely, and Piccolo, clad in a cloak, was gathering energy in the middle of the sky. Suddenly he stared ahead. His black pupils suddenly flashed a ray of brilliant light. A flash of appalling aura burst out from his eyes, hitting the rock wall not far away. There was a rumble, and fine pieces of rock fell down. Just then, the aura on Piccolo rose wildly, several times in just a few seconds. His arms opened fiercely, a hemispherical flash suddenly spread in all directions with Piccolo as the center, as if a great sun rose from the horizon. The vast highlands were instantly illuminated. Rumble. A huge mushroom cloud rushed up, the entire cloud of Unserious Heights trembled, a terrible storm directly destroyed the raised rocks, swept over. Piccolo indulged in releasing the power of his body. At this moment, he felt as if the world was in control. Ha 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 ha, I did it. My power has increased by several times. Several months of day and night of hard training, Piccolo has constantly been subjected to Burgle Purgatory-like training. Although the process was arduous, today finally cast incomparably powerful moves, quite some bittersweet feeling. Looking at the stone wall he had destroyed and the scorched land that had collapsed below, Piccolo felt that it was all worth it. High in the air, Burgle hands were on his back. Looking down at the spirited Piccolo, he nodded slightly. Although the evil in the body has not been completely removed, the desire to fight has vaguely suppressed the evil. Good, good, worthy of being a combat-type Namkian. It's a pity that the origin and soul are missing. Otherwise, it may not be impossible to become a super Namkian. Most of the extremely gifted dragons had extraordinary potential, and Piccolo, if he were in a complete state, would have more development potential than Slug. Now it was really a pity. Chapter 453 Unexpected. Disappeared. Burgle stayed on Earth for so long, not purposely teaching Piccolo anything, but he didn't want a potential combat-type Namkian to be reduced to a demon race. After all, the Namkian was already a sparsely populated race, and every clan member was precious. In addition, the Namkians were good by nature, and the kindness in Burgle's heart did not want to see the fall of his people. In fact, in Burgle's opinion, Piccolo, whose origin was not good, had no potential to compare with Nail. In the future, unless it was the fusion of the old Kami or the fusion of another extremely talented combat type, Namkian, to make up for the lack of soul and body, otherwise it was feared that hundreds of thousands of power levels was the limit of the other side. Staying on Earth for several months was already the maximum care for Piccolo. After seeing that Piccolo was roughly able to suppress the evil thoughts in his body, Burgle nodded, and with a flash of his body, he quietly left the Uzabit's heights. Under the moonlight, Piccolo enjoyed the pleasure brought by the power ring craze, and when he came back to his senses, there was no longer Burgle's energy around. After thinking for a moment, Piccolo knew that the other party was already leaving the Earth. Humphrey, finally gone away, so that I will have one less obstacle to rule the Earth. Piccolo bristled. Although the mouth said so, his eyes still couldn't help but look into the void and bowed slightly in the direction of planet Namek. Then his body floated and sat on top of a cluster of rocks again, closing his eyes to recuperate. The lookout. The old kami leaned on his cane to keep an eye on Piccolo's side. Seeing Piccolo's behavior after Burgle's departure, the old kami was a bit surprised and said with relief, "Piccolo, there really seems to be some change." At this time, Burgle suddenly appeared beside the old kami. Piccolo's change is subtle and will continue to be observed in the future. If you want to eradicate the demonic evil in him completely, I'm afraid you need some deep emotions to make him. The old kami nodded. My approach back then really lacked consideration. Although separating the evil thoughts and becoming a kami, he also caused a catastrophe to the creatures in the lower realm, which was really a sin. If he could let Piccolo out of his demon identity, the old kami would be able to have some peace of mind. I'm going back. Do you want to go with me to planet Namek to see? Burgle invited. The old kami wrinkled face showed a smile. Let's go together. The Earth has Calamity to look after it with or without me. I am very curious about the home planet you said. After more than 300 years away, it is time to go back to see. The old kami didn't have the impression of planet Namek in his mind. But for the home planet, there was a natural yearning. The people of planet Namek, I wonder what it will be like? You will understand when you arrive, Burgle said. With a relaxed smile on his face, the old kami showed up, and next explained to Calamity that he was leaving Earth temporarily with Burgle. The old kami accompanied Burgle, flew down to the lookout. When Burgle's spaceship stopped at the desert area where people were rarely seen, a white light rushed out of the Earth after the old kami and Burgle boarded the spaceship, and the old kami stepped on the road to the home planet. On the other hand, when the old kami left Earth, April's research on Imagine Android 21 cells had also reached its end and had entered the clinical injection stage a few months ago. In a pill-shaped culture chamber, April was naked and curled up in a ball in the underground research institute. Her head buried between her knees, her hands clutching her calves, her brown hair fluttering in the solution, gurgling bubbles coming out of the corners of her mouth from time to time. The special solution had been deployed by April to suppress the evil thoughts in the cells of the demons and prevent the phenomenon of rampage. A few months had passed. April's body of the demon cells continued to proliferate, but because of the matching Android 21 gene and April's genes themselves had some commonality, essentially the same body of cells. As a result, April's cells were not devoured by the demon cells, the two were instead fused, and everything seemed to be developing for the better. Time passed day by day, as more and more demon cells in the body, April's body's eternal energy source was stimulated, the energy grew wildly. At the same time, the skin on the surface of April's body was also changing. The original delicate and soft skin became full of elasticity, the color began to shift to pink, brown hair also gradually became pink and white, and a small flesh-colored tail grew up from April's tail vertebrae, becoming longer and longer. This was what Android 21 looked like. April is looking more and more like the Imagine Android 21, Melia pressed against the glass cover and looked at April's condition. The hair all over her body had turned pink and white. Maya carefully observed April. It's different. April is transforming into Android 21. The most obvious thing is the color of her eyes. Imagine Android 21's eyes are blood red. Look at April's eyes are still azure, which means everything is under her control. Meliz stood next to her and nodded. If they went deeper into April's body, then they would find that at this time, the cells in April's body were fusing wildly with the demon cells. The experiment had proceeded to this point. Basically, April's transformation was complete. Exiting the underground laboratory, Mayang, Melia, and Meliz quietly guarded the small building. As the headquarters of the Kami School, the Great Azure Mountain was a martial arts sanctuary like the Karan Tower. Although there were pilgrims who came to pay homage, they generally stayed in the city of Azure Mountain below the mountain. Thanks to this generous external condition, the size of Azure Mountain City has grown bigger and bigger. However, one day, terrifying and powerful ki suddenly enveloped the whole earth. The moment that ki appeared, the whole earth stopped rotating, and in just a moment, all the people of the earth felt a depression, especially the martial artists who had exercised their ki, and their bodies were as if they had been pressed with 1,000 pounds. Boom! A storm swept away, the ground beneath the Great Azure Mountain shook, glass shattered. Mayang and the twin sister, who were at Kami school headquarters, instantly sensed what was happening. Earthquake? Not good. The energy is coming from April's lab. The three of them flew to April's lab. However, what caught their eyes was a scene of wreckage and disarray. All the instruments were ruined, smoking. The pill-shaped culture chamber cracked several cracks, culture potion spilled out from the cracks. The pill-shaped culture chamber is still intact, but the Apriline side, but still disappeared. Where's little April? Melia rubbed her eyes and looked at the intact culture pod. Disappeared. Ma Yang's face was ironic. How can a good person disappear? Is there some kind of accident? Melia's heart worry. Wait, I'll search for April's key. As long as it's still in Universe 7, then we can find it. After Ma Yang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and sensed April's key. Although the key on the android was extremely weak, April, who had fused with the demon cells, naturally carried messy key on her body. Melia and Melis sniffed and also searched up with instant transmission ability. Half a long time later, the instant transmission's ability to diffuse the breath had scanned a large area of the universe. At that, Ma Yang captured April's key. Sure enough, it was found. The three people's expressions were relieved for a while. However, just as they were about to teleport over, April's key disappeared again. Just like hide and seek, the key kept appearing in different directions of the universe, and finally, it disappeared completely. There's no more. It can't be captured at all. Universe 7 is too big, and the instant transmission simply can't be scanned completely. Meliz lamented. Let's go. Let's go to the God of Destruction planet and let Wiz look for her. Ma Yang helplessly put down his finger that was pointing at his eyebrow and could only ask Wiz for help. Chapter 454 April and Android 21. The accident at the end of April's experiment took Ma Yang, Meliz, and Melia by surprise, and now that April's key had disappeared from their perception range, the only way to find her again was to seek help from Wiz. But the God of Destruction planet was in the highest dimension of Universe 7, and that area was not something that could be entered casually. Luckily, Ma Yang and the others had been to the God of Destruction planet several times before and were quite familiar with it. Next, Ma Yang, Melia, and Meliz concentrated their minds. After some brewing, the three of them finally found the location of the God of Destruction planet based on their previous memories. With a blur of light and shadow, Ma Yang and the others instantaneously moved towards the God of Destruction planet. The time went back to a few minutes ago. At this time transformed into the Android 21 April body had been demonized, the body of the wild energy constantly rushing, provoking her nerves. If it weren't for her eyes still shining blue luster, I thought she had completely lost her mind. But now, April really wasn't much different from losing her mind. Because she had awakened the power of a demon, this wild and overbearing energy was beyond her ability to manage, and she needed to vent it wildly. April continued to transient everywhere in the universe, almost every appearance, accompanied by the destruction of countless planets, and then stay for a few seconds, and then quickly transient disappeared. That was why Ma Yang and the others were too late to catch April's scent. Fortunately, most of these destroyed planets were rocky or gaseous planets with no traces of life. Otherwise, the damage caused by April's series of destruction would have been no worse than that of Majinbo. If the East Supreme Kai saw April's current appearance, he might have thought that the Majinbo had appeared in the world and scared off half their lives. While the pink figure flashed once again, and a sharp chirp came out of his mouth. As if a long sword pierced through space, several planets in front of them began to collapse from the inside and turned into huge balls of molten lava fire in the blink of an eye. Destruction, the huge power is so hard to bear. April yelled, clutching her head, the remnants of her sanity trying to keep her as far away from the planets as possible. Roar. The sound wave swept through the star, instantly triggering the star to fail prematurely, throwing out a massive stream of energy. At that moment, in the star's gravitational field, an ellipsoidal cosmic flight suddenly came through space and time. With a flash of light, the ship revealed its full shape. As if it had just completed a wormhole shuttle, it was waiting for some time to stabilize when suddenly a violent burst of energy made the ship tremble violently. The buzzing alarm sounded frantic on the ship, and the building also lit up with a flash of neon lights. Android 16, check what's going on? A woman in a white trench coat swooped down in front of the cockpit to control the stability of the ship while instructing the big, burly man beside her to check the external situation. The person's appearance was identical to April's. Checking. WH, Android 21 look, we found evil Android 21. Android 16 pointed in surprise at the image displayed on the screen. Ah, where is it? At that moment, Android 21 pounced over with a handful of beautiful eyes staring intently at the figure revealed in the center of the screen. A pink silhouette stood out in the cosmic starry sky surrounded by planet debris, white lantern pants. Pink and white slender hair, small arms, and chest wrapped only in black fabric, and it was the magical April. Android 21's slender eyebrows raised, said thoughtfully, "Evil Android 21, I finally found her, this time must be done with her." Huh, no. This girl is not evil Android 21, her eyes are the wrong color, the energy in her body is wrong, and she seems to be out of control. Android 21 noticed the color of April's pupils, which were blue like hers. In her impression, the pupil color of Evil to Android 1 was blood red, with no eye whites, only black eyes. Strange indeed, is this person really not evil Android 21? Android 16 wondered. No matter what, let's stop her first. After thinking about it, Android 21 took off her white jacket on the spot, then urged Majin power in her body and instantly transformed into a Majin form as well. Pink and white hair fluttering, and the outside April was generally the same. Android 21 appeared to April's side. A slender palm grabbed April's wrist and cast a magic spell to freeze her in the void. April struggled a few times, but her strength was clearly not yet comparable to the mature Android 21. It's really out of control, and the power is not as strong as Majin Android 21. Maybe it's a newborn android. Strange, I have not heard of Android 21 in the whole universe. Is it an outsider like me? Android 21 imprisoned April and dragged her into the ellipsoid-shaped ship. Because they were worried that the commotion just now might attract the attention of the Universe 7 Supreme Kai or God of Destruction, Android 21 immediately decided to leave this space-time temporarily. At least until they found Majin Android 21, their whereabouts could not be discovered by the people of Multiverse God or Time Patrol. Launch the time jump. Let's get out of here first. Okay. Android 16 nodded and pressed the ship's jump button, followed by a visual effect of a period of light being stretched. Android 21's ship left the current universe and entered the hourly space near the multiverse. It was still in the multiverse rules, but at least it was not easily detected. After the operation, the ship entered the space-time jump stage. The outside world is white, belonging to the middle of the space-time sandwich. Android 16 looked at April, who was imprisoned by Android 21, and asked, "What's with this guy? It really doesn't look like evil Android 21. Android 21 nodded and looked at April carefully, parting her eyes to judge, confirming that April was not evilized and had just lost control simply because of a power outburst within her body. She may be the eye of other time and space. I will take care of her next. You go out for a while." Android 21 ordered. Android 16 nodded and opened the electronic gate, leaving the cab. After Android 16 left, Android 21 pressed April's eyebrow, put power into it, a cool feeling. April gradually settled down. The Majin transformation also began to lift. Suddenly a naked brown-haired young girl appeared in front of Android 21. It really is exactly like me. Android 21 looked at April's pink skin, picked up her white coat, and wrapped it around her body. At that moment, she noticed that the person in front of her was still a little different from her. The other person did not have a pair of surprisingly large earrings above her ears but a small set of crystal pendants. It looks like she's just been transformed into an android. After traveling through so much time and space, this is the first time I've encountered another of my own. But why is she in the whole universe? Android 21 itself was born in a broken hour space. That was a world where Android was the rule. Of course, the last strongest person was naturally her Android 21. The whole universe was a relatively complete large world and the surrounding hour space, broken world, the more complete the rules. The more the ability to time travel was limited by the gods. As far as Android 21 knew, the current all-universe time-space had not yet appeared in the shadow of Android 21 and most likely will not appear. So for April's origin, Android 21 was very interested. Chapter 455 Asking help for Whis with a soft sound, April woke up from her drowsiness. She opened her eyes, and a familiar face of her own appeared in front of her. Hadn't woken up yet, how could I see myself? April closed her eyes and went back to sleep, but the next second, she opened her eyes violently and looked at the other side with an incredulous face. "No, I'm awake now. Who the hell are you?" Android 21 looked at April's stammering appearance, elegantly smiled lightly. "I am Android 21. It is very wonderful to say that I can actually see another self, and I have never thought about it so much before." Android 21 reached out a hand and ruffled April's hair that was sticking up in front of her forehead. "Android 21?" April's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Her body trembled, and she suddenly felt her body empty. Looking down towards her body, she realized that her body was actually only draped in a white-colored tunic. April tightened the clothes on her body for a moment. "How did I get here? The spaceship was stirred by a huge energy flow during the previous voyage, and I found you after detection. I saw the storm phenomenon appear on you, so I took it upon myself to bring you on board. Looking at your appearance, You should be the first time to become a demon. Don't worry. You will be familiar with it after a few more changes. Android 21 explained, handing over a few pieces of clothing. By the way, I have a few pieces of clothing here. You should be able to wear them as well. April froze, looking at Android 21. She took the clothes and put them on, and it was true that the two people had the same body type, and the clothes of Android 21 fit April perfectly. After changing clothes, April's graceful curves look more soft and beautiful. Where are you taking me? April asked. Before is in the Universe 7, it is easy to attract the attention of senior deities. We change a place where no one is disturbed. Are you afraid of the God of Destruction in the Universe 7 or the people of the Time Patrol? April probably understood the situation of Android 21. Android 21 was being pursued by the members of the Time Patrol. Of course, the one they should really be pursuing was Mage and Android 21. You know a lot. Android 21 was a little surprised. This her in front of her didn't seem as young as she thought. When Android 21 saw the ring on April's left hand, she was surprised. You're already married. Yes, I'm married to my senior brother. Android 21 was a bit dizzy. I don't have a brother. Besides, how could a brother and sister get married? April explained, not a real brother, but a brother who adopted me as a child. It seems we are very different. Is it because of the different time and space? Android 21 murmured, having discovered the difference between herself and the woman in front of her. The next time April and Android 21 were in deep communication. After a conversation, Android 21 realized that April was not herself in other time and space, but the original body that should have died long ago in history. She became an android as a clone of her cells. And, April, with her clever mind, actually researched android technology and even fused it with Majin Buu cells. After understanding April's origin and experience, Android 21's eyes burst out with intense curiosity, as if to study April's entire body through. Because in a sense, April was her mother. So, she couldn't help but feel that the whole universe was really a different world from Mother Time and Space. From what you said, Majin Android 21 has been severely injured by the Angels of the Universe 7 and cleared out of the Universe 7, and is now hiding in a time and space to recuperate. April nodded, that's what was said. Majin Android 21 is not that easy to die. Find her as soon as possible. Can you send me back first? My brother and sisters will be worried if I leave like this. April inquired. Android 21 had difficulty understanding the situation of April and other women serving one husband but still said according to the situation, the ship has entered the time jump stage. If you want to return immediately, then I'm afraid it is a little difficult. In addition to several consecutive jumps, the energy of this ship has almost reached the bottom, so it needs to be resupplied in the next time and space. The process of replenishing energy will take several months. April was a little disappointed. That means I can't go back now. Yes, at least stay in some hour space for a few months. Android 21 said with certainty. April pouted, a good powerless look. Android 21 hid her mouth and laughed lightly, thinking that the girl in front of her was so funny. On the other hand, Yang, Melia, and Melis used instantaneous movement to find the location of the God of Destruction planet. A burst of gorgeous light was born in the God of Destruction planet, and the three of them had already appeared in the God of Destruction planet. On the huge diamond-shaped God of Destruction planet, what entered the eyes was a turquoise landscape. The sky was a light pink color, and as far as the eye could see, there were dozens of stars rotating around the God planet. It was not the first time that Yang came to the God of Destruction planet, so he was familiar with the scene in front of him. A red-colored figure flashed by, and Wi's figure appeared beside them. Wi slightly laughed and said, Yang, why have you come to the God of Destruction planet? Did you guys decide to serve as the reserve God of Destruction? The Crimson Divine robe whirled and swayed, and the calm wind blew his white-gray hair. Whis, this time, we have something that we need your help with. Yang took a deep breath and directly asked Whis for help. With a smile on his face, Whis asked curiously, what's going on? Yang glanced at the girls, then told them about April. April's key disappeared from our perception range all of a sudden. I hope you can help us find her. Whis nodded and said, that little girl has really fused with the cells of a demon. Well, it's not a big deal. It's probably because the power awakened too suddenly and got out of control all of a sudden. Let me see where she is. Whis waved his divine staff. The crystal ball shone a few times, projecting an image, which was clearly the picture of April after she lost control. In the picture, the Majin transformation April wagged her tail behind her, terrifying sonic attacks and energy attacks came and went, countless planets were destroyed, a graceful and slender figure flashed a few times. It appeared in another star, also causing great damage. Yes, that's April. Seeing Whis release the image of April, Yang a burst of surprise. The destructive power is quite strong. Basically, it has the appearance of a demon. Wes looked at the image in the void with a calm face. Please wait a moment. Wes tapped the divine staff. The image in the void began to accelerate. Soon an ellipsoid-shaped ship appeared in the image. Then Android 21 appeared opposite April. The two briefly exchanged blows, and then April was dragged away. How can there be two Aprils? Melia's jaw dropped. Ma Yang's face was ugly. The other one is the Android 21. She took April away. Ma Yang said anxiously. Wes, quickly see where they went last? Wes shook his head. No, they have left Universe 7. My ability can't spread to the space-time outside the Universe 7. Ma Yang's expression was stunned. What can we do then? Wes gently danced the divine staff, put away the image in the void, smiled slightly. There is no way. Although my power cannot spread to the space outside the universe, Lord Dragon God can. Don't you have several Super Dragon Balls in your acceleration world? Why don't you collect them and try it? In addition, I can also ask the other angels for you to see if they have a way to detect things in outer space-time. In addition to the 12 huge universes in the center of the universe, there were also many small universes, early spaces, and fragmented worlds attached to them, which were not as vast as the 12 universes, but were also within the rules of the whole universe. The powerful angels might have other ways. Chapter 456 Angel Vados. Ma Yang considered the plan provided by Wes. At this point, it was the only way to try. Hopefully, the Super Dragon Ball could find April's whereabouts. In this regard, Ma Yang gratefully said to Wes, Wes, I am sorry to trouble you. Solution must be tried nowadays. There are 7 Super Dragon Balls in total. I have already collected 3 Super Dragon Balls in the universe, only the 4th one is missing, while the other 3 Super Dragon Balls are in the Universe 6, which requires you to send me there. The matter of crossing the universe barrier was something that Ma Yang could not do right now. Yes. Was promised down. Before entering the Universe 6, better say hello to the angel there, this I will contact for you. In addition, try to avoid meeting the God of Destruction over there. Lord Kampa of Universe 6 is not as good as Lord Beerus. Remember to avoid it. I understand. Ma Yang nodded seriously. Universe 6 of the God of Destruction Kampa and God of Destruction Beerus were 2 brothers, but the 2 were also deadly rivals. If the other side found out that they came from Universe 7, they would probably strike without saying a word, and then they would be tragic. A gentleman did not stand under a dangerous wall, so it was better to avoid it. For the search of April's whereabouts, Ma Yang did not think of using the Earth's weakened Dragon Balls or the Dragon Balls of planet Namek at the beginning, because these 2 Dragon Balls were obviously unable to detect the situation outside Universe 7, and only the Super Dragon Balls, which inherited the powerful power of Dragon God Zalama, had such great power. By the way, the equipment for searching the Super Dragon Ball you have there, right? Was suddenly asked. Yes, April has made the radar of the Super Dragon Ball. That's fine, I'll take you to Universe 6 now. You should pay attention to the situation there when you arrive. Ma Yang nodded and turned to look at Melia and Melez. You guys wait here for me for a while, with the Dragon Ball radar around, I should be back soon. We're waiting for your good news. Melia and Melez looked at Ma Yang and Whis, then. Let's go. Whis laughed lightly, the divine staff in his hand nodded a few times in the air, and suddenly the 7-colored light rose up, brilliant colors like fireworks, only to see a few points of starlight surrounding Ma Yang and Whis, and then fiercely bloomed, with a clatter, like water flowing through, leading the 2 towards the void. The transfer from Universe 7 to Universe 6 was a long process, and even for the angels, it took a lot of time. A 7-colored haze formed in the channel, a variety of crystalline glitter by the space stretched incomparably slender. Ma Yang's palm rested on Whis' shoulder, looking at the colorful scene around him, a burst of novelty in his heart. To be honest, crossing the universe is the first time he experienced things. Although the speed of the angel's great movement was not as fast as instant transmission, it also had its great advantage, which was to travel through the universe. We will soon arrive. The situation in the Universe 6 is similar to Universe 7. I have contacted the angel there, she will meet us at the other end. Wise's bland and uninteresting voice came through. For him who stood at the very peak of the universe, there was nothing that could surprise him anymore. The angel of the 6th universe, was it Vados? Hearing Whis' voice transmission, a tall figure emerged in Ma Yang's mind. He heard that the Universe 6 angel Vados was Whis' sister, and among all the angels, their siblings were considered to be very nice to talk to. Phew. About a few minutes later, the colorful channel of 7 colors suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding background suddenly turned into a deep and dark cosmic space. Against the dark red background, a blazing star blazed, constantly sending light and heat around. Ma Yang and Whis were suspended in the cosmic space. It's here. Whis said softly. This was the Universe 6? It didn't feel any different from the Universe 7. Yang looked around curiously and didn't see anything different. Universe 6 and Universe 7 were mirror-like symmetrical universes, and all the planets in the Universe 7 could be found in Universe 6. However, because of the countless years, the difference was starting to get bigger day by day. Just then, a cluster of intense colored light lit up in front of Yang. The light dispersed, only to see a young girl dressed in a green divine robe with silver hair standing in the void. An ethereal, holy feeling was born. The young girl had a blue halo floating around her neck, and her silver gray near white hair was tied into a ponytail and draped high behind her back. Her bumpy curves made her look very attractive, and at that moment she was stationed in the void, and a pair of beautiful eyes were gazing at them. Gee, is this guy the little guy from the Universe 7, a very talented kid? Wes, you personally came to Universe 6 for him, do you want to seriously cultivate him? Vados floated to Wes' heels with her divine staff in hand. Sister, I'll have to trouble you with this. Wes looked at the female angel in front of him with a faint smile. Vados said seriously, the wishing pearl is the jewel of the Universe 6 and Universe 7, I have no objection if he wants to borrow it, but this matter must not be known to Lord Kampa, otherwise, the next days of my sister will be very traumatic. I think sister must have a way to deal with Lord Kampa, Wes said lightly. Don't look at Vados, who seemed to be very brainwashed, but in fact, her heart was very dark. She had a variety of methods, and Lord Kampa often suffered in her hands, but also was tamed like a lamb. Wes didn't believe what Vados said. Seeing this, Vados narrowed her eyes and stopped acting. Well, long story short, Lord Kampa is still in the God of Destruction planet for the lunch break. I can't leave the God of Destruction planet for too long. Next you let this little guy from the Universe 7 go collect the wishing beads, then I will send him back. Well, of course, it's best if you can send him back, I still have something to do to look for sister. Wes turned to Yang, you should know what to do behind you, don't cause trouble. Understood. With the strength of Yang, who was completely close to the strength of the Majinbo, he was also a supreme master in Universe 6. Next Wes went one step ahead, and after a flash, the figure disappeared into the universe. Universe 7 kid, hurry up and collect the wishing beads, I'll wait for you here. These were all discussed between Wes and Vados. Vados would send Yang back to the Universe 7 after he finished collecting the Super Dragon Balls, while Wes still had things to ask the angel there in the 10th universe. Yang nodded seriously, and without delay, directly took out the large Super Dragon Ball radar from the acceleration world. After pressing the button, 3 light signals appeared around the screen, and the red triangle in the middle was the current location. Vados was surprised to see Yang take something from the void, nodded after, but somehow understand why Wes so valued him, not hesitate to personally send him here. Miss Vados, I'm going to look for the Super Dragon Ball now, please wait here for a while. Go ahead. Vados casually waved her hand and sat in the void with the divine staff padded under her body. The Dragon Ball radar showed him the direction to explore the scent in a certain direction, and then use instant transmission to move over. This type of instant transmission was definitely a deviation from the real destination, but it was the fastest way he could think of. He roughly estimated that it would take at least 2 or 3 days to collect the 3 Dragon Balls. After Yang's transient disappeared, Vados looked at the void and smiled elegantly. What an interesting little fellow, Wes seems to have found a good seedling. Vados and Wes were siblings. They are both keen to find the next god of destruction. A circle was drawn in the void, and the picture showed the scene on Yang's side, while Vados was very interested in enjoying it as a live screen. Chapter 457 Collecting Super Dragon Balls. La 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 la. The field full of grass looked dim. The middle-aged man in sackcloth stood on the ridge in a happy mood, whispering an unknown ditty under his breath. Pulling up his pants and walking down the ridge, the middle-aged man gripped the roots of the grass and slashed his sharp scythe a few inches above the ground with a click. The weeds were directly cut away by the scythe, revealing a small knot of roots. Raising his head to gaze at the green sky, a big sun and an orange planet occupies more than half of the field of vision. This was a planet called Ruby, belonging to a low-level planet with a very low force value. The people of planet Ruby were indigenous to this planet. They were born simple and generous and lived a very simple life as diligent old farmers. In their life, labor was the most basic ingredient, and you could even say that it was the embodiment of their faith and values. Although the most basic iron civilization had been developed, the hearts of the people of planet Ruby were still full of reverence for the gods, and they believed that all good life was a gift from the gods. The 2 great suns of different colors in the sky were the gods they believed in. One gave them light and heat, and the other examined their piety. On this day, Amos, a middle-aged man, worked in the fields with his children. The hot sun and the poisonous sunlight made beads of sweat burst out on the foreheads of the children. Ah, is the sun god angry these days? The weather is getting hotter and hotter. Amma's children wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Amos chided, finish the job properly. This is a test from the gods to us. Yes, yes, yes. Amos's child hemmed and hawed, having long since adapted to his father's strict demands. Suddenly, the child's eyes opened wide, his finger pointed to the green sky, and his voice trembled. Father, look, something is wrong in the sky, the sun god seems to be really angry. What are you kid talking about? Amos was about to scold but raised his head to see the vision that appeared in the sky. In the cyan sky, located next to the two great suns, a black point of light emerged. These black points fell from the sky, and as they kept getting closer to the ground, the black points gradually grew larger and turned into a ball of red fire. Boom, boom. A series of huge fireballs descended from the sky. Those were wandering stars that had entered the planetary system after a long interstellar journey. These reddish fires cut through the sky as if the gods had sent down divine punishment, causing the sky to be filled with fire and dust. This thought made the simple people of planet Ruby fall into extreme panic, and one by one, they kneeled to the ground, praying to the gods. Alas, the sun god dressed in his anger, please forgive our ignorance, and the gods bless. Amos and the other people of planet Ruby prayed to the heavens, but the fireballs that crashed into the planet did not hear their prayers at all and still slammed into the ground one by one. The dust flew, the sky cracked. The whole planet Ruby seemed to have entered the post-apocalyptic scene. The number of wandering stars that entered the gravitational field of the planet Ruby was so huge that there were about more than 10,000 of them, and for several days in a row, all parts of the planet Ruby were in the midst of the fire. To calm the anger of the gods, the people of planet Ruby beheaded cattle and sheep for sacrifice. However, the effect was not obvious. Just when the people of planet Ruby were about to despair, the real gods descended. After several rounds of spatial jumps and long-distance travel, Ma-Yang's figure finally entered where the first Super Dragon Ball was located. When Ma-Yang proceeded to the planetary system where planet Ruby was located, he saw a Super Dragon Ball floating near the star. Because it was big enough and close enough to the star, the orange-red surface of the Super Dragon Ball lit up with a crystal light under the star's irradiation, looking golden and shining like a carefully carved gemstone ornament. Ma-Yang's face was happy, and he immediately approached the Super Dragon Ball. This is the first one. With the first one in hand, the next two will be fast. A smile crept onto his cheeks. With a straight face, Ma-Yang released the power of the accelerated world and began to capture the Super Dragon Ball. Since breaking through the fifth limit 5 years ago, the spatial range inside the acceleration world expanded to 20 million kilometers, and fitting a Super Dragon Ball with a diameter of 37,000 kilometers was as easy as fitting a small marble. After making sure that the power of the acceleration world was fully attached to the surface of the Super Dragon Ball, Ma-Yang's mind moved, and an ingesting power suddenly descended into Universe 6. With a gurgling sound, an invisible power field spread out. Ma-Yang's movements were swift, and before the rulers of the Universe 6 could react, the entire Super Dragon Ball was ingested into it. Got it. After completing the capture of the Super Dragon Ball, Ma-Yang was in a great mood and took out the Dragon Ball radar to watch it. There are 2 more Super Dragon Balls next, located in the northeast and southwest corners. If I move fast, I can probably finish collecting them in 2 days. Ma-Yang smiled, but now was not the time to relax, tidied up his grooming. He was ready to transient towards the next destination. Just then, his eyes glanced slightly and noticed a planet that was being hit by countless meteorites not far away, and there were actually traces of civilization development on it. The life on that planet is also pitiful. If no one saves it, this civilization is kind of finished. Forget it. It's kind of virtuous to help you guys out. I hope you can bring me good luck. Such a thing as saving a planet was just a handful for the current Ma-Yang. It just so happened that he had just harvested a Super Dragon Ball, and in a happy mood, he didn't begrudge helping people out. So, a white light spread down, the meteorites that had not yet fallen into the atmosphere in the outer space of planet Ruby were all moved away by a magical force, and the power of the acceleration world also smoothed out the wounds and fires on the surface of the planet. To the natives on planet Ruby, the light wave of Ma-Yang's hand was like a god himself stepping into the mortal world to save them. Great gods! We are saved. Long live the sun god! All the natives fell to their knees at once, expressing their gratitude to the deity who had saved them in their hearts. When they saw that the red star was missing in the green sky, they thought that the great gods had sacrificed their lives to save them, and they all burst into tears and worshipped for a long time. Really simple character of the primitive natives, saving you is considered to be a gift for taking away the Super Dragon Ball. In space, Ma-Yang lightly laughed, then aimed at the next target instantaneously and went away. The next target was the next one. The green skirt clung to her long and slender legs, and Vados nodded appreciatively at this human from the 7th universe. Nice kid, the power just now is also very subtle, and it seems that it should not appear in a mortal's body. By the way, his sub-level is comparable to Grand K, so it can't be said to be immortal. It's just a pity that he's not from the Universe 6. Grand Kai level 6 dimension, one step away from the level 7 dimension of Universe level, which was the level of Supreme Kai Apprentice and God of Destruction candidate. Vados had a feeling that maybe in a few years, Universe 7 would surpass Universe 6 in terms of experts. Just then, a divine thought came through the divine staff underneath Vados, a signal from the God of Destruction planet. The black crystal ball shone a few times, and Vados was sure that the God of Destruction Compa had woken up from his sleep. Hey, Vados, where are you? I am dying of hunger, go and prepare food for me. I want to eat delicious white-boiled eggs. The God of Destruction Compa's exasperated voice came from the crystal ball, but when it came to the last thing to eat, there was a faint sound of saliva swallowing. Vados ruffled her hair and said with a serene face, please wait a moment, Lord Compa. I'll go prepare the white-boiled eggs for you right away. He said, you must be quick, and the bigger the egg, the better. Vados pressed her forehead with difficulty. Lord Compa, you are making it difficult for me, forget it, who called you honorable, I will think of a way, that's all. After saying that, regardless of how Compa said, Vados unilaterally cut off the contact. She did not have the intention to move her body and continued to observe the movement of Niang. Lord Compa is so fat, starving a few days will contribute to his health. Well, let's say that the raw materials for white-boiled eggs are particularly difficult to find, then casually bring him an ostrich egg. Lord Compa should be very happy. Alas, is it not a bit too extravagant to give Lord Compa an ostrich egg, in case his mouth gets gripped? Vados murmured as if she didn't think she should take out something that good. Chapter 458. The small angel on the other hand, after collecting the first Super Dragon Ball, Niang rushed to the other two places in a very good mood. The collecting of the second Super Dragon Ball also went very smoothly. Once the power of the acceleration world was covered, the second Super Dragon Ball had nowhere to hide and fell into Niang's control. In the acceleration world, including the 3 Dragon Balls that belonged to Universe 7, 5 Dragon Balls were gathered together, flickering rhythmically in the dark and empty space. It was only too short of collecting all the Dragon Balls. Keep up the good work, collect one more, and then I can return to the Universe 7. After carefully observing those 5 Dragon Balls, Niang returned to the dark red background of the starry sky and continued to collect the last Dragon Ball of the Universe 6. However, when collecting the last Super Dragon Ball, the process took some twists and turns because a group of cosmic forces actually occupied the Super Dragon Ball. A ship was stationed on the Super Dragon Ball and literally using the Super Dragon Ball as a fortress. Niang wanted to take that Super Dragon Ball, inevitably had to clash with that force. However, because of the final whereabouts of April, the importance of collecting Super Dragon Ball was too great. No matter what, he was determined to get this Super Dragon Ball. Since borrowing it was impossible, Niang could only openly rob. The result was very clear. With Niang's strength close to the Majin Buu level, the Universe 6 people were not his opponent. In this encounter with Niang, these people could only be considered unlucky. The Super Dragon Ball was put away in the acceleration world immediately after, and Niang smiled and left by teleportation. Those cosmonauts with bruised noses watched their space fortress being taken away by a fierce bandit, each one with eyes wide open, not knowing what to do. Bad luck. The bosses of the cosmic forces wanted to cry and looked at their bruised and battered men but could only bear the tears and eat this loss. Junior, your action is quite fast, since you have already collected the wishing pearl of Lord Salama, the dragon god, then I will send you back to the Universe 7 next. In the vast and boundless universe, Vados appeared beside Niang in an elegant posture. Miss Vados. I have troubled you. Niang said politely. Oh, nothing, but you were actually able to collect such a huge wishing bead without a sound. You must have a lot of secrets on you, Vados said in a clear and cold voice. Niang nodded his head by default. Vados smiled and did not mean to look deeper. In fact, when you've reached such a realm as Vados, there were only Great Priest and Zeno above them, and honestly, there was nothing in the universe that could attract their attention. Furthermore, the angelic race was originally a completely neutral divine race, and they would hardly interfere with any strife, a truly noble race. Well, come over and grab my shoulder. I'll send you back now. Vados waved the divine staff in her hand, and her delicate voice rang out at Niang's side. Okay. Niang responded, walked up to Vados, and placed his hand on her shoulder. After all, it was a female angel. Niang's actions were very disciplined, trying to show a gentleman's side so as not to give the other party any misunderstanding. Vados calmly glanced at Niang, nodded slightly, and then gently nudged the divine staff a few times. At once, a 7-colored light curtain shone up, just like before when Whis carried him through the universe. A 7-colored channel appeared in the eyes. A glorious light shone in this closed passage. Each light was stretched long, countless crystal-clear spots flickered, as if the spring breeze blew by the cherry tree, bringing down a piece of delicate and graceful petals. Don't be so nervous. When crossing the universe, you'd see that one spot that is attached to the universe outside the small world projection. According to Whis, you collect wishing beads because your wife disappeared in the universe 7. She may be in a world over therein. If you let go now, with good luck, you will be able to enter those worlds, but of course, with bad luck, you will fall directly into the chaotic energy turbulence, and your body will be torn apart. A clear and ethereal fragrance came to the sense. Vados turned her head to just at Maang. Maang swallowed a bit, sure that this sister of Whis was really a dark angel. Staying with such an angel, Maang felt a lot of pressure, but it was good that the process of shuttling through the universe would not use up too much time. About a few minutes later, a gorgeous pillar of light ran through space like a curtain of water, shuttling from the void to Universe 7. The invisible ripples rippled out, the surrounding colored light suddenly flashed, and a dark and deep cosmic starry sky came into view, followed by bright starlight coming from everywhere. Maang and Vados floated in the universe, and they had arrived at Universe 7. Vados nodded her divine staff and said, "We have come to Universe 7. You should be very familiar with this place, and there is no need for me to send you to the Destruction God planet." "Indeed, there is no need," Maang said seriously. Vados nodded her head, the green skirt on her body whirring and swinging. "In that case, I'm going back to Universe 6. Lord Kampa is hungry for several days, still waiting for me to go back to feed him." People who didn't know would think she was raising a pet. Maang's head could not help surfacing a few black lines and had a deep understanding of Vados' character. She was even worse than Whis, not treating the god of destruction as a god at all. "Miss Vados, thank you for your help." Maang sincerely thanked her. Vados covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Her beautiful eyes revealed a smile. "No need to be so polite, come and play in the Universe 6 often when you have time. I will treat you well." After saying that, Vados very elegantly turned the divine staff. The divine staff flew in the air and tapped the void when it landed, and then the 7-colored light shone again, and then a closer look, Vados' figure had disappeared. She really comes and goes quickly. Maang took a deep breath and took out the Dragon Ball radar to look for the last Super Dragon Ball. According to his knowledge of the Super Dragon Ball, the last Dragon Ball located in the Universe 7 was a 4-star Super Dragon Ball. Due to its agent-long exposure to the cosmic stars, the surface of this Super Dragon Ball was covered with a thick layer of dust, just like planet Hambra, where Burgle had lived for many years, a rocky planet. However, the difference was that there was no atmosphere on that rocky planet, and no signs of life flourished. In the original story, it was not until the Universes 6 and 7 had a martial arts tournament that it was inadvertently chosen by Vados to be the venue for the martial arts tournament. The last Super Dragon Ball is farther away, from the radar, in the middle of an unfamiliar barren space, where it is near the edge of the universe, where living planets are scarce, and the ability to move instantly should not be of much use. Maang calculated in his heart. If he were to use a spaceship to navigate, even with the fastest spaceship of the Galaxy Patrol, to fly to the edge of the universe, perhaps it would take a lot of time, so Maang directly ruled this option out. After thinking about it, Maang found the only way to rely on Whis' great movement ability. At this time, he began to envy the instant transmission ability of the Supreme Kai apprentice Kibito. Compared to the instant transmission of the Yad Arshan, the instant transmission of Kibito was truly magical. However, that was the ability given by the universe rules after becoming Supreme Kai apprentice, and he couldn't learn it even if he envied it. Shaking off his head, without thinking about those troublesome things, Maang closed his eyes tightly, searched for the location of the God of Destruction planet, and then swooped to the God of Destruction planet instantaneously. When Maang arrived at the God of Destruction planet, Melia and Meliz spotted him first and flew over with a cheer. Maang smiled and caught them, then recounted his experience in the Universe 6. "Where's Whis? I need him to take me to the last Dragon Ball." Maang swept a glance at the dense vegetation on the God of Destruction planet. In the past, when he appeared, Whis was the first to find them. Melia said, "Whis brought the small angel not long ago. They are now trying to open the space outside the universe to find April traces." "A small angel?" Maang asked in amazement at his words. "I think it's an angel. The clothing and dress are exactly like Whis, but short. Whis respects her a lot." "The angel male and female?" Maang hurriedly asked. "It should not be the Grand Minister himself who came over. He could not hold." "Female," Meliz said. At once, Maang sighed with relief. "Wait, The female angel. Could it be Angel Kusu of Universe 10? That was the big sister of all the angels, second only to the Grand Minister in status. Chapter 459. Kusama Ayang felt very surprised. He did not expect that Whis would actually bring the Angel Kusu from Universe 10. They were joining forces to open the world outside the universe. Could it be that they were helping to find the whereabouts of April? If so, then Ma Ayang would have to thank them properly. The angels of the two universes joined forces. The hope of finding April was instantly greatly increased. After knowing this news, Ma Ayang's confidence was instantly boosted. Looking around the vast planet of God of Destruction, the emerald grass undulated with the wind. Considering that Whis and Angel Kusu wouldn't appear for a while, Ma Ayang found an open space to sit on the grass and wait, while Melia and Meliz sat beside him left and right. I hope Whis and the others can find out where little April is. Melia's jewel-like eyes looked at Ma Ayang, and a clear voice came out of her mouth. Yes. Ma Ayang nodded his head. It was just that if Whis and the others were able to find the whereabouts of April, then was his own act of collecting the Super Dragon Balls superfluous. No, Ma Ayang gently shook his head. Super Dragon Balls had been collected almost. Even if they could not be used in the end, there was no reason to give up halfway. Ma Ayang, how about you accompany us for a little training? Meliz digressed. Ma Ayang was surprised to look at Meliz, who said, I think we should find something to do. When Ma Ayang thought that he was idle now anyway, he agreed, sure, will you guys come, or will Melissa come? I'll go with Melia. Good. Ma Ayang's smile narrowed, and his body bounced up from the grass at once. Counting up, he hadn't practiced with Melia and the girls for a long time. He used to practice with Melissa in pairs, although they didn't need to be clearly distinguished from each other. Melia and Meliz also stood up, with charming smiles on their faces, like delicate peach blossoms in full bloom. They flew with a serious look to a place not far from Ma Ayang and assumed a fighting posture. Because there was no fusion into Melissa, so when facing Ma Ayang, they were generally in a relatively weak state. For his part, Ma Ayang laughed leisurely, then closed his eyes and floated towards the girls. The unfettered instinct and extreme instinct were fully opened. Because the realm power had been mostly integrated into the physical body, there was no half-leaked aura on Ma Ayang's body at this time. This greatly elevated the level of combat, as well as interfere with the judgment of the girls. Before comprehending the advanced realm, they faced this Ma Ayang, so they could only rely on the naked eye to judge. But how could the speed of the naked eye keep up with Ma Ayang's movements? Boom. The figure of Ma Ayang suddenly appeared like a ghost on the side of Melia, stretched out his palm on the girl's stomach, and then with force, Melia was directly bounced out. Meliz reacted to try to assist but was also knocked out by Ma Ayang. Melia and Meliz possessed Melissa's battle consciousness, but their strength was only half of hers. Converted to Super Saiyan status, it was about Super Saiyan 2 strength, and the difference in strength was still huge in the face of a master like Ma Ayang, who was close to the level of Majin Buu, so they were no match at all. With a series of sprints, Ma Ayang's cold face appeared in front of Melia, a hand raised, and sent Melia flying out. After a few tumbles in the sky, both Melia and Meliz landed on the ground. The two women leaned together and seemed to be thinking, their dark eyes constantly turning, pondering how to face Ma Ayang's attack. It was said that fighting is the best growth process, and the competition between several people of Ma Ayang, although it was not a real battle, benefited a lot. In order to cater to the power of the girls, Ma Ayang had lowered his own power appropriately. After about 10 minutes, Melia and Meliz began to pant, and their cheeks turned scarlet from the exercise. The battle could almost be over by this point, just as Ma Ayang also saw the figure of Whis in the distance had flown towards them, and with him came a petite figure. It was a small girl with a side twist braid, very childish in appearance, less than 1 meter 2 in height, light purple divine robe, draped with a set of black coats, and a blue halo around her neck like other angels. Ma Ayang quickly judged the identity of the other party at first sight. The angel of Universe 10, Kusu. If it were not known beforehand that the other party was the big sister of all the angels, Ma Ayang would really treat her as a child. It was also very magical to say that the angel family, the more petite the figure, the higher the status, as in the case of the Grand Minister and Angel Kusu. On the contrary, the middle-aged uncle and big mother image of the angel, the generation is rather small. Ma Ayang, you came back from the 6th universe so soon. Did things go well with the Super Dragon Ball? Whis landed next to Ma Ayang. Ma Ayang said, I have collected 3 Super Dragon Balls from the Universe 6, plus the ones I collected before. I already have 6 Super Dragon Balls in my hand, only the last one is in a more distant star field in the Universe 7, so I need to use your ability. Well, this is no problem. Whis nodded his head with understanding. At this time, the little angel Kusa said, this is the person who needs help this time, the strength is good, I quite envy your Universe 7. Oh, Sister Kusu, his name is Maang. After that, was introduced to Maang. This is the angel Kusu from the Universe 10, a mighty angel. With the power of Sister Kusu, we finally determined the whereabouts of your wife. April was found? That meant his collection of Super Dragon Balls was mostly useless. Yes. Was nodded clearly, then looked at each other with Kusu, and the two divine staffs were erected at the same time, crossed and touched together, and after a green flash, an image about the seventh universe beyond appeared in the void. Sister Kusu and I jointly searched universes 12 and then captured this phenomenon when we transmitted our power to a small world outside the universe. The scene in the picture kept changing, and it first broke through the boundary of Universe 7 to a more versatile blue world, multiverse. In that blue world, countless fragments were shining with crystal light. Each fragment was a small world. The most striking thing in the blue world was the 12 giant water spheres located in the center, the 12 main universes. These universes were in pairs, opposing each other, and together they formed a giant ring, forming the main body of the whole universe. Searching according to the aura left on April, we found a world that is only the size of the universe, you see. Was reached out towards the picture in midair, and the scene began to change again. The pattern in the picture began to focus and then burrowed into a small world not far from the seventh universe. That small world was not large, less than 1/10,000th of the volume of the Universe 7. As if playing a movie, the picture kept fast forwarding, and soon an azure planet appeared in front of everyone, and on top of that blue planet, a battle was taking place. That planet seems to be Earth. There is a fierce battle going on up there. Maang and Melia watched very carefully, not wanting to miss any of the images. After accepting the parallel worldview, it was easy for them to accept the appearance of an Earth-like world outside the seventh universe. This is a scene that happened not long ago, the interesting one is later. Wes once again accelerated the progress of the picture. At this time, the picture of Earth in another world came out more clearly, and several golden shining figures in the sky gathered together to deal with a sturdy man. These people all had blonde hair and green pupils, burning golden flames, but the stout man's body flames leaned toward grass green. Those people are Super Saiyans? Melia's mind wondered. That is Son Goku and Vegeta. Maang's heart was shocked. It took him a glance to recognize the identity of those few golden light shadows. Another parallel small world actually had Son Goku and others, and Son Goku had been able to transform into Super Saiyan. That green figure seems to be the legendary Super Saiyan, is it Broly? Melia's eyes slightly open, recognizing the identity of the other party. He was her adopted son. What was going on? How could Broly fight with Son Goku and others? And the legendary Super Saiyan was so weak, even the ordinary Super Saiyan state of Son Goku could bear him. At this time, Kusa spoke, the small world and the whole universe in the big universe are not the same. Although there may be a similar history, but not the same person. For the people of Universe 7, only the Universe 7 in another parallel time and space was the counterpart to themselves, and the other small worlds were just similar. Maang nodded in understanding, probably judged that April Android should be a world similar to the theatrical version of Dragon Ball. So, where is April? Don't rush. Was held a smile, and then screen jumped again. This time April's silhouette appeared, accompanied by April also appeared Android 21. As soon as it appeared, April transformed into her demon form and then attacked the crazy Broly. Broly was completely irrational. In the face of April's attack, in addition to yelling, he was the instinctive resistance, there was no intention to escape, only the magic of April's figure constantly flashing wounded Broly seriously. Then another fierce attack came. The toll landed on the ground. Bang! Dust flew, the ground shook violently, and April's frenzied Broly was directly crushed and then completely killed. Well, the two women gulped. April has killed our adopted son. She really got a hand. That's not our adopted Broly, Maang said. Their adopted son, Broly, was a humble and simple good boy. The one in the picture was clearly a madman, and his power was pitifully weak. The legendary Super Saiyan name was in vain. After determining the world where April was, Maang was not worried about her safety. That small world, the power level was obviously not high, and April's power was already invincible, plus Android 21, which did not look very evil. He could rest assured a lot. Chapter 460 Super Shenron. That is a world where even Supreme Kai does not exist, and Supreme Kai is already the highest deity. No, perhaps there, the level of Grand Kai is able to be called a Supreme Kai. Was continued, combining the power of Sister Kusu, we have pinpointed to that world. As long as they stop traveling through worlds indiscriminately, I think we will be able to find them soon. Luckily, their spaceship's energy has run out, so for the time being, we don't have to worry about them leaving that world. Then how should I travel to that world to bring April back? Miang asked sincerely. Kusa dragged her divine staff around Miang many times with interest and said, I can use the angel's power to teleport you there, but we can only send you there, but we cannot guarantee that you can return safely. Only responsible for sending, not responsible for returning. It was the same as just killing but not burying. Miang spat in his heart. When Melia and Meliz heard that, they looked at each other. They did not want Miang to take this risk. Miang gave them a reassuring look and let out a long breath. It seems that my search for the Super Dragon Balls is still useful. If you use the power of the Super Dragon Ball, you should be able to directly wish to bring April back, but to do so, was it too simple and crude? It would also be a waste of the Super Dragon Ball's wishing power. The Super Dragon Balls had not been collected yet, so the wishing thing had wait to summon the Super Dragon. After bowing his head and thinking for a while, Miang said to us, now that things have come to a head, let's collect the Super Dragon Balls first. I may be able to obtain some special abilities through the Super Dragon Balls. Whis smiled, that is indeed a good idea. Angel's power to locate April's whereabouts was already the limit, simply could not penetrate the universe and other small worlds. Sending people back and forth, in fact, that was not their area of responsibility. If something happened, he should go to the Time Patrol. Of course, the Time Patrol was always understaffed, and Miang did not expect them to be able to help immediately. Next, the plan was set, and Wiz took Miang to find the last Super Dragon Ball, while Kusu remained in the Universe 7's God of Destruction planet. A pair of lavender eyes wandered over the bodies of Melia and Meliz, baring their mouths for a moment, wondering if they should be abducted to the Universe 20. The lower realm. The edge of the Universe 7. The closer you get to the edge of the universe, the emptier the starry sky becomes. The barren area where the last Super Dragon Ball was located could hardly see any starlight, and naturally, there would not be any life coming here. A haze of light came through the starry sky. Miang and Wiz floated above a rocky planet, surrounded by several other similar planets. Is this the planet? Wiz pointed to the rocky planet below. Yes, that's it. Watch me. Wiz nodded his head, and with a boing sound, the divine staff aimed a light point downward. At once an invisible wave of light jumped, dragging up a twisted band of light and blasting toward the rocky planet below. That was the power of spatial distortion. Huh. Ka-chow. The universe was calm and soundless. 1 second it was uneventful, the next second the sky directly collapsed. As the twisted band of light fell on the rocky planet, the layer of rock wrapped around the surface of the planet that could be seen clearly with the naked eye collapsed violently inward the moment the band of light appeared, and the whole rocky planet seemed to tremble. The dust solids attached to the surface of the planet were violently shattered by the power of space. Soon, the surface of the planet cracked a deep furrow, and gradually the furrows grew until they covered the entire planet in various places. Boom. Finally unable to withstand the spatial force of the bombardment, the entire planet exploded, revealing the orange-red as if glass-like material inside. 4 hot gold bright red stars were also revealed, regardless of the angle of view. It was very bright and vivid. This was the 4-star Super Dragon Ball. No matter how many times you look at it, the grandeur of the Super Dragon Ball is awe-inspiring. The 37,000 kilometers in diameter is also a deterrent, and what great power the Dragon God Zalama who made it possesses. Looking at the Dragon Ball that gave off a pleated luster, Miang smiled happily. Take out the other few Super Dragon Balls. Summoning a Super Dragon requires the use of a special word of God, which you have not learned. So, I'll have to rely on you later, Wiz. Miang silently thought in his heart. He took out the 6 Super Dragon Balls in the acceleration world, and was not at all worried that Wiz had coveted this wish of his. Because the position of the angels stand really high enough that they would not even put the Super Dragon Balls in their eyes. Such a realm, Miang thinks he could not compare. With Anu, as the power of the acceleration world opened, 6 behemoths appeared next to the 4-star Super Dragon Balls as if they had burst out from the other end of the wormhole. Then under the guidance of Miang, these 7 Super Dragon Balls finally converged together. At this moment, in the middle of the vast and boundless cosmic space, 7 giant Dragon Balls were arranged together, looking spectacular. Do you want to summon the Super Shenron right here? Yes. Miang stared at the 7 Super Dragon Balls and said in a decisive manner. Wiz smiled easily, turned his head to the 7 Super Dragon Balls and used the word of God to recite the summoning incantation. Come out, Dragon God, please grant my wish. Because it was the language of God, so Miang did not understand a word. When he heard the sound of Wiz's voice, the entire void was silent, as if it was the calm before the storm. The entire universe was brewing a terrifying atmosphere. After a long period of tranquility, the universe suddenly rang out a burst of thunder, as if penetrating the long river of time, from the distant chaotic era, that suddenly rang out like a thunderbolt at the opening of the universe. The moment countless sacred vastness of breath diffused up, in the blink of an eye, it diffused countless galaxies. The 7 distant super dragon balls, which were even more gigantic than the planets, shone with golden light more and more quickly, and these lights became brighter and brighter, and soon exceeded the light of the stars. Snicker, by an infinite great force of traction, 7 super dragon balls were in a certain order. 4 super dragon balls in the middle, 3 super dragon balls rotated around, a trace of golden lightning in the super dragon balls between each other traction, turned the whole world into an incomparably magnificent golden scenery. Golden clouds pervaded between the stars and rivers, and all the stars were bathed in a golden ocean. Roar! A huge dragon roar resounded through the universe, and the 7 super dragon balls burst out in a massive amount of golden light at once, which meandered and soared towards the depths of the universe. At this time, the Super Shenron appeared. Boom! Rumble! The golden body of the Super Shenron manifested, with a huge angular head and 2 blood-colored eyes full of majesty. The image of the Super Shenron was a sacred dragon with 2 wings, with a long and slender body, a strong physique, infinite golden light, very solemn. With 2 wings on its back, everything changes. After the Super Shenron appeared, the size of the Super Shenron began to expand rapidly, from the size of a planet at the beginning to the size of a star, then grew to the size of a river system, a bite of a planet, a bite of a star, and finally simply swallowed a river system in one bite. After the 2 wings opened, it directly exceeded the size of the galaxy, and after that the body continued to get bigger. When the super dragon really took shape, each of its scales was the size of the galaxy, and the vast universe 7 seemed to have become a cage to trap the dragon, and the small space did not even allow the Super Shenron to soar to its heart's content. Although he had been prepared, Maiyang was still stunned by the exaggerated size of the Super Shenron. This Super Shenron's appearance scene is much more imposing than the Earth Shenron and the planet Namek Prunga. When the Earth Shenron appeared, at first glance, it was frightening. The planet Namek Palunga was solemn, and the Super Shenron, on the other hand, directly made people feel the insignificance of the universe. Ow! A dragon roar that shocked the universe. The Super Shenron in its full form raised its head proudly, and countless spiraling river systems floated around the Super Shenron were as small as dust. At that moment, the Super Shenron opened its huge mouth and swallowed the vast starry sky where Maiyang and Whis were. Except for Whis, who remained calm, Maiyang felt his legs trembling. Chapter 461 Making a Wish. Super Dragon could also be called Super Shenron. Its power was far from the Earth Shenron or planet Namek Prunga, which could be seen from their body size. The length of the Earth Shenron could be several hundred meters, thousands of meters was already the limit. The Namek Prunga was several times stronger than the Earth Shenron, with thousands of meters of sturdy body and well-developed muscles. One could see that it was very powerful, but all this was nothing compared to the Super Shenron. In the Universe 7, the golden light filled the entire universe, the Super Shenron wings spread, even the galaxy in front of it also looked as small as dust. But the strange thing was that the other gods of the Universe 7 did not react to such a grand scene. It was as if, the moment the Super Shenron appeared, the entire universe, except for a few people before the Super Dragon Ball, everyone else was frozen in time. The power of the Super Shenron was mind-boggling. After being swallowed in one gulp by the Super Shenron mouth, Maiyang and Whis arrived inside the Super Shenron's body. Here, the stars were concentrated countless times and floated like grains of sand in the colorful sea of the universe full of fantastic colors. With a gentle wave of the hand, these stars disappeared again like bubbles. These stars engulfed by the Super Shenron were illusory and concentrated the essence of the Universe 7. Maiyang and Whis stayed in this golden ocean, filled with a sacred and exalted aura in front of them. Maiyang felt that these magical auras were so dense and profound that even the Grand Kai was far from it. Worthy of the Super Dragon Pearl made by Dragon God Zalama, the aura alone will surpass most deities. Just when Maiyang was shocked by the power of the Super Shenron, suddenly, the golden aura in front of him converged and turned into the appearance of a golden Super Shenron. This was the divine body of the Super Shenron that had converged in its internal space, gathering the full power of the Super Shenron. Ow! The Super Shenron let out a long, deafening roar, then lowered its huge head, and its 2 blood-red dragon eyes looked down from high in the sky. Human, speak your wish. The Super Shenron's flooding voice shook people's ears. Maiyang stared at the golden Super Shenron, actually had a feeling when he first faced the Earth Shenron many years ago, and for a while forgot to say anything. Whis stood calmly at the edge with one hand on his back. Maiyang, say your wish. Maiyang nodded his head and gazing at the Super Shenron, his heart thought, directly wish for the Super Shenron to bring April back. No, Maiyang shook his head, this would be too wasteful of the Super Shenron's wish power, and April was not in any danger in the other world now. After thinking for a while, Maiyang took a deep breath and solemnly said to Whis, please let the Super Shenron grant my acceleration world the ability to communicate with other worlds. Getting the ability to communicate with other worlds, this was Ma Yang's top priority right now. With such an ability, not only he could have April back smoothly, but his future development would also be more extensive. The reason he wanted the acceleration world had the ability to communicate with other worlds, instead of having such an ability himself, actually had his own considerations. The more powerful the acceleration world was, the brighter the prospects for Ma Yang. As the head of the acceleration world, the special ability that the acceleration world had was actually no different from the one he himself had, while conversely the ability that Ma Yang had could not be fed back to the acceleration world. How to choose, in fact, very clear. Whis was stunned at the words, then smiled. That's a good idea. From Ma Yang's wish, Whis could understand his intention. Indeed, nurturing a world with potential was a very interesting thing. Whis also wanted to see what that acceleration world and eventually could grow into. Raising his head to look at the Super Shenron, Whis cupped the divine staff in his hand and blandly said in the language of God, Super Shenron, please grant the acceleration world of the person before me the ability to communicate with other parallel worlds. After saying that, Whis looked on with a smile, quietly waiting for the Super Shenron's answer. Ma Yang's eyes stared intently at the Super Shenron, and a trace of sweat actually seeped out of his hands. Luckily, Super Shenron didn't keep them waiting for long, and a few seconds later, the Super Shenron opened its huge mouth and said in a loud voice, this wish, easy as can be. Roar. With a dragon roar. Super Shenron's huge body swung up, and the two huge dragon eyes lit up with a blood-red glow, and in that instant, a divine and magical power came towards Ma Yang and drilled into his body with a buzz. At that moment, there seemed to be a cold breath hovering in his body. Ma Yang hurriedly closed his eyes to feel the changes brought by this power. The vast acceleration world quietly rested in his consciousness, while he sensed a special ability to use his mind, as if he could cross countless unseen barriers with a single movement of his mind. Ma Yang knew that this was the ability to communicate with other time and space. He opened his eyes and nodded towards Whis, who understood that he had achieved his wish. At this time the voice of the Super Shenron sounded again, human, your wish has been granted. Then, goodbye. After saying such words, Super Shenron, like a set program, began to transform its body into wisps of crystal light and disappeared from before Ma Yang's and their eyes. Wow! With the disappearance of the Super Shenron's image, the magical space in front of them, which was concentrated with images of the stars, also did not need to exist and began to collapse with a bang. All the galaxies returned to their original positions as if they had never been swallowed by the Super Shenron from the beginning to the end. There were 7 Super Dragon Balls, belonging to the universes 6 and 7 respectively, and each time a wish was made, they were exchanged and returned to the corresponding universe in a certain order. Well, things are done. Do you need to return to the God of Destruction realm with me? After the Super Dragon Ball disappeared, was elegantly asked to Ma Yang. After thinking for a moment, Ma Yang nodded and said, let's travel together. I need to spend some time to adapt to the changes brought about by the accelerated world. The matter of shuttling to other worlds was not trivial, and one must be sure that it was foolproof before implementing it. Then please follow me. Whis nodded his head, and the ability of the ward was activated once again. With the 7-colored light rising up, a few fireworks like flashes later, Ma Yang and Whis disappeared from the universe. Chapter 462 The ability to communicate with the world in the God of Destruction planet. Melia and Meliz waited quietly while the Angel of the Universe 10, Kusu, sat calmly on a raised rock with her 2 small feet swinging in boredom. A gorgeous light flashed for a moment, and the girls were the first to spot Ma Yang and the others and hurriedly ran over quickly. How is it? Did you find the Super Dragon Ball? Ma Yang laughed. Everything went well, and I have already completed my wish through the Super Dragon Ball. Saying that, he told the girls everything that had just happened. Once Melia and Meliz heard that the acceleration world could communicate with other worlds, they both became happy for Ma Yang. Great, so then April can come back. And when we're bored, we can still visit other worlds. Melia and Meliz let out a sigh of relief, followed by a big smile on their faces. Kusa jumped down from the rock and took small steps with her divine staff. In fact, there are some historical processes in other worlds that are faster than ours here, and learning more about other worlds can help us understand the future here. But interfering with time cannot be done. The gods expressly forbid that. There were many small and large worlds or fragmented worlds scattered around the main universe. Those small worlds were as big as the size of the galaxy, the small ones were only the size of the solar system, and some could not even accommodate a planet. And depending on the size, the time flow and lifespan of those worlds also vary, and angels would observe those worlds as a pastime when they were bored. However, because the scale of these small worlds was generally so small that they did not involve the survival of the main universe, the angels did not care much about those small worlds. As long as the 12 main universes are not destroyed, other things, the angels did not intervene. Of course, those small worlds were part of the universe. After all, it was impossible to leave them unattended, and the people who looked after those small worlds were the angels who did not have the main universe to guard. In the ancient past, there were a total of 18 main universes in the universe where Aizen lived. Still, during the long years, because of Zeno's greed and capriciousness, in the intentional leisure, 6 main universes were crushed by Zeno as if they were sugar beans, and together with the life inside, they were turned into dust. Originally Angel and God of Destruction were a cross-correlation whole. If the old God of Destruction died and the new God of Destruction was not born, the corresponding angel would fall asleep. The one exception was that Angel's corresponding main universe itself no longer existed. At this point, angels didn't have to sleep, and they would be sent to maintain the small world outside the 12 main universe. But in reality, small worlds and fragmented worlds were irrelevant, and as long as the main universe was not involved, those angels usually wouldn't take action either. When Aizen heard these secret stories from Kusu and Wes, he was very surprised for a moment. Secretly, he said, no wonder the angels from those other 6 universes never appeared, so they ran to the small worlds outside the 12 main universes. Another thing to know. After chatting with Wes and the others for a while, Aizen casually found a place by the lake and sat cross-legged on a tree stump that had been cut off at the waist, feeling the new ability of the acceleration world. Seeing this, Melia and Meliz quietly walked away without disturbing him and then began to cultivate under the guidance of Wes. The surface of the lake was sparkling, the clean turquoise water reflected the light pink color of the sky. Aizen's mind began to immerse into the acceleration world, and suddenly a cool feeling was born from the bottom of his heart. This coolness made his mind more and more relaxed. At this moment, Aizen's soul began to become active, and he felt that his mind was extending beyond the 7th universe with the acceleration world. There, he saw a vast sea of small worlds, each of which was crystal clear and resembled beautiful gems, the most obvious of which were the 12 large and magnificent universes located in the middle as if they were multicolored bubbles. These are the 12 main universes. Aizen smiled lightly, gradually adapting to the new feeling brought by the acceleration world. After his mind returned to the acceleration world, Aizen rested briefly for a while, then continued to try. Soon, he gave birth to a new feeling as if he could pull objects from other worlds into the acceleration world as long as he wanted to. However, he tried a few times, but the result ended in failure. There always seemed to be a layer dividing between the outer world and the acceleration world, blocking Aizen's move of pulling other objects in. Maybe it's the protective ability of the main universe. Aizen thought. After using the new ability of the acceleration world several times in a row, Aizen found that he had almost mastered this ability, and it was time to personally go to the world where April was next. Aizen, won't you take us with you? After knowing that Aizen was going to go alone, Melia and Meliz had a burst of reluctance. Let us go together, even if we don't go, we should still be allowed to enter the acceleration world. Melia argued. Aizen said, wait for the next time, you see, Wes and Kusa are here. You should ask them for more advice on training. Then you should be careful yourself, Melia said after a moment's hesitation. Melia, if you are willing, you can become my Universe 10's reserve god of destruction, and I will instruct you with all my heart. The Universe 10 angel began to dig in on the side. Wes glanced at his eyes and laughed lightly. Sister Kusu, that's unkind of you. Kusu said, they have 2 sisters, so there is nothing to share one with the Universe 10. Your family's Lord Beerus and the Universe 6's Lord Kompa is still a brother. If our next generation of God of Destruction can become sisters, it is also a good story, is not it? Wes shook his head, no way. What the hell? The only way to give up the potential masters of their own universe was to believe in it. Melia and Meliz couldn't fuse into Melissa if one of them is missing. That was a big loss. In fact, Brawley's potential is higher than the girls. Aizen saw Wes and Kusa seemingly arguing, his heart spat out. If the next God of Destruction were chosen in the future, Brawley would be more competitive. Melia, Meliz, Wes, I'll go first. Aizen said goodbye, and his body suddenly flashed into the accelerated world. Disappeared. Kusa blinked her eyes. Her lavender eyes were curious. In the acceleration world, Aizen floated above planet Wudao. His spiritual power gathered, and the next second, Aizen, who was carrying the power of the acceleration world, felt the space outside the Universe 7. Chapter 463 A Different World. Speaking of numbers, there were countless fragment worlds and small worlds around Universe 7. Some of which were linked together as if a bunch of grapes formed a whole. The one that Aizen entered was a world that was very huge in size. An unknown small world, about the size of the galaxy or so. Here, heaven, hell, demon realm, earth, everything was no different from the galaxy of Universe 7. There were also 4 Kai in the north, south, east, and west. The only difference was that there was no Grand Kai inside this world, but there was a Supreme K, level 6 dimension god. The deep and vast cosmic starry sky was surrounded by vast darkness, with the stars emitting a charming pale white light. Suddenly, a multicolored haze flashed by, and a figure with a perfect body appeared in the middle of the empty space. April is on this world's Earth. Well, it's a world similar to the galaxy. With such emotion in his heart, the first timer Maiyang observed his surroundings. Go forward to Earth, where there should have just happened Broly's attack on Earth. There should be no shortage of Super Saiyan breath. Thinking like this, Maiyang used instant transmission to sense the strong ki above the Earth, but after a long time, he couldn't sense it anymore. I can't actually detect it. The corners of his mouth hooked up a smile. Maiyang simply went to the North Kai's planet to find the North Kai first and then arrived at Earth through the North Kais. On Earth, April was temporarily living in a simple mountain village. According to the geographical location, this should be the location of the Azure Mountain City. But at this time, there were only lofty mountains and fields full of rice fragrance on both sides, and there was no trace of the city at all. It's really a different world. The Azure Mountain City has not developed, along the old and dilapidated mountain road up. There is a small school called Heavenly Sky School, but there are no experts. This world was completely different from what April remembered. There was no Maiyang, no Melia, no Melas, and even Master Isaac had passed away decades ago. Heavenly Sky School was that pitifully small school. The low level of martial arts aside, the disciples inside. She was not familiar with a single one. Launch also seems to live in seclusion in this mountain village. This child actually did not go out to rob people. Really strange. The only acquaintance here was Launch. She heard that Son Goku was their good friend. However, she just didn't know why she suddenly left them a few years ago and lived here in seclusion, working as a courier company salesman. Shaking her head, April entered the simple research room next to the spaceship. This research room was constructed with universal capsule technology. Android 21, has the energy of the spaceship not been replenished yet? It's been almost half a year. April came to Android 21's side and complained, only to see a push of complex equipment between Android 21 wearing a white lab coat, moving some complex glass vessels and machines to deploy the energy of the space-time ship. Android 21 blinked her pretty eyes, and a smile bloomed on her fair and flawless face. It's only 6 months, just a few more months. Do not rush. You know, the first generation of time machine just energy to prepare 3 years. You said before that it would be ready in a few months. April bristled with dissatisfaction. Android 21 put down the work in her hands. It will not delay your reunion with your husband. The flow rate of each space-time is different. We have more than half a year here, and Universe 7 may only be a few days past. I'm not going to argue with you. You need to hurry up. April waved her hand and casually picked up the time machine information on the Android 21's desk and looked at it. Android 21 said, the gods expressly forbid time machine research. You'd better just look and not experiment if you don't want to be wanted by the Time Patrol. April nodded, for a good reason. Who wanted to be hunted? By the way, some time ago, Son Goku seems to have passed away because of heart disease died. I think the world will soon appear artificial people. The Android 21 was busy with her work while chatting with April. Son Goku actually died of heart disease? April was a little surprised. When he fought with Broly before, he was still alive and well, and now he was dead. The development of this world is really unexpected. April did not know that in the plot of Universe 7, Son Goku would also die of heart disease. By the way, what's with the androids you mentioned? Did this world's I make them? No, this world's you died a long time ago. Dr. Gero is the maker of Android. Android 17 and Android 18. Let's take a look at Dr. Gero's transformation based on Earthling and have a timeless energy source. Android 21 would like to say that this world's April was likely to be Dr. Gero's wife, but after thinking about it, she thought it would make April angry, so she shut up. It was unpleasant to hear that you died a long time ago, but Android 17, 18, well. April nodded, then it's about the same as me. What are their origins? Did Dr. Gero use my black stone? I'm not sure about that. Android number 21 shook her head. She was awakened in the era after the Majin. Although she had seen Android 17 and Android 18 in other parallel worlds, the specific origin she did not know, and the parallel worlds, many things would be different from the main universe. Just then, a loud boom outside, as if an earthquake, shook the laboratory to the ground. Exasperated, April threw the pamphlet on the table and walked out just in time to meet the big guy, Android 16. Android 16, what the hell is going on? April's face was unsettled. Android 16 said, it's that Saiyan named Vegeta. he ran over to challenge again. Damn, that Saiyan is simply endless. April thought, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, should not they just kill the guy called Vegeta? Opening the door of the laboratory, April leaped up and flew. In a moment, she came to the body of a person who shone with a golden light. Vegeta, you are looking for death. April's clear cold voice said. Transformed into a Super Saiyan state, Vegeta proudly raised his head. What an arrogant woman. Do you think I was still the Vegeta 6 months ago? I am now a more powerful Super Saiyan, even if Kakarot resurrected, is not my opponent. Arrogant. April's light as a smoke cloud, eyebrows slightly raised. This Vegeta had a district 800 million power level. Although Broly was not as good as him even half a year ago, Broly dared to challenge him. With the division of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta was still in the first stage of the Super Saiyan ordinary stage, and the ascended stage had not yet reached. Chapter 464 Sorrowful. From April's point of view, Vegeta's arrogance was simply a kind of ignorance. April lightly pulled her hair with a sigh of relief, and her mouth let out a soft chant. When Vegeta heard this voice, it became another meaning. Vegeta only thought that the opposite side had been scared by his power, and his face was immediately more proud. After all, the other party was just an earthling, nothing compared to Saiyan Prince. It was a pity that the guy, Kakarot, actually died. The titular Super Saiyan did not die in battle but died in the disease, simply ironic. But one less obstacle to let Vegeta rule the world. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his whole body tensed. The golden aura of his body burned fiercely, and he looked at April quietly. Vegeta converged with a sneer, and his expression became cold and cold. Oh, you think you can still block me now? Do you have brain problems? Vegeta floated in the air with his arms wrapped around him, proudly said. I have seen a lot of Super Saiyan, but as arrogant as you, rarely seen. April snorted. Even Super Saiyan 2 levels Milif was obediently given to Melia as a maid. So, how could an ordinary Super Saiyan be so proud of himself? Vegeta was more certain that the woman in front of him was bluffing because in this world, Super Saiyan, in addition to himself, was only Kakarot. There was another one, half a year ago, the monster called Broly, so it was the there of them. However, Kakarot and Broly had died, and now the Super Saiyan was only him. Woman, whether it's arrogant or not, you will know later. But do not beg for mercy from me. Vegeta was confident, and his voice was cold and full of killing intent. Forget it, let you see the strength of this prince. I don't even care. April lazily responded. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression became serious, and a flash of light on the body. Swoosh, a wind passed, his body sank, quickly up. In a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of April's heel, leaving his shadow. The speed is not bad. April took a brief look. Even if Vegeta's speed was faster, it could not escape her pair of eyes. Just take advantage of the bravado now. Vegeta hooked the corner of his mouth and showed a cold smile. He stretched out his palm forward to explore the past, in the distance of less than a foot from April, when the palm quickly pinched as an iron fist. Bang! With the sound of breaking air, the attack arrived directly in front of April. Facing Vegeta's attack, April's face did not move at all. As said before, she was standing still. However, with April's character, she wanted to stand obediently to let him play. A slender palm elegantly raised, she slapped off Vegeta's attack, and then the other hand blasted, and now out a fist. This punch was very casual, but for Vegeta, this level of people was a huge terror. A rumble, the air was directly penetrated. A thought swept through like lightning. Vegeta was shocked, his face suddenly became grave, but then he found his body actually could not move. It was too close. A trace of cold sweat seeped out from the forehead, biting the tip of the tongue burst key. Vegeta hurriedly moved his body. Although he dodged the most powerful attack, when the storm associated with the fist, he instantly popped up the single 100 meters. Poof! The violent tumble stirred internal organs had shifted. Vegeta could not help but spray a mouthful of blood. This scene happened too fast, so fast that the whole process was not even a second. The two sides of the situation had been completely transformed. How could this happen? Vegeta was a little dumbfounded, and he could not believe the scene that happened in front of him. The reaction speed is quite fast. He actually dodged my attack, but not enough. A cold voice rang in the ears, and then there was a blur. April's figure suddenly appeared. The most beautiful face was full of mockery, and then the whole person disappeared again with a flash. When Vegeta saw this, he revealed a shocked look. For the first time, there was a trace of frustration. He had underestimated the opposite side. Now, his eyes were paying attention to the opposite side from start to finish. The opposite side suddenly disappears, and he could not capture it at all. This huge gap brought him a great psychological shock. This woman turned out to be so powerful. Did she really not use her full strength before? Facing April at this moment, Vegeta had a kind of a hard time when facing Frieza, which made him feel panic, even when he was now a Super Saiyan. Click the ground, a huge tremor. April could not care how Vegeta thought. She immediately attacked. This time, Vegeta had no way to avoid it. A powerful fist blasted into Vegeta's body. The original ground immediately issued a sound explosion, followed by a violent force wrapped in Vegeta smashed into the ground. The earth instantly cracked large spiderweb-like cracks. Huge fist power came from the surface into the ground, straight into the hundreds of meters underground. Clatter, splashing sand and dust, the ground suddenly appeared an inverted cone of depression. Vegeta instantly withdrew from the Super Saiyan state, incomparably miserable, lying in the center of the inverted cone of the depression, and the battle armor was broken. Cough cough, how can this be? I have clearly surpassed my previous self. Even if Kakarot resurrected, he would not be my opponent. Both eyes dazed looking at the sky, Vegeta looked stunned with a look of disbelief. April thought about whether or not to kill Vegeta. When she thought about it, she chose to save the trouble for themselves. With that thought, April no longer had mercy. Her hand condensed a glowing ball of energy, ready to completely turn Vegeta into powder. At this time, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Seeing that person, April's expression suddenly stunned, then a burst of ecstasy, the whole person jumped over. Brother. April lightly called out in surprise. How could she still care about Vegeta's death? Brother, do you came to this world to pick me up? The person who appeared in front of April was none other than Aizen. Previously, because he could not sense the aura of the strongest person on Earth, Aizen especially went to the North Kai's planet, but before he could see the North Kai, he was attracted by the battle aura above Earth. After coming to Earth, he found that April was teaching Vegeta a lesson. Vegeta looked miserable, and everything was in a mess. There was no strong man style. Smiling lightly to catch April's flying body, Aizen gently pulled up her hair. Yes, I came to pick you up, but you're here to live quite comfortably. April's jewel-like eyes stared at Aizen. The place is comfortable. I have waited for half a year, but I still cannot leave. Half a year? Has time passed that long here? Because Aizen did not know the speed of time flow in this side of the world, he was slightly stunned. Then under April's explanation, Aizen realized that the difference in time flow between the small world and the main universe was actually so huge. They laughed, talked, and walked together in the direction of the research room. They did not look at Vegeta head-on from the beginning to the end, which made Vegeta, who was set in the center of the big pit, blush. Damn. Vegeta struggled to get up, mentally a trance. More importantly, self-esteem was insulted. Vegeta wretchedly flew away, and he vowed to serve this humiliation back. Chapter 465 Android 16 You are Android 21? In a slightly cluttered laboratory, Aizen saw Android 21 dressed in a white costume, with a face similar to April's, and identical dress preferences, if not for the earrings above her ears which were different from April's. Aizen could not tell who was who. At this time, the Android 21, holding a beaker in her hand, looked at Aizen, who was being held by April's arm. Android 21 put down the beaker and politely extended a hand. Yes, I am Android 21. You're April's husband, right? I didn't expect you to be able to came to this world. The face of Android 21 was quite surprised. April clutched Aizen with one hand, incomparably joyful. Brother is here to take me back. Android 21 laughed, but you are beautiful. April spat out her tongue, hee hee hee. By the way, that spaceship outside is yours, right? Traveling through the world is a felony, and it is easy to attract the Time Patrol's pursuit. If it is to track down Mage and Android 21, I can deal with the Time Patrol. It just so happens that I have their contact information in my hand. Aizen returned in the favor. The other party kind of saved April in the chaos, and for Android 21, he did not hate. Android 21 shook his head with a smile. No, I will handle the matter of Mage and Android 21 myself, and if the people of the Time Patrol come looking for me, I will also explain to them personally. Seeing this, Aizen shrugged his shoulders. Since the other party did not need his help, then he was not in a position to continue. Android 21 has a very strong character, April explained for Android 21. I can see that. Aizen smiled and pinched April's face while April obediently adjusted her position in his arms. Android 21's expression was strange, looking at April's pampered look. When do you plan to return? Android 21 asked. Right away. I suggest that you leave a few days later. April's Majin state still needs to adapt. Stay by my side, and I can properly instruct her. Android 21 did not raise her head from works. Anyway, the flow of time here is different from the 7th universe. In a few months, my ship energy can also be replenished. April looked at Aizen seriously. I will master the state of the magic man as soon as possible. Aizen smiled. Okay, Then let's stay a little longer. After that, seeing how Android 21 was shaking the test tubes and busily making various potions, guessing that the other party was likely to be busy for a long time, Yang took April out of the lab. Outside, they met Android 16, an android with brown hair like April, rumored to be a pure cyborg made by Dr. Gero based on his own son. "Brother, this is Android 16, don't look big, but the mind is very delicate." April introduced number 16. "Hello." Number 16 greeted nervously. "Hello. Do you like nature?" Android 16 looked deep into the mountains. "Yes. Me too." Yang smiled and extended his hand to shake Android 16. "It's relaxing to lie under the shade of a tree when the sun is shining and feel the fragrance of nature. Look, there's a big tree there, we can go over and have a good chat." "Sure." Android 16 showed a smile and thought it was a very good idea. Android 16 was wearing heavy green armor. In fact, Yang had recognized him the first time he saw him. Universe 7's Android 16 has not yet been seen, but then again, if Android 16 was really made based on Dr. Gero's son, then it was hard to say if there would be an Android 16 in the main universe in the future. After all, April was now married to himself, and although she had crossed paths with Dr. Gero, it was only a purely collegial relationship. Under the shade of the tree, Yang looked around the nearby mountains and found many familiar places. This is the Great Azure Mountain. Such a primitive picture has not been seen for decades. "Yes, brother, it's like going back to childhood all of a sudden." April loved to ride the little blue dinosaur around the mountains when she was small, when the Great Azure City was not yet developed, and the scenery was exactly the same as here. "By the way, brother, do you know, this world's Son Goku actually died because of heart disease?" Yang frowned. "Son Goku died of illness. When did it happen?" April said, "I heard that there are several months." Android 21 also said that the Android 17 and 18 will soon appear. Yang recalled the plot of the android's appearance, which appeared shortly after the death of Son Goku's illness. Then at Son Goku's funeral, Bulma would hold the young Trunks together to say goodbye. Combined with the original when the androids appeared, Trunks was also born shortly after. The two are coincidental. Yang could indeed be sure that the time of the androids was about to appear. Or, perhaps they might already appear. The fragmented world was an interception of the real world, its cause and effect from the real world, so what should happen would happen. This real world referred to the original world. Android 17 and 18. "I wonder how the character is not as bad as in the original." In this world's affairs, Yang was not willing to interfere too much, but if Android 17 and 18 were meddlesome, then he had to intervene a little. At this point, Android 16 said, "In my former world, Android 17 and 18 have a good character, but I have seen other Majin Android 17 and 18. April asked, "How was Android 16's original world?" Android 16 said, "It was very similar to here, a little larger than here. It was multiple worlds with 7 or 8 small worlds combined together, but it was finally destroyed by Majin Android 21. No one survived. I was later repaired out by Android 21. Yang smiled. He knew that the world that Android 16 originally lived in was the same as the world he saw outside, a pattern of several small worlds fused together in a flower cluster. "I'm sorry." April sincerely apologized. Android 16 shook his head gently. The tropic temporarily fell into silence, and after a while, April broke the silence as she said, "I've seen Launch in this village, and she seems to be living alone. Let's go and see how she is." Yang shook his head. Since Launch is living alone, she must not want to be disturbed. "Let's not bother each other." April nodded and then chatted about the differences between this world and her own main world. She felt that knowing a little more might be helpful for the future of her world. Because the time flow was different, so the gods of the main world, such as Wes, would not even look into the small world. Because the historical events that happened in the small world were difficult to correspond with the main world, a year that passed in the small world the main world may only pass a few days, and they missed it after a sleep. "April, later we will go together to see Kami School of this world." "Okay, but we don't know any of the people there." A few days later, Yang and the others felt several big earthquakes on the earth, but they didn't care. Instead, they were busy replenishing the energy of the airship and training April to master the magical human transformation. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and the autumn was high. Fluffy, a beige jet plane, flew from afar and landed on a field near the big green hill. Then a person jumped down from the plane, with lavender hair and a relatively slim figure, holding a half-year-old baby in her arms. "Bulma, you have to fly ahead for a while if you want to go to the Bunting Mountain." Oolong followed Bulma and jumped out of the plane. Bulma looked at Kami School worriedly. "Today, I'm not here to find Goen and Kai Kai." Vegeta has been missing for several days. Until now there is no news. A few days ago, he was here to challenge a certain person. Oolong shivered. Did the other side kill Vegeta? Then we'd better hurry back. Chapter 466 Otherworldly Bulma. Let's go. Today we must find Vegeta. Hey, Bulma, why are you mad? Do you really think the other side really killed Vegeta? Oolong was anxious to stomp his feet. Vegeta, that bastard dead or not, what did it matter to him? Don't ask for trouble for the sake of irrelevant people. These 2 days, the world is not very peaceful. I heard that there was a terrorist attack on certain islands in the south, and the whole island sank. Oolong tried to persuade Bulma to go back, but Bulma was determined to find Vegeta. Whatever Oolong said was to no avail. Bulma is really something, and why did she get involved with that Vegeta guy? Oolong wilted thought. This is the place. According to the scouter, the last location of Vegeta's energy, Bulma found Android 21 ship. In the ship's vicinity, there was a building that clearly did not match the surrounding style. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the laboratory. The one who opened the door was a young girl with beautiful brown hair. Her white and delicate face was beautiful, and when Oolong saw the other side, he was shocked. It's the woman who killed Broly 6 months ago. Oolong trembled. His legs and stomach were trembling. May I ask who you are looking for? Android 21 was busy with the matter at hand and was very angry after being disturbed halfway, so her tone was not very friendly when facing Bulma and Oolong. Bulma took a deep breath and said, "We are here to find Vegeta. He has not come home for many days." Vegeta, that's the Super Saiyan? I have not seen. After saying that, the Android 21 was about to close the door. Wait, he came to you 2 days ago. Can you tell me his whereabouts? Bulma blocked the door frame with her hand to keep the door from closing. When Oolong saw this scene, cold sweat broke out and blamed Bulma. I don't know what you're talking about. Android 21's face was clear and cold, and after forcefully pushing Bulma away, she closed the door. Hey! Bulma knocked hard on the door again continuously, but Android 21 ignored it anymore. Bulma, my sister. You settle down. I don't want to follow you to death yet. Oolong pulled Bulma, painfully said. For the sake of the district Vegeta, there was really no need to take their own lives. Oolong considered that they should hurry to get out of here. Whoa whoa whoa. Trunks in her arms was crying. Bulma frowned at the door, confirming that the other side would certainly not open, and had to go to the side to coax Trunks. In Bulma's care, Trunks finally stopped crying and let out a giggle. Oolong said, we'd better go back, do not take such a risk again. Bulma's heart reluctantly tangled for a while. She could only resentfully nod. Just as they were about to leave, from the other direction came Maiyang and April. Oolong rubbed his eyes for a moment and asked, that woman seems to be the one who opened the door before. When did she come out? Bulma clung to Oolong's head. It is obviously 2 people, probably twin sisters. Oolong looked horrified. Such a woman, there are actually 2. Hey, Bulma, don't go over there. It turns out that just as he was horrified, Bulma held Trunks directly towards April and them. Bulma. April looked at Bulma in surprise, especially since she was holding a child in her arms. You know me? Bulma asked in confusion. I'm your aunt. No, you don't know me in this world yet. Whether the blood relations in parallel worlds would be the same or not was still up in the air. At least in this world, Bulma did not know her. What are you talking about? You look about the same age as me. How can you be my aunt? Bulma was unsure. Your mother's name is Panchi? April said Bulma's mother's name. Huh? By the way, what is my mother's name again? Panchi, it seems to be that name. Bulma, for a moment, could not recall his mother's name. That was right. It seemed that there was still the same point between the 2 worlds. April smiled without explanation and asked, this child is yours? Who was his father, Son Goku? What nonsense, how is it possible for Goku and me? Bulma frowned. Since childhood, she and Son Goku had known each other, but to say that she had given him a child was completely impossible, especially when the other party had already started a family long ago. Oolong gossiped on the sidelines, this child is called Trunks, is Bulma and Vegeta's son. Really, if it were Goku's child, it would be good. But it was Vegeta, that evil man. Oolong did not know what was in Bulma's head. April froze for a moment, said to herself, it's actually that annoying guy. Bulma grabbed April's hand and asked, have you seen Vegeta? Do you know where he went now? Yamcha and Tian Shinhun cannot be contacted, and I am very worried about Vegeta's safety. I don't know. I did see him a few days ago, but after being taught a lesson by me, I had no idea where he is. April's attitude towards Bulma was very kind. However, there was a big lump in the heart, why it was Vegeta. She even had a child with him. I return, I must educate my Bulma, her vision was too poor. But I have not seen him back. Maybe he ran away to hide somewhere. That obnoxious guy has been proud as hell. Oolong shrugged. It must be said that Oolong has a good eye for people. Wait, you guys just said that Yamcha and Yang Shinhan have lost contact? At this point, Ma Yang, who was standing next to April, inquired. Yes. Yes. Ma Yang sniffed, closed his eyes to sense something. After a while, he opened his eyes and said seriously to April, there is no Vegeta, Yamcha, and Yang Shinhan's energy was above the earth. April suddenly thought of something, said, could it be that androids appeared? But why we do not feel the breath of their battle? Ma Yang gave him a blank look. Of course you cannot feel, the strength of the androids is good, with Yamcha and Yang Shinhan tens of thousands of power level, they will be killed in an instant. As for Vegeta, you have beaten him into a serious injury. Can he survive in the hands of the androids? Hey! April was said to be embarrassed, lowered her head, and laughed lightly, but did not feel the least bit guilty for the outsiders died because of her. Vegeta is dead? Bulma's body shook, tears started to flow down. But surprisingly, in addition to feeling a trace of sadness in the heart, she did not have two bitter feelings of sorrow. After all, although she and Vegeta live together, the feelings are not particularly deep. That was to say when Son Goku died, she was more sad than this. Just then, Android 16 quietly came from the ridge, a small bird quietly stationed on the shoulder. When he approached Ma Yang and the others, the bird on his shoulder only spread his wings and flew away. Android 16 said, several small islands in the south have suffered devastating attacks, the work of Android 17 and 18. Why didn't I sense their ki? April asked. Because their energy is obtained through transformation, the breath cannot be generated without training. Android could also become stronger through training, as long as the training would bring a special energy breath. Android 17 and 18 were new to the world, they did not know how to practice at all, and the power in their bodies all depended on the energy given by Dr. Gero when he transformed them. Chapter 467 Evil Androids. Can you guys tell me what is going on with the androids? Are they the ones who killed Vegeta? Bulma said with a somewhat sad expression. Not only Vegeta. They also killed Yamcha and Yang Shinhan. Ma Yang explained, as for the androids, that is Dr. Gero's order to take revenge on Son Goku, he created a killing machine. Only Dr. Gero did not expect that by the time he finished the android, Son Goku had already passed away first because of heart disease. Dr. Gero had a grudge against Goku? Why would he want to take revenge on him? Bulma was emotional. Yamcha and Yang Shinhan's death also deeply stimulated her. Dr. Gero was a researcher employed by the Red Ribbon Army, and Son Goku is the one who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. Ma Yang replied concisely, Dr. Gero created the androids to take revenge on Son Goku, but in the case of Son Goku's death, those androids lost their purpose and began to destroy for fun. Oolong listened with a face of anger, so that's it. The Red Ribbon Army again. Those guys are really shady, and it's a pity that Goku died early. Otherwise, it could definitely stop Dr. Gero. Even if Son Goku was resurrected, he was not a match for the androids. Ma Yang secretly slandered a few words, followed by no further comments. Because this world did not have the remainder of the Trunks from the future, so the power of Dragon Ball warriors was generally weaker than the original, even Krillin only maintained a few tens of thousands of power levels. There hadn't been much growth over the years. By the way, how do you guys know all this? Bulma looked at Ma Yang and the others suspiciously. It was important to know that these were hidden secrets, and the other side really knew too much. Do you think that with our strength, there is something that can be hidden from us? April said very calmly. Bulma and Oolong were speechless. After all, with the power that April showed 6 months ago, it was indeed much more powerful than Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. Even the monster called Broly was easily killed by her, and her strength did not need to be explained because the strength itself was persuasive. We need to hurry to inform Krillin and the others. If the target of that so-called android is really Goku, all of us may be targeted. Bulma suddenly thought of something, and his face became very anxious. It was too late to say anything else. Bulma pulled up Oolong and hurriedly said goodbye to Ma Yang and the others, then boarded the plane. With the roar of the plane's engine, the beige plane swooshed into the sky and disappeared between the blue sky and white clouds. Looking at the back of the plane, which could no longer be seen clearly, Ma Yang laughed lightly. It's really quite urgent to go. Brother, since we know it was the androids that did it, why didn't we help them get rid of those androids? Ma Yang shook his head. No, it's not our business. Let's just observe. It was not known whether the fledgling android had a fixed personality, and there were too many similar small worlds. If every one of them had to intervene, Ma Yang thought he should simply become a nanny instead. Besides, the android 17, 18 might be April's nephew, niece. As a last resort, Maiyang didn't want to take action for himself or April. Since Maiyang said so, April certainly did not object. She nodded to Android 16 to ask more about Android 17 and 18. Android 17 is a black-haired teenager with a scarf around his neck, while Android 18 is a teenage girl image with more fashionable clothing. They both have a cold look, with blue-colored eyes and round earrings, so they are very recognizable. Android 16 recounted the characteristics of Android 17 and Android 18. Round earrings? Well, the characteristics are very similar to Android 21. April wrote it down carefully so that she wouldn't encounter it and not be able to recognize it. Yes, Android 18 looks like Android 21, but the hair color is different. Android 18's hair is blonde. Much like Android 21? Doesn't that mean, look like me too? April paused for a moment, seeming to think of something because of this comment of Android 16, then shook her head not to put it in mind. They could be her nephew and niece. Of course, because the world was different, despite both being called Lazuli and Lapis, Maiyang could not be sure if they were related to April. But from Bulma's mother's name Panchi, 90% were relatives. The whole thing was a bunch of relatives. Well, April, don't bother with the androids. Tell me what you think. You actually killed Brawly. In Universe 7, Brawly is April's adopted son, and she really got down to it. Brother, you know all about it, but this world's Brawly is a madman. Originally, I wasn't going to do anything, but he kept making noise in front of me, and I just couldn't help it. Maiyang nodded, so you blew him to smithereens. April laughed awkwardly. Maiyang rolled his eyes a bit, did not blame her. After all, the two Brawlys didn't have the same place other than having an identical origin and name. He said, I hope that in the future, when you encounter Android 17 and 18 of this world, you can also lay hands on it. Without dwelling on this issue, Maiyang put his arm around April's shoulders and continued to enjoy the peace of nature with her in the fields. As for the android, just leave it to Android 16 to keep an eye on it. In the following days, the Earth had been unstable. One could see from the TV news that a certain city had been attacked by terrorists again, and the whole city had been killed. Pressing the remote control to change the channel, similar news was also reported. Turning off the TV, April sat on the small sofa next to her with a pillow in her hand. The Earth is so unsafe in this world. There are terrorist attacks all day and night. Maiyang peeled an orange, shared with April to her mouth. How unsafe, it will not threaten you. Your strength is now not much lower than mine. The Majin state of April was equivalent to Majinbo, and if Maiyang did not use his full strength, he would not be able to take her for a while. But I can't even watch TV properly because of this mess. April ate the orange peeled by Maiyang. We can do something else. Although the stronger the power, won't it be more hopeless the lower the possibility of conceiving offspring? If we don't make an effort, won't it be more hopeless? So while it's just the two of us now, we need to take advantage of this time. Maiyang said. Well, brother is right. It's time to seize the opportunity. April seriously considered it and nodded her head forcefully. When she was at home, April was a good little sister. Even in bed, she was only bullied by the sisters. Now in other worlds, her brother was hers alone, and no one grabbed it from her. Why don't we go back to the room now and work on creating a life together? April guffawed, yes. Melia and Meliz had 2 children, Mukyu and Amelia, and April wanted one too. Although she knew that this hope was not very big, with a few more efforts, there was always hope. On the other hand, came House. After destroying several cities in a row, Android 17 and Android 18 sought out the Dragon Ball warriors and others, so after Yamcha, Tian Shinhan, Vegeta, Kling also became their targets. Master Roshi, you quickly escape with the turtles. Multiple small holes appeared on Krillin's body, and blood puffed out. In front of him, a dark-haired youth with a scarf around his neck looked at him with a cocky face, his fingertips constantly tapping and firing short bursts of energy rays. Puff. Krillin's face went white, and another small hole was made in his thigh. Ha 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 ha, so weak. Is this Son Goku's brother not at all enjoyable? Android 17 disdainfully skimmed his mouth, stretched out his fingers. Swoosh, a few beams of white light were generated from his fingertips. Damn, Krillin, what about you? I will fight with you. Master Roshi's eyes were tearful as he looked at the bloodied appearance of Krillin, and after a roar, he raised his wooden staff and lunged towards the Android 17. Die, old man. With disdain, Android 17 didn't bother to pay attention to Master Roshi. With a flip of the hand, the powerful force formed a hurricane will be Kamehameha, whole person overturned out. Master Roshi fell helplessly more than 10 meters, half of his body buried in the sea sand, and Master Roshi sadly hammered the ground. Ah, you two demons, Do not be complacent. One day someone will defeat you. Krillin was half kneeling on the ground, the white sand already stained red. Humphrey, defeat us? Son Goku and Vegeta are dead. Who else on this earth is our opponent? Android 17 unruly, laughing maniacally. Puff. Another energy ray launched towards Krillin. Krillin was in pain, clenched his teeth, and collapsed to the ground, his eyes deadly stared at Android 17. Android 17, don't always play such boring tricks, making yourself look like some big villain. At this time, leaning on the side of the coconut tree, blonde girl impatiently came over, a pathetically weak guy. Just kill it. Why bother so much? Chapter 468 All Relatives. How can I strike? This young girl had a curtain of golden hair, the white as snow dimple was rarely exquisite and beautiful. Especially the pair of eyes, the flow of hope and charm, extremely moving, but the eyes were exactly the same as the next Android 17, cold and indifferent, treating life as grass. When walking to the side of Android 17, her body snuggled up to the past, indifferent eyes looked at Krillin, eyes full of disgust. Boom. Android 18 lightly pulled her hair, casually hit a wave of energy, directly exploded Krillin's body to pieces. Android 18, what are you doing? I haven't had enough fun. I'll take care of it for you. Save yourself the trouble. Humphrey. Android 17 shrugged his shoulders. His own sister was like that, always not letting herself have a good time. What about this old guy? Kill him? Whatever. Android 18 impatiently waved his hand. Android 17 walked to the side of Master Roshi, squatting down. Those people I killed are your disciples, right? Yamcha, Krillin, and that Yanshinhan also learned martial arts from you. Only a pity that Son Goku did not die in my hands. Oh yes, Son Goku also has a son, who seems to live in the Mount Paizo. Demons, sooner or later, you will suffer retribution. Master Roshi's eyes were full of blood, and he wanted to break Android 17 and Android 18 into pieces. Ha 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 ha, you can't kill us. You can only watch helplessly as we kill the people on Earth one by one. Damn old man, you have lived a long time, then continue to watch the world fall into our plaything little by little. Android 17 raised his head and laughed maniacally, not taking Master Roshi's words to heart at all. Android 18 snickered, go train new warriors if you can, so we won't be bored for the rest of our lives. Finally, Android 17 and 18 went away. They did not kill Master Roshi, leaving Master Roshi's life to struggle in this desperate world. If Master Roshi was capable, then train some toys to pass the time for them. Although this was unlikely. Damn it. Master Roshi sadly pounded the ground in anger, the era belonging to Master Roshi had passed, and now he could not even do anything about his own disciple being killed in front of him. Hey, Bulma. Master Roshi dialed the phone number of West City, and after briefly telling what happened at the Kame house, Master Roshi put down the phone wearily and he dialed the phone number of Mount Paizu again. The next target of Android was Goku's son Son Goku, and he must be prepared. If Goku was still alive, how good would it be? Master Roshi thought sadly. A few days later, Maayang and April indulged in a few days of indulgence. April blushed and fell into Maayang's arms. With her eternal energy body plus the cells of Majin Buu, there was no problem even for several days and nights in a row. But Maayang couldn't stand it anymore and was now replenishing Gaia's spring of life. April, it's time to get up. With a slap on April's buttocks, Maayang picked her up and walked into the bathroom to take a hot bath. Well, after the fusion of the cells of Majin Buu, April's skin became more soft and elastic, the slim wide waist, smooth and delicate belly, giving people a feeling of love. This little demon, he could not manage her. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door. After opening the door, Maayang saw the black-skinned Mr. Popo, standing on top of the flying carpet, floating at a height of 30 centimeters above the ground. Kami invites you to the lookout for a cha. The Earth needs your help now. Mr. Popo conveyed Kami's meaning. It's about the androids, right? You go back first. We will naturally strike when we have to. When he saw Mr. Popo, Maayang knew that Kami had paid attention to this place. Knowing that April had a history of killing Brawly, there was no reason for Kami not to ask her for help. But whether to make a move or not, Maayang was still considering. Well, I hope you can save this world. Mr. Popo pleaded. Maayang interrupted Mr. Popo, we already know the mat. Let us think about it. Please. Mr. Popo sighed. Seeing that Maayang's mind was already made up, he flew towards the lookout on the flying carpet. Brother, do we still need to think about the androids? Just kill them directly. April came out wearing hot pants and cool short sleeves. Maayang replied, you do not understand, wait a while longer to see what happens, the identity of these two androids is a bit complicated. By the way, let Android 16 go to protect Piccolo. Don't let Piccolo be killed by the androids. April did not know. She heard him and let Android 16 stay by Piccolo's side. April, the android thing, how should you make up your mind? Why? Yang said, your identity is more suitable than mine. Brother, do you know something? April frowned up like smoke clouds. She always felt that her brother's attitude towards the androids in this world was somewhat ambiguous, as if he did not intend to take action. You'll know when the time comes. You were just a family of relatives. April was even more puzzled, but she obediently did not ask more questions. Even if she went to Android 21 and 16, she could not ask anything, and they did not know April's relationship with Android 17 and 18. A few days later, the entire planet was shrouded in panic. 4 cities in the south, east, north, and west suffered a tragic blow one after another. The number of people killed rose one after another. When Mr. Popo came to ask for help again, Yang agreed to their request. At this time, Yang had already determined that there was no longer any possibility of transformation for Android 17 and Android 18 in this world. Because through this period of observation, he had already given the other side a lot of opportunities. Even when he asked Android 16 to protect Piccolo, he tried not to hurt them, but knowing that there were still people stronger than them on Earth, the attitude of Android 17 and Android 18 still had not been half restrained. They even began to actively attack cities with large populations, echoing those terrorists, and their cold and cruel character had penetrated to the marrow and was incorrigible. Brother, according to the information sent by Android 16, Android 17 and 18 are attacking Piccolo and Son Goku's son, but was stopped by Android 16. It's strange. Son Goku's son's name is actually Son Gohan. This is not the focus of your attention. Yang gave April a white look. Piccolo and Son Goku's son Kiar. In sacred land of Karin, we go over. Wrapped around April's slender waist, Yang directly used instant transmission. Swoosh, in a flash, their figures had already appeared to the sacred land of Karin 10,000 miles away. The first thing that caught his eye was a highly unified forest. Each tree grew for 100 years, and the tree diameter required several people to hug it together. Sacred land of Karin, Piccolo, and the young Son Gohan was protected by Android 16 behind, in front of a man and a woman watching them intently. His was the 5th time Android 16 blocked Android 17. Big guy, looking at the RR logo on your chest, you should also be an android made by Dr. Gero. Why are you stopping us from killing Piccolo and that little kid? Android 17's face was cold, and his blue eyes were full of killing intent. Killing is not good. Android 16 spared the words to answer. Android 17 was annoyed for a while, but he was not a match for Android 16. Dr. Gero, this bad old man, when did he create such an obstinate guy? He should have known better than to rush to kill that old man first. Android 17 did not know that Android 16 in front of him was actually recreated by Android 21. Android 17, this guy simply does not make sense, let these two targets go. Android 18 licked her bright red lips, her face was less confident. No, these two guys have to die. As if a child who had lost a game was throwing a tantrum, Android 17 recognized her target. Android 18 frowned. When a gust of wind blew, and her golden hair fluttered slowly in the wind. Huh. Android 18 gave a slightly surprised cry and looked in a direction. There are 2 more people. At a distance of more than 100 meters from them, 2 young and beautiful figures suddenly appeared. The appearance of the figures of Yang and April brought a great sense of oppression to everyone present at once. When Piccolo saw April appear, cold sweat appeared on his head. That woman is the one who killed Broly 6 months ago. Son Gohan timidly hiding to the side. They are the people that Aunt Bulma said? Who the hell are you two? Android 17 and Android 18 had not seen Yang and April, thus their faces were very cautious. Because according to their scouter, the energy on the 2 people in front of them was very odd, if anything. It caught their attention even more. Yang and April floated to the side of Android 16, swept behind the eyes of Piccolo and Son Gohan, then put the line of sight to Android 17, 18. Brother, these 2 are so familiar. It can't be. April saw clearly the looks of Android 17 and 18, lightly covered her small mouth, and made a surprised sound. Yang nodded affirmatively, it's Lazuli and Lapis. Oh my. It was her own nephew and niece, which made April very surprised. Chapter 469. How could she be so strong? April looked at Android 17 and Android 18 with a little dumbfounded. There was a sudden lump in her heart. Damn it, her 2 well-behaved nieces and nephews were actually evil-doing androids in this world. No wonder her brother said he wanted to give them to her to deal with it. What should she do with them? Kill them. April shook her head. It was a bit out of hand, But if she said she would let them go, April had a bit of a bad conscience. Are your names Lazuli and Lapis? When April was in a dilemma, Maya asked Android 17 and Android 18. What the hell names? We don't recognize them. With an indifferent expression, Android 17 gave this answer. April was slightly stunned. You have no memories before you were transformed into androids? Android 17 gave an evil laugh and said with disgust, what is the use of us wanting the memories of Earthlings? As powerful androids, as long as we know that we are the masters of this world, that is enough. A mere Earthling is only worthy of being reduced to our plaything. Even the basic humanity has been lost. There is absolutely no possibility of salvation. This way I have no burden. April frowned, her blue eyes flashed a cold light, and nodded towards Android 17 and 18, thank you. At this moment April already had a decision in her heart. Inexplicable. Android 17 skimmed his mouth, already a little impatient. He turned around like a high god overlooking ants, condescending, no matter who you are, as long as you dare to stop us, you will be killed. Huh? Android 17 rushed to look hard at April, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Android 18, do you think this woman looks like you? I hate it when people have a face like that. Android 18's delicate face wore a demonic sneer. I'll go kill her for you. Android 17 showed a wicked smile, tentatively shifted the target from Piccolo and Son Gohan to April's body. A cold light flashed, like an electric aura rising. Android 17 stepped forward, cupped her fist and blasted at April. Clang. 2 fingers on the top of the fist. Android 17's attack was blocked. April did not move, and her face was smiling as she watched Android 17, then she flicked her fingers a few times, and her fingers hit Android 17's wrist. Android 17 is staggering. For a moment, he was so shocked that he did not return to his senses. At this time, April as frosty cheeks emitting cold, sneering, she went close a few steps. A deft palm pressed in the chest of Android 17, the fierce force launched, and at once the entire body of Android 17 was catapulted out. Landing on the ground, knocking out a large crater of nearly 100 meters in circumference, the surrounding kilometers were affected, and trees had been broken at the waist. April shrugged off her arm and coldly stepped forward. Android 17. Seeing her brother being easily knocked away by the brunette, Android 18's face suddenly changed and she lunged to stop April in front of her, but April was unmoved and followed the same pattern, slapping Android 18 down to the ground as well. Ahem, this damn woman, how can she be so strong? Android 17 wretchedly got up from the ground, his face full of incredulity. Android 17, be careful. A hint of fear flashed across Android 18's eyes. Gohan, just now did you see clearly how that person struck? A little farther away, Piccolo kept the shock on his face and asked Son Gohan softly beside him. Son Gohan shook his head vigorously. I couldn't see at all. Me neither. Piccolo's throat twitched. Uncle Piccolo, as long as that big sister is there, are we saved? Son Gohan was still a child. Although he grew up experiencing big and small battles, these were not what he wanted. His wish was to be a scholar, not a warrior. Piccolo nodded with a complicated face, but his eyes turned to Android 16 standing in front of them. In fact, as long as this person in green armor was there, their lives were already secured. Although they did not know how these people appeared and why they were so strong, at least they were not as dangerous as the man and woman before them. Noticing Piccolo's eyes, Android 16 smiled and said, April's strength is very strong. Android 17 and Android 18 are not her opponents. The woman's name was April. Piccolo's gaze lingered on April for a moment and then focused on Ma Yang's body. He had never seen this black-haired earthling before, but given the current situation, he must be a superpower to be able to appear here. Earth actually hit such a powerful character, and he did not know before. Piccolo suddenly felt how lonely he was before. His narrow vision underestimated the world's masters, and then laughed bitterly. With the men, the Saiyan invasion a few years ago and the subsequent advent of Frieza and his father were simply not a problem. Any one of these people were enough to easily solve them. Perhaps because the opponents were too weak, they did not bother to fight. Perhaps only strong people like Broly and androids made them look up. Piccolo speculated, brainstorming a general explanation. At the same time, the scene that took place in the sacred land of Karn was also seen in the old Kami and Mr. Popo on the lookout. At this time they were also shocked by the powerful power that April showed. The old Kami observed for a long time before coming back to his senses and heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he did not know exactly what April and the others were. Old Kami, fortunately that lady caught up in time. As long as Piccolo did not die, those people on Earth still have the hope of resurrection. Mr. Popo said with a delighted face. As expected of an expert who defeated Broly, those two monsters are no match for her. The old Kami nodded thankfully. It's really a blessing from heaven. Mr. Popo, you hurry up and take out the dragon beads in case something changes next. Let everyone be resurrected now. Now. Mr. Popo was a little surprised. Hurry up. The old kami urged, some beads of sweat on his pale face. The old kami was old enough, according to the life expectancy of the Narmikian. He had reached the time of exhaustion. Originally, when Vegeta invaded Earth 4 years ago, it was his time to die, but because of the Dragon Balls of Narmikian let him live a few more years, and now his body was about to hold out. Now the Earth was not short of kami, but strong people. In the heart of old kami, he already had the idea of fusing his soul and life into energy to Piccolo. With such an idea in mind, the old kami ordered Mr. Popo to summon the Shinron when androids 17 and 18 had already been stopped by April, which might be the last time the Dragon Ball of Earth would grant a wish. Piccolo's behavior in the past few years I have seen, especially after the fusion of the Namkian. His body and mind is no longer a demon, he will be a very good warrior. The old kami was pleased with Piccolo's change. Then his deep gaze was cast back to the lower realm. Those two androids should not be able to make any waves. Chapter 470 The End of Everything Sacred Land of Karn Great Forest. All the forest trees around the two huge impact craters were destroyed, and androids 17 and 18 were lying wretchedly in the center of the craters, their clothes drooping and torn into a strip of banded cloth. Ah, bastard, how could you possibly defeat me? The power of androids should be invincible. Android 17 yelled madly. He bounced up from the impact crater with a swoosh and then rushed towards April again. This time, he was not as confident as before, and his attack became very messy at one point. April shook her head, there were no martial arts skills, and now it's even harder to see. With a slap down, the body of Android 17 once again hit the ground, this time more miserable than before. However, it was impossible to say that it would hurt Android 17. After all, the body of androids was so strong that even if they crashed through the earth, they would not be seriously injured. April, do you think about how to deal with them? Maya came to ask to April's side. April nodded. I have thought about it. Although they are the same as Lazuli and Lapis, they just look the same, and I have no burden in my heart. Maya nodded. Well, after all, even Brawley was killed by you. Humphrey. April rolled her eyes in exasperation. Could he talk properly and stop mentioning Brawley? Maya smiled, his body flashed, came to the side of Android 16. He said to Piccolo and Son Gohan behind him, you two go to the lookout. You can't interfere in the next battle. It was very easy for April to teach Android 17, but if Piccolo and Son Gohan were around, they couldn't do anything for fear of accidentally wiping them out together. Now the Earth also needs Piccolo as well as Dragon Balls. Piccolo sniffed, nodded deeply. He also knew where his value was, so after saying to Son Gohan, the two of them flew upward toward the location where the lookout was. Well, the slightly weaker ones have left, April. Let's begin. Okay. A clear voice answered. April waved her hand gracefully, wanting to teach Android 17 and Android 18 a lesson. There was no need to use her demon form at all, and April's current power could easily do so. Who the hell are you people? Android 17's fierce eyes stared at April and the others. Me? I can also be considered an android. What? Android 17 was shocked by April's words. Before he could recover from these words, April's lithe figure came to Android 17's side. Lapis, you are my nephew. It's a pity that this world's Dr. Gero has made you lose your mind. Disappear in peace, the other world of you. I will strengthen the education. After April finished speaking, her palms pressed against Android 17's chest, a cluster of ghostly blue light shone up, and Android 17's face was shocked, panicked, and tried to shake April's hand away. However, Android 17 was weak at this time, and the perpetual action energy source that he was so proud of actually failed to provide enough energy. Impossible. How can I not be able to exert my power? Android 17 muttered, and a hint of fear actually flashed in his eyes. Yes, in the face of April, Android 17 was afraid. With my power, even a Super Saiyan 2 level expert can't break free, let alone you. The sticky voice was a little cold. April's pretty face flashed a hint of sadness, the energy in her hand shone even more violently. This blow down, and Android 17 was bound to be pulverized. Damn, Android 17 is not a match for that woman. Android 18 was a little anxious and rushed over to try to save his brother. When April saw this, she smiled a little. There is at least a little humanity for your own brother. With a snap, Android 18 was knocked away by April with a wave of her hand. No. Android 18 cried out in grief and anger, but her cries had no way to stop April. The light blue, bright light shone for a moment in the palm of her hand and shot out violently at the heart of Android 17. Swoosh. A splendid to the extreme light pierced through. Poof, a powerful attack through the chest of Android 17. At this moment, no shine could be as beautiful and moving as it was. Poof. The energy ray shot out from behind, blood splattered and scattered in midair. Android 17 screamed. His heart was shattered in an instant, even if it was an eternal energy android. After losing his heart, he lost his life. Android 17's face was filled with dismay and resignation, and his blue eyes gradually lost their luster. Brother. April softly called out to Maang. He raised his palm and released a wipeout, along with a little faint aura. Android 17's body gradually turned into powder from the bottom to the top. Android 17. I will kill you. Seeing that Android 17 was killed, Android 18 was a little lost in thought, fell into madness, and then whistled and rushed towards April and Maang. April closed her eyes and released magic similar to Majinbo. The next second directly imprisoned Android 18's body in midair. Android 18 struggled for a moment, and a look of horror appeared on her face. After all, it is your elder. Let me think about what to do. April sighed and gently stroked Android 18's fair and delicate face. I don't want to die. Android 18 pleaded. April was moved with compassion, looking at Android 18, whose face was very similar to her own, and could not bear to make a move for a while, so she looked pitifully at Maang, who freed a hand and flashed a crystal shining light in Android 18's pleading gaze. Let me do it. Wow, the power of erasure descended down from the void and then turned into a dotted flash. This power quickly engulfed the whole Android 18, without a bit of defense resistance, without a bit of earth-shattering sound. The Android 18 just soundlessly disappeared in the crystal glitter. Brother, you killed her here? April reacted with an unpleasant face and glared at Maang. Maang frowned. Wasn't it you who made eyes for me to strike? April said, I am asking if you can spare her life. Seeing her reminds me of Cypriel, and I can't bear to do it. Maang said, so when you killed Android 17, you could not bear to do it? April's lips moved a little, depressingly smashed in the head a few times. Oh, forget it, people have died, the big deal is to go back to love more Lazuli and Lapis, cannot let them fall into the wrong way in the future. In the end, it was another world. The life and death of Android 17 and 18 in April's heart did not hold much weight. Shortly after April and Maang killed Android 17 and Android 18, the sky was suddenly plunged into darkness, accompanied by countless lightning and thunder. A mysterious aura appeared high up in the sky at a great distance from Earth, and when Maang saw this, they knew that it was the divine dragon of Earth that had been summoned. The kami are moving quite fast. April was in an unhappy mood. It's his responsibility, anyway. It's another world's business, and it's better for us to care less. Maang put his arm around April's fragrant shoulder and comforted her. April was just throwing a small temper tantrum and soon obediently left Karin Tower together with Maang. Android 16 next to him watched all this calmly and then quickly left. With the appearance of the Earth Shenron, those martial artists killed by Android 17 and Android 18, as well as the innocent public, all came back to life. Still, because the memories about the androids were not eliminated, all of them knew they had died once, and the history of this world was shifted here. Chapter 471 Return. Originally, without the participation of Maang and the others, this world would definitely be in an incomparably desperate situation in the killing of the androids, but now everything was different. Android 17 and 18 were killed by Maang and others before they could do absolute harm. As long as there was no Majinbo in this world, then there would basically be no more great danger in the future. With Maang detection, the chances of this small world appearing Majinbo was extremely small. A month later, Android 21 of the ship's new energy had been successfully deployed. This time the production of energy allowed the ship to carry out about 10 time jumps. Compared with the future of the first generation of the time machine trunks took 3 years to replenish the energy, the efficiency could be said to be several times higher. After completely getting new energy, Android 21 and Android 16 did not choose to leave first but continued to stay for a while, using this time to properly train April, so that she mastered all the power of the Majin state as soon as possible. After half a year in the small world of androids, April could master the Majin transformation as she wished. At that time, Android 21 said goodbye to Maang and the others, and they had to continue to search for the whereabouts of the Majin Android 21. It was worth mentioning that, in addition to April's rapid progress in the past 6 months, Maang also fused 80% of the power of the realm, and give him some time to completely get rid of the state of separation, to enter a more powerful realm. On the other hand, Yamka, Gen Shinhan, Krillin and other people's first reaction after being resurrected by the Shinran, was to strengthen their martial arts training. For example, Vegeta, once awakened, went to the cold glaciers of the northern polar regions for harsh exercise, for which Bulma became aware and once again lost her temper. Of course, in addition, Piccolo and Son Gohan's progress was also appalling. After the successful fusion with the old Kami, Piccolo regained the identity of the most primitive Namkian, changed his name to Ma Jr. His strength once reached a very strong realm, while Son Gohan began to master the power of the Super Saiyan after several stimuli, but it was still juvenile. We'll see you later on the 21st. When parting, April waved at Android 21. I'll miss you guys. Android 21 nodded with a smile. After jumping so many worlds, you are the only person I have seen who is very much like me. Perhaps the only other Android 21, I would have liked to take you along on the trip, but you have a good husband and will certainly not let you take any risks. Maayang harumphed, there is no way April would leave my side. April nodded her head cooperatively. Android 21 really couldn't stand the sour smell between the two. To be honest, facing another version of herself throwing themselves into someone else's arms, Android 21 always felt weird in her heart. Well, I'm going to go first. Thank you for this period of time, and wish you catch Majin Android 21 soon. April smiled and waved her hand. If you encounter difficulties, just come to us. I now also have the ability to jump through time and space. After saying that, Maayang snapped his fingers. A crystal appeared out of thin air, and then shaped into the appearance of Majin Android 21. This is a crystal coalesced by my power. Crack it when in danger to get in touch with my side. Of course, I hope you will never have to use it in the future. After the acceleration world gained the ability to communicate with various small worlds, the most intuitive manifestation was that Maayang had the authority to communicate across borders. If you can change the shape of it, maybe I will be more happy. Holding a model made of crystal was like holding one's own handicraft. Android 21 raised an eyebrow and carefully put it away. I think this is a good shape. Maayang smiled kindly. Hey. Android 21 snorted a little, her beautiful eyes glared at Maayang, and her clear pupils were as beautiful as crystal. Buzz, the ellipsoid-shaped ship hatch slowly closed, along with blue gas flames from the engine jets. The ship slowly lifted off, and at about 100 meters high, there was a fluctuation in space. The ship that Android 21 and 16 were on activated the time jump mode and left the current world with a swoosh. After Android 21 left, April was emotionally silent for a while. Brother, let's go back too. I wonder how long has actually passed in the main world. Maybe only a few days. Maayang smiled lightly. He then opened the channel of the acceleration world with a wave of his hand, and made a very gentlemanly motion of invitation to April, who smiled sweetly and put her small hand on the palm of Maayang's hand, and the two of them stepped into the acceleration world together. Universe 7, the God of Destruction planet. Only 3 days had passed since Maayang left. Next to the calm lake, Melia and Meliz had strokes to carry out exercise. The substratum level of the God of Destruction planet was extremely high, and even if they did not practice here, the rich divine aura had a very good promotion effect on their bodies. The two of them were absent-mindedly sparring, and their minds were all on Kusa and Wi's bodies at the side. There, Kusa was holding her divine staff, her small feet together, observing with interest the scene outside the universe. Suddenly, Kusa picked up her divine staff, turned off the image that appeared in the void, and said, "They're back." As soon as the words fell, a tiny spatial fluctuation diffused in the God of Destruction planet, and two figures, a man and a woman, crossed out from the open spatial channel. Re-entering the God of Destruction planet, Maayang took a deep breath greedily, a bright smile spreading across his face. "Welcome back," was greeted with a smile on his face. "Finally, you're back." Melia and Meliz followed closely and flashed to Maayang's side, surrounding them and constantly gauging what had changed, especially for April. They were full of curiosity. "Sister!" April cried out in shame. "April, let's see what you look like in your Majin form. Hurry up and transform." Melia and Meliz urged with curious faces. April smiled as they wished and revealed her Majin state in front of the crowd. Instantly April's appearance changed, her slightly curly brown hair turned into a pretty pinkish white, a curtain of hair extending to her waist, her body skin turned pink at the same time, and a pinkish pink tail grew out behind her. The white lantern pants, black wraps, arm guards and high heels, small pointed ears, wrists and ankles with gold ring jewelry, especially the ring around the waist connecting the pants with a curved metal belt. The belly curves downward with a wonderfully curve, directly reflecting April's slender waist and silky smooth belly. Melia and Meliz looked at April's tall appearance, their eyes glowing, and several salty hands kept playing up and down her body. "What lovely ears, the skin is so smooth and tender, the skin of a magician is different. The tail is also, feel especially comfortable. And this little belly. How can this body not play enough?" April was touched by two people very hard, and her body was constantly twisted, but in the face of the two sisters, she could only try to maintain the grace. In the end, Yang still couldn't look away and took the initiative to go forward to pull the two away. Well, don't keep taking advantage of April. I would say that your body is also very good. The two of them laughed, and they were content to take advantage a little bit, and if April didn't listen, she could not lose their face. Sister, you have been practicing in the God of Destruction planet for quite a long time. Why don't we have a competition? The Mage and April stood diagonally, one hand dragging her elbow, and smiled evilly towards them. That aura, it was rather a bit like Android 21. Was this revenge? Had a little girl also become dominant, and wanted to turn over? Melissa muttered a moment, but laughed. Indeed, I want to let you recognize the high and low between Melissa and you. Sister is after all sister. Melissa's strength was definitely not weak, but the Mage in April was not weaker than the Mage in Bo. Who was stronger and who was weaker between the two, need to seriously compare. Looking at his own woman, who was now secretly competing with each other, Yang smiled broadly. Chapter 472. Marry both of them. Time passed quietly. There was no day and night in the God of Destruction realm. Several suns were hanging high around the God of Destruction planet, making the God of Destruction planet always in the most abundant daylight. The Angel of Universe 10, Kusu, who was curious about April, studied April's Mage state in detail and then left to return to Universe 10, but before returning, Kusu still did not forget to extend an invitation to April to dig her feet. In the face of Kusu's invitation, April smiled and very politely declined. Kusu sighed, with a helpless face, and could only put on an envious face and left the Universe 7's God of Destruction planet. Sister Kusu is always like this, always thinking of digging, which makes the angels of other universes are helpless. In fact, Universe 10, there are a lot of expert. Was lightly laughed. On the comprehensive ranking, Universe 10 was still above Universe 7, so he really couldn't figure out why Kusu was so eager to dig people up everywhere. Yang smiled, but the image of the Universe 10 God of Destruction came to mind. It was a pink elephant, showing off his muscles to others all day long. It seemed that the people of the Universe 7 were of such a character. With a shiver, Yang had some understanding of Kusu's eagerness. If the Universe 7 showed such a God of Destruction, was afraid that she would be more anxious. Soon putting this question to the back of his mind, Yang turned his eyes and looked at the two figures fighting in the sky. Melissa and April tangled into a ball, constantly from the sky to the ground. From the ground to the sky, they had been battling for a long time, and could not tell the winner for a while. Yang teleported over to separate the two of them. The two of you cannot do anything to each other. For the time being, train here in the God of Destruction planet, and continue to fight later. Yang, don't stop me, I can definitely defeat April. Melissa said unconvinced. Haha, I can still fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights. At that, April had a relaxed face. Fighting for so long without even taking a breath, her tail wagging leisurely behind her. When Melissa heard the breath stagnate, she gritted her teeth and grunted. The actual strength of her was above April's, but she was limited by her physical condition. There was no way she could be as tireless as April. Super Saiyan warriors are explosive fighters. The strongest state was often within the first 10 minutes of transformation. After this time, the body would be under a huge burden. So, when it came to fighting with others, she needed to win or lose as soon as possible, and could not be attached to the battle. Till then, April was as cunning as a loach, and after fighting for so long she could not be taken down. Melissa knew she could do nothing to April. So with an unhappy face, she exited the Super Saiyan state and stood by the side sulking. Sister, don't be angry, I won't make you angry in the future. Seeing this, April took the initiative to beg for peace. You make me angry and still think I will let you go so easily. Melissa pinched April's cheeks with both hands and tore her cheeks with force, causing April to scream miserably. With a smile on his face, Yang looked at the two women's playfulness with a warm smile on his face. You too, only in the God of Destruction planet you can make such a mess. It is not known how many planets will be destroyed by you if you are placed in the lower realm. Shaking his head a little, Yang requested to practice in the God of Destruction planet, and was naturally agreed. Nowadays was different from the past. The strength of Yang and Melissa had reached a certain level, and they were already qualified to apply for cultivation in the God of Destruction planet. After receiving the approval of entrusting Melissa and April to for training, Yang soared with the wind and sat cross-legged in the air 200 meters above the ground, like an old monk in meditation, entering into consciousness training. Seeing Yang entered the state, Melissa and April were far away from a distance, afraid to disturb him. A calm, relaxed rhythm emanated from his entire body. The next time, Yang devoted himself to consciousness training, hoping to complete 100% realm fusion as soon as possible to reach a whole new level. His heart was like water, unperturbed. At this time, the influence of external movements began to subside, as Yang integrated into the realm little by little. His entire body seemed to be transformed into nature, his mind began to be ethereal, entering a very subtle state. External objects could no longer affect him. Buzzing, a silver-white light emerged on the surface of Ma Yang's body, crackling a few times. The light began to gradually weaken, and later only a layer of crystal-clear light attached to the surface of his skin. Time passed day by day. Westrain, Melissa and April inadvertently swept a glance at Ma Yang, soon attracted by his state. A smile appeared into his eyes. The basic unfettered instinct and extreme instinct are starting to merge. In a while you can proceed to the next step of more profound cultivation. Is Ma Yang's state very wonderful? Melissa had an indescribable feeling. Wis laughed. Ha 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 ha, this state is naturally wonderful. Even among the gods there are few people who have reached it. The deity that Wis spoke of was naturally not a minor god in the region like a kami or Kei, but a proper cosmic-level god. As long as Ma Yang continued to comprehend, there was no hindrance at all to crossing over to the level of a cosmic-level deity. Melissa and April listened. Although they did not understand the division of the gods in the universe very well, both felt proud of their husband's achievements, and their delicate faces showed charming smiles, and then cultivated more seriously. Ma Yang was getting stronger and stronger, and they naturally couldn't be worse. Time passed, light and time flowed, more than a year passed in a hurry. In the lower realm, God Mu's central star. The vast spaceship mooring, a tall building stands up, the light on the tip of the tower flashes and flashes regularly, guiding the spacecraft that come and go to take off and land. Parked with a variety of spaceships on the berth, Bardock and Jine returned to Earth with their son Goku. 3 years had passed, the little sprout-like son Goku seemed to take the growth factor, climbing in size. Now, he had the appearance of an adult, and when Saiyan Jine stood in front of him, she was only a little taller than his shoulders. Kakarot, this time back to Earth, you'll participate in that martial arts tournament. It doesn't matter whether you win the championship or not, but there is a task, you have to get rid of the lifelong event. Jine's sage advice in the ears of Son Goku. Her eldest son Raditz' brain was not open-minded, and there was no love. Jine had no expectations for him to marry, but Son Goku, there were 2 beautiful girls around, so he had to take advantage of them. Hearing his mother's words, Son Goku scratched his head and did not know what to do. Mother. What did you say? Kai and Bulma, who do you plan to marry? Jine asked openly. Son Goku looked at the side of Kai and Bulma. At this time, Kai and Bulma's face brushed red, their eyes flowing with light, both looking at him with a look of anticipation. Kai and Bulma had a soft spot in their hearts for Son Goku, especially now that Son Goku was a grown-up, he gave them a very reliable feeling. In the end, no matter which world, face value was always very critical. I do not know. Son Goku was not a fool. At this time, he really didn't know how to choose. Kai and Bulma were good girls. In the end, who to choose was a very serious issue. Previously, when he was small, there was no such feeling, but spending time together, Son Goku had gotten used to the feeling of living with Kai and Bulma. At this time, Bardock forcefully patted down the side of Son Goku's shoulders. The atmosphere and domineering said, "How can you don't know this kind of thing? I see these 2 girls are good. Anyway, you grew up together, and are very familiar, why not marry both and forget it?" Yes, marry both, learn a lesson from Mr. Ma Yang. Jine narrowed her eyes. Saiyans did not have any worldly views. With the understanding of the warrior race, the strong naturally have more privileges, it was normal to marry 2. Teacher Ma Yang, for example, he was a very good example. Son Goku was dumbfounded, looking at Kai and Bulma for help. What do you guys think about? Oops, how can you ask me about this? Bulma squeezed Son Goku's arm with no good grace and flushed face. Kai also looked shy. Let's see what senior brother is thinking. Chapter 473 Rainy and cloudy. Jine's gaze turned between her son and the 2 girls, and when she saw Bulma and Kai's reaction, her face burst into a smile. Idiot, it is not clear what it means. Bulma and Kai are fine with it, what a good girl. Well, then it's settled, why don't I go back to Earth with you guys later, this is something to explain to their parents. Ah, that's it then. Son Goku scratched his head and giggled. Cheap. Bulma's heart pounded indefatigably. Kai nodded her head as fine as a mosquito. So next, Jine personally led the team with Son Goku, Bulma, Kai together with the spaceship to Earth. It was natural for Jine to say that the matter of marriage, Bulma's family and Kai's family were very open-minded character, as long as they agreed, the family generally would not have any comments, and for Son Goku, the 2 families were very satisfied. The result was that when the ship hadn't arrived on Earth, Jine first set things down with the elders of the 2 families through the contactor. Then it was a personal visit to the door, and she received a warm welcome from Brief family and Ox King. Haha, I see Bulma as a child has an idea for little Gaku, you see the result is really true. Dr. Brief and Panchi jokingly teased Bulma, causing Bulma to be annoyed. The cynical couple next made a big show of preparing a new house for Son Goku and his family, and the address was chosen in the capital of the West City. Dad, Mom, you guys behave yourselves, Gaku and I will go to the venue of the martial arts tournament first. Bulma woefully fled from the house. But to his surprise this instead caused Dr. Brief to laugh out loud. Geez, I can't believe I escaped. Panchi giggled, she also considered an old person with an old heart. She often poked fun at her daughter, not expecting that in the blink of an eye, Bulma was actually going to get married. Husband, look at quickly calling thighs back, she always running outside these years, not even coming back to Earth. Dr. Bree gripped his cigarette, it's time to call her back. Well, I'll go pick a good day and start building a big villa for Bulma. Dr. Bree had a lot of everything, and even a lot of money. Gaku, you still have the nerve to laugh, I'm dying of shame. Bulma saw Sun Wukong heartlessly laughing, but the anger did not come out. I am not happy. Humphrey. By the way, Uncle Ox King said to prepare a big house for us in the Mount Peizo. Son Goku thought with hindsight, he seemed to have really taken advantage of a big bargain. This is a small token of appreciation from Daddy. Kai said. Bulma family was very rich, while Kai's family business wasn't bad. Even Son Goku himself, because of Bardock's high position, there was no problem giving them even a few planets. Forget it, these things leave it to the adults to bother. Gaku, next, prepare well for the martial arts tournament, be sure to take a championship back. As long as Broly does not participate in the competition, I will definitely back to win. Son Goku had a confident face, but only for Broly, he was not sure now. Go. Bulma and Kai cheered Son Goku at the same time, and with the relationship established, the three got along more casually. On the other hand, in Yanzabad Heights, Piccolo wearing a white cloak quietly sitting in the bleak cold wind. Suddenly, Piccolo opened his eyes, and both eyes burst out with a biting light. Puffing, the cold mane struck the distant broken stone wall and immediately exploded into a deep crater. Son Goku, I have waited for 3 years, this time I must defeat you. Such a sentence squeezed out between the upper and lower jaw. Piccolo turned around, a brand new cloak and white cap appeared on his body. The shadow turned and left Yanzabad Heights where he had lived for several years. Because of Burgle's training and the Senzubans given to him at the time of his departure, Piccolo's power level was now as high as 2,800, boasting that he was not inferior to anyone on Earth. Meanwhile, near the start of the martial arts tournament, a spaceship landed on Earth one after another. Krillin, Yamcha, Genshinhan, Gyatso, and Yajirobe Ball came back from outer space. The martial arts tournament, which has been absent for 3 years, had come to the time of registration again. The venue of this year's tournament was located on a small island in the southeast. Because the venue of the tournament was announced 3 years ago, travelers, sightseers, and participants from all over the world gathered early. The southeastern island was a large area, with mountains all over the island, a large number of residents living on the island, hotels, shopping malls, and entertainment facilities, all over the island. Because of the increase in the flow of people. At one time, the prices of hotels and motels on the island were speculated, and the price of each room increased by more than 7 times at once, and some good locations even reached 10 or 20 times. But for the really rich people, these were not a problem. Bulma and Son Goku naturally belonged to the ranks of the rich. They arrived in advance of the Southeast Island, and directly in the most luxurious hotel chartered several rooms. The extra room was for Master Roshi. Although the conference team had specially built a residential area for the contestants to live in, the environment there was naturally less than that of a high-class hotel. Due to the relationship had been engaged, the three were rightfully living in a room, just the night did not happen. On the day of the competition registration, the sky was not beautiful, and it was raining outside. It looked like the sun was not going to come out anytime soon. Stretching out the window to catch the cold rain, Bulma roughly estimated the rain, and together with Kai and Son Goku held an umbrella together out of the hotel. The reason was to meet friends, and at the same time to announce their relationship with Son Goku. So today Bulma and Kai dressed extra beautiful, Bulma's face painted with light makeup, her lavender hair was about shoulder length, wearing a plush-tied dress, calves and arms skin all exposed. Kai was wearing a very characteristic dark blue dress, her lips and eyelids were coated with a little makeup. A man and 2 women walked to the registration desk to sign their names, and then waited for Master Roshi and the others to arrive. At that moment, 4 children in the distance attracted the attention of Son Goku and the others. 3 girls and 1 boy, looking very young, only 11 or 12 years old. Mukyu, will you participate in the competition in this martial arts tournament? A blonde girl looked at the other girl with great expectation. The girl had a bitter expression and shook her head. Dad said my power is too strong, there is no need to participate in the Earth's martial arts tournament, but I really want to participate. I really want to participate. Your father is right, if you go to participate, it is a bit bullying. Little Lazuli nodded her head fervently, then hugged Mukyu affectionately, so you can watch properly from the stage with me. Lazuli, don't get too close to me. Mukyu frowned a little. What does it matter, we are good sisters. Lazuli laughed out loud. What the hell, sisters? Mukyu felt bitter about his looks. Puffing a laugh, Amelia beside Mukyu couldn't help but laugh out loud, but soon ushered in Mukyu's disgruntled look. Amelia stopped laughing. The level of the Earth Martial Arts Tournament is so low, it's meaningless to participate. Dad said that sometime later when Planet Sala holds a martial arts tournament, let's go and participate in the junior group. I'm telling you, the science of Planet Sala, the power level is high and high. Amelia opened her arms to compare. The topic immediately attracted the attention of Lazuli, Lapis and the others. I can take you all with me as long as Mama April agrees. Lazuli's eyes lit up and cried out, I want to go, I want to go. By the way, why didn't Brother Brawly come? Mukyu said, I'll tell you a secret, Brother Brawly and Sister Launch will soon be married, now they are busy preparing for the wedding, the dress can be beautiful. Lazuli wowed and made a series of envious sounds. Those seem to be Mukyu, Amelia and others? Lazuli and Lapis are there. Bulma recognized each other. According to the relationship count, Bulma was the cousin of Lazuli and Lapis, and the two families often had visits. However, because Bulma had left the Earth for several years, she did not recognize them for a while, and when she looked again, several little ones were already so big. Those two children, so strong. Son Goku eyes seriously pay attention to Mukyu and Amelia, with a strong bloodline, causing Son Goku to produce a feeling of not to be taken lightly. It seemed that if he struck at them, he would be defeated by them in an instant. How was this possible? His power level was at least close to 3,000, but actually was not the opponent of a few children. At this time Mukyu they also saw Son Goku and others with a smile on their faces, waving their hands towards them, while a powerful aura unconsciously crushed over. Son Goku, Kai looked at each other in dismay, both sucked in a cold breath, and saw horror from both eyes. Teacher Mew's children were really extraordinary. Chapter 474 Another round of martial arts tournament. Master Roshi and the others haven't come yet. Looking at her watch, it was still early before the registration deadline, so Kai made small talk with Bulma, and at that moment, creak. There was a harsh breaking sound, and several people jumped down from the taxi. Puar. Puar opened his umbrella and flew in the air. Bulma greeted them warmly when she saw them. I'm here too. Oolong finished settling his bill and got out of the passenger side. Another moment later, another small car pulled up in front of them, Master Roshi wearing a black suit and hat to get out. Son Goku and Kai greeted them with great enthusiasm. Old Grandpa Master Roshi. Teacher Roshi. Son Goku and Kai addressed separately. Master Roshi looked at Kai's beautiful and pretty dress with a stunned face, fixed his mind for a moment, looked at Sun Wukong next to him and asked in confusion, Kai-chi, is this young man your boyfriend? Then looked left and right, did not see the figure of Son Goku. Kai puffed a smile and said, Teacher Roshi, he is Wukong. Ah, it's Goku? Master Roshi was astonished, wiped his eyes, found that the other party did have several points of Son Goku's former appearance, but the problem was not the right size, this was only a few years. How could he grow so tall? It really is Goku, because of the taller size, I can't even recognize him. Oolong and Puar carefully confirmed with a look of surprise. Son Goku smiled and greeted Master Roshi and the others, explaining, Saiyans maintain their juvenile state for a long time when they grow up, and grow up quickly in adulthood. So that's how it is. Master Roshi nodded, his eyes turned to see Bulma's side, and his whole blood boiled. Oops, Bulma is also here, still so beautiful. He said with a trembling hand to reach over. Bulma's face changed, and snapped Master Roshi's hand open very roughly. Old lecher, after so long you still the same lust. You guys should honestly stay in Kame House and do not come out of the good. Bulma shouted angrily. Master Roshi had an awkward smile, his mouth whispered, this is because Bulma is too beautiful. I cannot help it, alas, do not consider the old man. What? Bulma glared angrily. Master Roshi hurriedly shut his mouth, and turned to survey the surrounding, light rain pattering, fell to the ground to pick up the water. Krillin, are they all still not here? I don't know, they're coming from other planets, they shouldn't miss it. Kai replied glutinously. I hope I don't miss it. Master Roshi looked at his watch, there was a whole day for registration. If he remembered the day he was not afraid that they would miss it, the only worry was whether they would forget the day. The rain began to reduce, the sky gradually appeared a touch of fish white, Master Roshi and others waiting in the nearby coffee house. With a cup of drinks in hand, they talked about the 3 years of experience. For the 3 years of Son Goku and others' experiences in Outer Planet, Master Roshi and Oolong were full of curiosity. Son Goku naturally did not hide, he told them one by one his experience. Master Roshi exclaimed from time to time, was shocked by the magnificence and excitement of the outside world. When knowing that Son Goku would soon get married, and the bride or Bulma and Taichi, Master Roshi and Oolong all show envious expression. Goku this guy, actually married 2 people without a word, too enviable. Oolong grabbed the dinner cloth and complained indignantly. Who says otherwise? Looking at Son Goku, who was sandwiched between 2 beautiful women left and right. Master Roshi couldn't wait to become younger himself, martial artists were in demand in this era. Son Goku was really lucky guy, with such high martial arts, there were beautiful women to accompany, and more importantly, there was no shortage of money at home, it was simply a winner in life. Bulma smiled, our wedding with Goku will be held after martial arts tournament, everyone must come ah. Puar laughed, we will definitely come. Broly brothers' wedding is also in this time. Just at this time, Mukyu, who was watching with Lazuli, suddenly raised a head and said. Son Goku smiled and asked in surprise, Broly is also getting married? Amelia then said, yes, the bride is Sister Launch. The 2 of them. Son Goku and Bulma looked at each other, felt incredible, but on reflection, it was natural. For them, Broly and Launch were old acquaintances. Although they rarely get together in recent years, they had video contact. They just did not expect them to get married without even a little information flowing out. For Launch's name, Master Roshi had an impression, vaguely remembered a blonde woman with a bad attitude, asked suspiciously, that Launch was the winner of that martial arts tournament 6 years ago? Son Goku nodded his head. Bulma said, Launch and Broly have known each other since we were kids, and they're both pretty good. How does it compare to Goku? Son Goku said bitterly, I do not have the confidence to defeat them. Master Roshi smiled, could not help but take a deep breath, and then lamented how the young people now are so powerful. It was true that the times were different, old stubbornness like him had been eliminated by the times. For example, 3 years ago, when he was still in fear and anxiety about the present world of Demon King Piccolo, Son Goku, Tian Shinhan and others were talking and laughing without any pressure, the result was really as they expected, Demon King Piccolo was not their opponent at all. Hey, the registration time is almost over, young Master Yamcha, how they have not yet arrived? As the sun was setting, Puar became anxious. It couldn't be true that they missed it. It's really too late, let Oolong and Puar into their appearance first to sign up. Master Roshi looked at his watch and said to Oolong and them. I don't want to. Oolong lying on the table, with a straw in his mouth. Oolong's transformation technique was the most primary, each transformation consumed a lot of physical strength, he would not do such a thing without benefit. Then what should we do? The deadline to sign up is coming up soon. Puar argued with Oolong. Just then, Mukyu and Amelia laughed and said, here it comes. What was coming? Lazuli looked at Mukyu suspiciously, and Mukyu heckled. Sure enough, not long after Mukyu said, Son Goku and Taikai sensed several powerful ki was approaching towards them. With a gust of wind, 5 pieces of figures quickly flashed past, leaving only a faint residue. The registration has been more than a few figures. Yamcha, Krillin, Shinhan, Gyatso, and Yajirobe all arrived. Son Goku looked at Mukyu and Amelia in surprise, thinking to himself that Mr. Mu's children were really powerful. They sensed Krillin and the others even earlier than he did. Yamcha, Krillin, you're here. After reporting, Master Roshi and Oolong gathered around them. Master Roshi. Krillin shed the power level on his body, the replacement body was much more robust. Why did you guys get so late? You're not going to play some protagonist mode? Oolong looked at them with a suspicious face. Krillin laughed, no, because we came together in advance, but the ship arrived on Earth with the time difference, that's why we came late. Goku, these 3 years we have experienced hard training, it will definitely amaze you. Yamcha clenched his fist and said confidently, the experience in the universe really made people grow. With more scars on his face, Yamcha looked much more mature, and his eyes were filled with a divine light that did not dare to look straight at him. Yeah, we've all gotten stronger. Krillin and Tian Shinhan laughed happily. Yajirobe's figure was also thinner than before, looking fit, not bloated. Son Goku had long felt the power level emanating from them, and his blood boiled up. Haha, I've felt it, but don't be too happy. Tomorrow at the martial arts tournament, I'll show you how much I've grown. We'll see. None of them were convinced. Ha 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 ha, since we've finished the registration, Let's go to the hotel first. Gaku has already booked a room for you guys. Have a good night's rest and join the competition tomorrow." Master Roshi smiled with a relieved face. The matter was then set in stone. Although Master Roshi's power was not strong, the majesty was still quite high. Chapter 475 Piccolo and Shen. During the night, it rained heavily outside again. The rumbling thunderstorm rang out among the clouds, seemingly beating the drums of war in advance for the competition, which affected the streets of the southeastern island at night with much less noise, and the pedestrians on the street were rushing back to avoid the rain. Coming to the hotel arranged by Son Goku and others, they packed their luggage, and then each returned to their rooms for the next day's competition to make the final preparations. On the envied eyes of Master Roshi and Yulong, Son Goku was held in the same room by both Bulma and Kai Kai with arms around them. Thunder rumbled outside the window, rain poured down, boom, lightning cut through the air. On the other side of the city, a figure clad in a white head covering walked the streets, completely ignoring the disturbing lightning. The next day, the sun rose, the sky was red, and due to the heavy rain last night, the early morning sky was extraordinarily white. After breakfast, the participants of the World Martial Arts Tournament came to the martial arts temple one after another. Son Goku, Krillin and other people wearing orange martial arts clothing into the martial arts hall, because of the experience of the previous sessions of the martial arts tournament. Son Goku and they were familiar with the warm-up exercises, to start the preparations for the competition. As the Earth's martial arts flourished, the number of participants in the successive martial arts conferences grew, and by the time of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, the number had exceeded 1,000 people. The selection of the top 32 in the previous period would take a long time. "This robe on Kai Kai is so nice, it was custom made, right?" Krillin changed into Turtle School's martial arts uniform and commented on Kai Kai's dress. By now Kai Kai was already wearing a modified version of the traditional Chinese robe made specifically for the competition. The white Chinese robe was particularly elegant and accentuated her figure. Kai Kai said, "This is specially tailored by Andy Jine for the scientists of Central Star, with good ductility, perfect for wearing during battle. Coincidentally, we have these custom made using alien technology as well." Krillin touched the material of the martial arts clothing on his body and said smugly, "The right clothing can bring out the power of a martial artist 100%. Yamcha looked agreeable. The alien wore battle suits when they fight, which was a technique developed from years of cosmic battles and definitely had its superiority, but the aesthetics of battle suits were not suitable for appearing at a martial arts meeting, so several their martial arts suits were redesigned to be more in line with the aesthetics of Earthlings. Son Goku. At this time an icy voice came. Son Goku and the others looked back, but did not see who was shouting at them. "Enjoy the last piece, this is your last time." The voice warned, and Yan Shinhan looked around and whispered to Son Goku, "It's a spirit transmission. That one's over there." Kai Kai pointed to the corner of the martial arts tournament hall, where a green figure looked at them coldly, then snorted coldly, none other than the freshman biker. "That guy's eyes are so cold, it seems like I've seen him somewhere. Goku, do you know him?" Yan Shinhan face gloomy, he sensed the other side emitted a terrible sense of oppression, the whole body surprisingly produced a feeling of being bound. Son Goku did not recognize the identity of Piccolo, but in the martial arts tournament to meet such an opponent still made him excited. "I do not know, but that guy is very powerful. I really want to fight with him sooner. Be careful, he is Great Demon King Piccolo." A dry and thin old man came over. "Great Demon King Piccolo, the guy who was killed by Goku's punch 3 years ago?" Krillin said with a surprised face, "Who are you and how do you know the identity of that man?" The dry, thin old man said with a tuft of beard, "My name is Shen. That person is a newborn Piccolo, stronger than Great Demon King Piccolo by several times. Do not take it lightly, Son Goku, I have very much looking forward to your performance." After saying that, the middle-aged man named Shen rubbed his head and walked away with a figure-8 step. "Another strange person, but that guy named Shen is very mysterious looking. Is he related to Kami School? I heard that the earliest days of the Kami School were called the Heavenly Sky School." Krillin consulted the history of most schools before worshipping Master Roshi as his master, so he said the right thing. "I don't know, but it's getting interesting." Son Goku didn't have the slightest sense of urgency, but instead became more excited by the appearance of strong people. "I knew it wouldn't make sense to talk to Goku like that." Krillin rolled his eyes, he saw the character of the Saiyans. Kai Kai cheeky smile, "Anyway, the soldiers will stop, the water will cover the soil, and the senior brother Goku will not let us down." Hearing that, Jen Shinhan, Yamcha and others all shrugged their shoulders. At this time the voice of the staff sounded over the radio. The blonde host stood in the center of the martial arts tournament hall, looking around a black press of people, announced the official start of the selection competition. "Everyone, let's take a long time. Everyone, I've kept you waiting. The preliminaries are about to begin. Please gather in the middle." After the host introduced the rules of the tournament, the lottery began. 1,000 people would be divided into 32 sub-rings, and after several rounds of selection, only the top 32 would be left to enter the open-air competition. When the lottery was drawn, Gyatso used his supernatural powers to interfere, so Sengoku and others were not assigned to a ring. Number 324. Piccolo grabbed a number, looked at the list of participants on the big white board, but did not encounter Sengoku. "Count yourselves lucky." Piccolo snorted coldly. An icy sight looked over. Number 1012. Shen also drew his number, and with a heated smile, he said to Piccolo, "Piccolo, Burgle asked me to say hello to you." Piccolo smiled, his body snapped around, and his intimidating eyes stared at Shen. "Who the hell are you?" Shen smiled but did not say anything. "You are not like your father." Piccolo suddenly realized, his face was gloomy. "So it's you, the old codger, you came down to the world to stop me this time?" Shen shook his head. "I'm not a kami anymore, and your power is strong enough. I'm not your opponent, I just came here to see you this time." "Humphrey, be careful of losing your life here," Piccolo said with a murderous aura, and asked as he turned around, "Burgle has some words for me." Shen laughed out loud. "He told me to tell you not to forget that you are a Namkian." Hearing this, Piccolo was silent for a while and walked directly towards the competition ring. Piccolo is indeed not the same as before. The preliminaries began. Once on stage, Sengoku met his old rival King Cheppa. Several years of hard training, King Cheppa was also getting stronger. Unfortunately, Sengoku was even more powerful than King Cheppa, and the match did not take long to start before Sengoku used the after-image fist to get a head start and knocked King Cheppa out of the ring with one blow. The referee was frozen and took a long time to react, announcing, "The Sengoku player wins." The blonde host stood by and watched carefully, taking notes on the seeding of the match. Of course, even if it was a qualifier, there would still be very exciting battles, so the HD camera next to it had been faithfully recording the match, and these shots would be edited in on a DVD in the post. Worthy of being the winner of the last tournament, the strength of the Sengoku contestant is still shocking, and this year's conference will certainly shock the audience. The blonde host had an eager face, feeling very satisfied to be able to host such a high level of competition. Boom. 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 In several other rings, the match was also going on. The blonde host ran from ring to ring, his face full of excitement. By the time the sky darkened, the pre-selection stage was nearing its end, when the top 32 contestants basically appeared. After a while, the list was officially released, with Sengoku, Kaichi, Genshinhan, and Piccolo all on the list, just waiting for the official match the next day. Chapter 476 Tournament on the Lookout. Canalita sat quietly at the edge of the lookout, a gentle breeze blowing up and ruffling her fiery red hair. After squinting at Mr. Popo, who was training the martial artists in the square, Canalita redirected her eyes to the shrine below. Through the hazy sea of fog, Canalita could see everything in the lower realm clearly. In the southeastern island of the lower realm, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was in full swing. At this time, the open square was crowded with spectators, watching the fierce competition with fervor, and as the competition proceeded one by one, the top 32 of the tournament gradually became the top 8 contestants, namely Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, Genshinhan, Gyatso, Yajirobe, Sengoku and Kaikai. The former kami, disguised as Shen, was eliminated in the top 32 competition. However, instead of feeling dejected, Shen, who withdrew from the competition, had a smile on his face because his elimination meant that the overall level of martial arts on Earth had improved and more strong people had surpassed him. For the old kami, who had dedicated his life to Earth, nothing could be more gratifying than this. The Earth is giving birth to a new generation, and under Canalita's leadership, the Earth will go further and further. Shen was leaning on a wooden staff, and by now he had returned the borrowed body to the Earthling, while he himself was quietly hidden in the audience. The next match is between Krillin and Piccolo. As the host announced loudly, Krillin's face straightened, his sight glanced at the opposite Piccolo, and his whole body radiated a strong fighting spirit, letting him test what kind of strength that second-generation Piccolo had first. "Krillin, you have to be careful, the newborn Piccolo ki is rather strange, perhaps it hides what moves may be, and the other party as a demon clan will not necessarily comply with the rules of the tournament, you have to pay attention to his movements." Sengoku seriously said. Krillin's strength was very strong, but Piccolo gave him a strange feeling, vaguely emitting ki, so Sengoku knew that Piccolo's strength was definitely very strong. If Piccolo did not comply with the rules of the competition, Sengoku was also ready to strike at any time. Krillin confidently patted his chest. "Understand, I have not spent these years outside training for nothing. I do not know how many large and small battles I have participated in, The minimum confidence is still there, if it is so simple to be eliminated, is not too sorry for my 3 years of hard training? After saying that, Krillin waved his hand and walked up to the martial arts stage, then stood in a corner waiting for Piccolo to come out. Humphrey, that bald guy is called Krillin, he was present when he killed the last me back then, so we should treat him well. Piccolo stood on the roof of the martial arts temple with a sneer. With a cold eye sweep a circle. With a flash of his body, like a bolt of lightning falling from the sky, Piccolo appeared directly across from Krillin. Kid, you are my first step to conquer the world. Feel free to let your horse come. Krillin stepped out and made a martial arts tournament move, his muscles instantly entered a fighting state, and a pair of sharp eyes stared closely at the cur. TCH. With a trace of disgust in the eyes, Piccolo took off the cloak and hat. The moment the body weight was cut away, Piccolo suddenly emitted a harsh aura. Affected by this, whether it was Gaku or Genshinhan, their faces all became stayed. With the whistle of the game, Krillin and Piccolo's battle began. Krillin's strength definitely exceeded most Earthlings, and the first strike was enough to shock people's hearts, but Piccolo also had been trained by Burgle, the same strength should not be underestimated. The game continued, as in the original. Although after 3 years of hard training, the difference between the strength of Krillin and Piccolo were different from the original. The difference between the two was not large, and in order to defeat Krillin, Piccolo took out almost all of his strength. Finally, after making a look at the family's skills, Krillin still regrettably lost the game. Then the next game was Yamcha and Genshinhan match, similarly wonderful. Finally, Genshinhan with a number of master moves, and with the help of the multi-form achieved victory. The third game, Yaejiro Winskiatsu. As for the fourth game, it was Son Goku vs Kai. This was a match between an unmarried couple. Saying that it was a match, it would be better to say that the two people in the ring for the performance of love and affection. Genshinhan, Krillin and others who knew the details looked extremely unpleasant, and those who did not know the inside story, such as the audience, were amazed by the fierce rhythm of the battle and the pleasing moves of the two. All of them flushed red and cheered to their heart's content. It kind of pushed the match to a climax. Go Gaku, go Kai. Bulma cheered loudly from the stage. These two children are getting better and better, but relatively speaking Gaku is a little more powerful. Master Roshi was in a very happy mood, no matter which of them won, it was his Turtles's disciple who advanced. Brother, who do you think will win? Amelia floated in midair, her cunning gaze looked at Mukyu. At this moment, Mukyu dragged Lazelli's body with his strength, took a look at the match and said, Brother Gaku did not use his full strength, he will be able to win immediately if he fights with his full strength. I think so too. Lazelli and Lapis couldn't see the battle of the match, both eyes had become mosquito-like. Your eyesight is so good, I can't see at all. Don't worry, Mama April said you guys will be great in the future, she has seen your future. Dragging up Lazelli's body, Mukyu whispered to her. Lazelli smiled happily, really, how do I look like in the future? Mukyu thought for a moment, not sure. Anyway, Mama April said to strengthen your education, and then let you become stronger when appropriate. Lazelli barred her mouth for a moment, then I wonder when we have to wait. Then attracted by a sudden burst of cheers in the venue, re-looked at the ring when, somehow Son Goku and Kai have been divided into winners and losers, so that the top 4 players of the martial arts tournament had been produced. Piccolo, Genshinhan, Yaejiro, Son Goku. You are my second obstacle. Piccolo's cold gaze fell on Genshinhan. Piccolo coldly snorted. In the face of Piccolo's aggressive provocation, Genshinhan returned the favor and looked at him with the same cold face. Dong. The sound of a yellow bell resounded in the venue. The curtain of the semi-final match was raised, and it was Piccolo and Genshinhan who walked onto the field, and the identities of the two were once again reintroduced in the very passionate pronouncement of the blonde host. Because of this world, Demon King Piccolo was killed by Son Goku and others when he did not cause harm to the world, so even when the host announced the identity of Piccolo, in addition to causing a burst of cheers in the venue, it did not make people fear. This taught Piccolo a lot of dissatisfaction. How could the district people heard his name, not only did not fear but also cheered? He was determined to change this state of affairs. Chapter 477 Son Goku vs Piccolo. The host is quite dutiful. With a faint smile on her lips, Calamity shook her legs as she watched the scenes of the lower realm martial arts tournament. Even during the competition, when strong storms and explosions were blowing up due to the battles between the two sides, the weak-looking blonde host still held the microphone and kept to his post, getting as close as possible to the contestants and reporting the latest battle. For its own level of reason, the blonde host's explanation might not be correct, but that dedication, worthy of admiration. Remember in the original, when all the people of Earth were cheering for Satan's hypocritical performance, only this host was convinced that it was Son Goku who saved the world, and had lost a lot of color because the martial arts tournament was missing Son Goku and the others. He was the person who really understands the situation of the martial artists, and he didn't have much inscription in the original Dragon Ball plot, but the image of the most successful supporting characters. Calamity spoke with no shortage of kindness to the blonde host. Perhaps she felt that she should train this host a bit and perhaps make a different kind of contribution to the development of Earth's martial arts in the future. Calamity, what are you looking at? A gentle voice, and 3 beautiful figures appeared beside Calamity. Calamity looked back and saw that it was none other than her teacher, Yang, and the 2 master maidens, Melissa and April. Canality's pretty face showed a smile. I was watching the next martial arts tournament, and I paid a little attention because of the participation of Piccolo and Old Kami. The responsibility of the Kami was to guard the earth, but in reality Calamity was quite bored staying above the lookout. Only when the lower realm held a large martial arts tournament, she was able to bring her a little entertainment for amusement. This was the reason why Yang and Sun Gohan refused to become Kami. Of course, the reason why Sun Gohan refused, more mainly because he wanted to rely on the Mount 5 elements. The World Martial Arts Tournament has now begun? A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was much more interesting than the previous ones, mainly because Piccolo also participated. In the original story, the battle between anonymous Kai and Son Goku was a romantic scene in the competition, and the battle between Son Goku and Piccolo was also full of hardship and sweat. Although the situation was now shifted because of the change in the general environment of the Earth, the general was the same. It's been a long time since it started, teacher. Look, it's almost time for the final. With that, Calamity snapped her fingers and the power of the celestial gods allowed her to display the image of the lower world tournament in the void. The screen was crowded with people. The martial arts venue was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, but of course the structure of the martial arts venue was carefully designed. The ring structure was like the venue of a gymnasium. Although there were many people, there was no chaos at all. Melissa and April also looked at the picture carefully. After suddenly seeing the figures of Mukyu and Amelia, they couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. I thought, where did they go? So they went to watch the fun again. April laughed. After all, they are still children. In a few years it will be fine. Melissa said, not so young. In a few months we'll be 12 years old. I was 12 years old when I wandered half the galaxy. April said, that's you. When I was as young as they are, I was still studying in Westsri. Then the eyes turned. April saw Lazuli and Lapis, thinking in her heart about the androids. After the original Black Stone was used by herself, there were still 2 left. After going to the android world, April already knew most of the future, just for when to transform Lazuli and them. Her heart is still undecided. She would like to wait a few more years for them to grow up some more. When they were older, their minds would always be more mature, and April did not want Lazuli to become an evil android like the ones in the android world in the future. For April's mind, naturally, Yang was not very clear. He looked at the screen appeared in the martial arts tournament screen, and his heart for a long time produced a trace of excitement. Smiling, he said to Calamity and the girls, since we want to see the competition, we have to go to the scene. There is no point in looking at it through the projection. Calamity, you haven't been down to the realm for many years, come with us and go out for a walk, maybe you can choose the candidate for the next Kami. Okay. Calamity thought seriously for a while and agreed with Yang's words. However, she felt that it was still too early to select the next Kami. After all, she had only served as a Kami for decades, so there was no reason to step down so soon. Although the position of Kami was boring, there were benefits, at least in terms of subdimensions. Calamity had reached the 3rd level. Then let's go to the venue of the martial arts tournament together. A handful of energy-containing magical power was thrown out, and Yang's intention moved slightly. As if in a great movement, he took everyone and disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already on the southeastern island 10,000 miles away. This ability was the natural ability of Yang after absorbing all the power of the realm. Yang's subdimension had reached the peak of the 6th level, and one step further was the 7th level subdimension comparable to that of Supreme Kai Apprentice. When a person enters the 7th level, the rules of the universe would grant a peculiar ability, for example, an instant transmission like Kibito, but for Yang, which has instant transmission ability and connect with other worlds ability, this kind of giving would be better than nothing. The scene of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Yang took Melissa, April and the girls appeared silently. They floated in the sky above the ring. The surface was covered by a mysterious power. Except for Mukyu and Amelia, who vaguely felt something, no one knew that the god of the martial arts was personally present. At this time the competition has reached the final. The 2 sides of the competition were Piccolo and Son Goku. The following is the final of this conference. Please invite Son Goku contestant and Piccolo contestant to the stage. The moderator announced with excitement, and the audience violently erupted in fierce cheers. Waiting for the personnel of both sides to walk to the ring, the host introduced again. Son Goku is the champion of the previous tournament. As a disciple of Turtle School, his strength is naturally beyond doubt, while Piccolo, whose name is the same as the legendary Demon King Piccolo, as far as I know he is a far stronger than Demon King Piccolo, and his strength, in the previous tournament, it is evident to all. Now, please let the two contestants start your match. A friendly reminder, the audience can put on the sunglasses prepared in advance, or later in the game, may have to close their eyes. The blonde host made a joke without humor, but wearing sunglasses was indeed the standard for martial arts tournament spectators now. Because with the increase in the level of the participants in the martial arts tournament, key waves had become very popular. In addition to the few spectators who had excellent strength themselves with the ability to sense the breath, most Earthlings were simply ordinary people, and certainly did not have the ability to observe the competition with their eyes closed. This host is quite interesting. Melissa appreciated a sentence. Yang nodded. I'm very optimistic about him. If there were a few unusual people on the earth who were worthy of Yang's good opinion, then this host was among them, and was really an incomparable talent. Calamity laughed. I want Mr. Popo to do basic training on him. Yang laughed. This is fine, it's a special talent. The match is about to start. April pointed to the ring. As the blonde host jumped to the edge of the tournament ring, Son Goku and Piccolo had been quasi-ready to fight. Goku, you have to win. Krillin shouted. Don't lose, beat that green-skinned guy. Oolong and Puar sat in the audience. Make sure you win, I'll give you a reward if you win. Bulma put her hand on her mouth in the shape of a trumpet, and threw a wink towards Son Goku. Son Goku smiled brightly at everyone, his face got serious and locked eyes with Piccolo. Humphrey. With a rather lonely feeling, Piccolo indifferently hummed. A wicked smile showed on his face, he said with a cold voice, Son Goku, finally I meet you. Piccolo the Great Demon King has been different from 3 years ago, this time. The whole world will be mine. Son Goku looked serious, who wins and who loses we will know later after hand-to-hand combat, now say big words is too early. Chapter 478 A fiery battle. Piccolo bristled. Although his mouth no longer said anything more, his heart was scornful of Son Goku to the extreme. The two were stationed far away at the two ends of the martial arts ring, with a distance of several hundred meters apart. At this time they were observing each other's weaknesses. No one chose to make the first move. Because they were not sure they could restrain each other, they did not dare to act rashly, lest they be the first to expose their weaknesses. The atmosphere on the martial arts stage suddenly became cold to the extreme. Suddenly, two powerful auras swept through the room like a million horses, and the whole venue fell silent, with all the spectators straining their necks to watch. At that moment, swish, Son Goku and Piccolo disappeared at the same time, followed by crackling fierce fighting sounds came continuously. The ground slab constantly broken, shooting out large and small stones. These stones were accelerated to a very fast speed, like a bullet shot to the fence, hit a small and deep holes. This was already a high-level battle, and in the waiting area, Krillin's and the others' eyes kept turning and following the movements of both sides of the competition, but many of the movements were too much for even them to see. Really powerful, they should have taken out their full strength. Tian Shinhan's eyes keep turning, and soon felt a soreness. Simply give up the naked eye observation, and use the key sensing instead. Goku is so powerful I can't understand, but that Piccolo, he actually can fight with Goku to such an extent. Taking a deep breath, Yamcha could barely keep up with the movements of both sides, but it was because of a clear look, to feel the gap between each other more. Son Goku's strength was extremely strong, this he had been prepared, but in just a few years he was so much left behind, the heart was still incomparable loss. Krillin had fought with Piccolo, so he was clear about the strength of the other side, and did not feel surprised that Piccolo's strength is definitely more than that. If Goku does this not respond seriously, he may end up in more trouble. Senior brother Goku has his own trick. Kai smiled. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Their expressions became relaxed, then they stopped talking and seriously watched the battle above the ring. This kind of high-level battle was also a good opportunity for the onlookers to observe, maybe it could inspire some kind of inspiration. The game continued. On the field, Piccolo and Son Goku went back and forth, doing their best, with a variety of strange and bizarre moves. Often within a second the two would fight dozens of times. The rumbling sound of breaking and crashing into each other. Like playing music, it came rhythmically. Kamehameha. Mouth energy wave. Son Goku and Piccolo stopped moving, brewing for a while. The two most powerful attacks exploded in the air. It was like a nuclear bomb burst, a huge mushroom cloud rose, the terrible shockwave spread directly to the edge of the audience. These two guys, when they fight, they completely disregard the safety of the people around them. Seeing the innocent audience is about to suffer, Canalita pointed towards the void. A magical power directly spread out, the impact generated by Son Goku and Piccolo wave cancelled out. In the meantime, Canalita also set a limit on the martial arts ring, to avoid excessive energy impact out. Canalita moved so subtly that all the audience did not perceive it and thought that Son Goku and Piccolo had controlled their power to a very delicate degree, and all of them cheered loudly at one time. On the contrary, the old kami outside the ring, as well as Mukyu and the sky and other people, vaguely felt something. That power just now, is the divine power of the kami. The old kami murmured, observing towards the surroundings of the martial arts arena, but with his power, he naturally could not find any trace of Maang and the others. Shaking his head and burying the doubts in his heart, the old kami continued to pay attention to the changes in the competition. Brother, just now there is a very special force. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Amelia's mouth as she spotted a special area high in the sky. It's Sister Canalita. Mukyu nodded in agreement with his sister, so in the puzzled eyes of Lazuli and Lapis, he flew towards the place, and with a boing sound, several people entered an area covered by divine power. Dad, Mom, Mama April. Auntie, Auntie. After several people entered the space maintained by Canalita, they saw Ma Yang, Melissa and others, and called out all kinds of names at once. Mu Yang smiled lightly and transferred the 4 children over, Mukyu, Amelia, Lazuli, Lapis, long time no see. Mukyu smiled, I didn't expect you guys would come to watch the game too, Dad. Son Goku and Piccolo's match, of course I had to come over to watch. Daddy, who do you think will win between the two of them? Amelia leaned over to Melissa's side and asked Ma Yang. Son Goku's power level is 2950, and Piccolo has 2830. The data alone, Son Goku is a little ahead, but the difference between the two is not big. Who wins and who loses depends on their play. Overall it is Son Goku who has a slight advantage. The overall result was a slight advantage for Son Goku. In the martial arts tournament, experience and will along with the play of the field plays a big part. Unless the difference in strength between the two sides was particularly huge, it was useless to look at the amount of power level alone. Knowing that the greatest characteristic of the Earth's martial arts was to rely on skills to play far more destructive than their own power level, this point also held true for the entire universe, whether it was Son Goku or Piccolo. It is indeed more difficult to judge. Melissa and April nodded in agreement. How it turns out will depend on how they play. They commented that their group on Earth was the most qualified. Just as Ma Yang and the others were chatting, a new change occurred in the competition ring. Piccolo's body was seen to swell rapidly, transforming into a giant over 100 meters tall all of a sudden, which made the large martial arts ring small. This is simply unbelievable. Piccolo contestant actually turned into a giant beyond everyone's imagination. And Son Goku contestant also showed admirable power level. Their strength has topped all martial artists. That is, in the past generations of the conference, only the battle between the god of martial arts and melee contestant back then can be comparable. The host was shocked by the magnificent battle, and his dutiful professionalism led him to approach the arena despite the danger to bring further commentary to the audience as much as possible. Hoo-hoo. The blinding light that shone from time to time on the ground and in the air, intertwined with the fists and kicks that appeared, it was like a magnificent visual feast that kept hitting the audience's mind. As a gust of wind and vibration came and went, the audience started to get noisy. The audience was boiling. They took out their cameras and video recorders to shoot. Some people who had watched the previous tournaments could not help but compare the battles of several years ago and just felt their blood boiling. Piccolo's enormity gave him an advantage, but relatively for the competition, there were disadvantages. Because the size was too big, the space to move became narrow. Finally, after a fierce attack, Piccolo and Son Goku were both defeated. Piccolo knew his tactical error and simply lifted his gigantic and returned to his normal size. Son Goku, the final move, let's fight it out. Piccolo naked upper body flying in the air, the body of the purple costume has been torn. Son Goku held his head high and responded loudly, yes. So, Son Goku and Piccolo answered each other and began to show their full strength. Seeing this, Ma Yang chuckled, showing a shallow smile, they are going to give their best. It seems that the winner is about to be divided. Guess who will win? My guess is Son Goku. Melissa said. I think it's Piccolo. April said. Only Canalita didn't say anything, and seemed to be still judging. In the sky above the martial arts stage, Son Goku and Piccolo flew to the same height, and then began to prepare for each to perform their own stances. In the Earth's martial arts lineage, the more powerful the move, the more it took a long time to brew. When a little bit of time passed, the sky and the ground between the two incomparably large points of light, blindingly bright light, so that everyone was excited. The entire martial arts venue was silent as everyone quietly waited for the final result. Many people were shocked by the sudden appearance of two huge balls of energy. Chapter 479 A lively wedding as expected of Gaku, to this point can still release such a large ball of energy? Krillin and the others had sweat seeping out of their foreheads and their eyes watched seriously. Unbelievable, their strength has surpassed the martial artists of all generations. The old kami murmured with wide eyes. In the audience, Master Roshi's eyes snapped open and a hint of relief appeared on his face, as if he had recognized Son Goku's moves. Wow, what a bright light! Bulma shouted with a shocked face. Although she couldn't understand what Son Goku was going to release, she was unusually giddy because one side of the match was Son Goku. A little bit of time passed, and in the midst of everyone's expectant gaze, the two mega attacks finally took shape. Son Goku, take my greatest move. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo's arms swung outward with force, and a laser-like attack slammed out, surrounded by a spiral of secondary attacks. Son Goku's eyes snapped open, a smile flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his hands lifted upwards. Thunder Shock Surprise. With a loud shout, light golden energy whistled up, accompanied by the crackling sound of electric arcs. The energy of the Thunder Shock Surprise gradually approached Special Beam Cannon. Finally, boom! A loud sound rang through the sky, needling pain came from the ears, buzzing sounds continue to ring. Just like the detonation of a large nuclear bomb, a magnificent shock wave broke through the clouds, followed by the wind with sand and dust, roaring and swept. Calamity continued to tap the void, and suddenly a terrifying force to narrow the scope of destruction in a certain area, but this would suffer Son Goku and Piccolo. They did not expect their release of the move actually did not spread out, so the energy backlash swept in, instantly engulfing the two. Due to a circle around the power of Calamity confinement, the explosion impact generated by the energy only from the top and bottom of the spurt, all of a sudden as if a pillar of light, pure energy down to shatter the ring, up straight into the clouds. After the wind and sand, everyone seemed to have experienced the end of the world, wretched. Looking at the venue again, they all froze. The wide venue had disappeared and was replaced by a huge bottomless pit, from which a fiery aura was constantly emanating, and the earth layers seemed to carry the crimson color from the high-temperature burns. Above floats a light green smoke. This is... What a shockingly powerful... The host was lying next to the huge crater, and the whole body was gray and very wretched. Who won in the end? Everyone was concerned about this question. Kai nervously looked at the venue, constantly searching for Son Goku's breath. She could feel Son Goku's ki, but it was very faint. There should be nothing going on, but where are they? Well, in the sky. Kai shouted, looking for the location of Son Goku and Piccolo, lifting his head to look into the sky. Thousands of meters high in the sky, Son Goku wretchedly curled up, not far from the side was Piccolo, equally wretched. The duel just now, both defeated. The two fell at the same time, almost at the same time fell to the field. The result was now difficult to judge. The blonde host had never encountered such a situation. He rushed over to check the situation of the two, and then turned back to confer with the organizers. After waiting for a long time, the host returned, and by this time Son Goku and Piccolo had taken senzubins to recover from their injuries. Let's announce the results. Son Goku slowly inhaled and exhaled slowly, with a satisfied smile on his face. Uh-oh. The host came back to his senses and hastily raised the microphone to loudly announce, this match was unexpected. Son Goku player and Piccolo player actually fell out of the field at the same time, but the battle between the two sides was extraordinarily exciting. After the conference, the organizers of the deliberations consulted the views of other martial artists. I now come to announce the final results. The final of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament ended in a draw. Son Goku and Piccolo won the championship at the same time, and they will share the prize money equally, so let's give him a round of applause and congratulations. Oh. As soon as the host announced the result of the match, the audience immediately erupted in fierce applause and applause. For the final result, all the audience expressed their approval. Son Goku, I didn't defeat you completely this time, but the next time, I will defeat you. Piccolo used magic to recreate a suit for himself and said to Son Goku with a cold expression. I'll wait for you, next time I'll definitely defeat you in a dignified manner. Son Goku laughed. Humphrey, delusional. Piccolo eyes glance, the corners of his mouth hooked up a smile, even he did not know, after this game, his ambition to rule the world was being replaced by a kind of defiant emotion. Oh yes, Piccolo, I'm getting married soon, the wedding is held in the Bunting Mountain, come over sometime. I'm not going. Piccolo said coldly, without taking the reward, he directly drifted away. Looking at Piccolo's departing back, Son Goku smiled happily, and at that moment Kaichi, Krillin, Yamcha and others also rushed over from the competition. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament finally came to an end, and the final draw ended in a good story for all to enjoy. The reason for such a result was the power of Canalita. After the end of the conference, the martial artists had gathered with familiar colleagues to chat for a while. Followed by the wedding of Son Goku and Taichi, Bulma, and Mayang, they also prepared the wedding of Brawly and Launch. Speaking of Brawly and Launch, they had been engaged for a long time, but because of Mayang and Melissa had their training in the God of Destruction planet, they had not been able to give them a wedding. This time, taking advantage of Son Goku's wedding, their wedding was also held together, and coincidentally, both of them were held near Mount Peizu. The wedding was simply put together as well. In Great Azure Mountain, the family of Launch had prepared all the dowry and wedding dresses. In Mount Peizu, Kai-Kai's father and Bulma's parents also waited for a long time, and then sent their daughters to the wedding venue, one site specially opened by Kami School. One of the main characters of this wedding, Launch, mainly in blue-haired form. The blue-haired Launch was wearing a phoenix crown cape, bright red dress full of solemnity. The dowry was also very generous, it could be described as 10 miles of red dress. The wedding tone is mainly oriental style. On the other side of Kai-Kai and Bulma had the same rich dowry, but the style was inclined to western style. The two brides wore white wedding dresses, and came to the auditorium surrounded by the best man and bridesmaid Mukyu, Amelia, Lazuli, Lapis and others. The day of the wedding was naturally lively. Son Goku and Taichi, Bardock, Jin, Raditz, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Gen Shinhan, Gyatso, Ye Jirobe, Tights and others are all here, Brawly, Mayang, Melia, Melaz, April, Landy, Marlene, Canalita all present. Even Piccolo, who said he would not come, also quietly came for a while. Ha 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 ha, Son Goku actually was able to marry 2 wives, in the future there will be him to suffer. Son Gohan came all the way back from outside the earth, and Anan also stood next to him in his divine robes. Kai-Kai and Bulma are good kids. Anan laughed. I hope they have a baby early, I've got a name in mind. Son Gohan said excitedly. Anan asked curiously, what's the name? Son Gohan said, the boy is called Son Goten and the girl is called Son Hongai. Anan glanced at him, you've made up your own mind. When the name was named, neither Bardock and Jin had spoken yet. Son Goku was a Saiyan, of course their children should be Saiyan style. You can take 2 names like Goku, one for Earthlings and one for Saiyans. This can be. Anan quietly smiled, and for a time, the peach blossoms were blooming and falling. Because Son Goku, Kai-Kai and Bulma had a Western-style wedding, so the process was very simple, while Brawly and Launch side was complicated. With miles of red makeup, the crown and cape, it was a marriage, a ceremonial work for a good half a day. When the wedding was halfway through, blue-haired Launch directly into blonde Launch, but in front of all the elders, blonde Launch also extraordinarily suppressed their emotions, did not dare to be reckless, but her face was shy and scarlet. The wedding was a lively affair that did not begin to die down until the early hours of the morning. Next was the bride and groom's time. Mayang was curious about how the Son Goku, Kai-Kai and Bulma would spend. Moreover, Brawly, which one of the 2 Launch would show up. Chapter 483 Months the next morning, the air in the mountain forest was filled with a faint mist. Because there was a lot of activity last night, when the sun came out, the people who had attended the wedding were still asleep. However, there were a few people who were exceptions to the rule, Mukyu and Amelia. These children seemed to have inexhaustible energy, and began to scurry around lively early in the morning. Quietly push open the tightly covered door, Mukyu tiptoe into Brawly and Launch's house. Mukyu, this is not good, do not disturb them. Lazuli, who looked like a girl, looked red and seemed to be embarrassed about what to do next. Mukyu put his hand on Lazuli's small mouth and made a silent gesture to her. Lazuli's soulful eyes flashed for a moment and nodded obediently. It's okay, we're just sneaking a look, Brother Brawly won't find out. Lazuli, aren't you curious? Of course I'm curious, but Mom said that we won't know about this until we grow up. Lazuli's jewel-like eyes were full of charming brilliance. Amelia said, keep your voice down, Brother Brawly is so powerful, it will be the end if he is found out. Mukyu left and tiptoed into the room, followed by Lazuli and Lapis, who also entered the room. The door just opened, they wanted to see the scene and had not completely inside. However, they already saw Launch wrapped in a quilt staring at them with a fierce face, and Brawly was standing in the doorway at some point. Launch yelled viciously, you guys are disturbing people's dreams early in the morning, what exactly do you want? Mukyu smiled, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sister Launch, why are you awake so early? Brawly said, this time even if you call Mom and Dad to come over, it will not work. Brawly teach them a hard lesson. Because of the work of last night, Launch's body temporarily couldn't get out of bed, so she asked Brawly to teach them a lesson. If they didn't learn at a young age, and came to spy on others sleeping, he would break their legs, and Uncle Mayang wouldn't say anything. I know. Brawley nodded his head. Don't, let's have a good talk, this is Amelia's attention. Seeing that Brawley was about to make a move, Mukyu decisively betrayed his sister, but when he looked back, he saw that both Amelia and Lazuli were shaking their heads innocently. Mukyu laughed dryly, but at this time Brawley's palm wind had already attacked over. Pop, pop, pop. Several strikes sounded, and Mukyu's body flew straight out of the window. There was a creak, the window door closed, Brawley closed the door, and this time the blonde launch still had a fierce face. These kids really deserve a beating. If I were in better health, just now must personally teach them. Brawley looked at Launch tenderly. How is your body? The blonde Ranchai blushed. Nothing. I'll be fine after a period of rest. Oh. Brawley smiled nervously, his palm naturally placed on Launchai's body, because the two had become a couple, so for Brawley's intimate movements, Launch did not resist in the slightest, but obediently closed her eyes. If Ma Yang or other people, who familiar with blonde Launch saw it, they would be surprised at the change in blonde Launch. Marriage could actually make such a big change in a person. On the other hand, Mukyu, who was beaten out of the window by Brawley, have not backed down. He continued to move other ideas, because Brawley and Launch were strong, they could find their traces. However, Son Goku must not be able to do so, so they thought they hit the idea to the side of Son Goku and Bulma. Then there was a sound of chicken flying dogs on Mount Peizu, and the screams of Bulma and Kai Kai rang. Mount Peizu suddenly turned upside down. Come here, you four. Melissa took a chicken feather duster and stared fiercely at Mukyu and the others. Mom. Grow up, Brawley told me everything. It's not enough that you guys were taught a lesson by him, but you even ran to scare Bulma and the others. Gulp. Mukyu swallowed, his elbow touched on Lazuli's body, giving her a wink, hoping that Lazuli could speak up and plead for him. But at this time, Lazuli couldn't even protect herself, and looked at April sitting quietly holding a cup of tea. How could she open her mouth with that frosty face? April put down the cup of tea, calmly said, Lazuli, is this how Auntie taught you? Even if this is a small problem, but how can you follow Mukyu and his nonsense? We were wrong, it was Mukyu's idea. Lazuli admitted her mistake with a good attitude, and then dumped the pot on Mukyu. Mukyu was in a cold sweat, but for the sake of Lazuli's pity, he put up with it. All four of you go to practice, I will send you to Lane at Sara, let the Saiyans there drill you properly. Melissa narrowed her eyes with an irrefutable look. Am I and Lapis going too? Lazuli said her thin physique couldn't support it. April said, no one wants to be left behind. I originally considered to let you guys enhance the strength, but now it seems to need to sharpen the grind. Because of today's events, April had to reconsider whether to let Lazuli and Lapis obtain the power of androids. Knowing that the punishment couldn't be changed, Mukyu and Lazuli were instantly deflated and regretted hitting the eye of the robber in their hearts. Finally Melissa hammered, taking Mukyu and others to apologize to Son Goku and Brawley, then sent the fort to planet Sala. Since then, Great Azure Mountain and Mount Peizu had lost 4 fun-loving guys, and the days had calmed down. Time passed day by day. After the marriage, Brawley and Launch lived as usual. Blonde Launch was not as virtuous as blue-haired Launch, so when it came to daily chores, it took the initiative to become blue-haired state, so that the hard-working blue-haired Launch to do housework. Of course, although the two share a body, but in fact, it was dual personalities, so the nightlife have a clear division of labor. About 3 months have passed. After 3 months the blonde Launch could not be patient and finally remembered her bandit business, so she pulled Brawley and ran to the universe. On the side of Mount Peizu, after Son Goku got married, Bulma specially created a gravity chamber for him. Every day, Son Goku, in addition to doing some farm work and planting some side dishes, soaked in the gravity chamber. For Son Goku's training career, Bulma and Kai Kai were more supportive. Perhaps because the 3 sides of the family were very solid, their family's money had been too much to use, and as childhood friends, Bulma and Kai Kai understood Son Goku's character very thoroughly, plus Kai Kai herself is also a martial artist, so there was no restriction on Son Goku's practice as in the original. She often accompanied Son Goku in the gravity chamber. Because there was no pressure on life, they could practice without distractions. In just a few months, the power of the two skyrocketed, their power level directly increased by several hundred. Son Goku's power level rose from nearly 3,000 to 4,000, Kai Kai slightly worse, reached the level of 2,600. Chapter 481 Level 7 Dimension. Such days had been maintained until Bulma and Kai Kai pregnant. Yes, 3 months later, Bulma and Kai Kai were pregnant at the same time, which was a happy news for Ox King and Dr. Bree family. Even Jine, who had specifically staying in God Mu Central Planet, came back. Bulma, you don't move around, the research can be put aside, don't hurt the baby. When Bulma's sister Tights saw Bulma disassembling in front of a piece of equipment with a screwdriver even after she was pregnant, She quickly grabbed the screwdriver from her hand. Bulma wiped her sweat and said, "I'm just pregnant now, I'm not that delicate." Tights shook her head and said, "It's this time of year that makes it all the more important to take good care of it." Although Tights herself had not been married nor pregnant experience, she grew up writing novels, she still generally knew a bit of pregnant women's taboos. Bulma could not argue with her, so she sat down to rest. "Why are you more anxious than me about this kind of thing?" Tights said, "Of course, the child in your belly is my future nephew or niece, but Goku's speed is quite fast, he let you and Kai pregnant at the same time. By the way, have you thought of a name for the child yet? Teacher Son Gohan said if it's a boy it will be called Son Goten, and a girl will be called Son Hongai." Pulling down the lavender hair, Bulma was full of happy smile. Tights listened and shook her head, "Not at all characteristic of our family naming, and not well prepared. What if you and Kikai's children are both boys or girls?" Bulma was stunned for a moment, as if considering the question, then prepare a few more names. "What do you think of the name Sunbula?" "Very good. If they are all boys, you can add the name Trunks, the style is the same as our family. I'll discuss it with Goku when he comes back," Bulma said with great satisfaction. On the other hand, while Bulma was preparing a name for her future child, Maang was preparing for a brand new breakthrough in the acceleration world, and was staying for most of the year. In the depths of the acceleration world, a perfect body lay flat in the universe, with a faint glow emanating from its body. Time passed slowly, not knowing how long had passed. Finally, one day a loud and clear low roar sounded throughout the acceleration world. Violent ripples made the entire void shake violently. The central of planet Wudao swayed in the sea of energy with the fluctuation of energy. As a result of a period of time in the early days, Maang had already combined the unfettered instinct and extreme instinct to fuse the power of the realm into his physical body, making it possible for Maang's strength to be comprehensively enhanced after eliminating the state division. This change directly broke a certain boundary in Maang's body. Faintly, he seemed to feel that his body was undergoing a radical change inside. The difference between the level 6 dimension and level 7 dimension substratum was a completely different concept, one being the god of the region and the other being the great god of the universe. When the body's subdivision reached the level 7 dimension, it was a huge leap. Out of thin air it was already able to communicate the changes of the universe and get feedback from the energy of the universe rules, thus generating a special ability. Maang's substratum at this time was still a foot short of the level 7 dimension, but this foot was already very close. While the realms are perfectly fused, I can break the 6th limit of my body. Maang smiled soothingly, then transiently changed areas and appeared in the sky above the central planet Wudao. With a slight movement of his mind, Maang's power covered the entire planet Wudao, and this time he felt that the breakthrough of his body's limit was not focused on the planet Wudao, but rather, like before, he needed to reopen the world. In fact, at this level, the limitation of the shackle power was no longer the potential, but the perception of the self, or the understanding and communication of the universe. And precisely thanks to the existence of the acceleration world, as well as the previous wish to the Super Shinra to obtain the ability to communicate with other worlds, largely paved the way for Maang to advance to the level 7 dimension. Let's transfer the planet Wudao out first. With this thought in his mind, Maang sent a voice to Gaia to tell it not to panic, then with a push, the energy of space-time directly wrapped around planet Wudao and transferred it to a quiet star space outside the Universe 7. After doing all this, Maang stretched his body, ready to change this world. As the energy in the void continued to ebb and flow, Maang took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. A brilliant light suddenly flashed in his radiant eyes, and then the energy in his body began to boil up. The energy that combined the power of the realm and the power of the flesh was concentrated into a silver drop. The thick energy converged little by little. The unique power of the acceleration world to communicate with the world also acted together. This moment like a clearing of the fog, a glimpse of the supreme truth of the universe. Maang had an indescribable taste, warm, extraordinarily comfortable. Begin. With a shout, the whole acceleration world boiled up. Ha! Boom boom boom. A big thunderbolt as tragic as the opening of the sky was generated from the void, followed by brutal and rampant energy that swept a large area of the void at once, and endless matter was dispersed. At this time Maang pulled up his fist, silver-wined corona in the tip of the fist convergence, then both fists opened fiercely. Beyond all the power of the world's destructive power spread out, the void was suddenly like cloth and silk was constantly shredded, chaos-like energy surged up madly. Clap clap clap, the tide of energy in the shattering of space at the same time repair space, accelerate the spatial range of space at once from the original 20 million kilometers spread to 50 million kilometers. When the space was about to take shape, a trace of the universes will penetrated in and combined with the acceleration world intact, and a thin boundary membrane was formed in the outer layer of the new space, and the whole space was stabilized. In the central location, a brand new planet appeared. With a slight movement of his mind, planet Wudao that he had transferred to the Universe 7 returned to the acceleration world and quickly merged with the brand new planet in the center. With a click, Maiyang's substratum also broke through, and at this moment Maiyang's vision seemed to escape from the accelerated world and entered a huge blue-colored space. The entire universe and even the vast space beyond the entire universe was in full view, and that power to communicate with the world was enhanced. Level 7 dimension, equal to Supreme Kai Apprentice and God of Destruction candidate. Maiyang felt that his power level was soaring again. It seemed to have gone beyond power level. It was a very subtle feeling. After quieting down, Maiyang began to check his condition. His body energy had been replaced by a drop of silver liquid, becoming more compact and solid, and his every move carried a great power. Huffing and puffing, when Maiyang's arms spread, silver breath stirred out from his body, emitting infinite might. This feeling is the ability of a cosmic universe level god. Although Maiyang did not get the feedback of the cosmic rules to give birth to the ability similar to that of a Supreme Kai Apprentice, but after all, it was the substratum that was elevated, and the benefit was gained as well, only this benefit was reflected in the ability to communicate with other worlds. Previously before the breakthrough, Maiyang's power level barely reached the level of Majinbo, now a breakthrough, and it was a big level of breakthrough, so that he had a kind of skyrocketing feeling. The strength was far more than the level of Majinbo or Son Goku, that type of Super Saiyan 3. According to the power, Maiyang is equivalent to the Super Saiyan God? Maiyang smiled smilingly, himself felt incredible. From today onwards, he was considered a cosmic level god. There were not many of this kind of strength, even in the Universe 7. Grumble grumble. Gaia very enjoyably jumped on top of the brand new planet Wudao, and after seeing Maiyang, she flew over very happily. Her soft if frozen body jumped onto Maiyang's shoulder. Maiyang teased Gaia for a while, then after letting it take care of planet Wudao, she went out of the acceleration world. In Great Azure Mountain, when Maiyang came back, he realized that he had been in acceleration world for a long time, and it had been a year since. The two children of Son Goku had been born. Kai gave birth to a daughter to Son Goku, named Son Hongai. Bulma gave birth to a son, named Son Goten. Kai gave birth to Goku's daughter? Maiyang looked very surprised after hearing it. It is indeed a daughter, as cute as Amelia. Melia said with certainty. Maiyang was surprised. It was Son Gohan in the original, so Son Goku and Kai's first child should be a boy. Even if the name was not Son Gohan, it should be a boy. How could it be a girl? The original nerd Son Gohan was no longer? In contrast, Bulma gave birth to a lavender-haired Saiyan hybrid to Son Goku, which was not much of a surprise. Chapter 482 Son Goku's child. Understanding the situation of Son Goku family, Maiyang's heart was really full of slots, not knowing how to spit out. Kai actually gave birth to a daughter. Son Gohan actually didn't appear. It could be that the good knowledge to change the fate of it, completely invisible. Maiyang's heart spat, but this was good. There was one Saiyan who was less dragged by knowledge. Perhaps in this world, there would be a different female warrior, of course, provided that Kai would not impose more restrictions on her. From the current situation, it seemed that Kai was still very reasonable. The reason why the original Kai turned into a yellow-faced woman after the marriage were the money problems. Because Son Goku only knew how to practice martial arts, he did not work, plus the Saiyan's special ability to eat, the pressure of life was all on Kai's body. Maiyang also raised Saiyan. He knew how much pressure in this area. The original Kai could maintain the entire family's expenses, and the ability to send Son Gohan and Son Goten to school had been very rare. On a related note, the original Son Goku as a husband was very unqualified. Now Son Goku family was so well off. They lived without pressure, and with the change in the external environment, the training of the next generation was much more liberalized. Let's go together to see Son Goku and his children. For Son Goku's children, Son Goten and Son Hongai, Maiyang was concerned, wondering if they would be like mixed-race children like Mukyu and Amelia, who were endowed with extraordinary talents. Then let's go together. Melia and Melis smiled lightly, got up and put on their coats, then they headed to Mount Peizu with Maiyang. In fact, there was only a mountain range between Mount Peizu and Great Azure Mountain, and they belonged to the same primitive mountain range, so basically it didn't take much time for Maiyang and the others to arrive at Son Goku's house. They just walked into the courtyard, and found a huge gravity chamber erected in the courtyard. The engine of the machine was running, and Son Goku and Kai were both practicing in the gravity chamber. Next to the long table, Bulma alone swooped on the table above painting a stroke of a design drawings. The two children were lying on top of the crib asleep. The crib was swaying slightly, but of course the crib was not equipped with an automatic swaying device. Look at the side, Piccolo was sitting next to it with his hands in his arms, and one foot was constantly pushing. Piccolo actually have the patience to take care of small children here. Maayang was a little surprised. I'll be said that Piccolo was a mortal enemy with Son Goku. After the birth of Son Hong'ai and Son Goten, he actually taking the initiative to help take care of them. Piccolo said with a displeased face, "You think I want to? Son Goku, the guy promised after I wait for him to train and he would compete with me, this time, I must beat him. That's no reason for you to help him take care of the kids. Damn it, I don't know why it turned out like this." Piccolo was very annoyed. He clearly came to challenge Son Goku on Mount Paozu, even he himself did not know why it has become this way. Son Goku, in order to practice, actually directly threw the child to him. The matter of taking care of the child can sharpen your heart. Maayang held back a laugh and said seriously. Piccolo looked at Maayang with a blue face, but he who had some contact with Virgil knew that the strength of the man in front of him was among the top in the entire universe, and his words should have some truth. Could this really sharpen his mind? Indeed, he felt that his practice had really improved a lot during this period of time. At this time, Maayang walked to the side of the crib and saw two babies lying inside left and right, one with black hair and the other with light lavender hair, the same color as Bulma's hair. This black hair was Kai's son Hong'ai, lavender hair was Bulma's son Goten. As expected of the Bulma family's bloodline, the genetic strength wasn't overshadowed by the Saiyans. "What are you designing?" After joking with Piccolo, Maayang and the girls walked over to Bulma. The symbols on the drawing were very complicated, and Maayang felt dizzy after looking at it for a while. "Uncle Maayang, what brings you guys here?" Bulma had been burying her head in the drawing, her mind was all on the drawing, she didn't find them until Maayang asked them, and her face couldn't help but show a smile. April looked at the drawings carefully for a while and said, "This is the design of the gravity device, which uses a lot of technology from the outer planets." Bulma lightly pulled her hair. Her lavender hair tilted behind the ears. "Yes, Goku and Kai's strength is getting stronger and stronger, the basic gravity chamber is about to keep up, so I want to design a more advanced gravity chamber for them." "You are quite considerate of them." April smiled lightly. Bulma was her niece, and seeing them living so harmoniously as a couple, April was also happy for them. "There are still many challenges facing Earth in the future, it's good to improve your strength thoroughly." Maayang said affirmatively. Although as long as there was Maayang on Earth, basically there would not be any big danger. But Maayang also has his own practice, it was impossible to keep watch on Earth all the time, so Earth still needed to have its own strong people. In fact, after breaking through the 6th limit and raising the dimension to the level 7, Maayang had some kind of prediction for the future, there would be a lot of things to happen on Earth in the future. Level 7 dimension was said to be very strong, but it had weakness, he wasn't in the top level of the universe. In the eyes of the god of destruction Beerus and Whis, he could be defeated in a few moves. Maayang intended to go to the destruction god planet after some time to practice for a while, to solidify the power brought by the level 7 dimension. A few hours later, Maayang and the others left Son Goku's house. By the way, in addition to Kai and Bulma, Launch is also pregnant. In a few months her child will also be born. Back home, April eyebrows smiling about Broly and Launch. The moment he heard that Launch was also pregnant, Maayang was immediately concerned, this could be considered his family. "Where are Launch and Broly now?" Melia said, "They are still wandering around in the universe, but with Broly's strength, there should be no danger." Maayang nodded, that was true, but Launch's martial art was not comparable to Broly. For their safety, he was not worried at all. Although Broly did not have Super Saiyan transformation like Bardock, who after all was the legendary Super Saiyan. During the training with Melissa, he had long mastered the Golden Eyes transformation, and could transform into the 3rd level equivalent to the ordinary Super Saiyan full power state. The strength was extraordinary. However, Launch was pregnant, even if there were still a few months from the birth of time, they could no longer let them wander around outside. After thinking about it, Maayang decided to recall Broly and Launch to Earth to nurse the baby at ease. "Broly, this child sometimes only listened to Launch, this is not good, in case something happens it is easy to hurt the child, it is better to let them come back." "Then ask them to come back," Melia said with a smile. "I'll go and contact them." At this time, April got up and walked towards her laboratory, which had special communication equipment for external contact, and could command the God Mu Central Star and the outside world remotely. Soon April re-emerged from the lab, smiled lightly and nodded towards Maayang. "I have already passed the word to Broly and Launch, they will return immediately." "Well, that's good." Maayang then explained that he intended to go to the God of Destruction planet to train for a period of time. Melia, Melis and April understood Maayang's strength and also felt that only the God of Destruction planet could give him a continued boost. Chapter 483 King Hilch and his son. The southeastern part of the North area. In the huge control room, Launch sat with a big belly very dashingly on a second floor of the ship's captain's position. This control room was very large, divided into 2 levels. Launch sat on the upper level, and could see clearly the situation below. At this time, Launch was wearing a bright red Cosmic Bandit uniform, with a black trench coat jacket, black trimmed with gold wire, and a black warp cap tattooed with a skull-like symbol on her head, and her entire body was staring spiritedly at the wide blue screen in front of her. Little ones, this time we do a big job. In the southeast of the North area, there is uncultivated virgin land, there are no law enforcement teams from God Mu Force, and there are no legions from King Cold's forces, so we can do a big job. Roar, long live Captain Launch. Burn it all, rob it all. Countless minions shouted and cried in excitement. Since they followed Boss Launch, their days were getting more and more promising. As long as they had some more time, manning a continent was not a problem. It was a pity that the law enforcement force on the side of God Mu Force was so powerful that even Boss Launch had to avoid it. Launch happily looked at her little brothers cheering to their heart's content. This was the life she wanted. Before in the Earth, in the lookout when she was too tightly controlled, only after she came out did she realize that the life outside was really beautiful. Launch began to really let herself go. Brawly, I want to eat grapes. Launch said demurely to Brawly beside her. Brawly sat by Launch's side as if he was a guard, peeled a grape for her and sent it to her mouth. Launch bit to eat, her pretty face was full of happiness. Tick-tock. A series of electronic sounds rang out. A secretary dressed as a green-skinned girl came over, holding a communicator in her hand. Young Master Brawly, it's a contact signal from God Mu Force. This young girl named Gli, because she was wanted for stealing a ship of the Galactic Patrol Organization in the early years, she later joined the God Mu Force, under the guarantee of the senior Lemo officer before the wanted was withdrawn, and was arranged by Lemo to follow Brawly when Launch and Brawly formed the group. She was the only person in this group of cosmic pirates who knew the identity of Brawly and Launch. Give me the communicator. Brawly took the communicator from Chili's hand. The blonde Ranchai said carelessly, it must be another notification of where we have a new trade group. Let's not go over there and loot. Brawly hung up the communicator and said to Chili, it's not a communication from God Mu Central Planet. Then where is it? Mama April told us to hurry back. She said if you don't behave, she will come to pick us up herself. Brawly said sincerely to Launch. Chili was dumbfounded for a moment after hearing this. I've only been out for a year or so, and she wants me to go back? Well, because you are pregnant, the family asked you to go back to get well. Launch was instantly deflated, but remembering the child in her belly, Launch had a difficult time and simply withdrew her consciousness and turned her hair into blue hair. Brawly, then let's hurry back. Blue-haired state of Launch particularly gentle, touching her belly with a happy face. Then here? Brawly pointed to the excited minions below. This was if they leave, they would be disappointed. At this time, the green-skinned girl Chili next to him said, Young Master Brawly, leave them to me. I will avoid those powerful forces based on the information provided by God Mu Force, and specifically pick safe channels of commerce to strike. Yes, I'll leave it to you. The blue-haired Launch had long wanted to return to Earth, and seeing that Chili was willing to accept this, she immediately smiled at her with a gentle face. Once Chili saw the gentle and considerate smile of the blue-haired Launch, her face could not help but blush, feeling the blood in her body speed up. Watching they left, Chili mouth murmured, Miss Launch is really longing. The blonde state was domineering, wild, full of kingly style, blue-haired state was so gentle. She's innocent. Really a perfect woman, I want to follow her around all the time. Chili state, as if looking at their infatuation. Of course, Launch didn't know that she had a fangirl by her side. When she returned to Earth with Brawly, of course, she couldn't help but be a scolding, and then under the watchful eye of Canalita, she raised her baby at home in peace. On the other hand, after several years of sailing, King Hilch, who received a request for help from King Cold, finally came from other galaxies across countless star fields. On the same day, King Cold hosted a banquet in the palace to welcome King Hilch and his son, Hor. King Hilch and Hor came from different branches of King Cold, with the most obvious features being that King Cold's line, including Cooler and Frieza, had blood-red pupils and purple leather on both shoulders and the top of their heads, while King Hilch's line had purple pupils and bright red armor leather. Cold, your power has shrunk a lot. When you came over back then, this north area was your family's world. King Hilch narrowed his deep purple eyes and spoke in an eerie manner. King Cold maintained a smile. This is because a new type of power has appeared in the north area. My poor son Frieza and Cooler were both killed, and the culprit is most likely the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyans? King Hilch shook his wine glass. At this time King Hilch's son, Hor, sneered and said, just how powerful is that Super Saiyan that he actually made King Cold ask my father for help? Cold is not asking for help, he is calling for assistance. King Hilch emphasized. King Cold held down the anger in his heart. Nephew you are about the same age as Frieza, so you don't understand the situation. Let me tell you properly. That year is also my mistake. I underestimated those Saiyans. Planet Vegeta Saiyans can be described as weak. The most peak is only a few 20,000 to 30,000 power level. How will be put in my eyes? So they were assigned to the jurisdiction of Frieza, but no one expected that Frieza and Cold actually died because of that death beam. 20 to 30,000 power level is really not worth mentioning, and I wouldn't pay attention to it if it were me. King Hilch nodded his head. Who says it is not? But in recent years, since the emergence of the God Mu forces, another blonde Super Saiyan actually emerged. Even I can only stand aside. You can see that only a few years of work, my power has shrunk by half. King Hilch thought for a moment and said, you asked us to come here to help deal with the Super Saiyan? That's right. King Cold was really worried that after a few more years, even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for that Super Saiyan. Hey, I'm also interested in the Super Saiyan. King Hilch drank his drink in one go, and his bright red leather armor shone in brilliant colors under the light. King Cold, I also want to see that so-called Super Saiyan. Laughed. King Cold's eyes flashed a cold light. For this young nephew, King Cold didn't have much good feeling, although the other party's petite appearance looked very much like Frieza. Nephew according to the news from my men, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta and his men are now in the southeast direction of the north area. That Vegeta has extraordinary talent. I'm afraid he will become the next Super Saiyan. When heard the words, he immediately interested. Oh, then I have to go over to see that Saiyan named Vegeta. I hope he will not let me down. Chapter 484 The Realm of the Gods. Nephew if you want to find that Vegeta, I can let my men help you look for it. In addition, there is another Saiyan in the direction of the eastern side of the north area near the south. You can take him to practice. King Cold raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Horror's eyes lit up. There are other Saiyans? Yes, a Saiyan warrior named Turles, although it is a low-class warrior, according to the intelligence, the strength is also quite good. To be able to be called a good by King Cold, that must be more powerful than the average cosmonaut. Looked at his father, King Hilch, and saw that the other side was indifferently drinking wine, as if indifferent, so he nodded in agreement, and King Cold laughed out loud, then ordered his men to bring the information of Vegeta and Turles over. As soon as a cosmonaut came over carefully with a stack of documents, picked it up and casually flipped through a few pages, with a disdainful face. It's just little people with more than 100,000 power level, I'll be able to crush them to death with my hands. Hey, father, then I'll go after those little ants first. King Hilch smiled blandly. Son, if you want to play then go ahead. Saiyans as a race, it is imperative to cut off the roots. Hor's purple eyes flashed sinister. This is natural. Immediately led his squad left the palace of King Cold. Only King Cold and King Hilch were left in the large and splendid palace to sit and drink together, and that atmosphere did not look how cordial. Now tell me about that Super Saiyan of the God Mu Force. After a moment of silence, King Hilch took the initiative to bring it up. King Cold nodded. That Super Saiyan's name is Bardock, one of the main commanders of the God Mu forces. With power level at least 400 million, and behind him, there seems to be even more powerful characters. King Hilch listened carefully, tapping his fingers on the armrest, not knowing what he was thinking about. King Clute was also observing King Hilch's expression. For King Cold, King Hilch and his son came over, both as a helper and a competitor. Their clan never had real kinship, even father and son would meet each other because of the dispute over territory and power, and when they cleaned up the God Mu forces, the next thing was the fight between them, so King Cold guarded King Hilch from the beginning. But now they did not know that there was one thing they were not wrong in thinking. There was indeed someone behind Bardock, and more than one. The only deviation was that the person behind Bardock was countless times more powerful than they had imagined. While King Cold and others were ambitiously preparing to unify the north area, Maiyang and the others came to the God of Destruction planet once again. This time, only a year or so had passed since they last left. Wes didn't expect that Maiyang and the others would come over so quickly. When the shadow flashed and appeared in front of Maiyang, Wes gave a light eek, and his unperturbed face revealed a few moments of surprise. Your life level reached the level 7 dimension so quickly, Maiyang, your breakthrough speed is beyond my expectation. Wes said in a gentle tone. Maiyang laughed. This is because the acceleration world has the ability to break the limit. If I were to break the limit by myself, I don't know how many years I would be stuck. Your acceleration world is something that is beyond the limits of the universe. The future is limitless. Wes nodded emotionally. Without the acceleration world, Maiyang would not have achieved what he had now. There were so many gods in the universe who were stuck in the 6th level, Not that they didn't want to break through, but the gap between the 6th level and the 7th level seemed to be only one, but it was like a gulf. That was the difference between the universe level and the regional level. This barrier was like a sieve that eliminated the majority of strong people. The number of galaxies in the universe 7 was similar to the number of gods such as Grand K, statistically a very frightening number, but how many Supreme Kai apprentices had reached the level 7 dimension? To put it politely, so far there were only 2 of them, Kibito and Maang. But all kinds of things in the world, one drink, one peck, this was the opportunity of Maang that made others jealous. At this point, it's time to tell you about the realm of the gods. Was said after thinking about it. The realm of God? Maang's eyes lit up when he heard it, and his face looked at Wis with seriousness. At this time, Melia, Meliz and April also listened curiously. Wis, tell me about it. Wis gently nodded his head. The divine staff in his hand lightly danced in his hand. In the past, what we call the dimension, from level 1 dimension to level 10 dimension, respectively representing the god level of the entire multiverse. The level of the dimension represents the authority held by the god. This statement is actually a bit problematic. Level 1 dimension to level 6 dimension, because it is limited to the small galaxy, so you can control the authority according to the dimension level. In fact, you should see that dimension's level is not representative strength. Many strong people in the galaxy, but even Grand K, their power is not very strong. Many practitioners who have practiced in the other world for a while can surpass Grand Kai. Maang nodded his head. He had understood such a situation. Level 1 dimension to level 6 dimension represents 6 levels of mortal, immortal, kami, king Yanma, K, Grand Kai. But these gods didn't have much actual power level, except for their long lifespan and rich experience. Others respect them mostly because of their lofty status. However, once they encounter people who did not care about their status, such as Vegeta, Bojack, Zanya and others, the god status lost its deterrent effect. Even if the status was as high as Grand K, there was nothing they could do about it. This situation started with level 7 dimension and it started to change. The universe level's god can't just consider dimension, and it has the strength to match it. For example, level 7 dimension's god of destruction candidate and Supreme Kai apprentice are not inferior in their own strength. Level 8 dimension's god of destruction and Supreme K, not to mention at least have the strength to match Majin. Of course, Supreme Kai of our universe has to be counted separately. He was only a god who had just entered the threshold of the Supreme Kai apprentice before, and only hurriedly succeeded to the throne because of the death of the then Supreme Kai. Speaking of Supreme Kai of Universe 7, was intentionally or unintentionally specifically stated it. Before Supreme Kai Shen, both the Grand Supreme K, and the South Supreme K, Supreme Kai apprentice, had the strength to match the Super Saiyan 3 level. If they were not Majibo's ability, they would not be swallowed up. Drop it. Until then, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 was not strong, and even the trivial king of Demon Realm Dabura could not be suppressed. After a pause, Wes continued to narrate. Formal level 7 dimension god, to have the strength to match, this point is really difficult to pick from the normal level 6 god. So there is another way to promote level 7 dimension god in multiverse. God, like Maang, generated from mortal, is called realm god, that's the dimension level, and secondly, as long as the strength and realm are almost there, the universe rules will automatically give the relative dimension level. This realm god has a corresponding god realm god level, true god level, angel level and archangel level. Respectively correspond to level 7 dimension, level 8 dimension, level 9 dimension, level 10 dimension. Of course, these are all divisions within the entire universe. After all, we focus on realms here. Outside the whole universe, there are also divisions of power god and order god, but the general levels are more or less the same. Chapter 485 The Path of God. The first time he knew such a secret, Maang was astonished. Regardless of power god and order god, Maang was more concerned with realm god in multiverse. Realm god had 4 divine realms, analogous to the strength. He roughly estimated that half god level corresponds to Super Saiyan god level, true god level corresponds to god of destruction level, and the following angel level and archangel level is the angel level of the 12 universe and the grand minister level of the upper level. As for whether Zeno was the archangel level, Maang didn't know. It might have to exceed it. Because the usual galaxy gods were difficult to produce high-level cosmic gods, so they were selected directly from mortals. However, if the strength was achieved, the universe rules would directly give dimension level, which was the process of ascending to the skies with a single leap. Son Goku's Super Saiyan God was an example. Initially it was only mortal, but because power and realm matched each other, it became Super Saiyan God of half-god level. As for Super Saiyan Blue, it was because Son Goku and Vegeta were eager to break through. However, the realm was pulled down, losing the essence of God and making a more awkward position. Melia's eyes rolled, her gem-like eyes shining brightly. Then that means that if Melis and I can reach the boundary of the cosmic level in strength, we will also directly become God of level 7? Yes, this is the promotion path for God of Destruction. Of course, before this, you need to implement the corresponding realm in God of Destruction planet training. Whis nodded and said. Generally speaking, gods of destruction came up by power, while realm gods were traditional deity promotions. Receiving Whis' definite answer, Melia, Melis, and April all of a sudden got excited. It turned out that they also had the hope of becoming a great god of the universe. They were now at the level of the Majinbo, in other words, one more step forward to become a half-god level in God realm. Although most people would be stuck at this step, they were confident that they could break through. Your hopes are high, so you have to work hard on your training. A faint smile surfaced on Whis' face. Having more God of Destruction candidate had many advantages for the Universe 7, except that Lord Beerus might not be happy because there would be more people staring at his position as well. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and train. Shouting with laughter, Melia and Melis instantly fused into Melissa, then trained with April aside. Instantly, a storm rolled up in the sky of the God of Destruction planet, and a violent energy impact stirred up the heaven and earth in chaos. However, there was one thing that Whis did not explain. The legendary Super Saiyan was an alien, did not seem to be suitable for the path of the realm. The legendary Super Saiyan breakthrough, perhaps was more difficult to achieve in the multiverse than the Power God. Whis was inciting his divine staff, limiting the movements of Melissa and April. Whis went little towards Niang, transmitting the content that was not recorded in the martial crystal to Niang. Niang felt a burst of clarity in his brain, and a series of additional information suddenly appeared in his mind, all of which were Whis' perceptions about training. Ultra Instinct. Browsing to the first entry, Niang was blinded by the loud name. Then a moment of consternation appeared on his face. Whis smiled. Ultra Instinct is an advanced use of unfettered instinct and extreme instinct. Even Lord Beerus can't master it completely. Niang, you have already implemented the two concepts, but try learn Ultra Instinct and I will train you. With a serious face, Niang solemnly bowed to Whis. Thank you, please train me strictly. Whis waved his hand. He, this is natural, it is my duty to train strong people for Universe 7. In the future, Lord Beerus will be surprised to see your progress when he wakes up. Niang guffawed. He was afraid that God of Destruction Beerus would be furious. Then let's start training. You have to forget the key sensing in battle. From the naked eye to observe the key sensing is an improvement, but when facing higher levels, the key sensing will also lose its effect. I have already told you this point a long time ago. In the training stage of the Realm God, the first step is to empty your mind, detach from the original constraints, and sense the higher levels. Since your life level has already reached level 7 dimension, you should be able to comprehend these more easily than the average half-god level. Niang listened carefully to Whis' words. Perhaps because Niang's realm was higher than before, these words of Whis were as deafening as thunder when he heard them again, but when he thought about it, it was like a fine, moist rain that moistened everything. Gradually, Niang's body emitted a burst of subtle ripples, then soon these ripples all converge into the body, the whole person as if returning to the basics, the whole body and mind to sublimation. Time passes day by day. Half a year later, Niang opened his eyes, and a mysterious light flashed in the eyes. The radiant eyes were incomparably deep, like a galaxy as vast and boundless. Ping ping ping. The silver droplets within the body spun up crazily, but soon quieted down again. This realm of following one's heart is completely different from before. Niang fully felt the feeling of being filled with surging power. As the realm increased, the energy in Niang's body did not increase, it only became more refined, but he had a feeling that he was more than a little bit and a half stronger than before again. The Ultra Instinct was not that easy to comprehend, but even if he comprehended a little bit, it still made Niang immensely useful. Snapping, a sound of applause came from afar. Raising his head to look, he saw the crimson figure of Whis floating in midair, his silver-gray hair fluttering in the wind. Congratulations, you have officially mastered the power that should be mastered by the S-level 7 dimension. The only thing lacking is actual combat. Whis' figure landed next to Niang. Niang said, can you came to fight with me? The difference between my level and yours is too great, you won't get the chance to exercise. Whis shook his head and was silent for a moment. The Universe 7 is actually not ranked among all universes. There are too few strong people within the universe. Trying to find one that is not on par with you is practically impossible. How about, you go to other universes to experience? Go to those fragment worlds and small worlds. His acceleration world was able to communicate with other worlds. No, those worlds are too weak. The largest is only the size of the galaxy, and cannot give birth to strong enough opponents. You have to choose a world of comparable size to the Universe 7 if you want to experience. Wes picked up the divine staff and looked down. In the case of multiverse, you used to be treated as an intruder, so these should be ruled out. Universe 6 is a very good place, the same size as the Universe 7, there are several strong people in it. In addition to the Universe 10 and 11, I have a good relationship with the angels there. Wes probably was more pseudo-feminine himself, so he had a good relationship with some female angels, and they were younger looking. Then go to the Universe 6, Ma Yang said after a moment of contemplation. Universe 10 was the universe managed by Kusu, and there were many experts that Ma Yang was skeptical about, but as for Universe 11, it was a real expert. Toppo, Jiren, almost all of the expert of the God of Destruction level, a group of members that make up the Pride Troopers, and several half-god levels, Ma Yang alone, he was afraid that he would be beaten to the point of no residue. The most suitable for him was Universe 6. Will Melatia and April be able to come with me? Those two women were still fighting on the other side of the God of Destruction planet. Wes shook his head. No, if there are too many people God of Destruction Lord Kampa won't allow. Alright then. Ma Yang gave up the idea of bringing Melissa along. Then Wes used the crystal ball to contact the Angel Vados of Universe 6. Chapter 486 Masters of the Universe 6. Hello, is that Sister Vados? Yes, what do you want, Wes? The other end of the crystal ball was connected to Universe 6, and Vados' nice voice rang out. At this time, Vados was sitting quietly on the grass of the Universe 6 Destruction God planet. Wes said with a slight smile, Sister, I want to send someone to your place for training. It's Ma Yang, so I want to pass on a message to Lord Kampa through you. I will talk to Lord Kampa, you wait for my message. It was different to go to Universe 6 for training than it was to leave in a hurry to get the Super Dragon Balls the last time. This time he would definitely stay in Universe 6 for a long time, an expert like Ma Yang, if there was a battle. The possibility of not being discovered by the God of Destruction Kampa was very small. Instead of being embarrassed afterwards, it was better to say it in advance. Wes smiled towards Ma Yang. Sister has already gone to deal with the Lord God of Destruction there, let's stay quiet for a while. Okay. Ma Yang nodded, then sat on the ground and waited. In Universe 6, above a certain god planet of the Destruction God realm, Vados, who was dressed in green divine robes, walked at a light pace to a purple figure with long ears, which was dressed and looked similar to the God of Destruction, Beerus, but was quite fat. It was the God of Destruction of Universe 6, Kampa. Lord Kampa, there is a practitioner from Universe 7 who has applied to Universe 6 for training. Vados stood by Kampa's side. When he heard Vados' voice, he hid the bone behind his back. Someone from the Universe 7. Is it someone chosen by that guy Beerus? No, we can't let him come over. Kampa and Beerus were brothers, yet their relationship was not amicable, especially after serving as the God of Destruction of the two universes respectively. They looked at each other more unfavorably. The soft breeze blew the hair, the green skirt fluttered up, revealing the concave and convex curves. Vados' tone gentle said. Lord Kampa, do not think about it. The other party is not the person chosen by Lord Beerus, but the personal relationship of Wes. You know, Beerus sleeps all the time and rarely cares about the situation in the universe. Kampa's eyes rolled. No, let him go to other universes, anyone from the Universe 7, just no. Vados sighed regretfully. Well, then I'll go back to Wes. Originally, I thought, when Universe 7 people came, our people can show off for you, kill the Universe 7's prestige, since you do not want to that forget it. After saying that, Vados looked and said, I think for you, you still do not appreciate. There was an indescribable aggression on her delicate face. Wait. Kampa considered for a moment, that person has reached the level 7 dimension? Yes. Vados arched an eyebrow. The experts of our universe should be able to suppress each other, right? Kampa was not sleeping all day like Beerus, but usually it was Vados who took care of it, and he only went down to destroy planets when he was free, so he was equally not very familiar with the situation in Universe 6. It's definitely possible. Kampa's face was happy. Then let their people come over, and you have to arrange the manpower to teach that person a lesson and show the might of our Universe 6. Vados asked unexpectedly, has Lord Kampa changed his mind? As far as I know, the other party's talent is very good. Excessive suppression. You are not afraid that the other party will grow too fast, making Universe 7 overtake us? Kampa puffed up his chest. It's good to grow up, sooner than later pull down Beerus from the position of God of Destruction, then see how Beerus still show off. Lord Kampa is really smart. Vados hid her mouth and laughed lightly. Humphrey, that's for sure. Why didn't I think of letting Beerus end his term as God of Destruction early before? Kampa frowned a little. Vados, what are you laughing at? Are you thinking of something bad? Vados hastily shook her head. Why, I am feeling heartfelt emotion for the great foolishness side of Lord Kampa. What do you mean by great foolishness? I'm talking about you being smart. Ha 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 ha, that's for sure. Kampa laughed out loud, took out the big bone behind him, and carefully gnawed on the pitiful shreds of meat on it. As he gnawed, Kampa felt that something was wrong, but couldn't tell. Next to him, Vados narrowed her eyes and smiled. That smile was like caring for the mentally handicapped. Turning around, Vados contacted Whis. All is well, Lord Kampa has agreed. Thank you. Whis gave a thank you and then hung up the contact. There is no more problem over in the Universe 6, you go directly to the Universe 6, Sister Vados will meet you there. Whis told Ma Yang some precautions of going to other universes. In fact, the main meaning was to remind him not to overly cause damage. After all, it was other people's universe, too much to provoke the god of destruction would not be good. The first thing you need to do was to take note of what was said while listening. After explaining the situation to Melissa and April both had a reluctant look on their faces, and then after explaining to them to practice well and pay attention to Mukyu and the others from time to time, they activated their acceleration world shuttle ability and disappeared from the god of destruction planet. Universe 6. The deep starry sky was vast and boundless, and countless stars shone in the dark red background of the universe with a hazy glow. A subtle spatial ripple spread out, Ma Yang's figure stepped out from the void. Stopping to look around, Ma Yang aimed at a light red planet, and then directly transient past. Stepping onto the land of this planet, Ma Yang waited quietly for a moment, and after about 10 minutes, the seven-colored haze shone around him, and Vados' delicate and heroic figure appeared in front of Ma Yang. Junior, I haven't seen you for a few years, your strength is beyond my expectation. Vados' slender fingers squeezed the divine staff, still the same unperturbed face, still the same faint smile as always. Miss Vados, I'll trouble you for the next few days. No need to be polite. Vados lightly smiled, putting her finger in the void, several shadows appeared in the air. Vados pointed to the shadows one by one to introduce, these are the experts of my Universe 6, they may be helpful to your training, of course there are not many who really reach the half-god level. Ma Yang nodded and carefully browsed through the list of experts listed by Vados. This was the first name in the list. He was the #1 assassin in the Universe 6, known as Never Miss Hit. His martial arts were unique in the world, he able to create a different dimension, with deep attainments in time and space, good at assassination and close combat. His strength at least in the half-god level, the ordinary Super Saiyan god were not his opponent. Next, there were Super Namkian warrior, Saiyan of planet Sala, and Demon of Frozen Clan. Ma Yang browsed one by one, keeping these people in mind. Suddenly, a blue-colored cat-type animal caught Ma Yang's attention. Cat Majin? What the hell was this creature? It was fat and had a head that looked like Karin, except that the fur was blue. It was also a master. According to Vados' notes, this creature named Cat Majin had strength that exceeded that of ordinary demons and ranked just below Hit in power. Chapter 487 Dark Green Narmikian Miss Vados, what is the origin of this Cat Majin? Ma Yang asked specifically. Vados smiled elegantly, that is a cat clan strong man, lazy by nature, and not very good character, not listening to anyone. It is a very troublesome fellow, because it belongs to the same cat clan with Lord Kampa, so no one dares to provoke it. So it was the same clan with the god of destruction. Ma Yang took the characteristics of the Cat Majin in his heart and focused on it. Then Vados' hand once again, these images in the void disappeared. You can go challenge these people in the next few years, but remember not to cause too much damage. Lord Kampa is very troublesome, so do not upset him. In fact, Kampa had been played by you. Ma Yang's words almost did not come out. For Vados, the angel with a dark heart, Ma Yang knew something about it. Thanks to Miss Vados for the reminder. He politely expressed his gratitude. Vados narrowed her eyes and smiled, sent the location of these experts she showed to Mikig, then winked playfully towards Mine. The seven-colored light took off, and in the blink of an eye that delicate figure disappeared from sight. The first step of the adventure was to think about it. After thinking about it, Ma Yang intends to go to this universe's planet Namek first to see. He wondered if the Universe 6's planet Namek was also the same as the Universe 7, where the Dragon Balls existed, what degree the most powerful strongest reached. The star space transformed. In the twinkling of an eye Ma Yang's figure appeared in the outer space of planet Namek. Looking through the void to planet Namek, a large dark green planet as if a short fat big guy squatting on the planetary orbit. Planet Namek of Universe 7 had 3 stars, but not Universe 6, it only had 2 stars, and the planet itself was darker than Universe 7, showing a dark green color. Planet Namek of Universe 6 has not experienced climate catastrophe, so the species on it are more comprehensive. Thinking like this in his heart, Aizen took a step forward and landed directly on Planet Namek. Countless lakes and mountains entered his eyes, and the green scenery was full of vitality. Looking at it, Planet Namek here was more like the planet Ambra where Burgle lived in seclusion back then. The key above Planet Namek was very strong. There were even two that reached the level of the Majinbo, should be the target I'm looking for. There were two supermasters in the Universe 6 Planet Namek, called Seonal and Pyron, who used to represent the Universe 6 in the Xeno Tournament of Power in the original, but they were stronger then and assimilated a large number of fellow Namkian before participating. Let's go to them first. Majinbo level powerhouse was naturally not Aizen's opponent, but there were specialties in the art, and Namkian would be good at fighting in addition to their weird magic, and some skills were full of reference value. Aizen flew all the way along the mountain range. A piece of hills and lakes beneath his feet swept away at speed. The Namkian was a race that could survive as long as there was sunlight and clear water, and with their love of nature, the whole Namkian was well preserved with its natural scenery intact. There were many strong people in this planet Namek. Just this moment of time when Aizen leaped, he encountered dozens of powerful ki, each one was not weaker than Burgle, and the powerful ones were even as powerful as Pikon. Compared to the Namkian of the Universe 6, the Namkians of the Universe 7 have really declined too much. Regretfully lamenting, Aizen came to a mountain range covered with greenery. The rolling mountain range rose and fell, several towering peaks rose from the ground, the mountains were covered with snow-capped peaks. Here was the village where about 1,000 Namkian lived, the people Aizen was looking for were here. Because Aizen consciously released some ki, the Namkian living here soon found him and came out of their hemispherical huts one after another. Seonal and Pyrina stood in the front with a row of powerful Namkian warriors standing behind them. Your Excellency is a Saiyan from Peninsula, right? I wonder what business you have came to Planet Namek? The one who spoke was the leader of the handsome Namkian, with dark green skin, looking much like Piccolo, with a slender and fit body. Being treated as a Saiyan again? Aizen smiled. Seonal and Pyrina were very strong, according to estimates about the same as the Majinbo. My name is Aizen, I am an adventurer from the Universe 7, I heard that you Namkian are a peace-loving race, so I came to pay a visit. You mean to say that you come from other universes? A huge Namkian asked in surprise. He was Pyrina, with the same stocky build as Slug who had once fought with Aizen. The strong people of the Universe 6 were not as ignorant as Universe 6, the vast majority of them had heard of the world outside the universe, mainly because Supreme Kai Fuwa was a normal Supreme Kai who would often reveal himself to the world, and the god of destruction Kampa, although silly, did not sleep all year round like the god of destruction Beerus. With these two senior deities as guides, the strongest people in the universe know the vastness of the outside world. In such a contrast, the god of destruction and Supreme Kai of the Universe 7 were quite incompetent. Yes, I'm new to your land, so I'm disturbing. I heard Lord Fuwa talk about it. The Universe 7 is a symmetrical universe with the Universe 6, and there are Namkian there as well. Yes. Aizen's attitude was good, and he explained to Seonal and the others all the time. Namkian were also a warm race, so after explaining their identities, the two sides got along very well. When they learned that the Universe 7 Namkian were decimated because of the climate catastrophe, and only a few people survived, Seonal and others were also sad for a while. Next was the exchange of martial arts. The martial arts heritage of this planet Namek was much more detailed and comprehensive than the Universe 7. After some exchanges, Aizen also benefited a lot, although Seonal and Pyrina would not be Aizen's opponents in actual combat, but many concepts and unique understanding was Aizen's incomparable. Aizen stayed in Planet Namek for about 3 months before he left with a satisfied heart. After leaving Planet Namek, Aizen left for Planet Sidila, which was the home planet of the rational Saiyans, and he guessed that the Saiyans of the Universe 7 originally came from the planet Sidila in the Universe 6. But unfortunately, at this time the ancient heritage of Planet Sidila and Planet Sara had not been passed down. But according to ancient records, there were vague records of foreign reinforcements. According to this, Aizen had roughly guessed the truth. It must be that Universal Saiyan King Alipmont of Universe 7 had somehow suppressed the evolved Saiyan family at that time, and then Planet Sidila of Universe 6 sent troops to assist Universe 7 and established it in Universe 7's planet Sala. The evolved Saiyans who were suppressed at that time migrated to Earth and evolved into Earthlings after countless years. As for the means of suppressing the S-cell, Aizen guessed that it might be the Super Dragon Ball. This would be connected. Aizen flipped through the pages of Planet Sidila's library, and the guardian of the library was a youngster named Danzō, an apprentice member of Sidila Defense Forces. That was the future Big Buddha of Caulifla. After closing the book and putting it back on the shelf, Yang said bye to Renzo and left the library. Just as Yang was about to head to the palace of Planet Citilla, a sharp alarm sounded as if something had happened, and all the Saiyan warriors sprang into action. Chapter 488 The Cat Majin. What's going on? Walking down the hallway of the palace, he saw many Saiyan warriors rushing around, and Yang stopped a Saiyan who ran by to inquire. The Saiyan warrior who was stopped replied, "A golden fireball fell on Planet Citilla, all the crafts sent by the headquarters were destroyed, and according to the feedback, a high-energy reaction was found there." After listening, Yang closed his eyes and sensed, and determined that there were several strong energy reactions at a distance of 3,000 kilometers from the palace, but those energy reactions were generated by Planet Citilla Saiyans themselves, and there was no golden fireball mentioned by the other side. Was the key convergence, or the other party's body simply had no key? Yang thought for a moment and moved aside to allow the oncoming Saiyan warriors to pass easily. At this time, several of the strongest warriors of Planet Citilla defense team, led by Captain Parf, came over. Upon seeing Yang, Parf shouted, "Ah, Mr. Yang is here. Your Excellency is extremely strong. Can you come over with us to have a look? You guys already know what's happening in the distance?" It's not clear yet, but according to the information sent back by the scouter, the other party is a guy with a golden glow emanating from his body. Yang smiled, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. A golden glowing guy, could it be a Super Saiyan? But wasn't there no Super Saiyan on top of Planet Citilla? Yang's mind couldn't help but spread out and think if it could be the same ancient Saiyan as Planet Citilla. But it was not right. If it was an ancient Saiyan, it was impossible to do the key convergence in the Super Saiyan state. They did not have that ability. "Okay, I'll go over there with you guys and take a look," Yang said. "Thanks a lot." Parf revealed a smile. After all the warriors gathered, Parf then led the team to prepare to take off into the air. Yang walked up and said, "It's better for me to send you guys over. You guys will hold your hands together and I will use instant transmission to take everyone over." Parf was surprised, but there were countless magical moves in the universe. Just because he hadn't seen one didn't mean there weren't any. He nodded his head and told all the warriors to link up their hands. Yang looked at the black-pressed Saiyan warriors. The number was at least 1,000, each one was an elite, as powerful as the high-ranking warriors of Planet Citilla, generally hundreds of thousands, millions of power level. After condensing for a while, Yang captured the key of the Saiyans 3,000 kilometers away, and then buzz, the instant transmission was launched, and Yang's shadow flashed, and disappeared with more than 1,000 Saiyans warriors in the palace square. 3,000 kilometers away, the scorched wasteland emitted a pungent smell, hot smoke curling up from the surface. When Yang they arrived, there were Saiyan warriors lying on the ground around, and in the center of that scorched earth stood a golden figure, not very tall, covered with silver-white electric aura. Super Saiyan 2? Yang could not help but subconsciously think towards Super Saiyan 2, but soon he found out that something was wrong. The other party was wearing a black lab coat, covered with blue hair. Blue hair. Compared to the information that Vados had shown him, Yang determined at once and he was sure of the identity of the other party. Was it a Cat Majin? At this time, Planet Citilla defense team warriors led by Palf had already started to surround towards the Cat Majin. Bad, you couldn't piss off the Cat Majin. Vados had said that the other party was not a figure to be messed with. The palm of his hand turned outward, the power of the acceleration world quickly descended down, and Yang imprisoned the bodies of Palf and the members of Planet Citilla defense within a second. At the same time, he appeared in front of them and whispered, "Wait a minute, that person's identity is not ordinary, you can't risk provoking each other, or Planet Citilla will be in danger." "Mr. Yang knows that guy?" Parf asked strangely. The Saiyans of Planet Citilla were the righteous force of the Universe 6, and had been dedicated to maintaining the peace of the planet of the Universe 6. Although there was also a warlike side of the Saiyans, they were gentle in nature and were not a race that easily invited trouble. So when Yang shot to imprison them, Parf's first thought was to ask questions first. Yang nodded. "That guy, if I'm not mistaken, is called Cat Majin, the strength of the strong. Even if all the warriors of Planet Citilla add up their power level, it is not its opponent." "It is that strong?" Parf sucked in a breath of cold air. "Stronger than I thought, the power level is at least 30 billion above." Yang was very sure that Cat Majin gave him a very wonderful feeling, obviously a demon, but with a transformation form similar to the Super Saiyan, leaving aside the error brought about by the key sensing. Judging by Yang's naked eyes, the other party was at least the demon bow level, more likely to reach the strength of the Super Saiyan god, that was, half-god level. To say that it was 30 billion power level, that was a small calculation. Parf's face suddenly ugly, but he didn't doubt Yang's words. However, if all this was true, Planet Citilla would really face a huge crisis. with a pleading gaze to look at Maayang. Maayang nodded his head and walked in the direction of the cat devils. At this time, the cat Majin also noticed this black crowd that suddenly appeared, and his two eyes that were narrowed into slits suddenly widened. Wow, when did you guys appear? You seem to be very powerful. With a swish, the figure flashed. The speed was similar to instant transmission appeared in front of Maayang's heels. The fat body shakes in front of Maayang, the body of silver lightning crackling beat. It was like Super Saiyan 2 lightning, but the ki of the body did not overflow. Maayang curiously looked at the cat Majin. You are a cat Majin, why did you appear in planet Saga? Huh, is this planet Saga? I've been here before, yes those guys in strange battle suits, I've seen them before, they were the ones who attacked me first. The cat Majin smiled nervously. He didn't know why, but Maayang suddenly had the feeling of facing Fat Bo. It was a little bit stupid and cute. This guy was simple, comparable to the god of destruction Kampa. Could it be that fat strong people were particularly stupid and cute? How did you come to planet Saga? Maayang asked again. The cat Majin held his chin and said, I fought with a very bad guy, and was knocked into the sky by him, and then flew through the universe for a long time, and came here. Maayang smiled, his eyebrows knitted. There are still strong people in this universe who can fight with you? According to the information given by Vados, the strength of the cat Majin ranked in the top among all the strong people in the universe 6, because of its particularly eccentric character. There were few people who dared to provoke it, even Kampa would not bother with it for the sake of the same cat race. That person is called Moya, very powerful. The cat Majin said exaggeratedly. Maayang rubbed his temples, he had not heard of this name. Putting this doubt down, Maayang asked, how did you get this transformation? As far as I know, golden light flames should be the characteristics of the Super Saiyan, right? The cat Majin laughed heatedly. This is learned from a guy called Doran. He claims to be the most powerful warrior in the universe. Well, he is called Super Saiyan. By the way, he seems to be originally from planet Saga, but many years have passed. I do not know how many billions of years. I named this form as Super Cat Majin. How about it? Is not very cool. Chapter 489. Moya Maayang listened with a burst of understanding. This cat Majin should have come to planet Saga in the very distant past, and learned a similar skill to Super Saiyan transformation from the Saiyans at that time. Just like the Majin learning Son Goku's instant transmission, as expected of the Majin, the learning ability was really powerful. Nah, your power seems very strong, do you want to fight me? The cat Majin asked with interest. Maayang smiled lightly, sure, I like to fight with the strong. The purpose of his coming to the Universe 6 was to practice, and fighting with strong people could best achieve the purpose of practice. The two looked at each other, both sides suddenly burst into battle. In the next second, two powerful auras began to squeeze, and suddenly the sky and earth changed color. The dark clouds were dense, and the sky took on an inverted funnel shape, as if a giant hand of the sky snapped down upside down, and the whole planet Saga shook violently. Mr. Maayang, and that cat Majin, do they intend to fight on top of planet Saga? Parf opened his mouth against the tremendous pressure, fearing that they would destroy planet Saga. Knowing Parf's nervousness, Maayang smiled and said, of course not, we will find an isolated place to fight. After saying that, Maayang glanced towards the cat Majin, who nodded indifferently, so Maayang offered his farewell to Parf, and then led the cat Majin to a primitive planet not far from planet Saga. Seeing Maayang and the cat Majin leave, Parf finally breathed a sigh of relief. But it vaguely seemed like he had missed some opportunity again. After finally thinking about it, Parf couldn't help but sigh. Ranch Planet, not far from planet Saga, was the main meat food supply for the Saiyans. With a clatter, the figures of Maayang and cat Majin appeared in the Ranch Planet. Here the vegetation was dense, the ancient trees were sky-high, and mountains stretching for thousands of miles could be seen everywhere. Right here, cat Majin, let's have a good competition. Maayang's face was serious, his whole body muscles were tense, and terrifying energy was mobilized. Probably noticing the powerful energy surging from Maayang's body, the cat Majin also became excited throughout. Hey, come on. The golden key flames on the cat Majin's body burned even more. Maayang watched happily. He knew that the cat Majin was a strong fighter not inferior to himself. Although he looked silly, this was all a disguise. In fact, the other party was very talented in fighting. If he underestimated the other party, 9 times out of 10, he would fall on his face. Adjusting the body's internal ki, keeping his breathing at an even rate, gazing at the other side, and then assuming a fighting stance. The cat Majin looked at Maayang with a crooked head. From Maayang's body he experienced the full vitality, so he also took a fighting stance. The energy wave suddenly diffused like a water splash, the atmosphere majestic pressure came to the surface. Ho, The Cat Majin and Maiyang moved at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast. Maiyang's attack appeared in front of the Cat Majin. The Cat Majin's mouth grinned, his body dodged, his fat-looking body swung nimbly and took the opportunity to launch an attack on Maiyang. Bang! There was a sound of breaking air. A fist appeared above Maiyang's head. Maiyang's eyes lit up, raised his arm to strike back, and his body also obediently sighed to avoid the Cat Majin's fist. The two arms collided and violent ripples spread. Then there were several more impacts of different cuts accompanied by the exchange of hands instantly produced. Good. Maiyang let out a low cry in a soothing mood, and the speed of the battle was sped up a lot more. In the blink of an eye their figures were constantly flashing all over the pasture star, with light rays constantly colliding and then quickly separating, and then the speed continued to accelerate, and gradually. The sensing of breath gradually failed to keep up with the body's movements. This moment, Maiyang felt a pressure, along with the level of combat into the high god level. The previous stride and true breath sensing began to lose effectiveness. Pang! 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 The silent collision, but the space-level wave was constantly radiating. The more intense the Cat Majin fought, the more power they displayed. Any trace of energy could make the whole planet fall apart, yet during the battle between Maiyang and the Cat Majin, the ranch planet did not show signs of disintegration, except for violent shaking. This is what half-god level fighting is all about. Every trace of energy is well controlled. Remembered in his mind the original Super Saiyan God state of Son Goku and the God of Destruction Beerus fighting images, an attack spread out through space, affecting the entire planet system. The first step in the cultivation stage of the realm of God is to empty the mind, free from the original constraints, and perceive a higher level of realm. The words spoken by Wes rang in his ears, and Maiyang seemed to have comprehension. In the next second, the sublimated energy of the unfettered instinct and extreme instinct attached to Maiyang's surface, and the crystalline light shone hazily, and the most basic effect of the Ultra Instinct was manifested. Although it was only the first glimpse of the Ultra Instinct, at this moment, Maiyang's movements suddenly became coordinated. Even the Cat Majin's attack seemed to become less powerful. Sure enough, practice was the best refinement of the realm. What kind of moves are you doing? The Cat Majin struck an attack, but it was easily dodged by Maiyang, so he couldn't help but stop his hand and ask curiously. Maiyang smiles, Ultra Instinct. The Cat Majin's eyes widened. Seems like a lot of fun, let's continue. Good. Maiyang and Cat Majin looked at each other with a smile and continued to release energy to each other. Just at that moment, huh? Maiyang lightly ejaculated and raised his head to look at the deep starry sky. What are you looking at? The Cat Majin also raised his head and covered his forehead with one hand. Maiyang's expression was very serious and it seems like something is approaching. The key is very confusing, but very powerful. The Cat Majin thought for a while and suddenly shouted, I know, it's Moya. That guy actually chased here. The same guy who beat you to planet Sadala. There was some surprise on his face. Moya's strength should not be comparable to the Cat Majin. Yes, he must have sensed the key emitted from our battle and chased after us. The Cat Majin said in annoyance, that guy is tough, he absorbs any attack. If it wasn't for his nasty ability, I would have beaten him up long ago. Moya is able to absorb other people's energy? Maiyang's eyes twitched and wondered what came to mind. Yes. The Cat Majin nodded its head forcefully. Just as its words were spoken, the chaotic key arrived at the ranch planet, raised its head, and a dark blue figure with hair similar to the Cat Majin appeared under that blazing hot sun. The hair on the chest was white, hunched over, with dry limbs and two curved goat horns on the top of his head. Goats? Maiyang was a little surprised to see this. A flash of light in his head, remembered the original Son Goku and Vegeta encountered a person in the planet Namek. Goat Maro. With the ability to absorb the magic of others through space, where he was located, he used the energy of the entire planet, including the enemy's energy. 10 million years ago, in the battle with the Grand Supreme Kai and South Supreme Kai, if Grand Supreme Kai had not used up most of his divine power to perform the Kai Kai Mei Toru, depriving Moro of magic power, he would not have been defeated. After escaping from the galaxy prison, Moro relied on his special ability to easily absorb the Super Saiyan Blue state of Son Goku and Vegeta's energy. It was an extremely difficult guy. The person who appeared in front of you called Moya, it seemed to be the same race as Universe 7 of Moloch. Must be, the Universe 6 and the Universe 7 symmetry, the race was also the same. Cat Majin, you were lucky that you weren't sucked to death by him on the spot before. After thinking about it, Maiyang said to the Cat Majin with emotion. The Cat Majin did not know what Maiyang was talking about. Chapter 490 The ability to swallow energy. The conversation between Mu Ying and the Cat Majin did not attract the attention of the goat Moya, and when he saw the two below, he was quickly attracted by the abundant life force on Maiyang's body. Cat Majin, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly, and you even found such a powerful helper. Now I can have a comfortable and full meal. Goat Moya's ugly face was turned towards the cat Majin. To him, Maayang and the cat Majin were just mobile energy sources that he could suck up at will. With the ability to suck the energy of the planet itself and all living objects on the planet, as well as the ability to transform the planet's life force into attacks, even the enemy's energy could be used for himself, so Moya's energy was almost unlimited. Moya's naked eyes caused Maayang to frown slightly and a pang of displeasure in his heart. Be careful, that guy is so tough. The cat Majin warned. I know. Maayang nodded his head, his body suddenly flashed and launched an attack towards Moya. In a moment an attack that was enough to destroy the planet countless times arrived in front of Moya. However, seeing that the goat unhurriedly stretched out a palm, Maayang's attack instantly disappeared into the whiskers. As if this attack didn't exist at all. After receiving Maayang's attack, Moya snapped open his eyes. Haha, it's been a long time since I've seen such pure energy. Maayang's face changed slightly, and he hastily pulled his body away from the other side with a flash, gazing at him carefully. How about it, is that guy very difficult to deal with? The cat Majin laughed heartlessly and playfully, as if he didn't even know what tension was. It's a bit troublesome. Maayang was silent for a moment. Through the test just now, he had roughly estimated the opponent's strength, probably half-god primary, equivalent to the Super Saiyan god, but not yet reached the strength of the Super Saiyan blue, but the trouble was the opponent's ability to suck the opponent's energy. Without solving this problem, all attacks were ineffective. Moya was not the demon Beastiakan who was killed by Son Goku in the original work. If he wanted to copy the effect, it would certainly not work. Not to mention that Maayang had enough energy to kill experts of the same level. Even if there was, in the absence of a clear understanding of the other party's bottom line, rashly channeling energy was absolutely not sensible. Maybe the other party was originally growing by sucking energy, in case it did not kill the other party, but increase the other party's physique, that would be bad. In the original plot, Son Goku and Vegeta were letting the enemy grow because they didn't understand the enemy. The scene was at a standstill for a while. Maayang and cat Majin formed a group, and confronted Goat Moya. After a few seconds, the Goat Moya's body moved first. He quickly came between Maayang and the cat Majin, and then held open his palm, dazzling white light shining up. When Maayang and the cat Majin saw this, they scattered out. At this time Moya snorted, 2 white flashes of light chased, the flash passed by, all the life force of plants and animals were quickly robbed, instantly turned into leaves and a corpse. Damn! Maayang shouted angrily, his body darted, sometimes using instant transmission, between lightning and fire to avoid a series of attacks from Moya, and then redirected towards Moya to launch a counterattack. The only way to be effective was to attack quickly and injure Moya before he reacts. But the difficulty of Moya far exceeded Maayang's imagination, even when he used all his strength to avoid the opponent's attacks by using the ingenuity of the Ultra Instinct, and came close to the opponent's body. Any physical attack was within the opponent's absorption range. Oh, your movements are very clever. How did you avoid my eyes? Moya hunched over, allowing Maayang's fist to land on his body. The surface of his body floated for a moment as powerful energy was absorbed into his body. Ultra Instinct. Maayang finished in a cold voice. His body quickly withdrew. Moya shook his head. I haven't heard of it. That's because you're ignorant. Moya laughed. Maybe. The battle continued. Maayang ran the energy in his body. The silver-white light covered the surface of his body. The Ultra Instinct was alive and running. If you really want to compare physical strength, Maayang in the Ultra Instinct state was not much worse than Moya. The eyes flashed with cold light. Facing Maayang's attack again, Moya slightly frowned. This time he actually felt a hint of pain. Strange thing, Moya knew he had to solve the other party early, otherwise he was afraid it would spoil his big event. Roar! The bloody mouth opened again, like a flood beast emitting a deafening sound. This time the target of Moya's sucking was no longer Maayang and the cat Majin, but the whole ranch planet. The sky instantly became dark, the vast land of white life energy from the ground rushed out. Moya's hand gathered into a life ball of light. Then swallowed in one bite. With just this one bite, at least half of the ranch planet's life lost its vitality, and even the planet itself became restless. The essence of the living planet was originally given by Supreme Kai when he created it, and every energy was precious, and with the replenishment of this energy, Moya's whole body was wrapped in a vigorous shine, and his aura suddenly blossomed in this instant. The terrifying aura came in wave after wave, like a wolf, like a tiger, constantly roaring and hissing. Boom! The void trembled. Maayang's face changed grayly, his eyebrows knitted deeply. At that moment, the cat Majin sounded surprised. It fly high up, the 2 palms condensed a radiant key wave, the blue light became brighter and brighter, almost covering the blazing sun in the sky. The brilliant blazing sun blazed endlessly, the power of which could easily destroy hundreds of planets. When Moya saw that energy ball, his 2 eyes lit up. while Maiyang cursed and cast an instant transmission to leave quickly. Idiot. As expected, Moya opened its huge mouth again, as if a tatty swallowed. Absorb. With a baring of his mouth, all the attacks of the cat Majin were swallowed by him. It's not effective. A disappointed voice rang out as the cat Majin rubbed its head and giggled. Maiyang yelled at it, that guy was originally relying on absorbing energy, you actually gave him so much, look how much stronger his power has become. The cat Majin let out a no, that's really true. This cat Majin was quite shrewd when he was fighting, but most of the time, like Fatbo, he was dumb as hell. Ho! Moya sucked up the energy of the sea cat Majin and his body became stronger. Cat Majin, don't strike recklessly, that guy's ability is too bizarre. After roaring, Maiyang took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, his key flames flickered up again and turned to collect into his body. When facing Moya, he could only not leak a single bit of energy. The half-god level was not a true deity, but it was possible to completely converge the aura, and Maiyang's advantage was that his substratum was also a level 7 god dimension, which had a more introverted energy than the usual half-god level. After a complete adjustment, Maiyang once again unleashed his Ultra Instinct, and this time his attack began to work. The superb attack landed on Moya's cheek, a splash of blood came out, and Moya was knocked to the ground by a round of fierce punches. Ahem! Touching the cheek that was hit with raw pain, Moya shook his neck a little. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to bruise me. Ha 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 ha, good job, a few more hits to kill that bad guy. The Majin hid far away and watched the battle, as if he was an enthusiastic spectator cheering for Maiyang. This guy really couldn't be trusted. Maiyang felt tired, and then his face became more serious. Fighting with such a strong person was also a rare experience. At this time, Moya smiled wistfully and began to fight with Maiyang in close quarters. Of course, each of his attacks were attached to a special ability. As long as within his domain, all energy was used for it, including the cat Majin, wrapping Maiyang, but also the entire planet above all life. Even the opponent's energy was his, then what else to compare? That was to say from the beginning, Moya occupied more than anyone else's share. With this analogy, no wonder the Super Saiyan Blue level Son Goku and Vegeta was not the opponent of the Goat Maro, plus the Saiyans were originally a people who rely on transformation to enhance energy, their own basic power level was not high, as long as they were not given the opportunity to transform, in front of such enemies. The so-called Super Saiyan was just a joke. Chapter 491 It's your misfortune to meet me crackling, lightning flashes. Moya's blue hair stood up, a subtle flicker of light, suddenly a flash of shadow, leaving a blurred figure in place. Once again, it had came to the front of Maiyang, who also saw the opportunity to retreat a few hundred meters, and then adjusted his stance. With a dive, he came at Moya. At this time every attack was a technical job, a bad attack would enhance the opponent's energy. With his fingers slightly moving, a key wave had been prepared. Moya's gaze flashed, staring at Maiyang's movements, and suddenly revealed an unintentional smile. Maiyang was alerted, but he saw the flat earth around him surge fiercely, and huge rocks attacked towards Maiyang with Moya's manipulation. Boo! 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 Maiyang continuously released key waves to destroy these rocks, and at this time, Moya's figure came behind Maiyang. The two thick arms locked Maiyang. No matter how Maiyang struggled, he could not get rid of it. Hey, kid, now you can't break free, you can't break free, what a delicious energy, I can't even resist to enjoy it. Moya clutched Maiyang, the pure life force fascinated him. The cat Majin couldn't bear to look at it. It's over. He then released countless waves of high energy towards Moya, but these energy did not do anything other than become a tonic. You really think you can win for sure? Maiyang calmed down at this point and said with a cold face. Don't you, in my domain, everything is under my control. Moya laughed loudly, his ability was what he was most proud of. With a sigh, just when Moya thought that his opponent had given up resistance, a brilliant light flashed violently from Maiyang's eyes, seeing him faintly say, Death God Chain. The air lurched for a moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of silver-white chains accompanied by electric light appeared out of nowhere without warning, and then quickly arrived in front of Moya's body, binding his limbs and wrapping shiny silver chains around his waist and neck. Huh. Very strange ability, but these chains are also made of energy, right, so they are also my sustenance. Maiyang leisurely floated to the side. You can try. Hearing Maiyang's bland words, for some reason, Moya's heart suddenly gave birth to a trace of discomfort, and a feeling of unease surged to his heart. He hurriedly exerted his ability, but a few seconds passed, and the silver death god chain still bound his body. Moya's face froze in disbelief and said, Impossible, as long as something is made of energy, it is within my absorption range. How silly. Maiyang shook his head a little, His death god chain came from the acceleration world. That was the embodiment of the rules of another world. Were the rules of the acceleration world powerful? That was definitely powerful. Every time it appeared, even the rules of the whole universe had to temporarily be avoided. Could the ability of the district Moya still be able to withstand the rules of the whole universe? So from the beginning, Aizen was a sure winner. Only in order to experience a high-intensity battle, he specially did not use the acceleration world's ability. Of course, the death god chain could play such a role, mainly because its rules just restrain Moya. The two were actually about the same energy as each other, and in terms of individual strength alone, it was difficult to tell the difference, but unfortunately, with special abilities, although Moya was very powerful, but far from being a match for the acceleration world. If you could cheat, why not me? Nah, is this guy unable to resist now? The cat Majin fist pumped, stupidly moving on the side. Aizen glanced at the cat Majin. You want to make a move? The cat Majin nodded. This guy used to give me a hard time. I want to beat him up. Then be my guest. Aizen shrugged. Now Moya was a fish on a knife. He could not resist. The cat Majin was overjoyed at his words, and squeezed his fist hard and punched Moya. You bad guy, I told you not to bully me before. Is my energy good? That's what I've worked so hard to accumulate. I'll fight. I fight. A vicious attack fell on Moya's body, which only made him dizzy, bruised and disfigured. Moya let out a miserable scream, and the intense resentment and humiliation taught him to be extraordinarily hard to bear. Bastards, you fucking guys, sooner or later I will kill all of you. You won't have that day, it's your misfortune to meet me. With cold eyes on Moya, Aizen stretched out his palm. A mysterious energy enveloped Moya's body. Moya's whole body chilled and struggled even harder, but his body was firmly locked by the death god chain, so he couldn't move at all. Obliterate. The cold voice said 2 words. The mandatory rules from the acceleration world came down. Death god chain and obliterate ability was often used together. Every time Mu Ying used the death god chain, it also meant that Aizen was ready to completely destroy the other party. Clattering. Wonderful energy broke fast void. The rules of the Universe 6 receded towards the periphery. At this time, how could Moya still have the ability to resist? In the strong reluctance and struggle, the body began to gradually turn into powder. First from the lower half of the body, then the abdomen and chest, and finally even the head also gradually disappeared in the breeze. Dead? The obliterate asked with his fingers in his mouth. Dead. Aizen was very sure. Such a guy, staying in the Universe 6, could be a scourge. He took care of him, so Vados and Kampa would be grateful. Universe 6, Destruction God's Planet. Kampa crouched on the ground looking at the scene displayed in the void screen. His face was so gloomy that ink dripped out. The kid from the Universe 7 wiped out Moya. Vados nodded. That move just now, very similar to Lord Kampa's energy of destruction. Humphrey, it's just a bit like that, but if you really want to compare, my energy of destruction is definitely more powerful. Kampa skimmed his mouth. No, people are killing our Universe 6 powerhouse. That's weakening our strength. I can't stand this. But Lord Kampa, if you let Moya live, that is the greater harm to the Universe 6. The top experts may all disappear. Oh. Speaking of which, this is Lord Kampa's failure to do his duty. You should personally destroy him. With a faint smile on her face, Vados sat gracefully on the ground, with her divine staff on her lap. The god of destruction, Kampa, snorted coldly. Humphrey, I'll take care of the matter of Moya myself. I don't need the people of the Universe 6 to interfere at all. I don't care. That guy must be punished. Vados sighed. The scene just now Lord Kampa also saw. The opponent's special ability is no weaker than Lord Kampa. If the energy of destruction ability of the god of destruction does not work, plus his ultra instinct, I can hardly imagine Lord Kampa. What ability can you use to destroy the opposite side? Lord Kampa, you are so fat, you're already panting with exercise, you may not be able to beat the opponent. In case there is an accident. Oops, it seems I can only say goodbye to Lord Kampa, wooing. Vados. What do you mean by that? I'm not dead. Kampa said in exasperation. But it's not so bad. Kampa continued to look like he was wiping tears from his eyes. Humphrey. At this point, Vados laughed. Look at that teenager who also saved the cat Majin. He also counted to preserve the strength of the Universe 6. Oops, I know, I'm not going to get into trouble with him. Kampa feels so tired. She was obviously his angel, but she never helped him, and often did something to turn his elbow out. Chapter 492 Android Transformation. But I still can't swallow this. Vados, you arrange for someone to teach him a lesson. Kampa was ultimately a god who was not willing to suffer, and let Vados arrange for someone else to do the job when it was not good for him to do so. Okay. This time, Vados did not oppose Kampa's opinion. She drew up the divine staff to search the Universe 6. and quickly confirmed a candidate. When Compass saw this, he nodded contentedly, and then instructed Vados to act immediately. The angel's unique large movement was immediately launched, and after Vados left the destruction of the divine world, only then did Compass skim his head with a grin of satisfaction. His eyes turned, and took advantage of Vados' absence, humming and jogging to find something to eat. In a foggy planet, the weather was gloomy and the air was filled with the smell of sin. There was a concentration of the richest businessmen in the Universe 6, and they were accompanied by hundreds of bodyguards, each of whom was a well-known powerhouse among the planets. As the best bodyguards, they took it as their duty to protect the safety of their employers, and whenever the rich and powerful traveled, these bodyguards provided protection services 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. On this day, a rich man was traveling straight down the road in a jet plane, surrounded by bodyguards in black uniforms. The sky was raining, and the sound of the rain was distracting. Just then, there was a pause in the raindrops, and the whole world fell into a gloomy color. Only the difference with just now was that the rich man riding in the spaceship had unknowingly lost his life. After a while, an agitation was raised in the crowd. The bodyguards all showed an incredulous expression after finding their employer dead, and then searched the surrounding area with a serious look, not letting go of any suspicious corner. But everything was already too late. The murderer had long since gone to hide somewhere. On top of a towering building, a purple-dressed hit, with his hands in his pockets, took out a photo and looked at it, then sneered and tore it to pieces, scattering it in the wind. "Another stupid guy who thinks he's a fool," Hit said coldly, his handsome face without smiling, like a gemstone, blood-red eyes glittering with a cold light. He was the #1 assassin in the Universe 6, and his time-skip technique was unique in the world. All targets would be killed silently. The signature skill of time-skip was an almost insurmountable ability, compared to the Jinyu Force member Guldo's time freeze. Suddenly, there was a flash of surprise between his eyebrows, and Hit turned his eyes to the void, where a woman in green divine robes was walking gracefully towards him. "Miss Vados?" Hit was slightly stunned and greeted Vados politely. As the top expert of the Universe 6, Hit knew a lot of things and had certainly seen the Guardian of the Universe 6, Vados, so he recognized her at a glance, only he was not sure what the titular angel wanted to see him about. Vados landed gracefully in front of Hit. "Lord Champa has an order for you," Hit said. "Please speak." Vados smiled. "There is a trainer in the Universe 7 who went to Universe 6. Lord Champa wants you to teach him a lesson. Of course, the identity of the other party is not ordinary, so you cannot kill him, otherwise it will be troublesome." Hit frowned. "I am an assassin by profession. I only take assignments to kill people. If it is just to teach people a lesson, please forgive me for not being able to obey orders." Hit's ability was killing skills. If he couldn't use his full strength because of restrictions, he would rather not take such a mission. With strength of his strength, even when facing angels, there was room for bargaining. In Universe 6, the only ones who exceeded Hit in strength were probably the God of Destruction Champa and Angel Vados. I knew you would be like this. Then okay, you give it your best shot, even if he got killed, it doesn't matter." Vados hid her mouth and laughed lightly, in order to make Hit agree to fight. It seemed that only like this. But the Universe 7 teenager had a special ability that was not inferior to the time skip, especially the move to imprison people, the death god chain and the method of destroying people. Even the god of destruction would feel difficult when encountered. But for insurance reasons she also wanted to follow secretly. In case Hit killed Niang by mistake, she could use the means of time rewind to revive him. Reasonably, the ability that the angel mastered was not even close to the Dragon Ball. "Yes, I'll take this mission. Who is the person to be killed?" Niang, a relatively high-level deity in the Universe 7 inches. As he spoke, the information and appearance about Niang was suspended in midair. Hit nodded, memorized all the data of this mission, then with a wave of his hand, he disappeared very daintily in the middle of the thick fog. When Vados saw this, she laughed lightly and turned to hide in another space. Time passed in a hurry, passing by a white horse. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. At this time, 5 years had passed since Son Goku got married. If according to the original plot, this time Raditz should take a spaceship to descend to Earth, and then bullishly said the power level was only 5 scum, the most famous words. But now, Raditz was still playing bodyguard for Tights. Of course, he could not come to Earth. In the past 5 years, this side of the Earth had been thriving. Many elite figures emerged in the younger generation. Soon after Niang went to the Universe 6, his children Mukyu and Amelia participated in the tournament held on planet Sala and showed their Super Saiyan power in the tournament. Although they did not win the championship, their great strength still caused a sensation. Today, Mukyu and Amelia returned to Earth, and then guarded the entrance to the underground laboratory in Great Azure Mountain. The two 17-year-olds were currently stomping around the door with nervous faces. their faces full of worry. In the laboratory, a very important experiment was being conducted. The maid of the Yang family, to be exact, Melissa's exclusive servant, Milif, stood to the side. Young master and young lady, you don't have to worry, Lord April and Dr. Gero have joined forces, absolutely nothing will go wrong. Mukyu nodded at his words, his face still full of worry. That's true, but it's been so long since Lazuli and the others went in. Melia snapped at Mukyu's head, kid, even your mama April does not believe, it's just an android transformation, it's not a big problem. When April gave herself a makeover there was no problem, this time there would be even less of a problem. The two were the best in android technology, and they joined forces, and the transformation of Lazuli and Lapis was absolutely proper. Originally, they also called Bulma and Dr. Brief, but April said that too many people were not good. So in the end, April and Dr. Gero were each responsible for transforming one person. April was responsible for the transformation of Lazuli, Dr. Gero responsible for the transformation of Lapis. Mukyu scratched the place where he was hit. Mom, I'm not worried for Lazuli. What is there to worry about? The technology of android is proven. You see Cypriel's family are relieved that they did not come. Just the way you are. I do not know how Lazuli will agree to become your girlfriend. Melia looked at Mukyu, look at your face, does Lazuli have the tendency to Lily? When Mukyu heard, he was a little annoyed. Mom, don't get hung up on my looks, it's only natural that Lazuli likes me. Melia said, I am not able to see what is natural. Mukyu sighed breathlessly, knowing that he could not dwell on this issue, or he would be told what to do again. Looking at Amelia, who looked nothing like herself, it looked like she was quite worried about Lapis too. Melia sipped tea on the side. I heard April say before that in other worlds Lazuli and Lapis succeeded in becoming androids 18 and 17, but because of their cruel temperament and lack of control after having great power, they ended up making a mess of other worlds. My Lazuli is certainly not like that. Mukyu retorted. Melia said calmly, I'm not talking about this. I mean after Lazuli becomes an android, the strength will increase greatly, then with your current strength is afraid that you cannot beat her, this to say out is not very humiliating? Mukyu thought about this and realized it was really true. Although Lazuli had agreed to become his girlfriend and the two had a good relationship, if he was not as good as the other in Kung Fu, he would be very humiliated. So began to calmly think about this problem, he felt that he should improve his strength as soon as possible.